After the unification of the Qin kingdom, rewards were given to soldiers based on their merits. That day, as a brave soldier who had killed enemies, you chose not to take the gold or the beautiful women, but instead asked for an inconspicuous brick from the general's mansion. The other soldiers thought you were crazy, but only you knew that it was a piece of 5 thunder iron that could be used to forge a thunder attribute divine weapon. Originally, not long ago, you followed General Wang Ben to prepare to attack the capital city of Qi, Linzi. All the soldiers of Daqin were excited for the upcoming unification of the world. But you were staring blankly at the grass on the side of the road. This grass is Qi refining grass, one of the materials for Qi refining pills, which can be taken directly to cleanse the body. If used to make essence cleansing water, the effect will be greatly reduced. At that moment, a few old soldiers suddenly took off their pants, and the general beside them angrily shouted, "Outrageous! What are you doing? Is the money I give you not enough to find women? Absolutely ridiculous! General, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding," said the old soldier pointing at you. "This kid doesn't know what's gotten into him." Suddenly gnawing on the grass by the road. "This grass is highly toxic, and I've seen people from Yen vomit black blood after eating it." Wang Ben furrowed his brow slightly, watching you crazily stuffing the grass from the roadside into your mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seeing the general's slightly unpleasant expression, the old soldier hurriedly said, "General, rest assured, my hometown has a kind of earth remedy that has detoxifying properties in urine. Feed it to him, and I guarantee he'll be fine." Wang Ben nodded, still trusting the old soldier's words. "And you, with a terrified look in your eyes, still hadn't completely swallowed the Qi refining grass in your mouth, unable to speak for a while, only able to frantically wave your hands to indicate that you were fine." The veteran took a look. His eyes suddenly changed. "Not good. This kid is poisoned." Both hands are twitching uncontrollably. "Quick, 2 people hold him down and force-feed him urine." Upon hearing this, you were almost enraged. Others may not understand the meaning of refining Qi, but as a time traveler, you are well aware that this is the starting point for the future Emperor Qin Shi Huang's pursuit of immortality. Fortunately, the effects of swallowing the Qi refining grass quickly took effect. As the medicine took effect, a warm current began to surge wildly through your limbs and body, but a foul smell also began to emanate from your body. The toxicity of this grass is so strong that it's starting to smell like a corpse. The veteran's face turned pale, looking at you with a peaceful expression. Feeling somewhat sad in his heart, Wang Ben slowly squatted down. "Someone, take his body back. Does he have any family?" Wang Ben turned to look at the old soldier. The old soldier shook his head gently, about to say something, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Wang Ben was stunned, turned back to look at you, only to see you staring at him with a pair of big eyes. Wang Ben's face darkened a bit. A major battle is imminent, yet there is such a commotion. What kind of discipline is this? Wang Ben was indeed a bit angry, but thinking about the upcoming battle, he no longer wasted words and left after speaking. However, because of this small incident, the soldiers had a chance to catch their breath, which could be considered a good thing. The next battle might be a tough one. A few days later, the war drums sounded, and the horns also sounded along with the drums. "Soldiers of Great Qin, for Great Qin, kill." This is the final battle, the long-awaited peace under heaven for countless people. Blood began to cover the city walls, and bodies gradually accumulated. With a loud creak, the city gate was opened from the inside, and all the Qin soldiers rushed up. In almost no time, this city was captured. After occupying the city, Wang Ben did not stop. He continued to lead the soldiers towards Linzi. It was the last stronghold of the Qi state. Once taken, the Qi state would be completely destroyed. However, what he did not expect was that the monarch of Qi had already led his ministers to wait early at the city gate. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were relieved, and some even began to shed tears. The battle was over, and they could finally go home to be with their wives and children, and fulfill their filial duties to their elderly parents. Time came to the evening. Everyone was talking and laughing, cooking in the city. Only you picked up a stone from the ground, holding it in your hand, carefully examining it. It turns out that just now, you inadvertently discovered that this stone displayed the term bird egg, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged peng bird, with an extremely hard shell comparable to a meteorite from outer space. It should be cooked with the samadhi true fire and is a delicacy. According to the information identified, this thing must be cooked with the samadhi true fire. But where can you find the samadhi true fire in this world? Moreover, the eggshell is very hard, and when it collides with the stone is completely defeated, while the bird egg remains intact. Throughout the day, you thought of many ways but still couldn't crack open this bird egg. Even when you slept at night, you were thinking about how to crack it open. The next day, as the sky was getting brighter, the sound of the army gathering outside the camp was heard. After a moment, on the high platform, Wang Ben calmly scanned the crowd. "Soldiers, Great Qin has won, the king said. Outside the gates of Zyang, there will be a welcoming ceremony and feast for us, to reward the army for returning today. 3 days of celebration. Do not return until you are drunk. Upon hearing these words, all the soldiers cheered loudly. Some even couldn't help but shed tears. This victory had been long awaited for them. Have you thought about it? When we return to Zyang, where do you plan to go? Third brother patted your shoulder. You were slightly stunned, realizing you hadn't really thought about where to go. You shook your head gently and said, Third brother, I also want to go home. Although there was no one left at home. At that moment, you suddenly felt the bird egg in your arms move slightly, which startled you. The next moment, you hurriedly took out the egg to re-examine it. An about to hatch bird egg, unknown species, but with a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Pang. If it absorbs the essence blood of the Great Pang, it can directly reach the chi refining realm. Seeing the information prompt, your mouth watered, not just for the taste, but mainly because reaching the chi refining realm was too tempting. You picked up the egg and looked at it against the sun, but the eggshell was too thick, completely opaque, and you couldn't see what was inside. Even after carefully examining the surface, you couldn't find any cracks. The identification information indicated that it was about to hatch, but before you could continue observing, Wang Ben's voice came again. Set off. Back to Zyang. After nearly a month of marching, the army finally returned to the outskirts of Zyang. Although the sky was gradually darkening, the entire area around Zyang was brightly lit, and good wine and food had already been prepared outside the city. Outside the city gate, King Ingesting of Qin stood waiting for a long time. Soldiers of Great Qin, Ingesting is hosting a banquet here today. I first toast to all of you with 3 cups. King Ingesting took the wine cup from Zhao Gao's hand and raised it high. After a passionate speech, all the soldiers couldn't help but stand tall, their eyes filled with pride and excitement. And even you felt a bit teary-eyed. As the banquet began, everyone took off their armor, rushed into the crowd to grab food and wine, and laughter echoed in all directions. This is a night destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, when you woke up, the first thing you did was to find a place to relieve yourself. Looking around, what surprised you was that there were still people drinking. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be Wang Ben and several other generals. Perhaps noticing you, Wang Ben waved at you and said, Come here, have a drink with this general. You were stunned, feeling that the bird egg in your arms seemed a bit unstable. You wanted to sneak a peek, but then you saw Wang Ben calling you, so you walked up and said, Greetings, generals. Someone in the crowd laughed and said, General Wang Ben, you've been missing for a while. When did you suddenly have such a big child? Could it be that your wife has loosened her grip, and you secretly took a concubine outside? Wang Ben didn't blame him. He looked at the person and said with a smile, Meng Tian, don't underestimate this young brother. Despite his young age, in the recent attack on the Qi state, this young man was fierce and took the lead, enough to demonstrate the might of our Great Qin army. Meng Tian's eyes lit up. He raised his glass and said, So our Great Qin unexpectedly has such a young hero. Come, let's have a drink together. You glanced at Wang Ben and felt that his words were not necessarily praise, but after all, with higher authority comes greater pressure. So you had no choice but to take the wine glass handed to you by Wang Ben. Bone-strengthening wine, made from the bones of demonic beasts, can enhance physical fitness when consumed, with good effects. In fact, the wine was bestowed by the King of Qin, but it seemed that different people passing it on resulted in different descriptions. Seeing the description, you no longer hesitated and took the wine glass, drinking it all in one go. The moment you drank it, you only felt a knife sliding down your throat, as if all the bones in your body were being reshaped. This wine is indeed ordinary, but it becomes completely different after being identified. Your skin has already started to turn red, and smoke is coming out of your head. The generals around you looked at you with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Kid, what kind of skill have you practiced? Why do you have internal strength? With that, Wang Ben placed a hand on your shoulder, and then a force began to explore your body. But after searching for a long time, he did not find that internal strength. Meng Tian held a wineglass and came to you, touching his beard, saying, I heard that there are immortals on some famous mountains. Although no one has ever seen a real immortal, it is believed that they must have eaten some immortal herbs or medicines, which enabled them to generate internal energy. Meng Tian's words made Wang Ben fall into contemplation, thinking of the scene when the army went to war and you ate poisonous grass. Suddenly, he saw a little green tip peeking out from your arms, and he reached out to take it out. Just as he was about to throw it into his mouth, Meng Tian hurriedly stopped him, saying, General, don't act recklessly. This thing is highly poisonous. I have seen soldiers die immediately after eating this grass. Wang Ben opened his mouth, looked at you, thinking, this kid has eaten much more than this little bit. Why is he fine while I would die? But when he saw the serious expression on Meng Tian's face, he threw the grass aside. However, at that moment, a flash of yellow light passed by, and the grass that should have fallen to the ground suddenly disappeared. Then the yellow light quickly flew towards your arms. You were stunned, reached into your arms, and pulled out a golden bird, golden sparrow, with a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged pang. When burned with the three flames true fire, can condense the essence of the pang, and after consumption, it can help in foundation building. When you saw the words foundation building, your eyes lit up, while others were puzzled, thinking you had caught a random sparrow. The generals no longer focused on you, so you tucked the golden sparrow into your arms, found a place, hesitated whether to swallow it now or wait until you truly refined the three flames true fire in the future. Since consuming the chi refining grass, you hardly felt hungry. At this moment, you even wanted to leave immediately and start your plan to travel around Great Qin. However, you were well aware of the laws of Great Qin, and leaving the military camp without reason would only be seen as desertion. Unconsciously, under the mischief of the golden sparrow in your arms, you slowly fell asleep. The next morning, some people had already started asking the general for leave, planning to take this opportunity to go home and see. Seeing that some people had already started to leave gradually, you also stepped forward and said, "General, I also want to go home." What surprised you was that Wang Ben not only did not agree to your request, but also made up his mind not to let you leave, and even planned to keep you by his side to personally train you. In his view, although you have some peculiarities, you are a good seed for marching and fighting. Feeling helpless, you could only express your gratitude with a bow. After the banquet, you followed Wang Ben back home, where an old man was sitting in the inner hall. "Father, I'm back," Wang Ben said as he knelt down upon seeing Wang Jian. You also knelt down on one knee and bowed with your fists clenched. Wang Jian looked at you beside Wang Ben and asked in confusion, "Whose child is this? And why did he come back with you?" Wang Ben explained the situation to Wang Jian, then approached him and whispered in his ear, "Father, this is a promising talent." Wang Jian furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Wang Ben with a hint of puzzlement and concern in his eyes. Wang Ben chuckled and continued, "If this child is nurtured well, he may become a valuable asset for Great Qin in the future. Even if you and I withdraw from the court, he could be our eyes and ears within the court." "Stop, do not mention this matter again. When the time is right, you and I will leave the court. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. If we linger in front of the king for too long, both you and I may perish in Zyang." Wang Jian interrupted Wang Ben without giving him any time to think, suppressing his thoughts and ideas. "Little kid, what's your name?" Seeing that you were ignoring him and staring at your own feet, Wang Jian asked, "Little kid, do you like my shoes?" You were taken aback, looked up at Wang Jian, shook your head and said, "General, you misunderstood. I was looking at your floor tiles." "Floor tiles? Floor tiles?" Wang Jian was a bit puzzled. What's different about this floor tile? Perhaps it was because of Xin Feng's kind of naive and innocent gaze that he couldn't help but be tainted by some of it. So he squatted down as well, then pointed to the slate on the ground and asked, "This?" Xin Feng shook his head and said, "No, the one next to it. This piece? On the side. On the side." Wang Ben was speechless. The reason why he brought Xin Feng back was actually selfish. He had long known that his father had planned to brush off the matter, but there was still a slight reluctance in his heart. When a man is alive, he is born to build a career, protect his family and defend his country, and die a worthy death. Now that Great Qin has unified the world, it will surely open the splendor of the ages. If it leaves at this time, is there not a little bit of reluctance? Think of that Meng Tian, Li Si and so on, which is not accompanied by the king. Even if it is accompanied by the king like a tiger, that only need to appease the tiger's hair smooth. Everything is not all right. However, looking at Wang Jian, who seemed to have already made this kind of plan and obviously would not back out again, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. "Father, my son will go down first." Hearing Wang Ben's words, Wang Jian then looked up and smiled. "Go, you've been running around for days. You've had a hard time. Have a good rest and rest. As for this kid to stay first, I'll arrange it." Hearing Wang Jian say this, Wang Ben couldn't say anything else and then turned to leave. "Little waif, what's your name?" Wang Jian sat on the ground and looked at Xin Feng with a smile. Xin Feng touched the slab with his hand and replied softly, "My name is Xin Feng." "Xin's name?" Wang Jian touched his chin and said, "This family name is not simple, but I guess you can't think of which family. But since you're here in Deqin, you're a citizen of Deqin from now on. You like this brick a lot?" Wang Jian asked again. Hearing these words, Xin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, but soon his eyes rolled and said, "If General is willing to sell, I am willing to buy." Wang Jian froze, then laughed loudly and said, "It's just a brick in the district. If you like it, then take it, but make it clear, it's a gift from me, not something you bought." Xin Feng was slightly stunned. He heard a hint of intrigue in Wang Jian's tone, but no matter what, since he was willing to give away his hand, it was already a labor of love. There's no doubt about it. Thinking of this, Shenfeng stood up, gazed at the flowers and plants in the yard, pointed at one of them and said, "Since General is willing to give it to me, why don't you give me more? How about giving me that one plant as well?" Before entering the inner hall, Shenfeng had already noticed these flowers and plants, especially one of them, which was extremely bright. Dragon's blood grass, containing a trace of dragon's blood, one of the materials of dragon's blood pill. After consuming it, it can reshape the sinews and bones, and enhance one's qualification. The effect of taking it alone is greatly reduced. Chapter 10, General. It's no good. The kid took poison and killed himself. As the upper general of Great Qin, Shenfeng is still the first person who dares to face him with such a slightest disregard for his identity and is also so greedy. But it was ridiculous to say that this kid didn't ask him for a gold cake, or any of his belongings, and surprisingly, he only asked him for a brick, and a blade of grass. This made Wang Jian feel a little curious. Pick up the long sword and warp the brick that Shenfeng pointed to. He first weighed the weight in his hand, and it didn't seem to be anything special. It was about the same as an ordinary brick. Thinking for a moment, Wang Jian did not hesitate any longer and directly threw the brick to Shenfeng, after which he said with a smile, "Since you want it, it's for you, but just this once. You can't empty this nest of mine." Shenfeng swept a glance at the other bricks, none of which had words displayed, then smiled as he held the slate in his arms and said, "Don't worry, General, I only need this one." The two then went back out into the yard together. Looking at this yard full of flowers and plants, Wang Jian showed a very excited look, smiled and patted Shenfeng's shoulder and said, "How is it? Is it not a little bit of a feeling that I'm a little bit of a big hidden world here?" Shenfeng slightly scanned a glance. For people who are not interested in flowers and plants, at first glance, perhaps as Wang Jian said this, really a little want to return to the pastoral meaning. But for Shenfeng, these were just for show to others. Just by looking at the soil in this place alone, I could tell that it probably hadn't been watered in a long time, and there were even some places where weeds had grown. If a slightly more attentive person were to look at it, they would be able to see through it at a glance. If I may be so kind as to say, these furnishings seem to me to be nothing more than a display. Oh, Wang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly upwards, with a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. These flowers and plants were specially planted here by him, although he didn't take care of them, but no matter what, it can show that he has the intention of wanting to unload his armor and return to the field. You see, the earth is dry and cracked, and the weeds that accompany the flowers, it might have been better if they had been distinguished by tiled pots. In my opinion, these flowers and plants cannot yet be tended by the subordinates, but must be handled by the general himself, so as to be able to show that it is the flowers and plants that the general loves nowadays. Shenfeng didn't say too much, but Wang Jian wasn't a cutie pie either. As someone who was over 100 years old and even half of his feet had already stepped into the yellow earth, he had not lived his years for nothing. Wang Jian's eyes looked at Shenfeng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He now suddenly somewhat understood why Wang Ben had left him behind and even intended to install him in the court. This man's heart is meticulous, so it is no wonder that his own son would think so highly of him. But although this son is meticulous, he is not suitable for the court. He might be able to fulfill the task Wang Ben had given him well, but the look that showed in his eyes was clearly more oriented towards this outside of the court. Wang Jian laughed lightly and asked lightly, "Say, which one do you want?" Shenfeng didn't say anything, walked up, grabbed one of them, and yanked it out with one hand. As Shenfeng said, he would not have any concern at all about the death of these flowers and plants, and everything was just for the sake of pretending and doing it for others. But when he saw the grass that Shenfeng grabbed up, his face instantly changed. When this grass was first brought back, the mansion's house slaves specifically explained that this grass contains a strong poison, known as the broken heart grass. There are many people who call it the hook kiss grass. If you eat it by mistake, you will surely die. Wang Jian's face changed slightly, and he just wanted to go forward to stop it, but he saw that Shenfeng violently took a step backward, and before Wang Jian could open his mouth, he saw that he slightly wiped off the soil, and then immediately took a mouthful of it and stuffed it into his mouth. There are still a lot of subordinates in Wang Jian's residence, and these subordinates are naturally a little curious about Shenfeng. So many people had also taken some of Wang Jian and Shenfeng's actions in their eyes. As an underling, it was natural that one needed to take care of everything in the mansion, including knowing some basic common sense, such as what could be eaten and what could not be eaten, what could be touched and what could not be touched. It is like saying that these flowers and plants of Wang Jian will never be easily touched without Wang Jian's order. Even with permission, they couldn't possibly touch it. After all, there were still quite a few flowers and plants in here that were poisonous. At this moment, Everyone watched as Shinfeng ate all of the broken intestine grass with its roots and stems in one hand, and for a moment, the entire mansion was in a state of chaos. Wang Jian was even more confused and didn't know what to say. At this moment, inside his mind, he kept recalling every scene, even every sentence, from the time he met with Shinfeng until now. He didn't remember saying anything nasty or making any threats, so why did this kid have to kill himself? From being disoriented to coming back to his senses, it was only a matter of a moment, and after hearing the screams of the subordinates in his ears, Wang Jian hurriedly stepped forward and tried to grab Shinfeng's chin. But what surprised him was that although this kid looked skinny, this speed didn't seem to be slow, and he was about to grab his collar, but he just slipped and ran away. To say that it is luck, it is not impossible, but to say that every time you make a shot, it is a little hard to say. The brat has good hands, but what's wrong with you? We can sit down and talk about it. Why did you take poison to kill yourself? Wang Jian was anxious. He had seen Shinfeng's throat swallowing. Apparently the kid wasn't planning on spitting it out at all. He was really looking for death. Is Shinfeng stupid? He's certainly not stupid. For these people with poor eyesight, what he had in his mouth was poisonous grass. But for him, it was a great tonic that could even allow him to remodel his muscles and bones. How can a mortal know the wonders of such an immortal herb? The little golden finch in his arms had obviously also noticed the dragon bloodgrass leaves showing in Shinfeng's mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, he flew forward, dangled one of them with his beak, and after tearing it off, he quickly swallowed it into his stomach. A series of operations that were incomparably silky and smooth, like sucking on spaghetti. Inside the house, Wang Ben had just finished washing up and was about to lie down on the bed to have a good rest when he heard a cacophony outside the door. Although he didn't know what was happening, but this was after all inside Zyang City, and the army was right outside the city. Even if someone dared to rebel, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to be arrogant to such an extent. But when he heard Wang Jian's voice intermingled with it, he was instantly sleep-deprived. Taking out his sword, he rushed out of the house, grabbed one of the subordinates, and asked with a grim face, "What happened?" The subordinate was obviously also frightened by this appearance of Wang Ben, so he hurriedly said, "General, it's not good. The young soldier you brought back took poison and killed himself." Hearing these words, Wang Ben froze. Suicide by poison? How could it be? Chapter 11 Or received the mantle inheritance of a chi refiner. Wang Ben couldn't be bothered to put on his clothes at the moment and rushed out of the house, then rushed towards Wang Jian's yard. Enter the yard just in time to see an old man and a young man jumping up and down. One seemed to be trying to grab the other as hard as he could, and one was covering his mouth while frantically running away. Every now and then, a small goldfinch could be seen pecking at Shinfeng's hand with its beak, as if it wanted to pull out worms from it. What is going on here? Wang Ben frowned. Didn't he say that he committed suicide by taking poison? Why did it turn out this way? The subordinate at the side hurriedly said. This little military master brought back by the general didn't know what kind of confusion he had committed. He froze and swallowed the intestinal breaking grass planted by the upper general, and it was still eaten together with the roots and stems. The corner of Wang Ben's eye twitched slightly. How could he have forgotten about this? When I attacked Linzi before, I heard my subordinates talk about it, and although nothing happened at that time, it was almost delayed. I thought he was just starving and confused, but now it seems that he's really hysterical. But when he came back, he had forgotten about it and had not spoken to his father about it. Stinky cub, this place is not a place for you to fool around, but not quickly put the thing spit out. If you are hungry, let the subordinate to get you some food is not good. Shinfeng glanced at him, still chewing inside his mouth, and didn't make a sound. So you chased me. The subordinates also wanted to come forward to help, and at first, Shinfeng had some difficulty escaping, but as the dragon blood grass was swallowed into his stomach, he only felt that all over his body. It was as if certain changes were being produced, and a tingling sensation came from every bone in his body, as if an electric current was traveling around along his tendons and bones. Although it felt a bit strange, it didn't cause any harm to him, but instead made his body lighter, and even felt like there was an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body. For a while, the entire mansion began to become a bit restless. All the subordinates were surrounding Shinfeng. Even Wang Ben and Wang Jian were personally on the battlefield, but none of them were able to catch him. Finally the crowd no longer had any strength, and Shinfeng had completely swallowed the dragon blood grass. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear a sound like thunder, but when they listened more carefully, they couldn't hear anything else. Looking at Shinfeng again, he only saw that his entire body was covered in dirt, as if he had rolled around from inside a mud puddle. Coupled with the fact that he had never properly freshened up during this period of time, the impurities in his body surged out, accompanied by a foul odor that directly caused the crowd to resist covering their mouths and noses. Little, the old man has promised to give you. Why do you still want to be like this? Quickly invite a physician. Let him come to see how to cure the poison. Wang Jian is a bit anxious. The boy is indeed a talent. If it is so, poison death, both for the great Qin, or for himself, is a huge loss. Wang Ben frowned. He remembered that when he was on the road before, this kid had eaten poisonous grass, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Then again, looking at his lively appearance, he didn't look like he was showing signs of poisoning. Wang Ben pulled back the subordinate who was ready to go and ask for a physician, and then whispered a couple of words in Wang Jian's ear. Wang Jian frowned slightly and looked at the crowd with an icy gaze. No one is allowed to say anything about today's matter. If this general hears anyone outside spreading rumors, don't blame me for being merciless. These subordinates are afraid of Wang Jian to the bone. As the great Qin's god of war, his battle achievements are said to be frightening, and even his fame is catching up with that year's Wanjin by Qi. Such a killing star, they couldn't afford to provoke, not to mention telling the truth. One more word, they wouldn't even say. After waiting for the subordinates to disperse, Wang Ben then looked angrily at Xinfeng and said, "Still not coming over quickly? How much longer do you want to make a scene?" Xinfeng hemmed and hawed, came closer, touched his stomach, and said awkwardly, "Let the general see you laugh. Ever since I joined the army, I would always be unable to resist wanting to eat some exotic flowers and herbs." Wang Jian stepped forward and grabbed his wrist, and a huge aura instantly probed his body clearly, but probing half a day without any discovery. His body, whether it is the breath, or vitality, are very normal, only this temperament seems to have become a little less different. The originally skinny body looked, at the moment, as if it was a bit taller. The original waxen face also had a slight hint of blood color. Could it be that the broken heart herb from earlier caused this? The father and son of the Wang family glanced at each other. Both of them had probed Xinfeng's body, but they had not detected any abnormalities. It was like this when he attacked Qi before, and this time at home, it was like this again. If they said he was lucky, how could they not believe it? The only explanation was that this son had perhaps received the mantle of a Qi refiner before he had ever entered the military. Only this explanation could answer the doubts in the hearts of the Wang family's father and son. Alchemist. These three words can be mysterious to regular people, who have never really met these people. Unlike those Fengshe in the palace, what the Qi refiner pursued was the true way. Wang Ben looked at him with a complicated gaze. He did think of sending Xinfeng to the palace to cultivate into his own forces, so that in the future he can also let him help Wang Li. But now it seems that his pattern is small. It was rumored that Qi refiners would enter the earth to train for the Great Tao. Perhaps Xinfeng had joined the army before for the sake of training, and now that the war had ended, he naturally thought of returning to the mountains, and now they are being forced to stay by themselves. If he holds a grudge in his heart, I'm afraid the Wang family. Thinking of this, Wang Ben's hand, which was tightly gripping his sword, subconsciously trembled, and a murderous intent slowly spread out. Wang Jian, who was beside him, apparently also felt the aura, and he glanced faintly at Wang Ben, then said to Xinfeng with a smile, "Little brat, are you sure you're alright?" In the face of Wang Ben's killing intent, Xinfeng did not show too much emotion, although he did not know what Wang Ben thought, but for the time being, showing nothing was the best result. The upper general is joking, eating a grass. What can happen? If the upper general doesn't mind, I can teach you how to take care of these flowers and grasses, so that when the onlookers see it, they won't have doubts anymore. Seeing Wang Jian and Xinfeng chatting so cordially, Wang Ben understood his father's intention in his heart. This son must not be crossed. Thinking for a moment, Wang Ben let out a light laugh and said, "Father, why don't we let him freshen up first? This kid really stinks." Xinfeng went to freshen up. In the courtyard, the father and son of the Wang family looked at the flowery courtyard and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Wang Jian softly inquired, "How do you plan to treat this son?" And I ask for father's instruction. If he wants to leave, he must not be forced to stay. If he does not leave, he may not be a blessing to my Wang family, but he must never be crossed. Chapter 12, Dismissing the armor and returning to the field to plant flowers first. Soaking in the bathtub, Xinfeng let out a long breath. I'm afraid this is the first time in my life that I've ever felt so relaxed. Submerge your body completely in the warm water and your soul is almost soaked away. Although some of the physical injuries had been completely cured by the dragon's blood herb, the mental fatigue was not something that could be casually resolved with herbs. As he was enjoying himself, a crisp bird call suddenly came from his ears, and looking down, he saw that the little goldfinch had flown in with him at some point, flying over the water and tentatively touching it with his feet. He didn't seem intent on taking a dip together. Xinfeng was quick on his feet and grabbed the little goldfinch and directly pressed it down. But the little goldfinch wasn't papier-mâché. After all, it possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, and it had also eaten a lot of qi refining grass. plus the leaves of the dragon's blood grass. The size didn't change much, but the strength did. Even though he was pressed into the water by Shinfeng, his wings were still very powerful, and for a while the bath water splashed all over the room. After taking a bath and changing into the clothes Wang Ben had prepared, he once again came to Wang Jian's courtyard. At this moment, both of them looked at Shinfeng with a hint of surprise in their eyes. If before, Shinfeng looked like a little beggar, then at this moment, he looked like a little bit of a teenage hero. If you are holding a bundle of bamboo slips in your hand, you have the demeanor of some readers. It was only the glimmer of divine light revealed between these eyebrows that gave the impression that there was still a hint of an immortal child's appearance. Not to mention that Wang Jian and Wang Ben looked a little lost in thought. Even those maidservants in the house cannot help but blush, and even some do not dare to look directly with their eyes, for fear of falling into it at a glance. Yes, Wang Jian suddenly let out a shout of approval, causing Wang Ben's body to shake a little. He frowned slightly and glanced at his old man, his face somewhat helpless. This staggering appearance, which is not a bit of the upper general's demeanor. Kid, I'll give you a chance to choose. Are you willing to stay in the old man's mansion and teach him to plant flowers and raise grass? Shinfeng smiled, nodded his head and said, General's good intentions. I take it upon myself to appreciate it, only that I would like to go out for a walk once in a while, and if the general feels that I have no rules, I am afraid that it will cause you to get tired of it. Wang Jian shook his head and waved his hand. There is no harm in it. You don't look more than this old. Now the world is at peace, and Great Qin is different from the past. Now that the war is over, if you like to go out and play, this general naturally won't stop you. However, in this Zyang city, there is ultimately a mixture of forces, not to mention the Great Qin clansmen, and the nobles of the 6 countries are now gathered in Zyang. So if you go out of the door, you can't give me any trouble. Shinfeng gently nodded his head. He understood what Wang Jian meant. Zyang city is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Walking on the road, even a seemingly ordinary person may have a huge force behind them, and if you are not careful, it is very likely that you will mess with someone you shouldn't mess with. And now that Wang Jian has planned to stay away from the court, then he must not add to Wang Jian's chaos, or no one will let him go. Although today Shinfeng had some strength and his Dantian Qi had been completely opened up, in the end, he still couldn't practice Qi on his own, and if one wanted to condense Qi, one would either be able to find a secret book of feats or continue to search for Qi refining grasses, thus reaching a level where one could let the breath run on its own in the body. Of course the best way, or to find a gongfu. After all, things outside the body, after all, does not belong to themselves. If the future does not have these immortal herbs and medicines, is not still sitting and waiting to die not? This was also one of the reasons why Shinfeng wanted to walk around Zyang city. Fortunately, Wang Jian did not intend to trap him in the mansion, and Shinfeng was considered free. Wang Ben on the side didn't say anything else. He knew that his plan to let Shinfeng mix into the court as an eyesore obviously fell through, but that's probably a good thing too. This son's temperament is free. Sometimes things are puzzling. If you enter the court, it is not certain how many people will be offended. You have to know that those people in the palace can be very disciplined. If an unruly person suddenly appeared, then they would certainly become a target. Wang Ben left and went back to bed. The fracas had made the already tired man feel even more sleepy. When he got back to the house, he pulled the covers over his head and started to sleep, not intending to get up anyway, as long as the sky wasn't falling. Shinfeng stood in the yard, looking at the yard full of flowers and plants, and then looking at Wang Jian who was smiling on the side. Shinfeng also smiled. Go ahead, laugh. You won't be able to laugh later. Has the general sent for a tiled basin? Wang Jian froze. He really did not. The party was a mess. He had already put these things behind him. How can he remember this? In that case, please ask the general to get some tile pots first, and remember to make holes in the bottom of the pots. By the way, when the tiled pots are ready, please ask the general to plant these flowers and plants into the tiled pots with his own hands, and never let anyone else do it for him. Wang Jian asked, why can't someone else do it for you? This is my residence, so what's wrong with having some servants? Shinfeng shook his head and said, General wants to use this to tell the world that if you want to go back to your hometown, then you have to do these things yourself, and only by lowering your stance can you make people feel that there is no threat. I'm sure that the reason why General has developed the idea of having to remove his armor is probably because there are now rumors outside that you are more accomplished than the Wu and Jun of that year, and since this is the case, General should know what happened to Wu and Jun. The great king is a good great king. He may not make this kind of unloading move, but it is inevitable that people with a heart will say something, and after a long time, I'm afraid that the faults will outweigh the merits. Wang Jian's face changed slightly. He clearly remembered that since the beginning he had not said half a word in front of Shinfeng about returning to the field and discharging his armor. Yet he had already guessed it and said precisely what he had in mind. This sun would certainly shine if he were in the courtroom. But unfortunately, he really wasn't the right man for the job. What about you? Wang Jian asked suspiciously. Me? Of course I'm going shopping. General, don't worry. I have money on me. After saying that, Shenfeng touched the little gold finch in his arms, turned around and walked towards the door. To be honest, Shenfeng quite liked this set of clothes on his body, especially this sleeve. When his arms were swinging, it was a thief. Wang Jian looked at Shenfeng's back. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He was the upper general of Great Qin, but he was even made to be used by a little doll. It had never been him who had made others. When had he ever been made to do so, and by a milquetoast brat at that? The more Wang Jian thought about it, the more angry he became. His face suddenly pulled down. Come on people, go get me dozens of tile pots. I want to plant flowers. Chapter 13, Dragon Scales Can't Be Cooked, Can't Be Eaten. Walking out of the mansion, Shenfeng only felt that his whole body was much more relaxed. I have to say, with a man under the roof, these two shoulders are like sitting on a ghost doll, and they can't keep their backs straight. There was no way. Who let people be generals, or the upper general of Great Qin? This name alone could scare the nobles of the 6 countries to death. Not to mention Shenfeng, a small doll. It's not really that early, but it's not too late either. In modern times, it would have been around 8 or 9 a.m. Perhaps because of the complete end of the war, the streets could be described as filled with laughter, and the faces of Great Qin's people were all filled with pride. When you walk down the street, even if you don't know each other, as long as you have a smile on each other's faces, someone will greet you and even ask you if you've eaten. Not to mention that the liquor stores were so overcrowded that they walked in standing up and almost always carried out lying down. Shenfeng walked on the street, and although he was curious about these items sold on the street, he was not very interested. More often than not, his eyes still looked to those corners to see if there were weeds, wildflowers growing. In his experience during this time, it seemed that wild grasses and trees, on the contrary, were more likely to bring surprises. But unfortunately, it seemed that the city of Zyang had been recently governed, and both the weeds on the walls and the wildflowers in the flower beds had been cleaned up and were almost spotless. Shenfeng was a little helpless. Most of these things on the street, most of them he had seen, almost none of them were with words. This also means that in order to find the good stuff, you still have to head outside the city. However, if he leaves now, he is afraid that he will be condemned by Wang Ben. If he doesn't say anything, maybe it's not a big deal, but if someone notices, it's inevitable that he will have to carry the hat of a deserter, or a traitor. With no choice, Shenfeng could only wander around in Zyang City. It had to be said that Zyang City was really big, and just by wandering around, he had already gone to midday. By now the stomach had also started to rumble. The body has been greatly improved, but this improvement has not been without after effects. Without good medicinal herbs to replenish, then he could only rely on eating. Nowadays Shenfeng hadn't fully entered the qi practicing stage, and it was normal for him to be hungry and want to eat. He was thinking of looking around to see if there was any place to fill his stomach, when suddenly, a holler came to his ears. Jagged pears, wild jagged pears, delicious. At first, Shenfeng did not care about it. The slag pear is actually just hawthorn, and this thing in the wild can be said to be sour to the home. Normally, very few people would buy it, but when Shenfeng came to the stall, Shenfeng's eyes lit up. 100 years of vermilion fruit, edible, with powerful medicinal effects. Those who practice martial arts can increase their power by eating it, and those who practice cultivation can increase their cultivation by eating it. When Shenfeng touched it, the little gold finch in his arms seemed to be a little bit unable to resist sniffing his fingers. If not for Shenfeng catching it in time, maybe the hand would not be protected. Looking at the stall in front of the slag pear, Shenfeng's eyes are almost red. This pile into a small mountain of general slag pear. If all eat, that is not in place to ascend to immortality? However, very soon, Shenfeng froze, because these hawthorns were almost all piled up together. So when the words were displayed, it made him think that all of the small mountain piles were vermilion fruits. But really, there's just a couple of them in here. Shenfeng did not feel the slightest bit unhappy, and after squatting down, he looked at these fruits, first picking out all those vermilion fruits with words, and then placing these few in his hand. Only at last did he say to the stallholder, "I'll take all of these, and this is for you." Shenfeng also did not care whether the stall owner agreed or disagreed. After carefully placing the zhugui into his arms, he immediately followed the hawthorns on the stall, packed them all with a cloth, threw the other party a piece of gold cake, picked it up, and turned around and left. It's not for nothing that this was done. From the moment he stepped out of the general's residence, he had sensed that someone seemed to have been following him, and although he never found the same face every time he turned around, the feeling persisted. This also points to the fact that he seems to have been targeted by someone. But come to think of it, he only arrived in Zyang yesterday evening, and only entered the city during the day today, and has been in Wang Jian's mansion the whole time. As soon as he left the house, he was being watched, so that could only mean one thing: the other party's purpose was perhaps not himself, but everyone within Wang Jian's residence. Anyone who comes out of Wang Jian's house is a target for the other side's surveillance. Shen Feng didn't care. This situation was more than normal in his opinion. Wang Jian wanted to leave the court and return to the field by discharging his armor, which was a great loss for Great Qin. Not to mention that Wang Jian was planning to take Wang Ben with him to return to the field. Maybe the king wouldn't say anything, but there was always someone who wouldn't agree with him on such a move. Shen Feng didn't care. Being followed was fine. Anyway, all he needed now was to put on a dude's appearance. Anyway, with the clothes he was wearing now, and with the kind of posture he had after washing up, he looked like a rich kid. As for the people following behind him, he didn't care in the slightest. After all, this kind of thing was inevitable after all. Carrying a large bag of jagged pears, he came near the entrance to the palace. This was the first time he came to the entrance of the royal palace. Looking at the towering city walls, although it did not have that sense of historical vicissitudes after 2,000 years, it still made people feel shocked. The most important point, he saw the palace wall. There was a place where words appeared. Dragon scale. The scale of a real dragon, although it is set on top of the city wall, but this does not affect its power, invisibly giving a strong sense of oppression. Good refining materials, cannot be boiled, inedible. At this moment, the eyes of the guards outside the palace gates were almost all fixed on him. The duties of the guards were to prevent intrusion and at the same time keep an eye out for suspicious people, and Shen Feng's appearance looked quite suspicious. Obviously not dressed like the average civilian, but carrying a large bag of some unknown contraption, grabbing a handful from it and shoving it into his mouth every now and then. Occasionally the expression twitches, apparently because it's so sour. His gaze, on the other hand, was even more suspicious, staring straight at the palace wall, as if he wanted to stare at it until it was rotten. Almost after nearly half an hour, the guards cannot help it a little. This kid is afraid, not a little demented. Fro stupidly stood for such a long time. A little other reaction might not have turned off the guards, but from the beginning, he just ate the fruit and stared at the walls. There's puking all over the floor from the crumbly pear boy. This young gentleman, can't you eat your fruit somewhere else? Chapter 14, My name is Fusu. Shen Feng's gaze remained the same. This was a dragon scale, the first time he had seen it, and it was also set on top of the palace wall. Isn't that tempting him to commit a crime? If someone hadn't suddenly come up and asked, he might have actually stood there until midnight, then secretly climbed up the palace wall and gouged the brick down. It's cool in here. It's nice to stand here. The guards froze. Cool? Where is it not cool in the middle of winter? Seemingly realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Shen Feng glanced at the hawthorn boy on the ground and said with a hefty smile, I'm sorry, I'll clean this place up later. The guard frowned slightly. This kid's appearance. How can he not look like a noble son? A normal noble son would never be so gentle. But no matter what, after guarding the door for so long, there is ultimately a way of looking at people. And naturally there is a way of speaking. Sir, this place is outside the palace walls of the king. Idle people are not allowed to approach at will. Please leave immediately. If not, Shen Feng sighed slightly in his heart, looked back at the palace wall, and had no choice but to turn around and leave. And just as he was about to leave, the palace door suddenly opened wide, and Shen Feng subconsciously looked. A young man, who did not look very old either, rode in the carriage, and at his side was Meng Tian. The moment he walked out from the palace gate, he happened to see the guards driving Shen Feng away. Meng Tian had seen Shen Feng, only that his present appearance and clothes had changed too much, and he almost didn't recognize him. Meng Tian lowered his head and whispered something to the youth, then rode his horse to Shen Feng. Kid, why are you here? And in such a different outfit? Could it be that you are really General Wang Ben's illegitimate son? Is not a bastard. In fact, we all have a number in our hearts. The reason why I said this is purely to tease him. But this sentence is to let aside of the guards to give a frightening face. Shen Feng smiled awkwardly and put down the bag in his hand, then cupped his fists and said, Greetings, General. You should know very well if I am the illegitimate son of General Wang Ben. Meng Tian laughed and shook his head. Why don't you stay in the general's residence and run around here? Aren't you afraid of being arrested as a spy? Shen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The 6 countries had been destroyed. Where were there any more spies? As for why Shen Feng was here, it was actually very simple. He no longer knew where the way back was. Originally, he was planning to find a place to eat, but after using a gold cake to buy this big bag of fruits, it would be a bit of a waste if he didn't finish it. I wanted to stay back in the general's residence to eat slowly, but I walked and lost myself without thinking. At the same time, he also happened to see that there was a dragon scale inlaid on the city wall, so he just stood here and ate the fruit while admiring his dragon scale. Anyway, he believed that Wang Ben or Wang Jian would have to enter the palace sooner or later, so he would just follow them back then. But now it's good. Although he didn't wait for Wang Ben, he did meet a familiar face. Monty saw what was going on when he didn't say anything and looked like he was scratching his head and giggling. He was just about to have someone send him back when he heard a voice coming from the carriage. But General Meng has met an acquaintance. Why don't you sit with me? It just so happens that I don't have much to talk about. Seeing as how this person, though not as old as I am, may have quite a bit to talk about with me. Meng Tian was stunned. This time the Duke traveled. What he represented was the King of Qin, and although Shin Feng had changed his clothes, he still couldn't change his identity as a commoner. So if he were to sit in the same car as the prince, wouldn't he dirty the prince's frame? Seemingly sensing the thoughts in Meng Tian's mind, the youth smiled faintly and said, "Yesterday, my father shared a drink with all the generals outside the city gates, so it's no big deal for me, as my father's son, even if I'm sitting in the same car with the commoners." But, Meng Tian frowned. He was not worried about this, but mainly worried about the safety of the youth. But Shin Feng was not polite. When he heard the other party say so, he picked up the parcel and walked up. While all those guards had not yet reacted, he directly jumped onto the carriage and sat on his butt beside the youth. This scene made everyone freeze. Even the people who were on the sidelines were looking at the audacious kid with a dumbfounded look on their faces. "Do you eat it? This fruit is very sweet." Jumping onto the carriage, Shin Feng took out a hawthorn from the package. The hawthorn still had some dried dirt on it, and it looked like it had fallen to the ground when it was ripe, and then picked up again from the dirt. Seeing that the other party was not moved, Shin Feng then directly threw it into his mouth. That smells good. That expression, that demeanor, it all says how sweet this fruit really is. But as the Duke of Great Qin, the eldest son of the King of Qin, both his status and position and something else were binding him. Even though the thought of wanting to eat had arisen inside his head, he still couldn't just say it out loud. "Do you want to taste it, General?" Shin Feng grabbed a handful from the package and handed it to Meng Tian. As a general is always outside to lead the army to fight, although there has never been a shortage of food, but it is inevitable that there have been times when the food and grass cannot keep up. This kind of fruit he has eaten. Not only eaten but also know the flavor of this fruit is extremely sour. But for some reason, perhaps because he could see the thoughts in Shin Feng's mind, the ghost took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, then said expressionlessly, "It's so sweet." Seeing this scene, the youth was no longer dignified, but smiled and said to Shin Feng, "My name is Fusu. Seeing that you are not very old, how do you know General Meng?" Shin Feng grabbed another handful of hawthorn, then stuffed it into Fusu's hand and said in a low voice, "I was originally just a pawn under General Wang Ben, and the general saw that I was poor and fatherless, so he brought me back to his mansion." Fusu was slightly stunned. As a prince, staying in the palace for many years, although he knew that the people were suffering, he had never really experienced this kind of suffering. Looking at the teenager in front of him, who was 5 or 6 years younger than himself, he couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Now that the world is at peace, have you ever thought about what you will do in the future? Fusu took the fruits and said while picking one up and placing it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. Maybe it was a little hard to get down for a while because the mud on it hadn't been cleaned off. Shin Feng did not hide, directly said, "Originally intended to travel the Great Qin," said General Meng Tian also gave me a gold cake, but General Wang Ben did not agree, said that I have no one at home, so do not go back, and in the future to follow him will not starve nor freeze. Fusu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was said without intention, but the listener intended it. On the other hand, people may not think it's a big deal, but Prince Fusu has been living in the palace for a long time, and he may not know so much about the things of the world in detail, but for the intrigues and plots in the palace, he knows it as well as he knows it. Since you are now working under General Wang Ben, you must work seriously, and in the future, if you make a merit, it is not unlikely that you will be able to become a useful person in the court and in front of the great king under the general's guarantee. Chapter 15. Do you see the word stupid written on my face? Shin Feng lowered his head and looked at the package, but his eyes kept rolling upwards. On the side, Meng Tian did not say a word, and the hawthorn seeds had turned into powder in his mouth. This was obviously a condescension. If Shin Feng answered well, perhaps nothing would happen, but if he answered poorly, it was like putting the Wang father and son on the fire. Shin Feng naturally understood in his heart. It was just that he didn't like this atmosphere a little too much, but if he didn't answer, it was the same as a default. The imperial court is not what I desire, nor is a red man in front of the great king, nor is it what I desire. I just want to travel the Great Qin and eat everything I haven't eaten before. Saying that, Shinfeng grabbed the little gold finch from his arms. The few vermilion fruits that he had picked out from inside the hawthorn earlier were now half eaten by the little goldfinch. Touching the only remaining ones in his arms, he stared fiercely at the little goldfinch and said in a cold voice, "When you grow up, I'll roast you first." The medicinal effect of the vermilion fruit was excellent, and after the little goldfinch had eaten a few of them, she had become a bit disoriented at this moment, although what Shinfeng said was not very nice. In its view, Shinfeng was still the closest person to it. Struggling to break free from Shinfeng's hand, it then wobbled and flew to his head, apparently using his head as a nest. On the side of the Fusu looked at the scene in front of him, a flash of surprise in his eyes. To say that he looks a little boyish, but the heart is very penetrating. Coupled with the appearance of this bird, it made him feel that Shinfeng was more like a man of the mountains, not like those martial artists above the court who liked to dance with swords and guns, or schemers who liked to give advice. Under the thought, Fusu had already stuffed the hawthorn in his hand into his mouth, and his face instantly twisted as he took a bite. "This is called sweet?" Fusu practically roared out in a hysterical voice. The surrounding attendants had naturally seen what Shinfeng had been eating long ago, but they just didn't want to say anything. They just wanted to see the consequences. Shinfeng let out a light laugh, followed by stuffing another one in his mouth, pointing at Meng Tian and said, "General also said sweet just now. I'm talking about real flavor." Meng Tian's face changed, and he just wanted to defend himself, but when he thought about it carefully, the words really sweet seemed to come right out of his own mouth. Shinfeng, on the other hand, didn't seem to have said anything about it indeed. "Damn. Fell for it. Little you dare to fool me." Meng Tian grabbed the hilt of the sword, and that angry expression seemed like he would draw his long sword in the next second and stab Shinfeng straight in the heart. Shinfeng shrunk his neck backward at the sight, while Fusu, who was on the side, hurriedly got up and discouraged him. "Don't be annoyed, General. It was me who lost my temper just now, and I don't blame him." The moment he got up, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly fell off. The moment he saw the Fusu jade pendant, Shinfeng slightly froze and subconsciously wanted to pick it up. Dragon saliva. The saliva of the dragon. Don't look at it as a jade pendant. In fact, it is the saliva of the dragon. Edible, after eating it greatly enhances the physique and can directly break through the first level of chi cultivation. Practicing the first level of chi. The starting point for becoming immortal. The beginning of immortality. Shinfeng bent down, grabbed the jade pendant and held it tightly in his hand. After Fusu heard the sound, he also turned back, just in time to see Shinfeng staring at the jade pendant, and a trace of crystal seemed to flow out from the corner of his mouth. I've seen cravings for deliciousness and I've seen cravings for wine. It was the first time Fusu had seen a jade pendant that he was craving. Looking at Shinfeng's appearance, Fusu did not know what to say for a moment. After a long time, Shinfeng took out a vermilion fruit from his bosom and said to him with a serious face, "I'll trade with you." Looking at the fruit that Shinfeng handed over, Fusu felt his mind get a little dizzy. A fruit for a jade pendant? Thanks for thinking of it. Don't underestimate this fruit. This is 100 years of vermilion fruit. After consuming it, it can protect you from all poisons and diseases, and it can also improve your physical quality. It's not too much to say that it's an immortal fruit. Is there a difference between the fruit in Shinfeng's hand and the crummy pear? How it looks. How it makes no difference. Do you see me as stupid? Fusu stared at Shinfeng and coldly came out with this sentence. Shinfeng froze, followed by pulling out a sheep's dung egg from his bosom. Plus this. Don't look at this as a sheep's dung egg. In fact, this is a chi replenishing dan. If you are weak and chi is weak, you can take it directly, or you can use it to soak in water and make wine, to ensure that you have a night of 100 times and not be weak. Fusu's face was getting darker and darker. He wanted to take back his jade pendant, but Shinfeng's hand was extremely strong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break one of his fingers. Shinfeng frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then grabbed the small gold finch on his head. Shinfeng looked around and whispered to him, "Don't look at it as just a sparrow. In fact, this bird has the bloodline of the ancient beast golden-winged roc. If it is properly cultivated, in the future, it will certainly be able to become the great Qin's protector beast. If there is an enemy that can't be fought, let it go at that time." "Enough, you really think I'm a cutie?" Fusu roared angrily. It's the first level of chi training. Even Zhuguo had not shown that it could directly break through the first level of chi cultivation, which possessed a great temptation for Shinfeng. No matter what, he had to get this jade pendant. At this moment, Fusu no longer felt at all that Wang Ben had brought him back in order to arrange for him to enter the court. Although this person looked normal, when he was not normal, he was like a madman, even madder than a madman. "My lord, dare I ask you what you need to do to be able to gift this jade pendant to me?" "Anything I can promise you." Shinfeng was serious. It was the first time he'd ever gone into a sentence so seriously. Fusu was slightly stunned. He didn't see that kind of crazy look in Shinfeng's eyes. He was sober, and he seemed genuinely interested in this jade pendant of his. For Fusu, it was merely a piece of jade pendant that he carried with him, and even if he gave it to him, it was no big deal, but he always felt that something wasn't quite right. This jade pendant is extremely common in the palace, and the quality is not too good. This time out is also a piece of his hand picked, in order not to make people feel too much fanfare. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally released his hand. Since you want it so much, then it will be gifted to you. As for these things you said, Fusu looked at these things that Shinfeng pulled out, and the dislike in his eyes did not have the slightest concealment. You might as well take it back. Shinfeng laughed, and the delighted look on his face made the people next to him look like he was just like a child. At times, the jade pendant was held up to the sun's rays, and at other times, it was carefully wiped with his sleeve. Even Meng Tian and Fusu on the side of the room couldn't help but show a smile with that look. In their opinion, if everyone in Great Qin could be so happy, the world would certainly be a better place. But halfway through the smile surfaced, it instantly froze. Without any precursor, Shinfeng suddenly shoved the jade pendant towards his mouth. When Fusu reacted and tried to stop it, the jade pendant had already been quickly chewed and swallowed into his stomach. Retarded? Chapter 16, The Founder's Trick. When a bite was taken on the jade pendant, the kind of soreness did not come from the teeth, but instead there was a hint of sweetness. It's like a fatty kind of softness, but not greasy. Swallowing the jade pendant completely into his stomach, his entire body felt as if it had been opened up to qi and blood, and the circumferential spiritual qi began to madly pour in towards his body. At the same time, a strange wind began to blow throughout Xianyang City. The wind was not strong, but it made people feel a little unsteady on their feet, and some of them even developed a giddy feeling just from being blown by the wind. As the strange wind gradually became smaller, Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he clearly felt that a vortex made of aura gathered at his dantian was slowly operating above it. Every so often, a droplet of something like water would fall at the center point of the vortex. As the water droplets fell, Shinfeng only felt as if his whole body was electrocuted. Then, he only felt a powerful force rising up from the depths of his soul, and it even felt as if, by raising his hands and throwing his feet, he could destroy the heavens and the earth. But soon, Shinfeng suppressed this unrealistic thought. There are many people here, not to mention that there are Meng Tian and Fusu next to them, so if they are exposed, there may be some kind of trouble. Due to the scraping wind caused by Shinfeng's absorption of spiritual qi just now, the frame of the car was somewhat deformed. Huagai, not to mention, had long since been blown somewhere by the wind, but the eyes of Meng Tian and Fusu still looked at him with a hint of disbelief. It was absolutely unbelievable that he had actually swallowed the jade pendant right off the bat and hadn't choked to death. Although Fusu still had some disbelief, the fact was right in front of him, and the person was standing in front of him alive. There was no room for disbelief. The strange wind didn't blow away his confused thoughts, but instead made his brain even more muddy. Only after a long time did Fusu turn his head to look at Meng Tian and say, "General saw it just now?" With a grave expression on his face, Meng Tian nodded his head and replied, "Your Excellency." The last general thought that it would be better to act as if he didn't know anything about it. Fusu froze and gave him a puzzled look. Meng Tian glanced at Shinfeng, pulled Fusu to the side, and said softly, "The last general has heard people say that in certain famous mountains, there are legendary qi refiners. These people are erratic, and they are said to have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Although this man has been serving in the army, he has always been in Wang Ben's army, and the last general does not know much about him." Fusu's eyes narrowed slightly. The rumor that Wang Jian, the upper general of Great Qin, wanted to return to the mountains and fields had spread even before Qi had broken the city. Now that Great Qin has united the world, it has been rumored that the upper general intends to disarm and return to the field. But at such a juncture, what was the meaning of taking in such an eccentric teenager in the mansion? Meng Ten and Meng Yi had been by the Qin king's side since they were young, and their skills in detecting words and colors had reached the point of pure perfection. Although the policies upheld by Duke Fusu were different from those of the Great King, he was the one among the dukes who was most similar to the character of the Great King. "Your Excellency, the qi refiners that the last general spoke of can enter the 9 heavens above and the yellow springs below, but in the last general's opinion, this son may not necessarily be a qi refiner. In this world, there is also a group of people who belong to the pseudo-alchemists, or what we often refer to as fangshi, and there are quite a few of them in the palace, and the skill of these people should be clear to the Duke." Fusu froze. If not for Meng Tian's reminder, he really wouldn't have thought of it. Those fangshi in the palace, in addition to alchemy on weekdays, will only occasionally get some tricks, although it looks quite interesting, but it does not have any substantial role. To put it mildly, It's really just a bunch of tricksters selling tricks. Thinking of this, Fusu's gaze once again fell on Shin Feng's body. Although he heard Meng Tian say a lot, but he always felt that there was something not quite the same about Shin Feng, combined with the sudden gust of wind that just blew up. This is all really coincidental and somewhat surprising. Shin Feng had slowly calmed himself at this time, and after the elation, what was left behind was only worry. The strange wind just now was due to him. Plus, both Meng Tian and Fusu stepped to the side and looked towards him from time to time as they spoke. If he wasn't inside Xianyang City right now, he would have already run out of sight. After all, the current him had already broken through the first level of chi cultivation, and his dantian had condensed a trace of aura. So as long as he used this to strengthen his legs, wanting to get out of the encirclement would be absolutely easy. But what if the aura is depleted? Once Meng Tian led the troops to pursue. When the aura was exhausted, that was when Shin Feng died. He didn't dare to move around, and his gaze toward Fusu Meng Tian became a lot more naive and pure. Fusu and Meng Tian seemed to have almost finished talking, and returning to the side of the car driver, Fusu said faintly, "That jade pendant was really eaten by you?" Shin Feng didn't nod his head or shake his head. Anyway, if he didn't say anything, he would definitely be fine. In Fusu's opinion, Shin Feng not saying anything is equivalent to having a ghost in his heart. Founder's art. Although some ability, but it is a side road. In my opinion, but it is just a clown's trick. This kind of trick in the future do not want to show off in front of the people. Not all people like me like this will not be catty. Fusu's tone was flat, but it carried a hint of threat. Obviously not wanting Shin Feng to pass through this kind of charade and thus blend into the royal palace. Shin Feng let out a breath in his heart when he heard his words. To be honest, at the very beginning, he didn't intend to just swallow the jade pendant right in front of these two, but he couldn't help it. As the saying goes, if you hear the word, you can die at night. Being able to break through the first level of chi practicing was an unstoppable temptation for him. But now think about the risk of doing this seems to be a little too big. Good thing that these two masters automatically brainstormed Shin Feng's identity. Otherwise they still don't know how to explain it. The carriages had been damaged, and Fusu and Meng Tian were waiting for someone from the palace to drive a new one. Shin Feng, on the other hand, stood on the side with his head lowered without saying a word, and looking at his appearance. He looked like a child who had made a mistake. Fusu originally wanted to say more, but when he saw Shin Feng's appearance, and then associated it with his life, he was still a little less tolerant after all. It didn't take long for the new car driver to finally come, and Shin Feng didn't dare to continue sitting on the frame for fear of seeing something good again. But for the piece of dragon scale on the city wall, Shin Feng's heart could be said to be extremely itchy, and every few steps, he couldn't help but look back. It was only after he could no longer be seen that he let out a deep sigh. We will soon arrive at the residence of the upper general. Could it be that you are worried that you will be rebuked by the general and that you are letting out such a sigh? Accusations? You're overthinking it. I'm just sad that my piece of dragon scale is still hanging on the wall. Chapter 17, Recommendations on Nurturing. The upper general's residence wasn't really too far from the palace gates. It was only that there were too many people on the streets. Plus it was also the first time for Shin Feng to enter Xianyang City, which made him lose his way. Once he arrived not far from the gates of the mansion, though, he pretty much knew his way around. Your Excellency, General, I already know where to go next. Thank you both for seeing me off. I will take my leave now. Not waiting for Shin Feng to run out, Meng Tian suddenly drew his long sword across his face and said with an icy voice, "What's the hurry? My son and I happen to be going to visit the upper general as well, and you're in such a hurry to go back. Could it be that there's something unseemly going on in the mansion?" Shin Feng froze and touched his nose, as if it was a bit difficult to speak. To say anything unseemly? There really isn't. It's just that I don't know if Wang Jian is growing flowers properly or not. If I put on a good show in front of Prince Fusu at this time, it might actually work out. Fusu waved his hand slightly, signaling Meng Tian to put down his sword, then stepped out from the carriage and said with a smile, "Since I'm here, I should always pay a visit. The upper general is the pillar of my great Qin. Wouldn't it be disrespectful if I didn't pay my respects?" Walking off the car, he came to Shin Feng's front, took his hand, smiled and then walked towards the door of the mansion. The door of the mansion was not closed. Just from the outside, it seemed to be a bit busy inside, and the subordinates in the mansion, one by one, were all gray, and almost every one of them had a lot of dirt on their faces and bodies. Come, dig up that flower for me. I'm going to plant it with my own hands. All of you, gently, don't break it for me. Says you, can't you hear me? Give me a gentle hand. Don't chip the root for me. The door to the mansion was not closed, so naturally the voices inside could be heard clearly. Apparently Wang Jian had already known about Fusu's arrival and would be busy making a scene. As for Wang Ben, probably still sleeping. Fusu likewise heard the clamor inside, and although it was somewhat indecent, he couldn't help but be a little curious in his heart. He was curious to know what he planned to do in the future if he was relieved of his armor as the upper general of Great Qin. By the sound of this, it seems like you're planning to plant flowers and grass? Thinking of this, Fusu frowned tightly and walked towards the inside, entering the door of the mansion, just in time to see Wang Jian sitting in the mud pit, holding a tile pot in his hand. His body is almost all covered with mud, so it can be said that there is almost not the slightest bit of proper form. He even began to wonder if he was looking at it wrong, but after staring at it for a long time, he realized that everything in front of him was real. Ahem. Fusu did not make a sound, but stood in the doorway and coughed dryly twice. As a duke, he had the pride and dignity of a duke. However, the wave of planting flowers in the mansion was at a feverish pitch, and even the subordinates in the mansion did not pay the slightest attention when they saw Fusu, and almost none of them were idle. Cough cough cough. Loud coughing sounds spread throughout the entire courtyard. Wang Jian also subconsciously turned back to look. The first thing he saw was Shin Feng. At first did not care, but when he saw the person beside Shin Feng, his face suddenly changed. The next moment hurriedly got up and went forward. Your Excellency has traveled a long way to meet you, and I beg your pardon. Fusu wanted to go forward to help, but just walked close, but smelled a strange smell, and the hand that stretched out just stopped in midair. What kind of smell is this on the general? Why is it so? Fusu's face was a little twisted. He seemed to smell a smell that should not be smelled. Shin Feng came to Fusu's side and whispered in his ear, Your Excellency, this is the flavor of the yellow in the human. It couldn't be better for watering and fertilizing flowers. Yellow in man? What is yellow in man? Noticing the look of doubt that flashed in Fusu's eyes, Shin Feng continued to mention, It's just dung. The hand that was stretched out was quickly withdrawn, and even his legs began to move backward uncontrollably. Since the general is busy, it would be inconvenient for me to intrude. I'll come back to visit some other time, so I'll take my leave. Fusu also did not linger for a moment. Although Wang Jian intends to leave the court, if he wants to stay, there is no hurry in this moment, and the smell he really cannot stand some. It was not too late to simply leave first and wait until there was an opportunity to visit again. As for Shin Feng, Fusu from the beginning did not see him as too important. District of Fengshe, in his view, cannot set off what big waves. After all, not all the Fengshe, as Su Fu that kind of clever tongue. After waiting for the mail to leave, Wang Jian didn't get up, but just sat on the ground and let out a long breath. Then his gaze rested on Shin Feng's body and asked, Why are you traveling with Gongzi? Shin Feng did not hide anything, except for the secret about himself. He told all the other things without any mistake, including the fact that he felt he was being followed on the road along with it. After all, Wang Jian had lived for most of his life, and was extremely sensitive to the politics above the court, and his brows had begun to furrow when he heard Shin Feng say these things. It was just something seemingly insignificant, but if it really kicked up a storm, it was enough to make him, the upper general, turn over in the gutter. But this also shows one thing. Wanting to unplug is only not as simple as one might think. Wang Jian did not say anything. Stood up. First let people close the door of the mansion, followed by going to wash. As for those flowers and plants, just leave it to the subordinates to take care of it. Shin Feng stood in the courtyard, his eyes scanning every corner. He was hoping that he could find some more good things. It's just a shame that good things can come and go, and after half a day's reading, I didn't see any words, so he turned around and went back to his room. The outing was a bit risky, but not without its rewards. He got Fusu's jade pendant without completely offending him and managed to break through to the first level of chi cultivation. That alone was enough to keep him up all night with excitement. It was only a pity that there was no cultivation technique, or else it wouldn't be impossible to make him cultivate until he died suddenly. Sitting on the bed, he pulled out the little goldfinch from his arms, casually glanced at it, it should still be alive, and casually threw it into the corner. After all, it possessed the rock bloodline, and throwing it like that wouldn't create any damage to it at all. What's more, he had also eaten several juju, and since he ate it, he had been sleeping until now, so he was probably in the digestion stage. As for the rest of the juju, there wasn't much left, counting 3.5 left. Shin Feng picked up one of them and was about to put it in his mouth, but soon, his movement stopped. Coming to the window to look in the direction where the palace walls were, a plan flashed through his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but turn to the little goldfinch in the corner who had tucked his head into his wing. The little golden finch, low-level demonic beast, has the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, has not yet grown, and it is recommended that it be raised again, and it is in a state of dormancy and advancement after consuming the vermilion fruit, and when it awakens, a pair of claws can break through stubborn stones and can tear armor. Chapter 18, General, would you like to taste it? To pry the corner in front of so many people during the day would be equivalent to slapping the Qin king in the face. This kind of thing, no matter who can do it, it is bound to be self-seeking. Even if a madman dared to do that, I'm afraid he'd have to spend life in prison, not to mention a normal person. Although Shen Feng was red-eyed, he wasn't stupid enough to seek his own death. But that doesn't mean there's nothing he can do. If you can't go during the day, why not go at night? Since people can't troll, what if it's a bird? The little goldfinch was still in the slumber of her advancement, completely unaware that she had been completely used as a tool for someone's crime at this point. Great Qin's law is very strict. Theft alone, that is not just educate a couple of sentences and it will be fine. That's a lot of chopping. But as long as Shen Feng didn't show up and wouldn't let anyone notice that he had done all this, then it didn't matter. Even if the little goldfinch's claw was chopped off one, didn't it still have one left? A bird's claw can be barbecued. The day passed relatively quickly still, and this afternoon, the general's residence could be described as extremely quiet. The original messy courtyard had also long since been restored to its original freshness under the cleaning of the underlings. As a matter of fact, Shen Feng was still a bit stressed in his heart when he stayed in this place. He didn't know exactly in what capacity he lived here, and the underlings always looked at him with a kind of teasing. It was as if he was really Wang Ben's illegitimate son. Although this place is quiet, well-fed, warmly clothed, and there won't be any other threats, Shen Feng might be more comfortable compared to being with those veterans. Because I didn't eat at noon, my stomach was already hungry, but I was too embarrassed to say something. Solely, Shen Feng took out a zhuguo from his bosom and threw it into his mouth. Originally, he had planned to save these to compel the little goldfinch. After all, if he wanted it to contribute, he had to give some benefits. It wasn't what was expected, not the kind of sourness of hawthorn or the feeling of astringency in the mouth, and it slipped into the stomach before it entered the mouth, entering the abdomen. The effectiveness of the vermilion fruit instantly exploded. A huge spiritual qi began to burst in the body. Before Shen Feng could react, all the spiritual energy was instantly swallowed by the vortex in the dantian. This time, what fell from the vortex was no longer drops of water, but small columns of water like fountains. At the same time, Shen Feng also sensed that the aura in his body was filling up, and it seemed that he was about to burst his body until it burst. Seeing that his body was already beginning to swell, with a slight movement of his thoughts, those excess auras instantly dissipated into every part of his body. Every cell, bone, including the skin on his body was almost all wrapped in aura at this point. If someone were to see his appearance right now, they would be able to see a faint layer of fluorescence faintly outside his body. As the body completely absorbed this aura, all the visions completely dissipated. The moment he opened his eyes, that feeling of transcendence, on the contrary, became more pronounced. Coming to the window to look outside the house, the sky was already getting dark. The original noise outside the mansion was also much less. It was estimated that most of the people had already gone home. Thinking of this, he picked up the small goldfinch still sleeping in the corner and tucked it into his arms before heading towards the room where Wang Jian was. General, I have a favor to ask. Inside the room, Wang Jian was talking to Wang Ben about something at the moment. His brows furrowed as if he was not in a very good mood. Hearing Shen Feng's voice, Wang Jian did not say anything, but Wang Ben's face became a bit gloomy. Not to be seen, my father and son have important matters to discuss. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay, then I will wait here. Shen Feng didn't say anything and leaned on the door of the room, just sitting on the floor, playing with the little gold finch in his hand. The two people in the room listened to the movement outside the door, and for a while they were a bit speechless. Didn't he hear himself say that he had something important to talk about? And really just sit outside the door, waiting for dawn? What the hell is wrong with this kid? After a long period of silence, Wang Jian said faintly, the king's great feast lasted 3 days, and today is only the first day, and no news has come from the palace. But the Duke and Meng Tian did come at lunchtime. Wang Ben froze, puzzled. Your Excellency has come? What is the matter? It was brought by Shen Feng, who happened to see me planting flowers and plants, and didn't say anything, but just said that he would come back to visit next time. Wang Ben's face is even more ugly. Originally brought Shen Feng back. In fact, a large part of the reason is to see him pitiful, in the thought of cultivating him a hand, and then stuffed into the courtroom, as his own eyes and ears. This way, even if he and Wang Jian are discharged in the future, he will be able to be the first to know anything that happens in the courtroom. But now it seems that this kid is simply a scourge. Bringing the Duke today, he might dare to bring others tomorrow as well. Thinking of this, Wang Ben couldn't help himself, stood up and came to the door, opened the door and grabbed Shen Feng by his collar. Little brat, what are your intentions in bringing the Duke here? Wang Ben looked angrily at Shen Feng. Originally, under Wang Jian's persuasion, he had already developed the idea of retiring, but now it was like the two of them had rushed onto the back of the tiger. Wang Jian smiled faintly. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and as for whether Shinfeng had really brought the gongzi on purpose or not, it was all no big deal. It was a good thing that the mail came and went as quickly as he did, and that everything was going in the direction he wanted it to go as well. As for Shinfeng, he still said that it was best to get along if he could not make enemies, and it didn't matter whether he stayed or went. General misunderstood. During the day you were sleeping, the upper general was planting flowers. I was alone and had nothing to do, so I went out for a walk, but I didn't want to lose myself, and I just happened to meet General Meng Tian outside the palace gates, and he just happened to recognize me, so he sent me back. It's that simple? Wang Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. It's that simple. Seemingly thinking of something, Shinfeng took out a vermilion fruit from his bosom and said with a smile, "This is a wild fruit that I bought with a gold cake. Do the two generals want to taste it?" Wang Ben frowned slightly, took the zhugua and glanced at it, and looked at Shinfeng as if he was looking at a retard. "You bought such a lousy fruit for a gold cake?" Shinfeng smiled without saying anything, looked at the door, and said in a low voice, "Little goldfinch has eaten and is still unconscious." With that, he pulled out the small goldfinch from his arms and casually threw it on the ground. Wang Ben's face darkened. First he kicked the little goldfinch with his foot. It seemed to be a little stiff, and its eyes were tightly closed, and its half-open beak, without fail, indicated that it was cold. Seeing that Wang Ben was about to pinch the zhugua into juice, Shinfeng was quick and quickly took the zhugua back from his palm. He then came to Wang Jian and sat down quite naturally, and then threw the zhugua into the wine zone that was burning on the side in front of Wang Jian. "Do you want to try it, General Shang? It tastes really good." Wang Jian glanced at the little goldfinch on the ground and then at the wine honors, and for a moment he was in deep thought. Chapter 19. When something goes wrong, the old man will take care of it for you. Shinfeng was not polite at all, and it could be said that he didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Taking his seat, he casually took himself a glass of wine, and then filled a ladle with a cup of hot wine infused with juju. He first looked up at the Wang family's father and son, smiled, and finished his drink. The effect of wine soaked with vermilion fruit is halved. Those who practice martial arts drink it to heal dark wounds in the body, and those who practice cultivation drink it to strengthen the body and cultivate the vitality. Vermilion fruit soaked in wine is not as effective as it was before. Those who practiced martial arts ate it to increase their power a little, and those who practiced cultivation ate it to increase their cultivation a little. There's still a big difference between eating it straight out of the bottle and eating it after the warm water has gone down. The aura dispersed in all directions within the body and did not enter the dantian. Apparently this was not only because the dantian was already full, but also because the aura in the wine was no longer as pure as the vermilion fruit. This kind of aura with mortal impurities was not able to enter his dantian at all, and its only use was to improve his physique. After a glass of wine was finished, Shinfeng naturally did not intend to continue to drink more. After all, he still had more important things to do tonight. Drinking only delays things. Since I'm not drinking it, I should add more to it. Thinking of this, he pulled out another Go Dung Chi replenishing pill from his pocket, and immediately threw it in directly in front of the two. After thinking about it, he felt that it wasn't enough and stuffed the only remaining chi refining grass in his arms in as well. After stirring in it with the scoop for a while, Shinfeng then nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the faces of the Wang family's father and son had completely changed. The gaze that looked at Shinfeng even carried a killing intent. They had clearly seen what Shinfeng had stuffed inside. If this wine goes down, they'll both be dead by tomorrow. Shinfeng did not notice the eyes of the two men and smiled as he scooped up a spoonful and poured a full cup for Wang Jian. The upper general tasted it first. Wang Jian's face turned blue as he looked at the wine glass in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Wild fruits, sheep's dung eggs, and a few leaves of an unknown grass that looked like some kind of poisonous weed. This is drinkable? Seeing that Wang Jian was planning to serve it up, Wang Ben rushed forward and tried to stop it, but at Wang Jian's eye gesture, he could only stand aside. Bringing the wine cup to his mouth, Wang Jian suddenly stopped. His gaze calmly looked at Shinfeng, softly inquired, "Little waif, do you know that if I drink the wine you cooked, and anything happens, it will be difficult for you to get out of this room? Have you thought about it?" Shinfeng froze, looked up at Wang Jian and said, "General took me in, provided food and drink, and also provided clothes. I have nothing to repay you, and I'm a little embarrassed in my heart, so I just cooked you a pot of great tonic wine. How could something happen?" Wang Jian smiled faintly. In fact, he had already thought about it. He was determined to get out of the court. The charge of high merit, he can't afford to carry. Rather than losing his reputation, it would be better to die. Perhaps it would be much better to die in Shinfeng's hands than to die under the punishment of waste decapitation. Having figured this out, he looked at Wang Ben again and said, If I have something to do, I must not hurt his life. Let him go and return to the mountain fields, and perhaps it will be a good karma. At this moment, Wang Ben's eyes were already red, and even tears had begun to well up in his eyes. He knew his father wanted to be relieved of his armor, but never thought he was so adamant about it. Puff! Wang Ben suddenly knelt down and watched Wang Jian pick up the wine cup and drink it all. And in the next second, a middle-aged man then began to lie on the ground and cry loudly. On the side of Shinfeng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt. Is not just a cup of wine. Make it like a parting of life and death. As far as? Looking at Wang Jian again, his eyes lit up after drinking a glass of wine. He looked at the wine honors and then at Shinfeng. He touched his chest, then let out a long, cloudy breath. He vaguely felt that the wine seemed to be changing his body in some sense, and all those dark wounds originally caused by fighting on the battlefield were not imparting any pain at the moment. Not only that, he even felt as if he had been rejuvenated for a second time. Shinfeng looked at Wang Jian's look of disbelief and smiled as he added another cup for him. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, until finally after the entire wine honors had been consumed by him and only those bubbling ingredients were left, Wang Jian stood up with drunken eyes, glancing at Wang Ben, who was still bawling on the ground. He couldn't help but let a trace of dislike flash through his eyes. How's the wine, General? Wang Jian took a deep breath, moved his muscles and bones, then swung a fist violently. Looking at his powerful arm, after touching his whole body, he couldn't help but yell out, Good wine, fabulous. I have never drunk such a fine wine. This wine makes it difficult for me to describe it in words, and it is not too much to call it an immortal wine. Hearing Wang Jian's voice, Wang Ben stopped crying and looked up at Wang Jian. I only saw Wang Jian at this time. His face was red, and the whole person's essence was like a new person. And even he vaguely saw the Wang Jian who was once in his prime and heroic. Seeing this, Wang Ben cried again, this time more loudly. In his opinion, Wang Jian is dead, which is clearly a sign of return. Listening to the ear of Wang Ben's crying, Wang Jian eyebrows wrinkled into a chuan. How can he not figure out his own Deqin on the general, the pillar of Deqin? How to give birth to such an incompetent thing? Just know to cry. Even a doll is not as good as. It's a waste. However, the family's scandal could not be spread outside. It was impossible for him to lecture his own son in front of outsiders. Wang Jian looked at Shinfeng with a smile and asked, is the material in this wine zone still available to continue to be used to make wine? Shinfeng thought for a moment, then glanced at Wine Dignity. The ingredients for the infusion will be less effective each time you make it. It should soak a few more times, but the results probably won't be as good as they are now, but they won't be bad either. Wang Jian hurriedly pulled Shinfeng to the side and said, you came to me just now, but what is it? I'd like to go for a walk. I just don't know if there's going to be a curfew this night, and also I'd like to see the veterans outside the city. It didn't matter if you wanted to walk around the city. The country was celebrating and there was no curfew. As for leaving the city, I'm afraid it's unlikely. If in the daytime, it's not a problem, but at night out of the city will be suspected. Contemplating for a moment, Wang Jian thought for a moment and said, even if you go out of the city, just take a walk in the city. You just said that you bought a fruit with a piece of gold cake, so you don't have a lot of money on you. Right, come on. I do have some here. You take it first. I'll have someone send it to you when you're done with it. It is said that wine strengthens a man's courage, but if the other man is not a man's courage, what will he be like after drinking wine? Perhaps worried that Shinfeng could not play loose in the city, Wang Jian patted his chest and said, as long as you are in this city, no matter what happens to you, you will have my old man to cover for you. Even if you bumped into the king, it doesn't matter. My old man will cover for you. Chapter 20, A Man's Ultimate Dream. Wang Jian's words made Wang Ben, who was kneeling by the side, dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard such words from his own father, and in his impression, Wang Jian had never been an incredibly cautious person, especially in the face of some matters concerning the great king and great Qin. He was even more cautious. But why did he suddenly say such a thing today? Could it be that you know you're not going to live long after drinking the poison wine and it doesn't matter anymore? Wang Ben could not laugh, but Shinfeng laughed happily, and with Wang Jian's words, in turn, it made him more bold. Originally he had planned to travel outside the palace gates in secret. Now what else was there to fear? Just go in a big way. After Shinfeng left, Wang Ben still lying on the ground crying. Wang Jian really cannot stand it. A kick in his body. Howling what? Go to get some wine. You and I father and son today a good drink. Wang Ben looked up at him, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, even if it was a flashback, it shouldn't have lasted this long. Murphy, father is unharmed. What? You want something from me? I'm just going to die, and it's not going to be your turn to hold the title of upper general. When he heard Wang Jian say it was fine, Wang Ben immediately wiped his nose in tears, and laughed nervously. Father is joking. How could my son think like this? It's just that you just. Wang Ben pointed to the wine honors, his eyes full of doubts. He clearly saw Wang Jian will drink this poisonous wine. Why will there be nothing at all? And also looks so alive and well. Wang Jian smiled without saying anything and just told him to get some wine and some food. And as long as he drank it, he would naturally be able to understand the mystery. Walking out of the general's residence, Xin Feng did not rush to the palace wall. These few actions, he needed the cooperation of the little goldfinch. It was only that the little goldfinch was still in a state of slumber, so forcibly awakening it was definitely impossible, unless it was killed. But if you really want to die, but also a little reluctant to give up, at least also raise 2 days. Counting the days, another half a year will be able to open meat. Arriving at the nearest wine shop to the palace walls, he sat by the windowsill, just in time to see the palace walls. It was a bit of a distance away, but he was able to see the location of the dragon scale quite clearly, and the words were dangling in front of his eyes. Ordered some wine and food and ate it while just staring at it. Time passed slowly and the sky darkened completely. All the households had also lit up their lamps, and looking at the palace walls, there was hardly anyone outside the palace gates, except for the guards on the walls. As for those civilians, not to mention, no one would even go near them in the middle of the night, and if they were accidentally killed by the guards, they wouldn't be able to find reason anywhere. At this time, the guests of the wine shop had almost left. Xin Feng glanced at the street, estimated that the time was about the same, stood up, settled the bill, and walked towards the door. Looking again at the little golden finch in his arms, he grabbed it and then placed it in his hand and shook it frantically. It's time for you to behave. If you don't wake up, I'll roast you now. As a matter of fact, the little goldfinch had already woken up a long time ago, only that the power in its body hadn't been fully digested yet, and even if it woke up, it couldn't give any useful help. Solely, it continued to play dead. Xin Feng was in a hurry. If this waited any longer, there was no telling when he would have to wait. 3 days of great feast. This is the best opportunity. If you miss it, and then want to find such a good time, then I do not know when to wait. However, if the little goldfinch didn't wake up, it was impossible for him to go digging alone. After all, he couldn't fly, and he wasn't familiar with invoking the aura in his body. If you keep shaking it like that, this bird is really going to die on you. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, which immediately made Xin Feng startled. Tucking the little goldfinch into his arms, he jerked around to look at the visitor. The person who came dressed looked ordinary, but this face had a kind of indescribable majesty, and if he wasn't dressed simply, Xin Feng might have thought that he was the king of Qin. But immediately afterward, Xin Feng froze. He actually saw words on the body of a big living person. A bite of this will increase your life expectancy by 10 years. Bite a mouth can be of Qi blessing, can increase life for 10 years. This kind of word Xin Feng is still the first time to see, and is still in the body of a big living person. Looking at the other's body, his mouth couldn't help but drool. The man was also a little bit numb by this kind of look from Xin Feng, and it was the first time that he saw such an odd look on a person's body. It was different from those haters, whose eyes were tinged with anger wanting to eat him, but this son's eyes were just purely wanting to eat him. In order to alleviate this embarrassment, the man took the initiative to open his mouth and inquired, "Little boy, I saw you talking to this bird just now. Could it be that this bird understands human speech?" Xin Feng also came back to his senses, wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly explained, "You must have heard it wrong. How can a bird understand human language? If it did, wouldn't it have become an elf?" The man nodded and turned around that he intended to leave. He kind of couldn't stand this kind of look from Xin Feng anymore. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Xin Feng's eyes turned and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, dare I ask if your excellency has anything to be busy with right now?" Hearing Xin Feng's shout, the man froze slightly, stopped his steps and turned around to look at him and said, "In these few days, the great Qin banquet is celebrated by all the people. Even the great king is expected to be able to be idle for a few days. So what can I do?" When the other party said this, Xin Feng came closer and sized up the other party's body and looked at the distant palace wall. Pretty much, just stand on his shoulders, almost exactly touching the dragon's scales, but of course it would be nice to be able to stand on his head. But how to make the other party agree to his request? This is what Xin Feng is most worried about. After thinking about it, he decided that he still had to be the one to exchange these treasures in his arms for the other party's help. It would be great if we could gag him with these goodies and not go out and talk nonsense. "If your excellency has nothing to do, why don't you help me with a small favor, and I will be grateful." Xin Feng came forward, looked around and whispered. The man looked at the little waif in front of him, and couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart, before looking at the guards who were hiding in the shadows, dumbfounded. He waved his hand without showing any trace of it, then asked with a smile, "So sneaky, could it be that you want to assassinate the king of Qin?" Shenfeng froze, then shook his head and said, "I never do anything like killing people to get rid of their goods. Besides, it's not like it's going to do me any good. You hold me up while I climb up the palace wall and dig for a brick." Seeing that the other party's eyes were a bit surprised, Shenfeng continued, "I have qi replenishing pills here, as well as 100 years of vermilion fruit." Having said that, Shenfeng looked around and happened to see a grass in the corner and with words, "Aphrodisiacs, a man's ultimate dream, and this aphrodisiac grass, a man's ultimate dream." Saying that, Shenfeng couldn't help but heave a smile. Chapter 21, General Wang Ben's father was General Wang Jian. Seeing the scene in front of him, the man's face couldn't help but become a bit odd. Although he had lived in the deep palace for a long time, he was not so stupid that he couldn't even tell the difference between an elixir and a sheep's dung egg, and it was even more unlikely that he could easily believe that a weed that he had casually plucked from the side of the road would have the effect of revitalizing a man's virility. At this moment, he deeply doubted whether this little waif in front of him had a brain problem. If not, how could he say such unthinkable words? "Child, where is your home? I will send you back." The man's forehead veins rippled slightly, holding back his anger. If this was placed in the courtroom and someone dared to talk such nonsense in front of him, it was expected that heads would have already fallen to the ground. Shenfeng saw what he was thinking and asked in a low voice, "What? You don't believe it? Why don't you try it first? Why don't we do it this way? I'll take a bite. You take a bite, and it's guaranteed to be non-toxic." After saying that, Shenfeng yanked down a piece of aphrodisiac grass and directly stuffed it into his mouth in front of the other party. After eating the aphrodisiac grass, Shenfeng turned his head to look at the other party, the smile on his face, the scorn in his eyes. All of them were saying, "You can't be afraid to do it." The man was slightly enraged. Who was he? He was the king of Great Qin. He even led Great Qin to glory. Would he be intimidated by a tiny grass? What's more, Shenfeng had already eaten it in front of him. If he didn't take the move, if one day in the future this kid knew his identity, wouldn't he say he couldn't do it in front of him? Men, in any case, can't say they can't. Receiving the aphrodisiac grass in Shenfeng's hand, King Qin swallowed it in one gulp. The moment he ate the aphrodisiac grass, the king of Qin was instantly refreshed. All the energy he had expended for so many years was instantly restored at this moment, and he even felt that he could have a few more heirs. "You want that brick? I'll fetch it for you." With a wave of the Qin king's hand, countless secret guards stood out from the corners. Seeing this scene, Shenfeng was stunned and confused. He just wanted to get a brick, and in the eyes of the onlookers, it was just a very ordinary brick. There's no need for such a big show. However, upon careful consideration, looking at this aura of the other party, there were so many guards following them, and most importantly, when the other party spoke of the Qin king's tone before, they didn't carry much respect. At once, Shenfeng understood who this person in front of him really was. It was also the moment he guessed the identity of the other party that the words above his head changed. Qin Wangzheng, the future human emperor of the human race, the ancestral dragon of Huaxia, a superb delicacy. A bite will increase your lifespan by 10 years, and you will be blessed with the human race's fortune. Shenfeng held himself back from looking at the words above Qin Wang's head, even though his saliva had been constantly swallowing. This will not be too arrogant. If it is known by the great king, then will it not be sentenced to the great crime of treason? The king of Qin smiled, and although his mouth didn't say anything, his heart was still happy. Great Qin is mine. I am the king of Great Qin, and I am only taking a brick from the palace wall. Who dares to say that I am treasonous? Shenfeng still lowered his head and muttered to himself, since he knew that the one in front of him was the king of Qin. He had to be careful. It shouldn't matter. General Wang Ben's father, Upper General Wang Jian, said that even if he angered the king, he could hold his own, and with him holding the fort, we're sure to be fine. It wasn't too loud and it wasn't too small, just enough for everyone to hear. For a moment, the whole street was dead silent, and almost everyone was looking at him with a strange look. Even the Qin king's face became a bit odd. Is this kid crazy? Do you think Wang Jian has lived too long by bringing him out at this time? If you bring Wang Jian into this, you've even brought Wang Ben along with you. Do you think these two are really good at bullying each other? The Qin king's eyebrows rose slightly, and he was somewhat puzzled as to why Shenfeng had suddenly uttered such a sentence. Wang Jian? Wang Ben? This father and son seem to be drifting a bit. I've heard that father and son are now bent on returning to the mountains and fields, so they're trying to use this as an excuse so that the widow can deprive them of their official positions and release them to return to their hometowns? The widowed man favors not. Little Eva, do you want it or not? The king of Qin was a bit impatient. He had originally thought of going out for a walk to see the night view of Xianyang city, but now he just wanted to grab his way back to the harem. Hearing the shout, Shinfeng looked up and laughed. Naturally, only I thought. And above the palace wall there are guards. If it is discovered, will not be shot into a hedgehog. Why don't I shout first? Or to avoid misunderstandings. While the crowd was still in a daze, they only saw that Shinfeng had already arrived in front of the palace wall, looked up at the guards above, and yelled, "Brothers above, I am from the residence of the Upper General Wang Jian, and I have come here to take a brick." The guard on the city wall had already seen the group of people outside the palace gates, only that his eyes were still quite sharp and he recognized the king of Qin at a glance. When he heard Shinfeng's shouts, he just died without saying anything anyway, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Perhaps thinking that Wang Jian's name alone might not be able to hold up, he simply continued to shout, "If you can't find the Upper General Wang Jian, please also look for General Wang Ben." After saying that, Shinfeng sneaked a glance at King Qin. This should hold up now. It had to be said that with the king of Qin personally holding down the fort, not to mention digging in, even if the city wall was torn down, it was estimated that other people wouldn't dare to say anything. With the help of the guards under the king of Qin, Shinfeng quickly got the brick he wanted. Only when the brick was delivered to him, it had already turned into two halves. Broken dragon scale, the scale of a true dragon, broken and spiritually damaged, can be used for novice weaponsmithing. Looking at the dragon scale that had turned into two halves in his hand, Shinfeng's expression became a little dull. Why is it broken? He snapped his head up to look at the king of Qin, both of his eyes starting to redden slightly. He was getting a little angry. Anger burned inside his body, and the aura began to stir inside his body, and the wind began to blow inexplicably on the street, and the wind grew stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to blow everything around him, all the way up to the sky. At first, the king of Qin didn't care about the sudden wind, but instead touched his nose, as if he was somewhat apologetic. The men didn't know any better and thought it was something good, so they broke it privately, which turned it into two halves. Seeing that Shinfeng was silent, King Qin thought that he didn't hear him, and wanted to continue to say something, when the wind suddenly became louder. Seeing this scene, the guards hurriedly protected him in the center before heading towards the palace walls against the gusty wind. The gale was still continuing, with Shinfeng as the center point, constantly spreading in all directions. Although he was standing at the very center of the eye of the wind, the clothes and hair on his body did not fluctuate in the slightest. All of it, it seemed, had nothing to do with him. Alas, after a sigh, everything came to a halt, and all those things that had been blown in midair by the wind hit the ground hard. The city gates had long since closed completely the moment the Qin King entered. The absolute best flavor has slipped out from under the eyes. There was some eye candy, but it was only eye candy. Chapter 22 The Old Man Can't Top It. The gale has completely subsided. The palace door slowly opened, and the king of Qin stood in front of it, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The wind came and went quickly, and the timing of its appearance was a bit mind-boggling. After he was protected by a group of guards and entered the palace gate, he purposely glanced at Shinfeng, who was still standing outside the palace gate. That strange wind didn't seem to have the slightest effect on him, and even his hair didn't flutter. With such a demeanor, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too much to say that he was an immortal. But if you think about it, where is such a young immortal? It is probably because of the broken bricks. Plus I don't know where I learned some arts and techniques to show off in front of the widows. Thinking of this, the king of Qin couldn't help but smile and shake his head. As the king of Great Qin, he had an incomparably open mind. Would he be bothered with a child? Great king, are we still going on the night tour? The guard at the side asked softly. The king of Qin touched his belly. At this moment, the yang qi is abundant, the fire of desire, but also what night swim ah. But tomorrow he needs to have a good chat with Wang Jian and his father. He wants to see if this upper general can really stand up to anything. When he returned to the general's residence, Shinfeng went straight to his room. The light in Wang Jian's room was still on, and the occasional sound of clinking glasses could be heard from inside. So it was clear that the father and son hadn't stopped drinking since he left the house. I just don't know when they sober up and realize that they accidentally rushed the king and dug up the bricks of the palace wall with him. They should be able to top it. Entering the room, he tossed the little goldfinch aside, then held the brick that had turned in half in his hands and scrutinized it. In fact, the bricks remain bricks, but the words show, instead, broken dragon scales, and when you touch it, the feel is very different from a brick. It said that it was a good material to use for novice smithing, but he didn't know how to smith at all. Do you just put it in the fire and burn it until he melts? But just a piece of broken dragon scale didn't seem to be able to build anything good, and even with the addition of the 5 thunder iron, it didn't seem to be enough. After thinking about it, Shinfeng still decided to give up building weapons for the time being, and the most important thing at the moment should be to give himself complete control over the operation of the spiritual qi in his body. This is also so that you don't get yourself into some unnecessary trouble every time you have more mood swings. It was just that without a gong method, how should one consciously control the aura so as to achieve the desired effect? Lying on the bed, his mind constantly pondered on this question, although he had already stepped into the qi practicing stage. But after all, he was a mortal. Gradually Shinfeng had fallen asleep. It's slightly light. The morning market had just been set up in the city, and the generals outside the city who wanted to go home had already done so, and those who didn't plan to go back were tired of playing. 3 days of great feasting was not as good for them as going to war and fighting. The feeling was too comfortable, and the more comfortable they were, the more uneasy they became. General's residence. The subordinates had already started to prepare the morning meal. The two generals were still sleeping soundly, and likewise Shinfeng was nestled in the quilt, snoring loudly. It was until noon when a frantic knock on the door caused Shinfeng to jump up from the bed at once. Little you get out of here. Open the door. I'm going to skin you today. The one screaming and cursing outside the door was Wang Ben, his voice loud and clear, and still carrying a monstrous rage. As soon as Shinfeng heard this, he knew that it was not good. It must be that they knew about what happened last night. But didn't we agree that the general could take it? Shinfeng quickly put on his clothes and came to the door. And just as he opened the door, he saw Wang Ben reaching out and grabbing towards his collar. In Wang Ben's opinion, as a martial artist, although he is not like those martial artists in the Jianghu, he is also not bad. This grab Shinfeng could not possibly avoid it in any case. But in Shinfeng's eyes, Wang Ben's movements, he saw it clearly, even though it was a sneak attack. But the speed was still very slow. Shinfeng slightly stepped back and asked with a smile, "What's wrong with General? Could it be that last night's wine was too strong, causing the fire to be so strong early in the morning?" Grabbing nothing in his hand made him a little disoriented. But soon, he reacted, stepped forward and pinched Shinfeng's neck, leading him directly towards Wang Jian's house. Entering the house, Wang Jian's face was grim. After looking at Shinfeng for half a day, he didn't know what to say to make it better. Although he had drunk a lot of wine last night, he hadn't reached a situation where he couldn't remember anything at all. And he still remembered every word he and Shinfeng had said. In fact, he was just talking casually. Plus the boy looked so honest and the king was always in the palace, but no one could have imagined that the two of them would run into each other in the middle of the night. Encountered not to mention, Shinfeng also invited the great king to dig the wall together. Digging or his own palace wall. The point is, this kid even gave the king a messy meal. It's just as well that he eats it himself, but he also makes the king eat it. If this gets out, it's enough to cut their whole family off at the waist. There was a dead silence inside the house, and the subordinates outside the house were also silent. No one knew why Wang Ben was suddenly so angry. I remember when the two generals went out in the morning. They were both fine, and their faces changed when they came back. Could it be that this little army master has caused some trouble outside? You. Wang Jian raised his hand and pointed at Shinfeng, looking at him for half a day only to come up with such a word. What happened? The king of Qin had already told him. Although nothing happened and everything was fine, he still couldn't help but want to reprimand Shinfeng for a few sentences. But there's no reason for it. When things go wrong, he takes the top. The words came right out of Wang Jian's mouth, and it was a bit of a stretch to reprimand him now for such a reason. Is General wanting to ask me what I said to the great king last night? Shinfeng almost understood at this moment. He slowly got up, smiled, and came to Wang Jian's side, saying softly, "Don't worry, General. I did not say anything more that would be detrimental to General and General Wang Ben." Wang Ben grimaced. One word sells them both out, froze them both into the fire. And you call that not saying anything detrimental to either of them? Noticing that Wang Ben's expression was not right, Shinfeng slightly shrunk his neck and looked at Wang Jian with a naive face. Isn't it the general who said that he could hold his own? Wang Jian face stifled red. Half a day from the teeth to squeeze out a few words, old man. Can not top it. Shinfeng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, General. I just dug a brick with the great king and gave him an aphrodisiac herb. Nothing else was done. Except that, unfortunately, my piece of the brick was broken in half by one of the guards under the great king. I don't know what he would have done if he hadn't been a great king. Wang Jian gave him a deep look, then waved his hand at Wang Ben, signaling that he could go out first. To be honest, Wang Ben really wanted to kick him twice. He almost pushed the entire general's residence into the fire pit without realizing it, and he still thought of doing something about it. This kid's guts are too big. He was all thinking about sending him away, preferably away from Xianyang. Chapter 23, The Great King is the Sky. Does the general mean for me to break this sky? Wang Ben left, huffing and puffing. Before he left, he also hated to break Shinfeng's legs with his eyes to save him from causing trouble everywhere. At this moment, Shinfeng and Wang Jian were left in the room. Wang Jian stared at him for a long time, which eventually turned into a long sigh. Although this is not a big deal, but the king is the king after all. The king is like this sky, even if I am the upper general, but if the king wants me to die, I have to die. You might understand what I mean by that? Wang Jian's eyes were filled with worry. This kid was too naive and acted very oddly. If he continued like this, sooner or later something would happen. If something happened to him, Wang Jian might collect his body for him, but if he dragged the entire general's house into Hades along with him, then things would be a big deal. Shenfeng frowned slightly and lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, his eyes lit up and he raised his head and said, I see. Wang Jian smiled slightly and raised his hand to touch his head, but he stopped halfway. Did he really get it? He was a little less than reassuring. You really get it? That is natural. The general means for me to break open this sky, so that it can no longer cover my. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jian covered his mouth as cold sweat just kept falling along his forehead. He even had the heart to kill Shenfeng at this moment. Shut up, do you know what you're talking about? The king is the king of Great Qin, the king of this world. If this word gets out, you'll die for sure. Even I can't protect you. Shenfeng smiled without saying anything, broke away from Wang Jian's arm, sat across from him, and said lightly, General, don't need to worry. Don't you want to get out of the imperial court and return to the countryside? Isn't this just the right excuse to say that your mind has begun to get muddled, and that you will always talk nonsense, and that if you continue to occupy this position of superior general, you cannot be sure that you will make the wrong decision someday, so that the king will feel that you are indeed getting old, so that you will not be able to withdraw from the court? Wang Jian was slightly stunned. This is something that he had never really thought about. Just how can Shenfeng be sure that this is really effective? If the great king doesn't want General Wang Ben to retire with you, just find an excuse and say that you're not feeling well and need someone to wait on you, and that you also want to feel the days of a normal family, and that you want to enjoy your life and your children and grandchildren, and that won't be the end of it. Shenfeng picked up the cup, added a cup of tea to himself, put it on his hand to feel the warmth, and continued to say under his breath, the great king is so eloquent that now that the 6 kingdoms have been destroyed, the world has been pacified, and the nobles of the 6 kingdoms have not suffered any great hardships, not to mention the upper general. If the great king were a ruthless man, I think you and your son would have been under surveillance as early as the moment she fell. And how would you have been able to drink and enjoy yourself until dawn? Listening to Shenfeng's words, the worries in Wang Jian's heart were gradually put down. In fact, as Shenfeng said this king, and other kings are very different. His ambition was great, his mind was broader, and his vision was as far-flung as the onlooker could ever imagine. Anyone could not catch him. Suddenly, Wang Jian looked at Shenfeng and asked with slight curiosity, since you have already met the great king, what do you think of him in your mind? Yummy. The moment he heard the question, Shenfeng promptly blurted out without a brain. The moment he looked up, he happened to see the shock on Wang Jian's face. I mean, when I met him last night, he had probably just dined, so he must have smelled delicious with the scent of delicious food on him. Wang Jian stared at Shenfeng in death. This kid likes to eat some strange things. This morning when he went to meet the king, he all heard Meng Tian say that this kid froze a mouthful of the jade pendant of the Prince of Fusu and swallowed it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a big living person with flesh and blood, I guess Wang Jian would have drawn his sword and cut off the demons. Shenfeng was stared at a bit weakly, and lowered his head as he kept drinking the water in the cup, not caring at all whether it was hot or not. But that's what the words do show. King Qin, absolutely delicious. Leaving Wang Jian's room, Shenfeng saw that Wang Ben was still standing at the door and wanted to sneak away, but he was caught by him just as he went out. Wang Ben's strength was immense, perhaps because he was a martial artist, plus his physical fitness itself was good. Although it was not like that year's Qin Wu Wang that possessed innate divine power, but it was not much different. In the case of preparation, wanting to restrain Shenfeng was still an easy task. As a general, his heart is inevitably competitive, let alone in the face of such a childish child. The more Shenfeng struggles, the more excited he is instead. Come on, I want to see how strong you are. Today, if you are able to break free from my hands, from now on, you can do whatever you want, and I promise I won't say another word. But if you can't break free, you'll follow me to study and learn martial arts. Entering the imperial court, that was out of the question. This kid's temperament was indeed not suitable for that place full of rules, but after all, he was the one who brought him back, and if he just ignored him, he would definitely feel a little bad in his heart. Since this is the case, then teach him to read and write, and practice martial arts to strengthen his body, so as not to live up to the wine he made last night. As a matter of fact, Wang Ben's strength was not so great in the first place, coupled with years of conquering around, countless internal and external injuries on his body, almost similar to Wang Jian. If I were to campaign for a few more years, I'm afraid it would be time to run out of gas. However, after drinking last night's wine, he felt that not only the injuries in his body were gone, his strength had also become much greater, and even his power had grown quite a bit, and it was all due to Shinfeng. Today, in the middle of the great hall, after he heard some of the things that happened last night, he was so shocked that a cold sweat broke out on his back, and although he was angry, at the same time, he also blamed himself a little. After bringing Shinfeng back, he had never done anything to guide him, and if he continued like this, he was afraid that something would really happen. When Shinfeng heard that Wang Ben wanted to teach him to read and write, he immediately quit. The aura in his body was running wild, directly condensing towards his wrist, bound to break free from Wang Ben's palm. But what surprised him was that his aura, which was capable of stirring up the wind and clouds, was mute at this moment. Under Wang Ben's vice grip, the aura in his body could hardly play the slightest role, and his hand was like a vice, still holding his wrist in a death grip, unable to break free at all. Shinfeng raised his head to look at Wang Ben in surprise, but saw that he was wearing a smile on his face and had a calm demeanor, seemingly completely unaffected by anything. From today onwards, you will follow me, either reading and writing, practicing martial arts to strengthen your body, or getting beaten up. You choose one. Shinfeng looked at him indignantly and said in humiliation, "Reading. I choose to read. It's not easy to read. If you can read, you can read. If you can't, you can go to sleep." Chapter 24, obviously a military general, but more sinister than a civil official. Wang Ben smiled and nodded. Like to read? So it seems that this son is quite good at learning. In that case, read and write in the morning. Practice martial arts in the afternoon to strengthen your body, and for a few moments in the evening, I will be your chaperone. Shinfeng froze. Didn't he say to choose the same? Wang Ben apparently saw what was in his mind and glanced at him, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. Seeing that you are young and energetic, if I don't find something for you to do, you'll always stir up some trouble. Shinfeng wanted to retort, but honestly, he really couldn't beat Wang Ben. He turned his head to look at Wang Jian, who was still inside the room, but just in time to see Wang Jian quickly close the door to his room. Obviously this father and son had already planned this, for the purpose of keeping him tied up at home so that he doesn't go out and do nothing. I don't know why I hooked up with Prince Fusu last time, but this time it was with the king, and I'm not sure who it will be next time. If it was the people of Great Qin, it might be better, but if it was the remnants of the nobles of those 6 kingdoms, the consequences would be unimaginable. At midday, the underlings had already prepared the lunch. Wang Jian and Wang Ben were sitting face to face, drinking a little wine and eating their meals. Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Jian opened his mouth and asked, "Where is Wang Li? Why hasn't he returned?" Wang Ben drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "Although the 6 countries were destroyed, but the northern Xiongnu is still rampant. He is still guarding the border." This morning, listening to Meng Tian said, "My son has the father's year's might, but also not live up to the name of the tiger's father has no dog's son." Wang Jian frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he softly inquired, "This time, if you and I retire from the court, should we take him along?" "No, I've asked his opinion and he intends to stay at the court. In that case, let him go." Wang Jian didn't say anything, just lowered his head and ate his meal in silence. Having said that, in his opinion, it doesn't work that way. Wang Li may not want to stay by himself, but he has to stay. As long as he exists in Xianyang for one day, then no one will ever think that Wang Jian and Wang Ben will rebel. In other words, Wang Li was equivalent to becoming a pledge. If not, even if the great king agrees, I think those officials in the courtroom will not agree. Where's Shinfeng? Why don't you see him coming to have his meal? Could it be that he is still angry? Wang Jian felt a little funny when he thought of the scene that happened just now. Wang Ben raised his eyebrows slightly, put down the chopsticks in his hands, and let out a light laugh. Although this son is a bit different, this temperament still needs to be properly polished. That is, the Duke and the Great King are magnanimous. If not, he and even the general's house would have already died out. It can't be a great deal to starve him, and it's just as well that I'll take him to a gentleman later, so that he can get acquainted with it first, and then I'll try and test him in the evening. Wang Jian nodded. Although Wang Ben seemed very reckless at times, he did well in the details. Perhaps he was worried that Wang Ben did not have a light hand, so he reminded, "If you move your hand, don't be too heavy-handed. Point to the moment." Wang Ben did not say anything, but in his heart there is some indignation. This kid's strength is not weaker than him. Really want a fight? It is not certain who is too heavy-handed. After lunch, Wang Ben walked towards the room where Shinfeng was. The moment he pushed the door open, he was just in time to see a man and a bird looking at each other. When Shinfeng looked at the little goldfinch, his mouth watered, and his appearance was just like a hungry ghost. The little goldfinch, on the other hand, was hiding in the corner and shivering, and when he saw the door of the room being opened, he directly rushed out in the next second. Shinfeng looked at the little goldfinch that had already fled, and his eyes were filled with pity, but he saw it clearly. Golden sparrow, low-level demonic beast, with a trace of golden-winged rock bloodline, burned with samadhi fire, can condense the rock's essence blood. After eating it, it can build up the foundation, with 2 claws that can break the fine iron and shatter the stubborn stone, and cook it on mortal fire for 77 or 49 days. It can be used to make pickled pepper phoenix claws, with such a delicious flavor. It would be an absolute defiant statement if you didn't crave it. Seeing Wang Ben, Shinfeng's face immediately pulled down, and he had no choice but to jump down from the bed and said, "General is planning to start letting me practice martial arts now?" Wang Ben slightly shook his head and said, "For the time being, there is no hurry. Now that the 6 kingdoms have been destroyed, this Xianyang city is very lively. You first follow me to find a famous teacher to read and write the matter of practicing martial arts. Later." Shinfeng sighed slightly in his heart. To be honest, he had never thought that he, a small immortal of the first level of chi cultivation, would one day be forced by a mortal to read and write. It's just humiliating. But the truth was that he really couldn't beat Wang Ben. Follow Wang Ben out of the general's residence and onto the street. Today's Xianyang city seemed to be a bit more crowded than usual, and some of them did not seem to be dressed like Qin people. Wang Ben put one hand on his head and said with a smile, "With the 6 kingdoms extinguished, only Great Qin is left today, so these literati and artists, as well as these merchants and martial artists naturally have no choice but to gather in Xianyang. If they want to achieve some fame and fortune, Xianyang is naturally the best place for them to choose. Then where does the general intend to take me to learn from a teacher? I see that these people seem to be quite literate. Why don't we just find one? Anyway, it's just reading and writing. I'm still very smart. 3 days guaranteed to learn." Wang Ben glanced at him and smiled in his heart. 3 days to learn? If you were given just any teacher, you'd probably be dead in 3 days. Wang Ben didn't say anything and just led him straight ahead. It was not until when they came to a small courtyard that Wang Ben stopped. Although the courtyard didn't look very big, there were guards standing at the entrance, which was not something that an ordinary family could be worthy of. The guards looked tall and somewhat imposing. The guard obviously recognized Wang Ben, and seeing his arrival, he turned around and headed towards the house, apparently to inform him. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man who looked full of bookishness to walk out. After the man went out, he first greeted Wang Ben, then glanced at Shinfeng behind him. His eyebrows jumped slightly, and a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes. "Didn't General go to meet the Great King today? Did the Great King not ask you to be grounded?" The courtier is smiling. This incident is all because of him, and he was brought here because he wanted to learn from the courtier. Shinfeng took a careful look at the man in front of him. Courtier? The only courtier of Great Qin seems to be Linzi. "So, the man in front of you is Reese? He's not prime minister yet?" Linzi smiled faintly. From the moment Wang Ben brought him here, he had already guessed what Wang Ben was thinking, except that he hadn't planned to take on a disciple yet. But looking at Wang Ben's appearance, it seemed that it was not him. After thinking for a moment, Linzi nodded slightly and said, "It's not impossible, but what does he want to learn? If it's to learn some real skills, it would be better to send him to the Jishi Academy. After all, there are many famous teachers in the Jishi Academy, and 100 schools of thought have gathered, so he can learn whatever he wants." Wang Ben hemmed and hawed, walked up and pulled Linzi aside, looked back at Shinfeng who was looking around, and said softly, "Brother C, this son is a bit stubborn. Originally an orphan I brought back from the army, fatherless and motherless at the age of 10 or so, and relied on the veterans in the army to keep this little life of his for all these years. Now that the world is at peace, I saw him pitiful, so I brought him back to the mansion, not expecting him to be able to learn and serve Great Qin, only hoping that he will be able to distinguish between right and wrong in the future, and be able to find a way out for himself, and also asking Brother C to reconsider." Words closed, Wang Ben suddenly bowed deeply to Linzi. This bow could have shocked Linzi. Not only that, even Shinfeng's face became extremely complicated. To him, it was pure moral abduction. Not only did he kidnap Reese, he kidnapped him, obviously a military general, but more sinister than a civil official. Chapter 25, Mister's Courtyard. It's a treasure trove. This bow from Wang Ben made Linzi a bit overwhelmed for a moment. In his impression, military generals and civil officials had always rarely crossed paths, and it was even rarer for a military general to bow to a civil official. Thinking about since the reign of the king, it seems that the only one who could manage to be popular among the civil officials and military generals was the Marquis of Wangs back then. Linzi had a complicated look on his face. In fact, he also saw this trick of Wang Ben's, but on the contrary, he ate it up. "General, do not have to be so. If just let me teach him to read and write, I will take this job why need to do this big gift? Let me really feel ashamed. Li Si's agreement made Wang Ben smile. He knew that Li Si came from the legalist family, and the legalist family knows the most about the law. If he can restrain Shen Feng and make him collect his nature, it would be the best. Thinking of this, Wang Ben turned to look at Shen Feng and said, "Why don't you quickly come and pay your respects to your teacher?" Shen Feng is a little helpless. Wang Ben's move is too detrimental, but there is no way to not learn. Arriving in front of Li Si, Shen Feng cupped his fists and bowed. Shen Feng pays his respects to teacher. May I also ask what teacher wants to teach? Li Si glanced at him, gave a light laugh, thought for a moment, said, although I come from the legal family, but the 100 schools also know a little. This courtyard is small, but there are a lot of books inside the collection. You first find a few of their own to see. If there is no understanding of it, can ask me. Shen Feng didn't say anything. His gaze had skipped over Li Si and turned to his yard. The courtyard was obviously seldom cleaned, and it was overgrown with weeds, except for the stone table and chairs which had nothing on their sides, and were covered with all kinds of wildflowers and grasses. Many of them also come with words. This instantly made his eyes light up. Seeing that Shen Feng didn't speak for half a day, Wang Ben frowned slightly and just wanted to give him a big earful, but he happened to see his eyes staring at those grasses and trees inside the yard. Seemingly thinking of something, he hastily said to Li Si, "Brother Si, there is one thing I have to warn you about first. If this son gives you anything to eat, you must not eat it indiscriminately, and also if he stays here to eat, you must pay attention to whether there is anything strange or weird in the meal, and if there is, you must not eat it." Li Si froze, then smiled faintly. So to speak, this son in the army has learned a lot of old soldier oil gangster. Such mischievous tactics do seem like the work of a child. General, rest assured, this son to stay in my place will not have any problems. But March, no, a month, I will be able to teach it to be well behaved. You just wait to see the changes. In this aspect of teaching children, Reese is still relatively confident. How can you be the court captain of Great Qin if you can't even teach a child? Wang Ben patted Shen Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "In that case, you will first stay here for 2 hours to familiarize yourself with it, and after 2 hours, return to the mansion on your own, and I will teach you martial arts at that time." After saying this, without waiting for Shen Feng to react, he turned around and ran towards the general's residence. Looking at Wang Ben's back, Shen Feng fell into silence, not knowing why. He felt that Wang Ben seemed to be very happy to leave himself here. I think you must have been a bit naughty in the general's residence. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so excited. Li Si stood beside Shen Feng and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Come in first. I do have quite a collection of books in this house, so you can look through them at your leisure. And if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me." Reese's teaching style is simple, free range, and it's all up to you to see for yourself. If you don't know a word, just ask. You can also ask questions if you don't understand the reasoning. But would Shen Feng ask? Of course it's impossible. Not to mention knowing the characters. This full of bamboo slips of characters. Just like the little man dancing. Even the front and back he does not know. But it's still a good idea to put on a show. Anyway, taking out a random one from the bookshelf, he then entered the grass inside the courtyard and found a place to sit down casually. Inside the house, Li Si glanced at Shen Feng through the window and nodded slightly. This son is considered honest. But why did Wang Ben talk about him so badly? Mrs. Li was a bit puzzled. Li Si let out a light laugh and said, "He has been in the army since he was a child. Plus he is fatherless and motherless, and was brought up by veterans in the army. So I think that this moment of honesty should be feigned. There is no harm in observing a little more, and perhaps in a little while, he should reveal his true colors." Sitting in the grass, Shen Feng had been too happy to describe. Beside him alone, there were several flora with words, none of them very useful, but for him, it was already a paradise of sorts. Qi training grass, one of the materials for the Qi training dan, can be taken directly to cleanse the essence and reduce the marrow, with a greatly reduced effect. Wu Jing grass, one of the materials for the Qi refining dan, can be taken directly to replenish Qi and benefit essence, with greatly reduced effects. Aphrodisiacs, a man's ultimate dream, nourishing god flower, one of the materials for the foundation establishment pill, can be taken directly, and can be used to warm up the divine soul, with a greatly reduced effect. Looking at these spiritual grasses and flowers, Shen Feng's saliva had dripped onto the bamboo slips, but in order not to let Li Si see any cracks, he secretly grabbed a pinch of Qi refining grass and shook his head while stuffing it into his mouth to savor it. When you chew with your mouth, from the side, it looks like you're actually reading. Inside the house, Li Si's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. In his opinion, this son at most but a quarter of an hour will not be able to resist wanting to jump up, but did not want to think. He froze to sit in the disk for an incense burner of time. did not have to scratch the ears and cheeks of the action. Reese was a little puzzled. Could it be that he had underestimated him? If this is really the case, this son's determination, but also not bad. If you learn well, the future will become a great talent. Even if you don't enter the court, you may not fail to achieve some fame and fortune. Suddenly, Mrs. Lee, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. I see that he seems to be eating. Reese froze. Eating? What's for dinner? There was nothing to eat in the meadow where he was. Even if he came hungry, I don't think he would have eaten grass. Could it be that he had hidden some dry food in his arms and was eating it while reading a book? That's not right. He seems to have taken the book backwards. I remember the binding of the booklet. It should be underneath. Mrs. Lee added. Upon hearing these words, Reese's face became a bit grim. Reese snapped to his feet and was about to walk out to berate him, but his foot had just taken a step, but he retracted it and turned his head back inside to take out his ruler. Shin Feng's mind at this time was all focused on that piece of grass, and those flowers and plants with words around him had all entered his abdomen long ago. Perhaps because he had eaten a little too much. The aura in his body had become extremely full, and even though it was full of aura, there was still no sign that he was going to break through to the second level of chi cultivation. He had no choice but to move to the side. There was another chi refining grass not far to the left, and there was certainly no harm in eating more anyway. Chapter 26. I heard that you still have to practice martial arts when you go back at night? Is it good? Suddenly, Reese's icy voice came from behind him. A chi refining grass hadn't even been chewed completely and was so frightened that he swallowed it directly. Shin Feng hurriedly got up, like a child who had made a mistake, and secretly glanced at Li Si's face before lowering his head. Reese held the ruler in his hand and looked at him with an icy gaze. Just now he thought that this kid had good determination and was a moldable talent, but now it seems that it is simply rotten wood and dung. Hands out. Reese is really getting a little pissed off. Wang Ben handed Shin Feng over to him and even bowed to him. If he didn't teach Shin Feng properly, wouldn't he be sorry for such a great gift from Wang Ben? If he had left it to the next person, he would have just let it leave on its own, but after all, he had confidently promised Wang Ben that he could make a huge difference in a month. In this case, it seems that we can only rough it up. If we don't come to some tough tactics, I'm afraid that the back is even more difficult to teach. Shin Feng didn't have the slightest intention of explaining, and greatly extended his hand out. Nowadays, he was at the first level of chi practicing. Even when he wielded his wrist with Wang Ben in the morning, he didn't feel much pain in his wrist, not to mention this tiny ring ruler. Reese was surprised to see him extend his hand so nicely, but soon, he felt some heartache. He thought about the fact that this son had no father or mother and had grown up in the military since he was a child. For so many years, following the army from east to west, no one knows how much he has suffered and how much he has suffered since he was a child. The ruler in Li Si's hand was raised high, but was slow to fall. Silent for a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Today, I will spare you once. If there is a next time, I will let you taste the ruler's power." Shin Feng was obviously a bit embarrassed as well. After all, he had come here to seek learning, and this appearance of Li Si was obviously serious. And yet he was so unconcerned about it, thinking only of helping him with this spirit grass-infested land. "Go ahead, sir. Hit me. Hit me hard. I promise not to say a word. Hit me as many times as you want until you're not angry." Shin Feng stepped forward and grabbed Li Si's sleeve. His eyes filled with sincerity. Li Si was born in Shuinzi. Legalistic thinking is deeply rooted in his mind. The reason why he did not do anything just now is that he was moved by compassion. And now Shin Feng has taken the initiative to ask to be punished, which makes him feel a little surprised. After a long period of silence, he said faintly, "Since you took the initiative to admit your mistake, then I will give you a lesson. Hand over." Li Si hand strength is not big, but although the ruler is small, hit in the hand but very painful, even if it is an adult, suffered this blow, but also certainly will grimace. But what made Li Si feel strange was that Shin Feng did not have the slightest fluctuation on his face, and his palm did not even leave a trace. Reese just wanted to ask him how he felt, and before his mouth opened, he heard Shin Feng mutter in a small voice, "That's it?" The words exploded instantly. Li Si only heard and felt a burst of dizziness in his brain. Not tired, not anemic, purely and simply angry by these two words of Shin Feng. "That's it? What do you mean? That's it?" Li Si was a scholarly man. He was a Svengali. Unlike those martial artists, his style of action, no matter what, would carry the temperament of Confucianism, and even though he came from the legalist school, he was, after all, a scholar. If it was Wang Ben, the soles of his feet would probably have stepped on Shin Feng's face when he heard these words. Li Si was really infuriated, and for a while even felt a little dizzy. Pointing at Shin Feng half a day could not say a word. Shin Feng obviously realized that he had said the wrong thing, and in order not to make Li Si overly angry, He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Misunderstood. The student didn't mean that." Linzi slightly stepped backward several steps, sat on the stone bench, and stared at Shinfeng with a deadly stare, and only after a long time did this breath finally slow down. "You are very good. Do you think I have no hands? Then I can't clean you up?" Shinfeng looked at Linzi with a smile on his face. "How come?" Shinfeng did it on purpose. It's not that he doesn't see Linzi as his teacher. To put it bluntly, he just doesn't want to learn, and it's best if he can get Linzi to talk himself out of it, so he can go back and have an excuse not to come. Although Linzi's heart was full of anger, he also saw this little thought of Shinfeng, and after thinking for a moment, his anger naturally dissipated. It was a bit unworthy to get so angry in the face of a child. Since he had already seen Shinfeng's thoughts, it was natural that he couldn't do what he wanted, and since he didn't like to read, he thought that he would be even less likely to like recognizing words. If you don't like reading and recognizing words, then write. Nor did he write much, but copied the great Qin law, and if there was a single typo, he began again. Anyway, it's all bamboo slips and still wipes well. Thinking of this, Linzi slowly stood up and walked into the house, picking up a brush and blank bamboo slips and walking towards the courtyard. Linzi first beckoned to him, and then took out the Qin law from his bosom. Looking at Shinfeng's puzzled look, he smiled and said, "As a disciple, not knowing to respect your teacher, this is a great disrespect. In that case, I'll punish you to copy the Qin law. From now on, you'll be copying here. If there is a single typo, I won't beat you up. You'll just erase all of it and rewrite it." Shinfeng was confused. Copybook? It's a lot more painful than corporal punishment. Corporal punishment is only temporary pain, while copying books can be more than just physical pain. It is mental torture. "Teacher, why don't you just hit me a few more times?" Linzi smiled faintly, followed by taking out another bundle of brief books from his arms, sat down across from him, and read them in silence. "When you finish copying, when you go back. If you can't finish copying, you don't have to go back. As for General Wang Ben's side, I will send someone to inform." Perhaps feeling that such a punishment was not enough, Linzi continued, "If you don't finish copying, you are not allowed to eat, let alone rest." Shinfeng took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible for him to skip meals, but the point was that it was a bit too much to consume here, so that he couldn't go out. But Linzi now, no matter how to say, are considered his teacher, to let him deceive his teacher. Honestly, still a little dry out. There was no choice but to grab a copy. There was still a certain difference between the Qin seal script and those inside Shinfeng's brain, but at least there was a foundation in place. And when writing, although the posture of holding the pen was not too elegant, in general, it was quite passable. Even if you don't know the words, you can still copy them. I don't know how long, Shinfeng is still continuing to copy, and under the adjustment of Linzi, the posture of holding the pen has slightly improved quite a bit, but the words that are written out are still a bit ghostly. Suddenly, Mrs. Li's voice came from behind her. "Drink some water first. It's been an hour already. Be careful not to get tired." Hearing the voice, Shinfeng excitedly put down the brush in his hand, then turned around and was ready to go to drink the water. But just as he stood up, he heard Linzi's voice say, "If you drink this water, copy it twice. If you don't copy, it's not impossible. When General Wang Ben comes, I'll tell him you don't want to learn anymore and want to go back." Saying that, Linzi put down the bamboo slips in his hand and looked toward Shinfeng with a smile. "I heard that you will go back at night and practice martial arts against General Wang Ben, so I think he will certainly not poison you because of this." Chapter 27, In that case, practice. Shinfeng stood taut and stiff for a while, and finally chose to sit back down. Linzi could be said to have captured his soft underbelly very well, or else Shinfeng really didn't take his words to heart. On the side of Mrs. Li saw this scene, it is not good to say something else. After all, this family is still Linzi said count, even though she thought the kid looked interesting, good looking, and had a good personality. If it were someone else's child who was treated like this by Linzi, he would have jumped up and down. And Shinfeng not only did not show an angry or hateful look, but instead revealed the most, only helplessness. Plus, just now in the house, listening to Linzi slightly introduced Shinfeng's life, Mrs. Li's motherly love suddenly flooded, placing the glass of water on the stone table. He then went back inside and took out some snacks. Reese frowned slightly and said, "Didn't I tell you? He's not allowed to eat until he finishes writing." Mrs. Li didn't say anything, just gave him a faint look. "Eat when you are hungry, child, and don't listen to him, though he is in charge of this house. If I open my mouth, and if he does not allow it, then his word does not count." Linzi's face slightly ugly. "If there is no one else," Mrs. Li said it, Linzi will not say a word more, but now after all, there are outsiders in the words so do not give face. It is a little embarrassing for him. Madam, go back quickly. I will teach him well myself. Mrs. Li also did not go, also sat together on the stone bench, just so straight look at Shinfeng. After a while suddenly opened his mouth and said, if my home by the child to grow to the time when he was so big, also so good looking would be good. Reese was a little upset. Could his own son not be better than others? Of course he didn't say it out loud, but his eyes had betrayed him. This instantly made Reese even more upset. Copy the book, and if you look around again, copy it twice. The Qin law is not too long to say, and not really too short to say. If we really want to move out all the Qin laws, I am afraid that this bundle of books and slips will not be able to be stuffed at all. Fortunately, Shinfeng was also more serious, and finally finished copying after the sun went down. It was just that when the brief was handed to Linzi for inspection, Linzi's face looked slightly unpleasant, not because of anything else, but mainly because the writing was just too ugly. After handing the booklet to Linzi, Shinfeng secretly touched a snack from the table. This snack had been on his mind for a long time, and from the moment it was served, he couldn't help but want to try a bite. Inferior quality qi refining dan. After taking it, it can expand the sinews and veins of the dantian, making the dantian can hold more spiritual qi. It is of low quality and not recommended to consume it, but it tastes good. While Linzi was still consulting the briefs, Shinfeng secretly stuffed the snack into his mouth. The moment it was placed into the mouth, the snack instantly melted and directly turned into an extremely domineering breath that rushed straight into the body. It was worthy of being an inferior qi refining dan. Although it tasted good with a hint of sweetness, after entering the body, it began to run rampant, just like demolishing a home, as if it wanted to add a dozen or so holes to Shinfeng from his interior. Luckily, the effects of the elixir only lasted for a few moments, but just those few moments already made him feel as if his entire body was torn apart. Sweat continued to drip down along his forehead, and his face began to turn a little pale as he slowly sat back down on the stone bench, holding onto the stone table, panting heavily. Linzi obviously also noticed that Shinfeng was out of sorts, put down his book and brief and hurriedly came forward to ask, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating so much?" In the next second, Reese saw a piece of snack missing from the plate next to him, and his brows tightened. "Did you eat something cold and upset your stomach?" Shinfeng did not reply and waved his hand at him, and it took a while before the aura began to wobble and swirl in every corner of his body. After a while, Shinfeng exhaled a long breath of turbid air and said softly, "Teacher, don't need to worry. Disciple may be a little cold in the stomach. Dare I ask, teacher, can disciple go back?" Seeing Shinfeng in this state, Linzi could not continue to say anything. The writing was ugly, but it was evident that he was extremely serious about it, not to mention the fact that this afternoon, he had hardly made any more trouble. "It's kind of barely passing." Linzi nodded slightly and said, "It is possible, but you look like this. Why don't I go back with you and talk to General Wang Ben, so that he can give you a good rest tonight?" As soon as he heard that Linzi wanted to meet his parents, Shinfeng immediately shook his head. "No, no, 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 I'll just go back by myself. I'm fine. Look, I'm already fine." After saying that, not waiting for Linzi to react, he grabbed all the remaining snacks on the table in his hands, and immediately ran away in a puff of smoke. Shinfeng had just left with his front foot. Mrs. Li walked out with a new plate of dim sum, while Ran did not see Shinfeng's shadow. "Where's the kid? Gone?" Linzi frowned and said, "I don't know if this child party has eaten badly. His face is a little pale and sweating. I worry about it." Hearing this, Mrs. Li was startled and said, "Could it have been caused by eating my snacks?" Linzi did not reply, but glanced at the patch of grass where Shinfeng was before. The place was overgrown with weeds, which he had barely tended to, and there was no shortage of poisonous flowers and plants in the mix. And Shinfeng's appearance just now didn't look like he was pretending. It was very likely that it was because he had eaten these that caused him to look so pale. If that was true, then he would have to go and take a look at it. And if it was all right, then fine, but if it was not, he would have to be held accountable for it. After all, he was the head teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. "Wait for me at home. I will visit the general's house, and if there is nothing wrong, I will return after a few words of explanation." Mrs. Li nodded with an anxious face. She actually quite liked Shinfeng. On the way back, Shinfeng walked while eating the dim sum made by Mrs. Li. Although it was strange why the dim sum made by Mrs. Li had turned into an elixir, it was ultimately a good thing for Shinfeng. At the very least, until then, he had assumed that the elixir was either a sheep's dung egg or most likely a rat turd or something like that. It's an inferior product, but it works just fine. It's just a bit of a reaction to this side effect, but it always passes with patience. On this journey, he almost took a few steps and stopped a few times, and several times, he almost didn't just faint on the ground. The whole thing was staggering around like a drunken alcoholic. When he arrived at the general's residence, Wang Ben was already waiting for him inside the courtyard. Even though Shin Feng said that he was not feeling well, Wang Ben simply ignored it. He doesn't care if you have a real stomachache or a fake one. In his opinion, it's a kind of desertion. Even if you're really not feeling well, it's still a lack of exercise. In that case, it's time to practice more. Chapter 28, The Captain Knows My Thoughts. Can he also see through the king? Although the body was uncomfortable, it didn't mean that Shin Feng was completely in a state of immobility. Instead, the more his stomach ached, and the more Wang Ben pressed so hard, there was a nameless fire burning vaguely in his heart. Wang Ben stood on his body, holding a teacup in his hand, with the other hand behind his back. This appearance completely did not put Shin Feng in his eyes. Seeing Shin Feng rushing towards him, Wang Ben didn't care too much. He had seen early on that Shin Feng's way of attacking. There was absolutely no set pattern to speak of. Almost every move, every style was very simple and dry. Because there were no weapons in his hands, the way to make a move was only his fists. Shin Feng rushed to the near front, his fist clenched. The first punch first rushed to Wang Ben's face. Wang Ben glanced faintly, slightly down, but what he did not expect was that this punch was just a false move. The moment he bent down, he only felt a cloudy wind coming from his ears, and before he could react, the punch had already struck his temple. For a moment, dizziness, nausea, all kinds of discomfort rushed straight to his brain, in that he felt that the punch was like a hammer, hammering on his head all at once. It seemed that the boy's power had become a bit greater than that of the morning session. Seeing that Shin Feng was going to continue to attack, Wang Jian, who had been hiding in the shadows, hurriedly walked up, pulled Shin Feng's arm and said, "Okay, that's it for tonight. Didn't you say you're not feeling well? Quickly go back to rest. Haven't eaten yet. I will let someone send you to your room later." Shin Feng was not polite. After nodding, he went straight to his room. He was really a bit uncomfortable. He felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. When Shin Feng left, Wang Ben sat on his butt on the ground, his entire body sweating coldly and his breathing became rapid. Where did this kid learn the dirty tricks? If this were a different person, he would probably have died violently. Wang Jian smilingly helped him up and said with a light laugh, "He grew up in the army since he was a kid, and those veterans were kind of nice to him, so naturally they would teach him some skills to save his life. Although you are a general, you have never known how powerful a pawn really is, and as you sit in the center and lead your troops into battle, you naturally don't know what skills those veterans rely on to survive when they fight. It's a good thing that you're using your fists today. If you were using a spear and sword, I'm afraid you'd already be a dead man." Hearing Wang Jian's words, Wang Ben was naturally unhappy. He was a great Qin general. How could he be killed by the hand of a teenage child? He did not believe it. What the upper general said is very true. As the two were talking, Linzi appeared out of nowhere. After paying his respects to the two of them, he smiled and said, "I was with Shin Feng one after the other. It's just that after he came in, he fought directly with the general, so the two of you didn't notice my presence. I observed this son's routine, but it does look like a man in the army. If I let him kill someone, I'm afraid he won't even blink. If he had a sword in his hand just now, this sword would only have taken the general's life." Wang Ben still didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that this kid dared to kill him. "General, don't believe me. Although this son looks naive, but in my opinion, this is all a habit that he has retained while being in the army for many years. He has been in the military for many years, and has been taught by those veterans that, in their opinion, any skill is good as long as it survives the battlefield, even if it is an act that is frowned upon. Sneak attacks, assassinations, false starts, these are the ways veterans survive. I think Shin Feng has already learned the veterans' moves in their entirety, and if the general still wants to practice against him, he needs to be more vigilant and not take it lightly again." Wang Jian nodded slightly. "From the moment you saw him, your heart has created a weak definition of him. Even now, your mind is so thought. If it was in the past, I will let you know what is called pride and arrogance. But now," Wang Jian didn't continue. After all, they were all on the verge of retiring, so there was no point in saying this again. Wang Jian didn't say anything more. Glancing at Wang Ben, who was still in deep thought, and turning to Linzi, he asked with a smile, "The courtier is here. Could it be that he's here to sue?" For Shin Feng, he is still more optimistic, although some stubbornness, but the characterization is not bad. It is this habit of eating everything, or to change. I thought that he might have eaten badly because of all those flowers and plants, but now that he seems so alive and well, I guess he wouldn't have too much of a problem. At the beginning, this son ate a lot of flowers and plants in my courtyard. When he came back, he seemed to be a bit uncomfortable. I was a bit uneasy, so I followed him to take a look, and now it seems that it shouldn't matter." Linzi replied with a smile. Wang Jian's eyebrows rose slightly and his brain worked quickly. Then he took Linzi's wrist and said, I see. Is it possible that the courtier is distressed that the flowers and plants in the courtyard have been spoiled by him? In that case, why don't you pick some from me as a form of compensation? After saying that, Wang Jian pulled Linzi towards his small garden. Although it is already late in the day, the surrounding lights are still quite bright, shining on top of these well-tended flowers and plants, making people feel a bit relaxed. Looking at these flowers and grasses, Linzi couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. To be able to see a hint of spring in the cold winter months makes me really feel some admiration. Could it be that General really intends to just plant flowers and raise grass from now on, never again questioning the rights and wrongs of the court? Linzi is so smart that as soon as Wang Jian offered to show him these things, he already understood what he was thinking. The great king is not an unfeeling man, and this time is different from the past, and the general is not the Wanjin of that time, so why should such concerns arise in your heart? Linzi came here firstly to see Shen Feng's condition, and this secondly, naturally, was to persuade Wang Jian. But now it seems that Wang Jian is obviously determined to leave the court, but he still wants to persuade again. After all, the great Qin is now united the world. If you just leave, will not be a loss? When the 6 kingdoms are destroyed and the 4 seas are reunited, the king will have a broader vision, and if the general retires now, who will be able to take up this important task? Wang Jian did not answer positively, but held a pot of flowers in his hand, placed it in front of Linzi, and said with a light laugh, if the courtier knows my thoughts, could he also know the king's thoughts? Linzi froze, and after a moment, he took the flower pot and said softly, the heart of the king is unpredictable, and I do not have this ability to see through all hearts. Since the courtier is not a roundworm in the great king's stomach, how can he know what the great king is thinking? The king has a broad vision, naturally will not be confined to this piece of heaven and earth. The 6 kingdoms have been destroyed, but the Xiongnu in the north is still there, and in the south there is even the presence of foreign enemies. If you want to return the 4 seas to unity, it is necessary to replace the old with the new. The 6 kingdoms are destroyed, and it's time for me to retire. If I don't, how can the newcomers go further when they are so firmly established? Chapter 29, isn't the general a bit incompetent? Reese didn't linger any longer. He knew what he wanted to know, and what he shouldn't. He knew Shen Feng has nothing major to do, and Wang Jian really wants to return to his hometown. The most important point is that because of Wang Jian's words, there was a crack in his originally unshakable belief. It was also because of this hint of a break that whenever he thought back to this conversation with Wang Jian, he would always get a shuddering feeling. Shen Feng returned to his room. The little goldfinch did not escape. It had returned early after Shen Feng left. As for food, there was no need for Shen Feng to worry at all. Nowadays, Wang Jian is completely set on the idea of going into seclusion. And now, he almost doesn't ask about the world, and just stays at home, either planting flowers or grass, or going to Shen Feng's room to feed the birds. Other than that, it's just so comfortable to watch the singers dance, eat small dishes, and have a drink. The little goldfinch had obviously eaten its fill. Its stomach was bulging, and when it saw that Shen Feng had returned, it squinted its eyes and lay down on the bed in enjoyment, waving its wings at him in a decent manner. This infuriated Shen Feng. A bird, how dare you be so arrogant? If not waiting for the future to practice the Samadhi true fire, maybe these 2 claws would have turned into pickled phoenix claws by now. But I'm not feeling well today, so I won't bother with it. It wasn't that Shen Feng didn't want to clean it up. It was mainly because its current pair of claws had indeed reached a level where it could shatter stone and break iron. Although the little goldfinch would not do anything to Shen Feng, but rabbits bite when they are anxious, let alone a bird. This claw scratching on the body was not just a matter of breaking some skin. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Shen Feng then began to contemplate with his eyes closed. To say that regulating the aura in the body is not really just talking about it, without having practiced these or learned such things. Not to mention there were no feats, and even if there were, they probably wouldn't be very readable. The only way to do this would be to let the aura crash around in the body and then smooth it out. Like those veterans said, if you get wounded on the battlefield, if you don't have medicine, then use saliva. If you hurt your muscles and bones, then it doesn't matter. Sleep on it, maybe the next day you'll be fine. The aura is still crashing around. To say that it does not hurt, it is impossible. But to say that you cannot sleep, it is also impossible. As long as you close your eyes and meditate in your head that you want to go to sleep, and after a long time, you will naturally fall asleep. As for the severe pain, it's all asleep. Who's thinking about that? The sun, in winter, is always slower to come out, and even when it does, it doesn't always shine on the earth. It was a bit gray today, and although I didn't go outside, the wind, outside the house, was blowing the windows with a thud. Shen Feng poked his head out from inside the comforter. A chill came over him. It seemed a bit extra cold today. However, this was not a matter. When he was sensing the chill, his aura had already begun to slowly run through his body. The chill naturally disappears. After waking up from a sleep last night, all the pains within the body had all disappeared as well. And not only that, the tendons and veins within the body seemed to have become tougher as well. The moment he lifted the quilt, put on his clothes, tucked the little goldfinch that was shivering at the end of the bed into his arms, and opened the door, Shin Feng could not help but freeze in place. Outside the house was white. Everything was covered underneath with snowflakes, as if the whole world was dressed in a white veil. Reaching out his hand to catch a goosefeather-sized snowflake, he was just about to bring it into his mouth to taste the flavor when subtitles suddenly appeared before his eyes. Rootless weak water, contains a strong poison, can corrode the aura, not edible, should not go out today. Seeing the words, Shin Feng hurriedly blew out the piece of snowflake in his hand, and it was good that the speed was fast enough that the snowflake hadn't melted yet, or else I'm afraid that he couldn't even have this hand. But strangely enough, when the snowflakes hit the ground, the words disappeared with them. Once again, I look up at the sky and the world is full of words. Seeing this scene, Shin Feng was so scared that he took a slight step backward, and in the next second, he turned around, closed the door, locked it, and went back to the quilt. In the inner room, Wang Jian and Wang Ben also got up early, and the snow in the yard was cleaned up by the underlings. Suddenly, Wang Ben frowned slightly and said, "Has Shin Feng gotten up yet?" The subordinate at the side nodded and said, "Just now, I passed by Master Junior Army's room and saw that he had already risen." But strangely enough, when he saw the snow falling outside, he turned around and went back to his room as if he had seen a ghost. "I just went to deliver the breakfast, and found the door of the room locked from the inside, and there was no sound from inside, so I guess I went back to the quilt and fell asleep again." Wang Ben slammed the table and angrily rebuked. This little man said that he would follow the court officer to study in the morning. Could it be that he wants to go back on his word? Wang Jian also did not say anything, eating breakfast, touching his stomach, a happy look, not to mention, since he did not lead the army, his face has become a lot more amiable. Wang Ben glanced at Wang Jian and saw that his old man did not make a sound, put down the dishes in his hands and walked directly towards Shin Feng's room. Along the way, when the subordinates saw Wang Ben's gloomy face, they didn't dare to get close, and then looking at the direction he went, it was obvious that he was heading towards Shin Feng's room, and although they were curious, they didn't dare to follow him up, and only dared to watch from afar. Knock knock. There was a grumpy knock at the door that seemed to hate it. "Still not getting up? How much longer do you have to sleep? Today you have to go even if you don't. I tell you, if you don't open the door, when I come in, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Is Shin Feng asleep? Of course he didn't sleep, and the only reason he didn't go out was because in his eyes it wasn't snow that was drifting outside, it was poison. If you really want to walk out, you'll die a violent death today. However, Wang Ben obviously did not intend to let him go just like that. Seeing that his anger had already reached a certain level and he was about to break the door in the next second, the door of the room suddenly opened from the inside. Shin Feng's body was wrapped in a thick quilt, and the whole person only revealed a pair of eyes. "The general is going to shoot me now or not?" Wang Ben was first stunned, then raised his fist and prepared to punch him. "Wait!" Shin Feng poked out his arm from the quilt and took out a blade of grass and said, "Does the general know what this is?" Wang Ben gasped and laughed. It was just a blade of grass. How could he not recognize it? "Don't say you're taking immortal grass. Even if it's immortal medicine, you'll have to go to the courtier's house and read and write for me today." After saying that, Wang Ben took another step forward, and Shin Feng hastily backed up, shouting under his breath, "Has General recently felt physically and mentally exhausted, with more than enough strength in his heart?" Wang Ben froze. He somewhat did not quite understand what Shin Feng meant by this sentence. However, when he saw a hint of scorn in Shin Feng's eyes, he instantly understood the meaning of these words. This kid is saying he can't. This grass is the aphrodisiac grass. Even the great king has eaten it, and the only way to appreciate the subtleties of it is to try it yourself. Doesn't the general want to reorganize his majesty? If not for the fact that it is not appropriate to go out today, Shin Feng said that he would not give him anything, and even if he did, it would be a sheep's dung egg. Chapter 30, Is Madness Contagious? Aphrodisiacs? The king has eaten too? Wang Ben was slightly stunned. He thought that when the great king summoned him yesterday, his complexion did change a bit, and it could be said that he was full of redness. It seemed that the great king had also mentioned that after eating something, it made him find the feeling he had when he was young. So it must be this grass in Shin Feng's hand. Wang Ben subconsciously reached out and wanted to pick it up, but just as his hand reached halfway, Shin Feng suddenly retracted his hand back to the comforter, and for a while, Wang Ben was neither picking it up nor not picking it up. As a general, when had he ever been so humiliated? His face was suddenly hot, and he could not wait to beat Shinfeng violently at this moment. But he really wanted the aphrodisiac grass in Shinfeng's hand. If this thing really has the miraculous effect that Shinfeng said, it doesn't seem to be a big deal not to read the book. Silent for a moment, Wang Ben put his hand back, looked at the snow outside the door, said in a deep voice, "Today is indeed inappropriate to go out. So snow, but a good day to cook wine. How about we drink a cup?" Shinfeng looked at Wang Ben with a smile through the slit left by the quilt. "If the teacher's side asks about it, wouldn't it be my fault? Or I'd better go read and write. As for this grass, as the saying goes, once a teacher always a father. I'd better offer it to the teacher." As soon as Wang Ben heard that Shinfeng was going to give the aphrodisiac grass to Linzi, he immediately became angry. No matter what, the one who brought Shinfeng home was himself. The one who provided him with food and drink was also himself. The one who taught him martial arts and found him a teacher was still himself. Why should he give it to Linzi? That guy Linzi, a weak scholar with no hands. What's the point of having this? No, you can't go even if I say anything today. If you fall and freeze in such heavy snow, won't it become my fault? You just stay here. Wait for me to go forward to get the wine. Wang Ben had just stepped out with his front foot, but then withdrew it, then called two subordinates and said, "Have someone go and get some wine and food, and ask for good wine." Seeming to have thought of something, Wang Ben shouted to the door again, "Go and invite father, and then go and invite Linzi here, since he cannot go. Invite him to teach at home, and say that you are inviting him for a drink, and do not say that you are asking him to come and teach." Hearing these words, Shinfeng froze. Hire a tutor. I originally thought that I could not go to the book today, but I did not expect Wang Ben's brain to turn so fast, and even thought of tricking Linzi over. In that case, even if he was unwilling to take out the aphrodisiac grass, he had to do so. After all, it was Shinfeng himself who had personally said that he would gift this item to Linzi. It didn't take long and the wine and food were soon ready. Wang Jian also arrived at Shinfeng's room early, and when he first came in, he saw Shinfeng wrapped in a quilt and felt a little strange. Even though it's snowing, it's not really that cold, and there's a big difference between the temperature of falling snow and melting snow. This kid didn't study today? Wang Jian looked at Wang Ben in confusion. Wang Ben's attention was focused on his wine honor at this time, so he didn't care what Wang Jian was saying. Shinfeng gritted his teeth and said, "I'm just a little bit afraid of the cold, so the general is planning to hold a banquet at my place, saying that he wants to cook wine to warm up his body, and he's also planning to invite his teacher over." Wang Jian heard a laugh. He does not care about this. For him, eat well and drink well. This day has been fast like a god. As for Wang Ben, he doesn't care about Shinfeng. As long as he doesn't make trouble, everything is fine. On the streets of Zyang City, because of the heavy snowfall, people are nestled in their homes to keep warm, and everyone says that snow is an omen of a good year. But if it were not for this city, who would have thought that there are still many frozen corpses outside the city? In the car driver, Linzi probed his hand to catch a piece of falling snow, and sighed slightly in his heart. Today he actually did not intend to go out. Unable to do so, Wang Ben sent a generous invitation. Strange to say, in the past it seems that these two with his general's house never had too many interactions, but since yesterday Shinfeng came to pay his respects, the relationship between the two families seems to have become much more cordial. In fact, Reese is still more resistant in his mind. The interactions between civil officials and military generals were in his opinion better with a slight distance. If someone saw it, they would only snitch. But after all, he had already accepted Shinfeng as his disciple, and although he hadn't really worshipped him yet, he was still considered his first disciple. The disciple's parents invited him to dinner. If he didn't go, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Not to mention that the other party was still the upper general of Great Qin and his son. Arriving at the general's residence, he entered the residence and was guided by the subordinate to Shinfeng's room. Standing in the doorway, looking inside, for a moment, he felt a little bewildered. The father and son in the room had been drinking, and were still naked, red all over, with white air coming out of their heads, and the look of it was so close to lighting a fire on them. Then look at Shinfeng, wrapped in a quilt, sitting on the side, not drinking, not eating food. A pitiful look. Linzi is a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that this son is so humble in this general's house on a regular basis? Wang Ben was just about to fill another cup for himself when he turned around just in time to see Linzi standing outside the door. "Brother C is here. Come, share a drink." Linzi was originally a weak scholar. How could he withstand the strength of such a big old hand of Wang Ben? And he was hard pressed into his seat. Before he could react, the wine had already been poured. As a military man, father and son were already boozy, and drinking was even more so. After clinking glasses with Reese, he drank himself to death. Reese looked at the wine in his glass and sniffed slightly through his nose. "The wine is good. Just what's with the grass in this glass? Getting up and looking at the wine dignity, he clearly saw a piece of chopped grass sitting in the dignity, a grass he had seen before. There was a small forest of hills outside of the city, full of them. However, he had never heard of this grass having any efficacy in medicine. Linzi suspiciously turned his gaze to Shenfeng, who was nestled aside, and through the gap he could just see that Shenfeng's face was full of smiles. In a flash, he thought back to Wang Ben's admonition to him yesterday. If this sun gives you anything to eat, you must not eat it without permission. Linzi moved towards Shenfeng's position and was just about to say something when Wang Ben grabbed his wrist with a frown and said, "Why isn't Mr. drinking? Could it be that you look down on me?" Wang Ben himself is tall, with a rough face, plus a bare bladder, red body, and white mist, the whole of an evil spirit walking out of hell look. Reese was confused. Didn't he say he'd come for a drink and a good time? You call this fun? It's a sin, okay? As the court captain of Great Qin, what kind of situation hadn't he encountered when Great Qin hadn't unified the world yet? Even now, he didn't have the slightest hand tremor, but his heart was panicked. These two in front of them obviously drank the wine made from this grass, which caused them to become the way they are now. Although it didn't hurt his life, he couldn't stand the thought that he would have to become like this later. What's more, the door to the room was still open, and the underlings came in from outside every now and then to add wine and food. If we saw that the Great Qin courtier had also gone mad, wouldn't we be laughed at by the entire court? Drink a little. It's just a small bite of a microphone, so you shouldn't have a seizure. Linzi picked up the wine cup, under the watchful eyes of the three people, slightly mimicked so small mouthful, but when the wine in his mouth entered the abdomen, a dry heat violently attacked. Not only that, he even felt that his body had become more spirited than ever before, and it seemed that there was still a steady stream of power coming out of his body. Reese's eyes widened, and without any further hesitation, he drank all that remained in his cup. Come, drink another goblet. Outside the house, whenever he passed by Shenfeng's room, he couldn't help but take a look inside. It seems that all three seem to have gone crazy except for that little army man. Chapter 31, I can't climb over the wall if I'm not allowed to enter the gate. Outside the house, the snow continued. Inside the house, it was hot. There were 4 people in the room. 3 were naked and 1 was wrapped in a blanket. How it looks. How strange. Is there only one normal person in this room on such a snowy day? If the 2 generals looked like this, it would be just fine. But even the thin ribs of Lord Tingwei had taken off his shirt. Could it be that madness was really contagious? The 3 of them only focused on drinking and completely forgot about Shenfeng. Until midday, the aphrodisiac herbs in the wine dignity were not known to have been secretly eaten by anyone. The 3 of them, covered in hot air, sat on the ground, their hands propped up on the ground, breathing in large gulps of the cold air. Brother C, how is this wine? Wang Ben wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently patted his chest. He really couldn't drink anymore. Even if there was still aphrodisiac herbs in the wine zone, he had already drunk enough. This wine is so beautiful that it makes me want to go home. Wang Ben laughed out loud when he heard this. It's because you want to go home to your wife. The 2 men looked at each other and then laughed, while Wang Jian on the side stroked his beard and ate small dishes, his eyes constantly rolling, and he didn't know what he was thinking. A few moments later, when the subordinates withdrew the food and wine, Linzi got up and said, "Thank you for the general's hospitality. This time I have come to the right place. Today I go back, and in the coming day, I will definitely pay my respects at the door, and if there is an heir again, C will definitely send someone to send an invitation to report the good news." With the help of his underlings, Reese wobbled into his clothes. It seemed that he had thought of something, and just after stepping out of the doorway, he turned his head to look at Shenfeng again. "Today it is inconvenient to read. Tomorrow remember to come early. The 2 treat me with utmost sincerity. C also cannot live up to the beauty of the 2. Will let you become a great talent." Shenfeng's expression was a bit dull. "They're both honest with you? The aphrodisiac herb? I pulled it out, and I cut it in 1 piece. You don't say you'll give me a 3-day vacation, and tomorrow you're going to make me go to school, and you're going to make me a great talent?" Shenfeng couldn't help himself and threw away the quilt wrapped around his body, intending to rush over and give him a kick. Fortunately, Wang Jian was not drunk, and seeing Shenfeng's angry appearance, he smiled and said, "No harm, no harm. Wait for the next day. I will explain with him is not on the line, and then again, he is now your teacher. How can any disciple want to beat the teacher? And if you do break him, the king won't be able to spare you." In fact, Shenfeng didn't really intend to do it. It was just that there was some small aggravation in his heart, not to mention that it was still snowing outside, and he couldn't possibly run out at the risk of being poisoned. Wang Jian and Wang Ben both left. In the room, Shenfeng and Little Goldfinch were still wide-eyed. The Little Goldfinch still wanted to find some delicious food from Shenfeng's arms, but the stock from the previous days had already been eaten up. and it was still snowing outside. Shinfeng could not go out, so there was no choice but to nestle in the quilt and sigh deeply. Heavy snow fell from morning until late in the evening. Opening the door, there was silence outside the house, and it seemed that the entire population of Xianyang City had gone to sleep early. In the general's residence, it was also very quiet, and it was clear that Wang Jian and Wang Ben had not yet sobered up. In order to prevent it from suddenly starting to snow again, Shinfeng purposely wrapped himself tightly, covering all but a pair of eyes. The subordinates in the general's residence were also considered very familiar with this little military master, and over the course of a few days, they had already figured out Shinfeng's preferences. I don't know if it was because of his past years in the military, he always liked to travel at night, and his subordinates would always leave a door open for him after he went out. Walking out of the general's residence, looking at the thick snow on the ground, Shinfeng could not help but directly pounce on the ground. It's a good thing the snowflakes on the ground are non-toxic, or else he'd have to go to hell with this lunch. The snow-wrapped Xianyang can be very cold, but it has an indescribable feeling. As he watched the lights go on in the homes and the laughter in the houses, he suddenly began to miss the veterans a little. He remembered that those veterans had said that when the world was unified, they intended to return home to look after their families, and he didn't know if they had gone back yet. The 3-day feast should have ended only in the early morning of tomorrow, but the snow suddenly descended, and it was thought that the army had already returned to camp. The great king is kind and generous, and will certainly not treat each and every one of his generals poorly. After all, they are the true cornerstone of Great Qin. Walking down the street, his feet on the snow, with each step he couldn't help but want to look back at those footprints he had left behind. The footprints were both deep and shallow, and some of them could even be said to have reached the level of stepping on snow. All this way, he had been wrapping his body around with aura, wanting to use it to practice his control of aura. It's not very effective, but it's a big improvement. If the aura was released more, it would instead directly blow away the surrounding snow. With less aura being released, footprints will still leave visible traces. However, if the aura reaches just the right kind of level, it will neither be overly consumed nor leave any traces. So it is the most perfect. As for aura flying through the air, with his current realm, he was only afraid that there was still a great distance to go. This night, he had been trying to control the aura in his body almost the entire time, and every time he achieved something slightly, his heart would feel an overwhelming excitement. But after the excitement, Shinfeng withered. What to do when Reiki is gone? In his current situation, it was still difficult to recover his aura on his own, although there was no lack of aura between heaven and earth. But with his own realm wanting to slowly recover, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. The only way to do that is to look for immortal herbs and elixirs. However, it was actually still difficult to find a spirit herb with a phrase, not to mention the fact that the snow was now sealing the city and everything was buried under the snow. Suddenly, Shinfeng's eyes brightened slightly. He remembered that there were still quite a few spiritual herbs with words in Linzi's yard. If they could all be plucked out, naturally, there would be no need to worry about the problem of not having enough aura. And he remembered clearly that the pastries made by his master's wife yesterday at Linzi's house had come with the words. Although it was inferior, at the very least, it was able to replenish the aura. Thinking about it, Shinfeng's legs had begun to involuntarily walk in the direction of Linzi's home. As when he came before, there were still guards standing at the door, only they had changed. Arriving at the door, Shinfeng cupped his fists and said, "My name is Shinfeng. I have come to pay my respects to teacher and teacher's mother. Please inform big brother." The two men looked at each other, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Lord Tingwei has drunk too much wine today and is still sleeping. As for the lady, she is also tending to her lord's side. Such as this night is already late, and it is inconvenient to see the guests." Seeing the vigilant gazes of the two men, Shinfeng instantly understood what the other party meant. The two of them don't know themselves at all, so naturally they won't let themselves in easily. And if one of them goes in to inform the other, what if the other one gets backstabbed? Such a risky thing. As a guard, it was natural that he would not make such a low-level mistake. Shinfeng didn't say too much and turned around and left. Coming to the other side of the fence, he smiled as he looked at the two-man-high fence. "Can't you go over the wall if you're not allowed in?" Chapter 32, Meeting a Friend in High Mountains and Flowing Water. The height of the fence was actually nothing. Even if one hadn't reached the first level of qi cultivation, one could just as well go over it. Only this is, after all, the residence of Linzi, the court captain of the Great Qin. If he really tumbled in, not to mention whether he could steal something, once he was caught, then he would certainly be tortured. In Great Qin, the crime of stealing is a very serious one. Shinfeng's movements were very light, and on this journey, he had been able to master the use of his own aura very well. Gathering his aura above his legs, he then gently leapt and simply crossed the fence. Just as he crossed the fence, He apparently didn't find the right spot and stepped on a stone table. There was snow on top of the stone table, and the stone table itself was relatively smooth, and Shin Feng's entire body directly fell heavily onto the table. Fortunately, today's his physical body is still okay, in addition to the place where he was hit slightly painful. Other than that, there is no problem. But the stone table was directly hit by him to break into pieces. The loud sound not only startled Mrs. Li inside the house, but even the two guards outside the door. Both rushed in. Seeing Shin Feng, the two men's faces changed dramatically, and one of them even ran towards the door, obviously preparing to call someone. The other person, on the other hand, held a long sword in his hand and directly rushed towards Shin Feng. In the face of this situation, Shin Feng did not show the slightest panic. After so many years of marching and fighting with veterans in the barracks, he had seen this kind of scene many times. What's more, what he was facing nowadays couldn't even be called a big game, not even a small one. The guard's reaction was very quick, and after the other person ran out of the room, he rushed directly towards Shin Feng. Shin Feng was not panicked, and after getting up, he first patted the snow on his body, and the moment he raised his head, his killing aura was instantly released. For so many years, on the battlefield, although there wasn't a lot of blood on his hands, he had cut off the heads of his enemies with no expression on his face. Perhaps in the eyes of those murderous generals, this was nothing more than a trivial matter. But for those who had never seen blood before, and who didn't even dare to look at the enemy's head directly, this was more than a lot of ordinary soldiers. In addition to the fact that today's Shin Feng had stepped into practicing qi, while releasing the killing qi, that kind of might that mortals could not touch was also released together. The guard stood in front of Shin Feng, and the long sword in his hand was raised high, but was slow to fall. For some reason, a sudden fear arose in his heart. He could clearly feel that the source of this fear was coming from this 15 or 16-year-old teenager in front of him. His hands were shaking and his legs had begun to stiffen. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening from inside the house. Shin Feng glanced at the guard in front of him with an icy gaze, then gave a light laugh and turned towards the door of the room. Student Shin Feng, greetings to the master mother, greetings to the teacher. The door to the room slowly opened. Only what came out was not Li Si, but Mrs. Li. Seeing that the guard still maintained that look, she couldn't help but see a flash of surprise in her eyes. In her memory, these few guards, all of them were considered to be good. Although they had never been to battle, they were still considered to be imposing. However, if you want to scare those veterans who have really gone to war and killed like hell, I'm afraid you're still a bit too young. But it was more than enough to scare the average thief. But now, he was intimidated by a doll even younger than him. Mrs. Li looked at Shin Feng, and a trace of complexity could not help but show in her eyes. She couldn't imagine how the boy had survived all those years. If those rich children, like his age, either at home to read and write, or practice martial arts to strengthen the body, if the conditions are better, all day to eat, drink and play, simply carefree, go down, he is my disciple with my husband. With Mrs. Risa's approval, the guard slowly lowered the sword in his hand, and even though it was freezing, his back was still drenched in sweat. When he sneaked a look at Shin Feng, his heart was still pounding furiously, and he was indeed frightened. Walking out of the mansion and closing the gate, the guard leaned against the wall, gently stroking his chest as his breathing gradually became even. The guard who had gone ahead to call out earlier had also returned with 7 or 8 people, but they were all stopped by him one by one. Even Mrs. Li Si hadn't said anything about what was going to happen, so if he were to bring people in to stop them, I'm afraid it would really be a bit of an ungrateful thing to do. Why did you come over so late? It can't be that husband asked you to come over to study all night, right? Mrs. Li let out a light laugh, pulled Shin Feng into the house, and pushed the fire pot towards his side. Shin Feng smiled awkwardly. He had only intended to come over to steal a few qi refining grasses, but how could I not expect that when I jumped over from the wall? I didn't find a good position, and jumped directly on the stone table, and even smashed the stone table. After thinking about it, Shin Feng touched his stomach and said, Disciple has not eaten any food in the evening. The 2 generals and teacher drank too much wine in the morning. Disciple is still hungry until now. After all, you are living in the general's residence. If you are too unruly, I'm afraid you will cause suspicion. Saying that, Shin Feng's gaze looked towards the yard and said with a smile, Teacher's yard has some nice grass, so I thought of coming over to dig a little. These words, no matter who says them, will be heartbreaking to anyone who is a mother who hears them. Not to mention Risa's wife. Shin Feng now worshipped Li Si, and Li Si's wife was naturally his teacher's wife. Everyone says that one day is a teacher for life, and the teacher's wife is naturally considered half a mother. So Mrs. Li's heart is even harder. Looking at the somewhat handsome teenager in front of her, she couldn't help but raise her hand and touch his head. a slight glint of crystal in her eyes. After a long time, Mrs. Lee took a deep breath and said, "In the future, if you are hungry, if you can't stay in the general's residence, you will come here. Since you worship your husband, you will be considered half of our children. Master teacher will not treat you badly. Sit down for a while." I remembered that in the evening, I had made some extra food, and originally planned to fill my husband's stomach after he woke up in the night, so I'll give you a cushion first. After saying that, Mrs. Lee got up and headed towards the kitchen. It didn't take long for her to walk over with a tray of pastries. Seeing the plate in Mrs. Lee's hand, Shinfeng immediately felt that the grass in the yard did not smell good. Inferior quality qi nourishing pills can quickly restore aura after consumption. Lower quality, more impurities, not recommended. Average flavor. Receiving the plate, Shinfeng first thanked Sher Maiden, and then began to take one bite at a time. Looking at Shinfeng's eating, Mrs. Lee's eyes lit up. As far as she could remember, Reese didn't seem to be much of a fan of the pastries she made. Even though she ate clean every time, she knew very well in her own heart that both the quality and the flavor could only be described as average. But when she saw Shinfeng's wolfing down his food, she suddenly understood why Boya and Ziki were soulmates. This little disciple, isn't he my soulmate? Chapter 33, My name is Wang Ben. Is this stuff good? In fact, it really didn't taste very good. If he hadn't brought the words with him, Shinfeng might have preferred to eat grass. But when a bowl of rice is topped with a broth of braised pork ribs, even if it's hard to eat, that has to taste good. Shinfeng was really hungry, only that his hunger was still very different from other people's hunger. His hunger came from the massive depletion of his aura, causing every cell in his entire body to seemingly cry out for hunger. However, once the pastry entered the mouth, the aura began to rapidly enter the dantian, followed by slowly integrating into the entire body. After the last bite of pastry was eaten, Shinfeng let out a long breath. The good thing was that this time, the qi-nourishing dan didn't have any after effects, except for the fact that the aura wasn't as huge as expected, but it was already pretty good. Compared to the qi-refining grass, Shinfeng was still more willing to choose the inferior quality qi-nourishing dan. After eating and drinking enough, Shinfeng slowly stood up and smiled as he made a deep bow to Mrs. Lee. Many thanks to Master Teacher. The student has eaten enough. Mrs. Lee smiled and nodded her head. The more she looked, the more she liked it. The most important point was that Shinfeng would not show any dissatisfied expression during the meal. Unlike Reese, Shinfeng did not linger. Since he had eaten and drank enough, he had no reason to stay on. Only before leaving, he still deliberately pulled away all the last few grasses with words, "The beautiful name is Hoing." Gone? After Shinfeng had left for a while, Li Si's voice suddenly came from behind Mrs. Lee. Ouch! Scared me. The originally smiling Mrs. Lee instantly changed her face, and her eyes towards Li Si couldn't help but take on a hint of resentment. Li Si didn't care and sat down next to the fire pit, rubbed his stomach and said with a smile, "Ma'am, dare I ask if there's any food left? For my husband is a bit hungry." Mrs. Lee glanced at him and turned toward her room, leaving only an icy sentence. "No, do it yourself if you're hungry." Reese was confused. What does that mean? If my disciple is a human being, I'm not a human being, am I? After a few moments of silence, Li Si shook his head slightly and got up to look at the already broken stone table in the courtyard. Li Si subconsciously touched his beard. He couldn't imagine what kind of disciple Wang Ben had actually found for himself in the end. What could this man do? Early in the morning, opening the window and door, a cold wind rushes in between the necks. The little goldfinch in the corner of the bed was frozen by this cold wind and flew towards Shinfeng's arms in the next second. It seemed that in the entire world, only Shinfeng's arms were the warmest. Open the door, step out of the room, and look to the sky. The clouds hadn't cleared, but the sun's rays were already faintly visible. It's supposed to be a nice day. The snow on the ground is starting to show signs of melting, and the temperature has dropped considerably from yesterday. When he came to the courtyard, Shinfeng saw that Wang Ben had already started practicing boxing. Seemingly seeing Shinfeng through his afterglow, Wang Ben practiced even harder. Every punch thrown was extremely powerful, and every kick kicked up a gust of snow. Shinfeng stood by the side, watched for a while, said nothing, turned around and left. But Wang Ben hadn't realized it yet, and his punches and kicks had become more powerful, even to the point that in the end, he punched a tree in the courtyard. Bang! Trees as thick as thighs fell to the ground in response. Wang Ben nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at where Shinfeng was. Where are the people? Wang Ben was angry. He was so hard to perform, but he did not want Shinfeng to look at it more, so that he could learn something from it. But I didn't expect the kid to even want to look at it more than once and turn his head away. Sinner, come back at lunchtime and you'll be in for a treat. As soon as Wang Ben's words fell, Wang Jian's voice came out from the general's residence. Asshole, who let you beat my tree like this? I'll skin you. At this time, Xin Feng had already left the general's residence long ago, walking on the street, buying some delicious food from time to time. As for the boxing style Wang Ben made in front of him, he couldn't even look at it. Veterans had told him when he was in the military that some of the flowery fists were nice to look at, but nice to look at was not useful. On the battlefield, killing the enemy also requires a deadly move, either a sword through the throat or a halberd to stab a hole in the opponent. If you don't have a weapon, then you will use underhanded tricks, sticking your eyes, punching your throat, kicking your nether regions, and hitting wherever is most deadly. As for the flowery fist with all the fancy footwork, really to the battlefield, both sides have already fought. Who still give you time to pose? Joking. The so-called strong body, Xin Feng actually does not need it all. He has already stepped into practicing qi. Not to mention that he can live a few more years than ordinary people. Not to mention the possibility of getting a small disease or disaster. On this journey, besides buying food everywhere, Xin Feng was also looking around for items with words. It was just a pity that none of these contraptions on the vendor could interest him at all. Solely he did not continue to look around, and turned around with the intention of heading towards Reese's mansion. Just at the moment of turning around, suddenly a figure scurried out from the alley, and the two of them bumped right into each other. According to normal circumstances, Xin Feng had a spiritual qi and had already stepped into the first level of qi cultivation. Even if he was bumped into by someone, it was unlikely that he would react too much, and it could even be said that he wouldn't even move a bit. But what Xin Feng did not expect was that this collision, both he and the other party, both fell to the ground. And even the location that was knocked down, some hidden pain. This collision caused Xin Feng's expression to instantly become somewhat serious. Those who were able to knock him to the ground, other than a martial artist, would be a fellow martial artist, but looking at the other party's attire, it didn't seem like what a martial artist should look like either. Xin Feng stood up and touched his chest, then looked at the other party. His body was dressed in what resembled a Taoist robe-like costume, with a small pocket around his waist, and he was cloaked and seemed to be a bit disheveled. At the same time that Xin Feng was sizing up the other party was also sizing up Xin Feng, and although neither of them had spoken, a hint of vigilance had begun to arise in their hearts. A few moments later, the other party suddenly spoke. I am the great Qin founder. May I ask your name? Xin Feng glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, I am a general of Great Qin. May I ask what your name is? Xin Feng had heard of the word fengshui long ago, and he had heard the veterans talk about it when he was in the army. In Great Qin, it was best to offend no one but the founder. These fengshui acted oddly, and their temperament was also very odd, and they often made some things that were mind-boggling, and some powerful fengshui would even make pills, and there was one in the palace of the Great Qin. It is said that the king also intends to let this square scholar go out to sea to seek immortality medicine. If it was before, Xin Feng listened to it as a joke, but now, the other party obviously did not intend to report his name. In his eyes, Xin Feng and himself were both the same kind of person. Reporting his name, this was not a secure thing to do. Legend had it that in the ancient times, there were some side alchemists who could curse each other to death by another person's name, and he wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake before figuring out who the other person really was. Xin Feng stared at the other party for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, My name is Wang Ben. May I ask what is your name? Fengshui froze. Wang Ben? What a familiar name. I think I've heard it somewhere. Chapter 34, Your Majesty's Sacrifice to Heaven and the Minister's Observance. Fonzie wandered off. The name did seem like he had heard it somewhere before, but for a moment he couldn't even remember who it was. After a moment, the founder revealed a cold smile. My name is Wang Jian. Xin Feng was stunned. Then he looked at him with a strange look. Your Excellency impersonated the upper general Wang Jian. Aren't you afraid of being known by the man himself? Fengshui glanced at him and snorted. What? If I'm not Wang Jian, are you Wang Ben? Nonsense, who wouldn't? Xin Feng smiled slightly. It was true that he was not Wang Ben, but he was very familiar with Wang Ben. Looking at this founder in front of him, although he was a bit scruffy, he was wearing a Taoist uniform, which did not look like something an ordinary founder could afford to wear. If he's a square in the palace, Xin Feng smiled. Wouldn't it be just right? Although Fengshui wondered what exactly Xin Feng's origin was, at this moment, he couldn't care less about pursuing Xin Feng. Today, the palace came to the news. 3 days of the feast has passed. In addition to yesterday's snow, the next year is bound to wind and rain. Today is an auspicious day. The great king is going to make a sacrifice to heaven. Since there was going to be a heavenly sacrifice, how could there be any less of a square priest like him? In the past, no matter what any other country sacrificed to the heavens, a large number of fengshui would go there. not to mention whether it was true or not, but at the very least, they were able to obtain a large number of benefits. Now that the 6 kingdoms had been destroyed and only Great Qin was left, he couldn't imagine how spectacular this heavenly sacrifice would be. Looking at the back of the founder, Shenfeng subconsciously rubbed his fingers. It was a good habit. Whenever he picked up heads on the battlefield, just rubbing his fingers would not create too much pressure in his mind. The harder he rubbed his fingers together, the less pressure he would feel in his mind, and even in the end, he would not feel any negative emotions. When the founder had completely walked away, Shenfeng slowly loosened his fingers. Most of the veterans in the army come from all directions, from Yan, from Zhao, and not a few of them are from Qi, Shu, or from other countries. But in Shenfeng's memory, he had never heard these veterans talk about people who cultivated immortals in this world. The ones who said the most were the ancient Qi refiners, but how far back ancient times have gone, no one knows at all, and no one has ever seen anyone able to turn over a mountain. This also suggests that there might not even be such a thing as an immortal in this world. But today, he detected a hint of threat in this Fonzie's body. The other party and himself both seemed to be of the same kind, and although he didn't know what his realm was, a large portion of it was likely that he could also condense aura with himself, thus reaching a level of cultivation. Looking at him, he didn't seem to be very old, only slightly older than himself, which meant that there were perhaps even more powerful fangs behind him. The most popular name he had heard of for the palace's furniture was Su Fu, and as for Su Fu, Shenfeng walked towards Li Si's home while bowing his head in deep thought. Su Fu went out to sea in order to look for the overseas immortal mountain, but according to his once memory, it should belong to return without any success, unless this Great Qin was not the Great Qin he had imagined. Today, outside Li Si's mansion, there were quite a few guards standing, perhaps because of what happened last night, causing these guards to start becoming more vigilant. When he came to the door, he looked up to the guards, and before Shenfeng opened his mouth, the guards took the initiative to open the door, and it was obvious that they had already created a great impression of Shenfeng. After thanking the guards, Shenfeng walked towards the mansion. Entering the house, he did not see Reese. Mrs. Li seems to be the only one at home. Sensei-sama, isn't the teacher home? Seeing that Mrs. Li seemed to be preparing refreshments, Shenfeng hurried forward with the intention of helping. Mrs. Li saw that the visitor was Shenfeng, so she smiled and said, "Today, the Great King is going to offer a sacrifice to heaven, and all the officials are observing the ceremony, and husband is also going with him. Didn't General Wang Ben say anything to you?" Shenfeng was stunned. In the morning, he went out in a hurry. He didn't even eat breakfast. He went straight here, and naturally, he didn't know anything. Shouldn't the king go to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to heaven? Although puzzled, but did not ask more questions, Mrs. Li looked at Shenfeng's puzzled look, and let out a light laugh. Every year after the Rui Shui, within the royal palace will carry out the ceremony of sacrificing to the sky, in order to the next year's wind and rain. I'm afraid that today will be different. Shenfeng asked curiously. Why? Great Qin destroyed the 6 kingdoms and unified the 8 wastelands. The 6 kingdoms are all destroyed. All the nobles of the 6 kingdoms that used to be here will come to observe the ceremony. Not only that, there are also those founders who have been roaming around outside the country. They will also come to observe the ceremony and carry out the sacrificial rites. I think this year's heavenly sacrifice ceremony will definitely be incomparably grand. Thinking about what was, and then thinking about what will be, I'd like to think that the Great King's unification of the world may not be a bad thing. Shenfeng looked at the dim sum in the steamer and swallowed his saliva as he continued to ask under his breath, "Why don't you explain it for my disciple?" "Seen your mother?" Mrs. Li said with her mouth, but her hands never stopped. Although these are the most ordinary ingredients, but after making them, in Shenfeng's eyes, they all changed. He had even begun to wonder if Shenyang was a humanoid elixir maker, and almost all of her finished products, even if they were of inferior quality, carried the words, "But the next person simply couldn't make them. It's just a shame that Reese is not lucky enough to enjoy them. They're all mine." While making pastries, Lady Li said softly, "I heard my husband talk about how the Great King's unification of the world will inevitably be hampered by endless obstacles, but it is the people of this world who will benefit." Back in the Zhou dynasty, Wu Wangji divided the 4 seas, leading to chaos and strife, and the monarchs of various countries claimed to be kings, so much so that the people were unable to live in peace, and sometimes they moved from the state of Zhao to the state of Qin, or from the state of Qin to the state of Wei. The people have returned to their homes, and the children of the nations are constantly migrating in search of a way to live, to the extent that some of them no longer know where their roots are. Now that the world is united and the 7 kingdoms belong to Great Qin, won't the people no longer have to move around and worry all day long? Isn't that one of the greatest things? Mrs. Li turned around with a smile and opened the steamer. intending to bring out one of the plates. Shinfeng was quick on his feet and hurriedly stepped forward to offer his help. To the point of view of the teacher mother, the words are not unreasonable. Can disciple view? The six nobles is ultimately a potential hidden trouble. The country, although all have been subordinate to the great Qin, but the hearts of the people are not unanimous. Now the king is still alive. But the king if... Shut up, Mrs. Li's eyes glared, raised her hand and gently patted on Shinfeng's head, looked out the window, and said in a low voice, don't say this kind of words again in the future. And this kind of thing is not for you to think about. Since your heart is not in the imperial court, you don't need to think about this, even if there is really a change in the future. You only need to protect yourself. Chapter 35, Poor Quality Bone Hardening Pill. This thing is really killing me. Shinfeng carried his plate and looked at this master teacher's wife in front of him, and he felt a slight touch in his heart. In his 2 lives, his behavior might be insane at times, but his mind was sane, and he was almost on the verge of forgetting the events of his last life. But in this life, the clearest memories in his mind were either running around the battlefield or picking up heads. In the past 10 years or so, apart from being in the middle of the barracks and being taken care of by the veterans, this was the first time he had truly felt the existence of kinship. Unconsciously, he felt a slight lump in his throat and his nose started to get a little sore, though not his birth mother. This gentle pat on the head felt like it touched his soul. Shinfeng slightly lowered his head. His face did not show too much emotion. Still the same naive smile. The aura revolved around his body, and soon the crystals at the bottom of his eyes completely dissipated. If the master's mother were a male body, her accomplishments would certainly not be lower than the teacher's. After Mrs. Li put the freshly made pastries into the steamer, she led Shinfeng towards the inner hall, laughing as she walked. Don't talk nonsense. These are actually all husband's mouth on weekdays being heard by me. If you study well, good, and your teacher to seek learning, even if the future does not enter the dynasty, not as an official, but also can find a piece of pure land to teach, at least will not starve. After saying that, Mrs. Li pushed the plate of pastries towards Shinfeng. Inferior quality bone hardening dan. After consumption can change the density of bones to a certain extent. The higher the density, the harder the bones. Due to the lower quality, it is not recommended to take. The sequelae are huge. The taste is okay. Originally, Identity's emotions were still slightly at a low ebb, but now that he saw this plate of inferior bone hardening dan in front of him, his immediately panicked a bit. He was still a bit scared of the effects that the last inferior chi refining dan had caused him. Himself. What's more, at that time, it hadn't been said how big the side effects were, and now that a direct reminder had appeared, Shinfeng's hand that reached out to the plate, for a moment, trembled slightly. Mrs. Li seemed to have noticed Shinfeng's appearance and thought that he had frozen his hands because it was too cold, so he pushed the fire pot towards Shinfeng's position, then picked up another piece of pastry and put it into his hand. Eat up. Let's see how my new pastry tastes. This time I put in some honey syrup and some plum petals. I'm going to call it a plum cake. Looking at the inferior bone-quenching dan in his hand, Shinfeng took a deep breath and directly stuffed it into his mouth. The moment he put it into his mouth, Shinfeng slightly froze. Don't say. The flavor is indeed okay. At the very least, it's quite a bit better than the plate of the thing last night. The honey syrup's silky sweetness, with a kind of refreshing, in a slight chewing moment, even can vaguely feel an ethereal fragrance, which should be the fragrance brought by the plum flower petals. But after he swallowed it into his stomach, the effects of the bone-quenching pill immediately began to take effect. Shinfeng clearly heard the bones in his entire body crunching, and suddenly, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest, and it felt as if his ribs had been hit hard by something and shattered. The broken ribs didn't last very long and began to heal slowly after they were broken. As it healed, the pain gradually decreased, but before it was completely restored, the sound of bones breaking began to come from the shoulder as well. Cold sweat continued to drip down along his forehead, and his entire face was suddenly bloodless. Mrs. Li, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also noticed that Shinfeng was out of sorts, and hurriedly walked over, touched his forehead, and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sweating so much? And why is this body of yours so cold?" After saying that, Mrs. Li intended to go to the door to call someone. Shinfeng endured the severe pain as he pulled her back and said, "Senior mother, it doesn't matter. It's just some minor ailments. After a while it will be fine." Sharp pains were still coming from every part of his body, and he couldn't help but shudder violently with each crack of bone. Mrs. Li's heart was burning with anxiety at the moment. Shinfeng was just taking a bite of plum cake. How could he suddenly become like this? Could it be that there was something wrong with the pastry? With that thought, she reached out with the intention of grabbing one to try. Although the severe pain spread all over his body, his brain remained conscious, and when he saw that Mrs. Li was going to taste the plum cake. Shinfeng brought the plate over as soon as he could, and then immediately stuffed all the inferior bone-hardening pills into his mouth. If he just ate one, it might only hurt for a short while, but he ate all of the inferior bone-hardening pills all at once. That kind of pain is simply unimaginable to an onlooker. The little golden finch in his arms also sensed that Shinfeng was not right, and after flying out, he saw that Shinfeng was lying on the ground and rolling around, urgently and frantically stirring his wings. Seemingly thinking of something, the little goldfinch turned its head and flew towards the general's residence. At this moment, Shinfeng had been completely wrapped up in the feeling of broken bones, and every time it healed, there would be another place broken. Occasionally only one place broken, and occasionally the whole body's bones broken. Compared to the last time the chi-refining Dan hit his tendons and veins, this time the bone-hardening Dan could be said to directly make him feel the torture of the 18 layers of hell in advance. On the side, Mrs. Li assisted him to the bed with great difficulty, boiled a pot of hot water, and constantly wiped the sweat for him. Her hands were trembling, her eyes were red, and her whole person became a little bit haggard and quite a bit more haggard. The severe pain continued until the evening, during which the little goldfinch also came back several times, and every time it came back, it carried a hawthorn berry in its mouth, and although all of them were stuffed into Shinfeng's mouth, they did not produce any effect. This time, it flew off again. It wasn't long before Li Si returned, and before he even knocked on the door, he saw Mrs. Li walk out with red eyes and hugged him for a while. Li Si froze, and the first thing that came to mind inside his head was that Shinfeng was a sinner. But when he saw Shinfeng, who was lying in the room, motionless and even with a somewhat grim face, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's going on?" Mrs. Li did not hide anything, and informed Li Si of all that had happened in the morning. Li Si frowned slightly and came to Shinfeng's side to look at him for a while. He was about to touch his forehead when he saw a goldfinch fly in with a crumbly pear in its paw, only to see, the little goldfinch flew to Shinfeng's mouth, and then used its claws to directly crush the crumbs pear, followed by picking up the fragments and stuffing them into Shinfeng's mouth bit by bit. The scene did make Reese look a little dumbfounded. He glanced back at Mrs. Li, his eyes filled with shock, pointing at the little goldfinch, and then at Mrs. Li, and for a while he didn't even know what to say for the best. This bird flew out of Shinfeng's arms and has been feeding him this from morning to night, and I don't know what it really wants. Li Si's brows furrowed as he slowly stood up and came to the door, subconsciously glancing at the broken stone table in the courtyard before closing the doors and windows. When he came back again, he whispered to Mrs. Li, "This son of God, in the future, if it happens again in this kind of thing, do not say with others, you and I right not know can be. This bird since he was raised, look at this situation, obviously also some spiritual wisdom, although I do not know what it wants to do, but certainly will not harm his master. You go and dismiss the guards outside the door." Although he has endured without uttering a single cry, it is inevitable that after he falls asleep, there will be a strange noise, and then have the guards make a trip to the general's residence, and say that Shinfeng will not be going back tonight. Chapter 36, Speak Out, Go copy the book. Up. My stomach is so high and my mouth has gone numb. Too sour. Acidic saliva flowed, and when I gulped, it hurt all over my body in the process. So thirsty. It felt like my whole body was being burned by fire, so dry that even my saliva evaporated before I could swallow it completely. He wanted a drink of water, and it would be nice to have a vermilion fruit that he could taste right now. The best fruit I've ever eaten in my life seems to be the juju. It's just that all of these vermilion fruits were eaten up by the little goldfinch, and he even only ate one. So sweet. It was a sweetness that he seemed to have tasted, but his spirit was so tired that he was too lazy to think about it. It felt as if his body was soaking in water, and the burning sensation from the intense pain was slowly disappearing, and his bones seemed to be healing rapidly. The aura that had been depleted because of the restoration of the bones was also slowly recovering. There seemed to be a breeze around him, and he heard the windows thumping and crashing, as well as the shattering of pots and pans as they fell to the floor. Shifu won't be frightened by this. Will she treat me badly for it? Will she stop making me treats? Bird calls? I think I hear little goldfinches. Is it because I'm so greedy? Oh, my pickled pineapple claws. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly outside the window, and the noise of the street reached the yard. Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes, and he saw that at the head of his bed, Li Si had his hand propped up on his forehead in a false sleep, while Mrs. Li was sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning against the wall already asleep. Apparently, these two had stayed up all night from yesterday until now and had been at his side. Awake? Shinfeng carefully got up, just for fear of disturbing the sleeping senior mistress, but as soon as he moved, Mrs. Li opened her eyes. How are you feeling? Would you like some water? I burned all night last night and I almost couldn't resist calling the healer. As she spoke, Mrs. Li's eyes reddened again. I'd better stop making treats and never mess you up again. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng became anxious. It's entirely my own fault that Shifu's desserts are delicious, and it has nothing to do with Shifu's desserts. Beside the Linzi also woke up at this time. His eyes complex glanced at Shinfeng, silent for a moment. A light laugh. Why don't you go get some food? After guarding the night, I'm also a little hungry. I'd like to taste. You made the plum cake in the end. How to taste? Shinfeng woke up. The high fever had subsided, and his essence had all completely recovered, although she was a bit tired after sleeping all night. But after hearing them say that, Mrs. Li was instantly refreshed. Good. Then you two masters and disciples wait. I'll do it now. When Mrs. Li left, Linzi slowly got up, pounded his waist and legs, and moved his muscles again, and only after a long time did he slowly speak. What is so divine about you? I don't intend to know, and my ambition doesn't lie in it. To assist the great king, to take over for the great king this land where the sun, moon and stars shine, is only my scheme. Being an official in the court, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Although the great king is a bright king, the greatest king ever, but the hearts of the people are not ancient. Yesterday, the great king had already asked our subjects once again to go out to sea to search for the immortal islands for the medicine of immortality. Although we have tried our best to stop it, one day he will mention it again, and I'm only afraid that by that time, if we want to stop it again, our hearts will be in the right place. If one day in the future, something happens to me, I only hope that you can save my wife and child, in order to fulfill the bond between you and me as master and disciple. What do you think? Shinfeng raised his head to look at him. His eyes first fell on his face, but for some reason, his eyes fell on his waist. Seemingly noticing Shinfeng's gaze, Linzi only felt some chills in his waist, but he couldn't tell what the reason was, and then smiled and said, "What? Isn't this request a bit too high?" Shinfeng didn't say anything, but when he thought that he would have to study here for more than a month in the future, he vaguely felt a bit of a headache. It wasn't that the reading was bad, it was mainly that he didn't see anything useful in this study. Apart from the 4 books and the 5 classics, there were only a miscellaneous assortment of books. Honestly, it was a real headache to watch. If Linzi wasn't Shinfeng's teacher right now, he could really want to say something to him. Your old man was cut off at the waist, and that was definitely not an injustice. It was a little treasonous, but it was really heartfelt for his current mood. As for the teacher's wife, don't worry, teacher, if you really don't have it one day, leave it to me, master's mother. Shinfeng walked out of bed and came to Linzi's side with a smile, following Linzi's example with his hands behind his back. Linzi glanced at him. If it was in the past days, he would have let Shinfeng know what is called the ruler's power, but when he heard the guards outside the door, and the lady talking about how the stone table in the courtyard was broken, he understood. Not only is this son divine, I'm afraid that the degree of hardness of this flesh is also very human. No wonder he didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation when he hit him on the palm of his hand with the ruler the day before. Just like hitting a rock, but it wasn't impossible to subdue him. As a disciple, speaking out of turn, deserve to be punished. Go and copy the book. 2 copies today, must be copied within 1 hour. If there is a typo, copy it 4 times. Hearing Linzi's words, Shinfeng's smile instantly froze. Although he wanted to retort, he didn't dare to. At this time if he retorted a sentence, I'm afraid it would become a copy 10 times. Copying books was actually a very boring thing for Shinfeng. He was already a very active person, and it would take an hour for him to sit quietly in one place unless someone was watching him with a dead eye. But today, instead of sitting by his side, Reese stood in the courtyard quietly looking at the book in his hands. Shinfeng, on the other hand, sat inside the house and carefully copied the book while trying to find ways to recognize the words. At the very beginning when he picked up the brush, he didn't know if he had used too much strength, and the moment he grasped the brush in his hand, the brush directly broke into 2. This makes Shinfeng slightly feel a little puzzled. This brush can't be of poor quality, right? It breaks at the touch? But when he picked up the other quill, it was still easily broken by him. Shinfeng instantly reacted. It wasn't that the brush was too brittle, but that his strength had become greater. Thinking about eating a whole plate of inferior bone-quenching dan yesterday, Shinfeng couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. But fortunately he wasn't killed by the side effects, and his strength increased quite a bit instead. Nowadays, all the movements he thought were light actually took more force than ever before. It was good that the ones he ate were only of inferior quality. If it was an extremely high-quality bone-hardening pill, I'm afraid that this rune would be unprotected from the moment he stepped out of bed. In the courtyard, Linzi was still reading a book with his head down, but occasionally he would put his eyes on Shinfeng. Every move Shinfeng made, he clearly saw in his eyes. Whether it was the broken quill, or the occasional ferocious look of impatience, he could see it clearly. He had studied in the Jishi Academy and had read many collections of books, and there was no shortage of divine and strange writings among them. In his opinion, if he wanted Shinfeng to completely quiet his mind, the only way was to continuously polish his heart. This son is different from normal people. His nature is too impatient, and sometimes he is a bit uncaring, completely unaware of the meaning of etiquette and law. If you don't go to the court, so be it. The fear is that it's not up to him. Chapter 37, The Broken Law of Qi Practicing. An hour's time. To say it was fast, was actually quite fast. During this period of time, Shinfeng had been trying to control his force in order not to make the brush break all the time. Every time Linzi walked in and saw the broken pens on the table, it was as if he didn't see them. He just glanced at them lightly, then put down a few brushes and turned around and left. Shinfeng looked at Linzi's back and seemed to understand something in his heart. Under normal circumstances, seeing this scene, any individual would have doubts, but he didn't. In Shinfeng's opinion, it was not that Linzi did not see it, perhaps he already had an answer in his heart, or perhaps these things simply could not arouse his interest. As he said just now, his goal was the goal of the King of Qin, and the King of Qin's goal was this world. An hour passed quickly. During this time, Shinfeng could finally control his power well, and he also felt that his control of the spiritual qi in his body had become more skillful. Although it is not yet possible to use qi to control things, but at least it can be slightly moved a little bit, but unfortunately it is not very obvious. But it is enough to make Shinfeng feel very excited. Not only that, in the process of controlling the force and copying the book, he felt a change in his state of mind that seemed to have arisen as well. It's just that the change wasn't very noticeable, so it wasn't too much of a concern. Picking up the brief book, he came to the courtyard, and after handing it to Linzi, he secretly watched Linzi's facial expression change. The text was still as ghostly as ever, but compared to the day before, it had changed slightly. Reese nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, not exactly a demented fool. And so, that's enough writing for today for now. Let's start reading next." Reading? Hearing this, Shinfeng immediately got up and quit. It's hard to finish writing, and now you're reading? But when Linzi threw the bamboo slips in his hand at Shinfeng's feet, he subconsciously looked down, and this look directly made his entire body freeze. The broken qi practicing method can provide qi practicing technique of the third layer. The quality of the technique is lower, but it's better than nothing. After learning it, the degree of absorbing the spiritual qi is slower, but it's faster than running on your own, and you can break through to the third layer of qi practicing at the highest level. Looking at the volume of simple books by his feet, Shinfeng was a bit incredulous. The master teacher was able to provide inferior pills, and the teacher could provide tattered gongfu. Is this mortal? This is simply divine. Shinfeng constantly soothed his agitated emotions in his mind. Although he had only 2 days of reading and writing here in Lise, but he had been able to restrain his impulsive emotions very well, and coupled with the kind of immobility that Linzi sometimes showed, Shinfeng sometimes learned without thinking. After picking up the brief book from the floor, he said nothing and walked over to the corner and watched it intently. In the eyes of the onlookers, this volume of simple books was a very ordinary miscellaneous book, but in Shinfeng's eyes, it was a picture. The drawing was full of the tendons and veins going through the human body, and there was a small point of light that was traveling along those veins. While viewing the booklet, he had already begun to subconsciously control his aura to follow the images shown on the diagram as it traveled. Every time you walk through a circumference, both the dantian and the spirit have a very full feeling. The longer he wandered, the more he felt the abundance of aura in his body. While meditating, the aura enveloped the area he was in, and as long as those flowers and plants were in his periphery, they would rapidly blossom, then wither, then blossom again, then wither again. It was as if he was surrounded by a heaven and earth of his own, a heaven and earth in which there was a law of self, and the very flowers and plants around him made all the explanations. Linzi on the side looked at the scene in front of him. His heart was full of horror. He knew that Shinfeng was divine, but he had never thought that he was so capable. Perhaps worried that the guards outside the door would see this scene in front of him, he didn't move and walked to the door, dismissing the guards. Then he entered the house again and said to his wife in a deep voice, "Don't go out today. Just stay inside the house, and don't go to the yard. If you see or hear anything, don't come out." Linzi was worried. He didn't know how long this change in Shinfeng would last. However, it was certain that once it was seen, then both Shinfeng and the Linzi family would most likely be subjected to an undeserved disaster. Reese was worried in his mind, but at the same time, he felt funny, so divine that he couldn't think of any other word to replace it other than ancient alchemist. It is a bit ridiculous to think that the great king said yesterday above the court that he wanted the founder to go overseas to look for the immortality medicine, but he never thought that those founder were even worse than the little waifs. It was exactly the same as the information identified. The speed of absorbing aura had indeed accelerated quite a bit, and there was even a vague feeling that he was about to break through the second level of chi cultivation. But after all, feeling was just feeling, and when it came to making a real breakthrough, it was actually still quite a bit short. Yesterday's inferior bone-quenching Dan had already depleted the aura in his body, although he had recovered quite a bit by relying on the little gold sparrow's private stash of vermilion fruits. Most of the aura contained in the vermilion fruits had been used to repair Shin Feng's body, and wanting to recover all of the aura again was still not enough, but now it was good. Although it wasn't a superior cultivation technique, it was enough. At the very least it's a lot better than running on your own. This meditation lasted until midday, and had even exceeded 2 hours. All this time, Reese had been at his side in case there was any too much commotion. However, the good thing was that apart from some visions of the flowers and plants around Shinfeng, everything was very peaceful. Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes. The bones in his body creaked as he stood up and stretched. After some meditation, the aura in his body had completely recovered, and the side effects of the inferior bone-quenching pill had all disappeared. He clearly felt the changes in every part of his body, whether it was the bones, or the flesh and skin. It was beyond the realm of ordinary people. At this moment, he felt like he could even break a mountain with one punch. Suddenly, behind him came Reese's voice. "It's getting late, and you should go back. You rested here all day yesterday, and I did not inform the general exactly what was going on, as to how the excuses are to be made up. You'll have to see for yourself. I won't keep you for dinner either." Li Si's face was calm, but his heart was in shock. In the face of such a situation, he was still able to maintain such a calm stance, which was already his limit. Shinfeng didn't say anything more. He bowed deeply to Li Si and glanced at the booklet in his hand. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Could teacher gift this bamboo slip to me?" This volume of the brief book Li Si had already read it many times, and it was considered to be familiar. What has been written in this is only a miscellany of notes, hardly of much help to learning. However, since Shinfeng was interested, there was nothing wrong with gifting it to him. Got the consent of Li Si, Shinfeng smiled. The onlookers do not know, but he knows very well in his heart. This is not a miscellaneous record, but a real treasure. Walking to the door, Shinfeng's mind suddenly appeared a person's appearance. He turned to Li Si and asked, "Has the teacher ever seen a fengsher?" A little scruffy, but with a very honorable Taoist costume, a small bag on his waist, and not very old. Chapter 38, Wang Jian's Worries. Li Si was slightly stunned. Ever since Qin had destroyed the Six Kingdoms, the scholars from all directions were converging towards Zyang, not to mention the Fanzis. There are some crooks among them who want to fish out of water as well. However, since Shinfeng asked, there must be an original reason. Contemplating for a moment, Li Si said softly, "There are countless fengsher in the king's palace, and there are quite a number of models such as the one you described." Reese looked at him with some confusion. Why did he suddenly ask about this? Could it be that there was something wrong? With these gestures that Shinfeng had shown before, Li Si did feel that he and those fengsher should not belong to the same category. There is still a certain difference between a fengsher and a chi refiner, although he didn't know exactly what the difference was. In Li Si's memory, he had never seen any founder who was able to create such a divine sight. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and hearing is hearing, and he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. Looking at Shinfeng's back, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, but in the end, they were all suppressed by him one by one. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and he didn't even notice when Mrs. Li appeared at his side. "What are you smiling about? So happy?" Li Si let out a light laugh and said, "You don't understand, but General Wang Ben has sent me a good disciple. This son will become a great man in the future. Even if he doesn't enter the court, he will be famous in the world, and he may even be famous throughout the ages. And what about you? Won't you be famous for 1,000 years?" Li Si gently shook his head and said, "What do you know as a woman? What I keep is the name of the earth. What he keeps is the heaven. What heaven and earth? I don't care about that. You're his teacher. I'm his teacher's wife. I just know he likes to eat the snacks I make." Li Si glanced at the plum blossom cake held in his wife's hand, and his body couldn't help but tremble. From seeing Shinfeng turn into that appearance after eating the plum blossom cake, whenever his wife said she was going to make pastries, he had palpitations. It was a good thing they were non-toxic, or he would have been the next one in bed. Walking on the road, Shinfeng grasped the little golden finch in his hand. Looking at the traces of slagged pears and vermilion fruits remaining on the little golden finch's paws, he subconsciously raised his hand and prepared to help it clean up. The little goldfinch obviously also realized what was going on. Even though it was held in Shinfeng's hands, its wings still waved non-stop, and the chirping sound even drew side glances from bystanders. In the eyes of onlookers, Shinfeng was abusive, but in Shinfeng's feelings, he was showing off. Showing off what a great thing he had done, showing off that he had saved Shinfeng. Shinfeng glanced at it and muttered in a low voice, It's true that this claw can't be eaten, but this wing can still be eaten. Don't worry, when you grow up, I'll bury these pairs of claws of yours properly, or if not, erect a monument and make an offering. Nowadays, the little goldfinch had been able to understand human speech, and when it heard Xin Feng's words, the whole bird became a little less nice. The spirit instantly shriveled, and the next second he broke away from Xin Feng's palm, and drilled into his arms. When he returned to the general's residence, he wanted to get something to eat first, but as soon as he entered the door, he heard the subordinate of the residence say, "Junior military master. The upper general said that he wants you to go to him first when you come back." The underling's face was a little solemn, something that had never happened before. At the very least, in the few days he'd lived here, he'd never seen anyone in the mansion who would look like that. This looks more like something big is going on in the mansion. When he came to the room where Wang Jian was, he saw that Wang Jian was sitting at the table, sipping wine by himself sullenly, with a frown on his face. Looking to both sides, Shenfeng did not see Wang Ben. Shenfeng frowned slightly and went forward and asked in a deep voice, "Was General Wang Ben cut off at the waist by the Great King?" Wang Jian froze and shook his head directly. "That's not true, but the Great King vetoed the idea of returning to the countryside fields. I have fought all my life, and when I was young, I thought about building my career and expanding the boundaries for Great Qin, but as I got more and more successful in battle, and the higher my status got, the more and more afraid I felt." Wang Jian drank the wine in his cup in one go, and Shenfeng came forward and sat on the side, pouring wine for him. Wang Jian smiled and glanced at him and continued, "Since the unification of the world, my old husband has been scared almost every day and every night, so what do you think I should do?" Shenfeng did not say anything. He did not know much about what happened in the courtroom. As for what Wang Jian had in mind, he could understand. Thinking about the Wanjin by Qi back then, could it be true that he was stabbed to death just because he was unwilling to lead his troops? I'm afraid it's not just that. Being in a high position and having a high meritocracy, either of those names would be enough to put fear into a monarch. And once that fear germinated in the heart of the monarch, then death had loomed over him. Today's Wang Jian, at this point, is in the same situation as Wuan Jun back then, even though the king of Qin never said what he was going to do to him, and no disturbing news has come from the royal palace. But the more you do it, the more it makes you feel panicky. "General, why don't you wait any longer? Perhaps the king is not trying to do anything to you. Perhaps he just thinks that although the 6 kingdoms have been destroyed, the territory of Great Qin has not been completely stabilized. If you were to retire at this time, wouldn't you be telling those remaining members of the 6 kingdoms that the king of Great Qin and the upper general of Great Qin are centrifuged, and that Great Qin is about to decline? When the time comes and the remnants of the 6 kingdoms raise their arms, won't there be rebels everywhere?" Shenfeng got up and continued, "In my opinion, it may not be the right time to retire. So why don't you wait until the time is ripe? Until the king completely controls the land of the 6 kingdoms. Then the world will be completely peaceful, and the hearts of the people will return to Great Qin, and Great Qin will be in a time of great strength. And then when you mention retiring again, will the king say no?" Wang Jian looked at Shenfeng with some surprise. Honestly, in his impression this kid had always been in a crazy state, but now he said something like this, which really impressed him a bit. It's not like him to say that. Did he hear it from Reese? Thinking about it, I guess only Li Si can say something like this. But this is good. Li Si is the court captain, but also the king's side of the red man. There is no reason to disbelieve his words. So in this way, Wang Jian's heart, but slowly relaxed. The originally bitter wine had, at this moment, become much sweeter. "Well said. Sit down. Sit down. You and I, old and young, share a drink." Shenfeng hemmed and hawed, sat down opposite Wang Jian, picked up the wine cup, and drank it in one gulp. But when the glass came to his mouth, he suddenly realized that the wine in the glass had words in it. But before he could take a closer look, his body had stopped, and he hesitated for a moment with the wine wrapped around his mouth. Is it spitting it out and looking at it? Or just swallow it? Chapter 39, This wine is good. Better swallow it. It would be weirdly disgusting to spit out the wine again in front of Wang Jian and read the words before drinking it. I'm afraid that by then I won't even have the energy to drink, and I might even end up with a severe beating. Although Shenfeng was now at the first level of qi cultivation and was about to break through to the second level, in front of Wang Jian, he could still feel an invisible sense of oppression from the body of this upper general. This sense of oppression did not come from his status or aura, but rather the gap in strength. To be honest, Shenfeng was curious about what Wang Jian's strength was like. Although he couldn't beat Wang Ben, he hadn't felt this great sense of oppression on Wang Ben's body, and even if he had then it hadn't reached this terrifying level. But now that he was drinking, if he offered to practice a hand with him, he would only be really crippled if he got drunk. Shenfeng actually learned to drink from the veterans in the military camp. Inside the barracks was different from inside the house. At night the barracks were colder no matter spring, summer, fall or winter, and when it came to relaxing, drinking naturally became the biggest warming tool for everyone. Veterans have said that when you drink with others you have to be bold. You can't have the slightest hesitation. And you can't learn to be slow and methodical like those elegant Confucians. Either you don't drink it or you have to take a sip. Only in this way can the other party to see your sincerity and boldness, so that the other party will not only double your goodwill, may even recognize you as a godson. Wang Jian naturally knows that Shinfeng comes from the military, and he is surely not in a position to drink, and he is still so young, so his drinking capacity is probably not too small. Seeing Shinfeng drink it in one gulp, Wang Jian's eyes immediately lit up. On weekdays when he and Wang Ben drink, Wang Ben always likes to serve, saying that the father is kind and the son is filial, saying that the order of precedence, the elders drink first. This always lets itself drink first and then gets itself drunk. Now that he saw Shinfeng drinking so painfully, Wang Jian's addiction to alcohol suddenly came up. Men, get me some more wine. Today, no drunkenness. When Shinfeng heard this, he hurriedly said, General Wang Ben will be back later. I still have to practice martial arts with him. And he's going to spar with me in the evening, so if I drink too much, what if the general blames me? Wang Jian's eyes glared. Is he the superior general or am I the superior general? And is he in charge of this household or am I? I'll drink when I say so. If he dares to touch you, he'll have to go through me first. Come on, drink! The underlings quickly carried the wine, and when they saw that Shinfeng and Wang Jian's bowls were empty, they would also consciously fill them up. Whenever Shinfeng looked at the wine in the bowl, a silly smile would always appear on his face. What he was drinking was not ordinary wine, but spirit brew. Spirit brewing, after drinking, can eliminate impurities in the body, can strengthen the goat's guts, can increase life for 1 year, unrepeatable. The more you drink, the more impurities eliminated. It is recommended to drink more. Perhaps it was because he saw that Shinfeng was drinking extremely fast. Wang Jian's old face was a bit taut. He is a general. What wine has not been drunk? How many years of fighting? He drank how many years of wine? The district of these a few altars. Not enough for him to stuff his teeth. Go, carry all the wine for me. Today I'm going to drink a lot. After saying that, Wang Jian looked at Shinfeng again and said with a smile, Brat, you are blessed today. This wine can be all the year the king rewarded me. I have not been able to drink. Today happy, drink enough. Hearing Wang Jian's words, Shinfeng subconsciously froze for a moment, and to be honest, he did feel a little strange at first. It was reasonable to say that Wang Jian's wine, which he had seen before, didn't show up as a word, but there was indeed something not quite the same about this one today. Now it seems that it must have been because of the reward from the Maharaja, or the words would not have appeared. Seemingly thinking of something, Shinfeng took the spoon from the subordinate's hand and took the initiative to fill a bowl for him. Looking at Wang Jian's wineglass with words in it as well, Shinfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, this wine is from Wang Jian, plus living here, Wang Jian and Wang Ben is also quite cared for. If you do not show, the heart is always a little too much. This bowl of wine will increase your life expectancy by 1 year, so it's a little bit of a token of appreciation. Wang Jian did not notice any difference, picked up the wine cup and drank it. After drinking it, he only felt that the whole person was refreshed, and it seemed that his essence had recovered a lot. Although puzzled, he did not say much. Shinfeng's divine difference he knew. Sometimes knowing to pretend not to know is also a kind of love. Outside the door the sun was shining brightly, and the underlings were busy, either carrying dishes of wine or holding jars of wine. The wine altars in the yard were almost ready to be piled up, and the one old man and one young man in the room still had no intention of stopping. In fact, Shinfeng was already drunk. As for Wang Jian, that is not to mention, even standing up to put water is very difficult. Walk a few steps almost did not fall head first on the ground. During the time of drinking, it was almost always Wang Jian talking to Shinfeng about his heroic deeds back then. Man, drinking and chatting, either talking about the world or pointing the finger. The two had been drinking from noon, right through to the evening, and it was almost possible to say that even their eyes could no longer see who was sitting across from them. What's going on? Why are there so many wine jars in this courtyard? Wang Ben returned. Today, he went to the military camp to deal with affairs, and he thought that he would be back by noon, but he didn't realize that the things that had piled up over the past few days froze as much as a small mountain. Finally, after settling everything, he hurried back. He said that he would teach Shinfeng to practice martial arts in the afternoon, and he hadn't practiced in the previous days, so he could have a good practice today. Thinking about the tree he had broken early yesterday morning and the whip he had received from Wang Jian made his hands itch a little. He couldn't wait to fly home now and then properly teach Shinfeng what a fist was. But as soon as he returned home and saw the courtyard full of wine jars and the sound of drinking and clinking glasses coming from inside the house, he had a vague bad feeling. Hearing Wang Ben's voice, the subordinate hurriedly walked over and explained, "The upper general is in a good mood today and is having a drink in the house with the young military master." Wang Ben froze, grabbed a wine altar and put it up to smell it. This wine was very different from what he had drunk in the past. It seemed to be much more fragrant and mellow. "Murphy." Wang Ben shifted his gaze to the subordinate, who was obviously startled and hurriedly said, "The upper general asked me to bring out the wine rewarded by the great king, saying that he wanted to have a drink with the young army master." Wang Ben was confused. Usually he wanted to sneak a couple of sips cannot, if caught by Wang Jian, directly is the whip service. This kid how virtue and ability. He couldn't help himself, and before he even disarmed, he charged right in, just in time to see Wang Jian and Shen Feng hooking up. When Wang Jian saw Wang Ben, his eyes were mesmerized, and he said to Shen Feng with a smile, "Older brother, let me introduce you. This is my Wang Jian's son, Wang Ben. How is it? Is it true that a tiger father has no son?" After saying this, Wang Jian turned his gaze back to Wang Ben. "Sinner, why don't you come over and pay your respects to your uncle?" Chapter 40 Call you uncle. Do you dare to say yes? Wang Ben was confused. Uncle? Where's the uncle? Wang Ben had a kind of murderous aura in his eyes as he looked gloomily at Shen Feng, just wanting to go forward to pull Shen Feng out. Wang Jian, who was still in a daze, instantly came to his senses. His eyes glared, grabbed Wang Ben's arm, and angrily rebuked. "Sins, how dare you be so insolent? Come on, the family law will serve you." Wang Ben's angry appearance, so that Shen Feng also instantly sobered up most of the wine, hastily stepped forward to dissuade. "General Shang, you drink too much. Why don't you stop for today, and wait for the next day to drink again?" "How?" Wang Jian frowned tightly, and when he turned to look at Shen Feng again, his eyes once again became confused. What is this talk of the old brother? Said not to get drunk and not to return, how to suddenly change his mind? As a matter of fact, alcohol would not cause Shen Feng to become much drunk. As long as the aura operated in the body for a little while, all the negative feelings caused by alcohol would quickly disappear. But now, he could no longer drink, especially every time Wang Jian said that Shen Feng was Wang Ben's elder. Wang Ben's eyes were already on the verge of spitting fire. Looking at Shen Feng's gaze, it was even more hateful to bite his flesh, sleep on his skin, drink his blood, draw his tendons, and thwart his bones and ashes. Shen Feng subconsciously shrunk behind Wang Jian. He is unable to beat Wang Ben, but now, he has a big brother in it. Shen Feng also did not expect Wang Ben to come back so suddenly. Originally it was just a joke at first, but Wang Jian was really drunk. Drunk people talk about their brains being clear, but this sobriety is just a joke. Shen Feng had also drunk quite a lot, and he had not used his aura to erase the alcohol in his body, and when he saw the look in Wang Ben's eyes, a fire couldn't help but rise up in his heart. Staring at me? Big brother. He's glaring at me. Shen Feng looked at Wang Ben for a moment and suddenly said this to Wang Jian. It didn't matter if he didn't say it. When this sentence popped up, Wang Ben's face instantly turned pale, and he looked at Shen Feng with even more vicious eyes. Big brother, he's still glaring at me. This son is really rude. Big brother, feel free to teach him a lesson. It's not good for me as an uncle to meddle in your family affairs. Ugh, does that whip take so long? It's a pity I don't have it with me, or it wouldn't be a bad idea to borrow it. The angrier Wang Ben's eyes looked at Shen Feng, the more Shen Feng's mouth could not stop. I can't help it. I've had too much to drink and I can't keep my mouth shut. Wang Jian, as a general of great Qin, from the beginning to the end is to be cautious, for the family teaching is even more rigorous. Heard Shen Feng's words, for a time to make his old face a little bit cannot be pocketed. As the subordinate sent the whip over, the subordinate looked at Shen Feng, who was sitting on the wine table with his legs crossed, with a surprised look, which really looked like a second master. Revisiting Wang Ben, he no longer dared to look at it. He felt that if he stayed any longer, the fire might be drawn to him. After the subordinate left, Wang Jian immediately raised the whip in his hand, and without saying anything, went up and prepared to whip. Seeing Wang Jian really, Shen Feng did not dare to continue to so end, rushed up and hugged Wang Jian and said, "General, I'm just kidding. If you hit this whip, then I will not have a good life in the future." Wang Jian froze and stood in place contemplating for a while. Perhaps because the party was so disturbed, his brain also cleared up quite a bit. Looking at Shen Feng, then at Wang Ben, he said nothing, threw the whip in his hand behind him, turned around and walked towards the bedroom. This scene can Shen Feng looked dumbfounded. This is awake? Just leave? General Shang. In order not to let Wang Ben catch himself, Shen Feng took a step towards Wang Jian's bedroom, but before he could run 2 steps out, he felt someone grab his collar behind him. It even lifted his entire body directly. Big brother, general's house, courtyard. In the distance, the underlings peeked around the corner and watched, snickering as they did so. As early as when Wang Jian and Shinfeng had gotten drunk and called each other brothers, they had already thought of this outcome, and they had actually been waiting for the scene for a while. In the courtyard, Wang Ben was holding a stick in his hand. His forehead was rippling with veins, and his face was smiling as he circled around Shinfeng. Uncle? Shinfeng lowered his head and didn't say a word. I'll call you uncle. Do you dare to say yes? Wang Ben's hand, tightly gripping the stick, could even hear a slight cracking sound coming from the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, Wang Ben walked to Shinfeng's back and stopped, and the wooden stick in his hand aimed at Shinfeng's buttocks and swung it heavily. Although Shinfeng had drunk wine, when he came to the courtyard, he had already started to utilize his spiritual qi, wanting to use it to force out all the alcohol. He started to run forward when he heard the buzzing sound of sticks against the air coming from behind him. The blow fell short, causing Wang Ben to feel slightly surprised, and then he saw that Shinfeng had already started to run in the direction where the gate was. Wang Ben's eyes glared and he shouted angrily, "Close the door for me, and whoever lets him out today, I'll reward him with a stick." Once the subordinates heard this, they didn't dare to continue to sneak around and watch the fun, and hurriedly closed the door before Shinfeng could run to the front door. When Shinfeng came near, the gate had already been closed, and there were several subordinates who stopped him dead, and said under their breath, "Junior military master, General, this stick, we can't take it. This stick down is going to take a life. Why don't you or you go and take it?" Shinfeng looked at them with wide eyes. What kind of words are these? You can't stand this stick, but I can stand it? Seeing that Wang Ben had already caught up, Shinfeng, without saying a word, gathered his spiritual qi into his legs, stomped hard, and directly jumped out from the fence. This time, the subordinates in the mansion were dumbfounded. This young master even had such a skill? Wang Ben likewise saw this scene and frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing under his eyes. This son was different, and at times, would reveal a divine act that no one else could do. For example, this move of jumping over the fence just now, he could likewise do it, but if he didn't have 10 or 20 years of strength, he simply couldn't do it to jump so high. Now that he was still in a drunken state, if he ran out and made a scene, he would be in big trouble. Go, get him back to me and tell him I'm not going to beat him up. Just a normal sparring session, point blank. Perhaps thinking of something? Wang Ben swept a glance at the crowd with an icy gaze and said in a cold voice, "If word of what happened just now spreads out, don't blame the stick in my hand for being merciless." Shinfeng ran away. At least for the moment, he was safe. It was getting dark and there was hardly anyone left on the streets. Shinfeng staggered down the street, sometimes leaning against the wall to take a nap, and then continued to walk forward after sobering up. Although the alcohol was forced out quite a bit by the aura, there was still a lot of it left inside the body, and at this moment, it was exactly when the alcohol was kicking in, and the whole person was in a muddled state. As he was walking, suddenly an angry cry came from the front. What kind of person dares to obstruct the Duke's carriage? Arrest him. Chapter 41, Peach Meat? Peach Cores? Shinfeng heard the sound of wheels and hooves coming from the front early in the morning. It was just that the alcohol hadn't completely dissipated, and even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. The guards came to Shinfeng's nearness and only smelled a smell of alcohol, and each of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. One of them turned in the direction of the carriages and shouted, "Your Excellency, General, it's a drunkard who's had too much to drink." Fusu slowly lifted the curtain, looked up at Meng Tian, shook his head and smiled lightly. "Daqin has been celebrating the country these days, but it's really normal. Let people carry him to the side, with lighter hands and feet." Meng Tian nodded slightly, and then led a few generals towards Shinfeng. However, when Meng Tian came close with his torch and saw that face of Shinfeng, his face could not help but become a bit odd. He remembered that Wang Ben should have returned home at this moment, and heard him say that he was still planning to drill and train him properly. But how could this kid be so drunk and lying here? Without thinking too much, Meng Tian jumped off his horse, squatted down, gently patted Shinfeng's face and said, "Little waif, wake up. Why are you sleeping here? Could it be that you were driven out by Wang Ben?" Hearing the familiar voice, Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes and looked at Meng Tian for a long time before he smiled and said, "General Meng, after not seeing you for many days, you have aged quite a bit again." Hearing these words, Meng Tian's face instantly turned blue. This kid to really be driven out by Wang Ben, that really does not aggravate him. On this mouth, not to mention driven out of the house, even if it is broken legs, that is deserved. Inside the carriage, Fusu apparently also heard Shinfeng's voice, and although he was a little uncertain, he still stepped down from the carriage. Coming close, looking at Shinfeng lying on the ground, he was slightly puzzled. "This," Meng Tian let out a light laugh and said, I guess he stole a drink in the upper general's residence and ran out on his own for fear of being blamed. Looking at Shinfeng lying on the ground with the appearance of a drunkard, Fusu helplessly shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, it seems that last time it was also the two of us who sent him back, and now that we have encountered him once again, I have to say that this fate is somewhat not shallow." After thinking for a moment, he let out a light laugh and said, "Just as well, since we've come across it, we'll give it away once more." As soon as he heard that Fusu wanted to send himself back to the general's residence, Shinfeng directly jumped up from the ground and was ready to run without saying a word and turning his head. But Meng Tian is not a dry food. In the moment Shinfeng turned around, he grabbed him, followed by letting the guards bring a rope and tied him to death. Fusu on the side looked a little speechless. He always felt that Meng Tian seemed to have some hostility towards Shinfeng. Just where this hostility actually came from was unknown. Meng Tian looked at Shinfeng, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. A few days ago when the great king sacrificed to heaven, Wang Ben said to him that when he met this kid, "Don't be merciful, and think of it as giving him some refinement." Since Wang Ben had opened his mouth, how could he have the nerve to refuse? He was good at this killing thing, and he was good at torturing people. Although Meng Tian did not say anything, in Fuso's opinion, Shinfeng gave him a pretty good feeling even though he was suspected of pretending to be crazy. It would be a bit uncharacteristic to just let Monty drag him along on a rope. So, he just let Shinfeng enter the frame. This time the carriage seemed to be a bit more comfortable than the last one he had been in. There was even a fruit plate of pastries in the car. The pastries were nothing special. It was mainly the plate of fruit. Peach. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Queen Mother held the Peach Festival, and one of the peach kernels fell into the earth, and has been rooted in the earth ever since, blossoming once every 10 years, bearing fruit once every 10 years, and ripening for another 10 years, with a sweet and delicious taste, and after eating it, it can increase the probability of breaking through the second level of qi cultivation. This plate of fruits had a wide variety of categories, but no matter how you looked at it, Shinfeng didn't think that the yellow orange would be a peach. Fusu obviously also noticed Shinfeng's eyes, and following his gaze, he looked to the fruit plate on the side and asked with a smile, "Want to eat?" Shinfeng nodded and looked down at the rope on his body again, his face somewhat helpless. Fusu let out a light laugh and said, "No matter, I'll just untie it for you." Just as Fusu finished speaking, Meng Tian's voice came from outside the car. "My lord, it's better to forget it. If he runs away, it's not easy to explain when he arrives at the general's residence later." Fusu slightly stunned. This is not unreasonable. After all, this kid is quite slippery. If it really just run away, is not a trip in vain? But if we don't help him untie the rope, do we have to feed him ourselves? Thinking of this, Fusu couldn't help but shiver. It's better to untie it. The moment he untied the rope, Shinfeng took the orange in the fruit plate in his hand. Looking at the recognized peaches, Shinfeng slightly fell into deep thought. Whether from the feel of the touch or the smell coming out of your nose, there is no doubt that this is orange, but oranges have peels. After hesitating for a while, Shinfeng finally did it. He peeled the orange peel in one piece and was just about to throw it out of the car when the words of the orange peel appeared. Peach flesh, with a superior taste, sweet and delicious, can increase the probability of breaking through to the second level of qi cultivation after consumption. Looking again at the orange flesh on the other hand, the same words appeared. Peach kernels, with a general flavor, can strengthen the body after consumption and can get rid of all diseases. Seeing this, Shinfeng did not have the slightest hesitation and ate the orange peel bit by bit in Fusu's stunned expression. After eating it, Shinfeng shifted his gaze to the peach cores again. Getting rid of 100 diseases was a bit of a chicken rib for him nowadays. And as for strengthening his physique, it wasn't something he needed, but if he just threw it away, it would be a bit of a waste. So he placed the orange flesh in front of Fuso. "Your Excellency, please." Fuso was confused. He knew that Shinfeng had a quirk, but what he didn't expect was that even this quirk of his had gotten serious to this extent. He had now begun to doubt whether Shinfeng was really crazy or fake crazy. Normal people eating oranges, wouldn't they eat the meat and not the skin? Taking the orange flesh in Shinfeng's hand, he stared and hesitated for half a day. Could it be that there is something wrong with this orange? But the oranges all came from the palace, and if there was something wrong with them, they wouldn't have been placed in front of him. After a moment of silence, he gently shook his head. His heart faintly couldn't help but feel some regret. Such a great age. It is the time to serve great qin, but there is madness. It is really a pity. He sighed as he broke off a petal of orange and subsequently put it in his mouth. Oranges he had eaten, tart and sweet, although not yet reached the extreme, but also considered soft and sticky and delicious. But this orange seemed a little hard today. With one bite, one of his teeth almost crumbled, but after biting it and swallowing it into his abdomen, a warm current instantly began to travel throughout his body. he only felt that his mind became clearer, and even the wind cold that he had suffered from the snow in the previous days had disappeared as much as possible, and his nose was clear, and his whole body was refreshed. Looking at the orange in his hand, Fusu's eyes lit up. Good orange. Just a little hard. Chapter 42, Big Brother? Fusu was incomparably surprised in his heart at this time. He had eaten a lot of oranges, but this was the first time he had eaten such an odd orange. He glanced down at the orange in his hand, which didn't seem too different from the usual ones, except for being a little hard, both in shape and whatever else. Just put it in your mouth, and besides being a little hard, it seems that even that original orange flavor has changed. More like peaches. He looked at Shinfeng with slight surprise, looking at the remaining orange peels in his hand. The flesh of the orange in his own hand was so hard that not only was it a little bit hard to bite, but it also smelled like peaches. So where was the peel in his hand? Noticing Fusu's gaze, Shinfeng said something bad in his heart. Then under Fusu's gaze, he swallowed all the orange peels in one bite. Even the remaining crumbs were taken away one by the little goldfinches, hardly leaving the slightest bit behind. Looking at this man and bird eating, Fusu was a bit dumbfounded. As for the remaining orange meat in his hand, he didn't intend to continue to eat it. Instead, he took out a handkerchief from his bosom, carefully wrapped it up, and gently placed it in the corner. Fusu's every move was watched by Shinfeng. As a matter of fact, in his opinion, no matter how hard the orange really was, as long as he took a bite and felt the divine flavor of it, it was absolutely impossible to stop. But Fusu was able to endure it, which made Shinfeng somewhat impressed. But he didn't ask much. After all, this orange was originally his. Even if he kept it to eat later, Shinfeng couldn't care. Where is Gonzi preparing to go this time when he leaves the palace? Sitting on the side, Shinfeng was a bit bored as he surveyed every corner within the carriages. Fusu smiled and said, "Originally, I had planned to make a trip to the Tingwei's home, and I also wanted to ask for some advice on how to rule the country. But after sending you back, I guess it's time for me to go back." Shinfeng was slightly stunned. Going to Linzi's home so late in the evening? How to look at it was not like he wanted to discuss any strategy for governing the country. Come to think of it, these past few days, nothing much seems to have happened, and the only activity was yesterday's ritual of offering to the heavens. Shinfeng had heard Linzi say something about the Qin King's sacrifice to heaven, and it was said that the Qin King had even mentioned in public that he wanted to send people overseas to seek immortality pills. It is assumed that Fusu traveled to Linzi's home for this very thing. After contemplating for a moment, Shinfeng glanced at Meng Tian outside the car, then said softly, "Do you think there is really an immortality pill in this world?" Fusu froze slightly, his brows suddenly tightening. In fact, the subject was still rather taboo in his opinion. Although the idea of the Qin King's sacrifice to heaven wanting to seek an immortality pill had been spread, no one dared to say that this thing didn't exist at all. Even if one's heart was incomparably determined that this thing was something nebulous, no one would say anything about it, and at the most, they would just take all sorts of things to put off blocking this move of the Qin King. This trip to the home of the court Captain Linzi, in order to find a way to let the King of Qin break this idea. After all, the search for the immortal medicine is not a day's work, but if one day does not seek the immortal medicine, is it possible that the great Qin one day does not operate? Fusu's worry. Shinfeng was able to see it, although his face is elegant looking, but his heart cannot be hidden. Almost all have been written on his face. Your Excellency is better to relax. Some things are worth worrying about. Some things are not necessarily worth worrying about. Worrying too much is counterproductive. The car stopped. The general's house has arrived as well. Fusu was still pondering what Shinfeng's words really meant, but he completely failed to notice that Shinfeng had already gotten out of the car. He didn't react until the sound made by the wheels rolling again. At this time, Meng Tian, who was outside the car, suddenly spoke up and said, "Your Excellency, although this son is a bit crazy, what he said is not without reason. Seeking immortal medicine is actually not the idea of the great king alone. All the kings of the past generations, and even the kings of the Zhou dynasty, have had this idea. But in the end, none of them are empty-handed. The great king is an unprecedented monarch. His ambition is far-reaching, the reason why he wants the immortal medicine. For the world of Great Qin, according to the last general's opinion, regardless of whether the immortal medicine exists or not, will not be delayed in the operation of the Great Qin. The great king, if the iron-heartedly want to go to look for it, as a subject, cannot be stopped." Fusu didn't say anything, just sat in the car with his eyes closed. His mind still echoed the words that Shinfeng had said, and he felt that the words were not urging him to relax, nor did they seem to be saying whether or not he would be able to find the immortality pill. It's more like saying that if you keep holding out like this, you might be in danger of losing your life. Go back to the palace. I'm going to interview my father. After Shinfeng got out of the car, he did not directly enter the general's residence. but secretly stood at the door and watched for a while. The gate to the general's house was half open, and there seemed to be no movement to be heard inside. But the more there was no movement, the more alarming it was. Looking around deeply afraid that Wang Ben would emerge from any corner. After pondering for a long time, Shin Feng was just about to step in when a black shadow suddenly appeared beside him, reaching out and violently grabbing towards his arm. Shin Feng had completely sobered up at this time, and the moment he saw the black shadow, his heart began to pound furiously. The entire person's reaction speed was also very fast, and his body slightly retreated backwards, directly avoiding his palm. Obviously the other party did not intend to let Shin Feng go so easily. His hand grabbed the air, his body violently rushed forward, and his other hand grabbed Shin Feng's collar. When he saw the face clearly, Shin Feng's entire body slackened. "Brat, you run again? Ah, I thought you do not come back." "Not come back is just right. I also save a person's meal money." Wang Ben stared at Shin Feng with wide eyes and angrily, and under the illumination of the lamps one could vaguely see that there were gusts of reflections on his forehead, which was obviously sweating profusely because he had searched for Shin Feng for a long time in Xianyang City. "Little, I have to give you some color today." After saying that, he looked around and glanced at the carriages that were already far away, grabbed Shin Feng and walked towards the mansion. In the courtyard, the lights are on, and Wang Jian is sitting on the stone table, not saying anything, but his face doesn't look good. Obviously he is sobered up, but also remembered those things that happened in the afternoon. Although drunken jokes, but was his own son somehow preached. Any who heart will not be comfortable. Coming to the courtyard, Wang Ben threw Shin Feng to the ground, then rubbed his fists and palms, looked at him with an icy gaze and said, Come, I'd like to see what progress you've made in the past few days. Do you just think that you've become invulnerable? Or is your head ironed out?" Shin Feng subconsciously swallowed his saliva, then turned his gaze to Wang Jian's body and gave a tentative shout under his breath. "Big brother?" Chapter 43, Suffocating. "It's so suffocating." Xianyang Palace. "I heard that you left the palace just now?" The king of Qin sat high above the steps, his gaze calmly looking toward Fusu, his unruffled and imposing aura instantly covering the entire empty hall. Fusu slowly bowed down, and after worshipping, he softly replied, "I intend to go and ask Lord Tingwei for advice on how to rule the country. As I am my father's eldest son, I should share my father's worries." The king of Qin nodded his head slightly. As his eldest son, among all the heirs, he is most optimistic about is Fusu. To go with those civil officials and military generals to learn the strategy of governing the country, to learn to lead the troops, but also not impossible. Only he also heard that Fusu suddenly turned back in the middle of the journey, not to Li Si's home, but to Wang Jian's residence. The atmosphere in the hall became a bit depressing. The more the king of Qin didn't say anything, the more Fusu felt trembling. "My son was originally planning to head to Lord Tingwei's residence, but on the way I met an acquaintance, and seeing that he was drunk on the street, my son thought about sending him back to the general's residence first, not realizing that this delayed the hour." Hearing these words, the aura on the Qin king's body also slightly lowered. He had known about this matter for a long time. From the moment Fusu left the city, he had already known about it, including Fusu's encounter with Shin Feng halfway through the journey, and some of the things that happened to Shin Feng in the general's residence. He's got it all figured out. "I've heard that Senior General Wang Jian has taken in a righteous brother this afternoon, and General Wang Ben has inexplicably gained an additional uncle. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would be laughed out of court." Fusu was stunned. How could father know this? The Qin king had a kind face and smiled lightly, but did not offer any explanation. Walking down the hall, he came to Fusu's side and said softly, "This upper general has tried everything to retire, even doing such absurd things. Could it be that the widow is really so horrible?" The king of Qin waved his hand, straightened his sleeves, gazed at the 10,000 lights outside Xianyang City, and said in a flat tone, "All the generations of the previous kings have been striving for excellence, and now that I have finally unified the 6 kingdoms, I can be regarded as having fulfilled the legacy of the previous kings. But why do I not feel the slightest bit of joy in my heart?" Li Si said that the king's power and hegemony should be achieved when all distractions in the heart are abandoned, when the country is the root, when the ambition is the far-reaching goal in the heart. Could it be that the widow has reached such a state, and has even reached the point of being unsympathetic? The king of Qin slowly turned around and looked at Fusu. I don't know when. He seems to have really become a loner, and his family love, the love of the ruler and the minister, all of them seem to be drifting away from him. He's really getting lonelier as he goes along. The king of Qin slowly raised his hand. He was satisfied with this son of his. He was very much like himself when he was young, but his character was different. He has suppressed the world and taken the 6 kingdoms with his cruelty, and now that the 6 kingdoms have not yet been completely pacified, his cruelty cannot be completely relaxed. but Fusu's kind of gentleness is just right for soothing the traumatized Qin. He wanted to pat this son of his on the shoulder as an affirmation, but his hand reached halfway and eventually retracted. Father, this is an orange that was gifted by that friend while on the road, and my son has already eaten a petal of it. It was a bit hard, but after eating it, it gave me a feeling of refreshed spirit. The king of Qin looked at the orange in Fusu's hand and a warm current crossed his heart. He had also met Shinfeng before, and the effect of the aphrodisiac grass was still hard for him to forget, but as the king of Great Qin, he could not possibly go ahead and pester Shinfeng every day just because of his own selfish desires. This was not his style. Looking at the remaining oranges, his fingers moved slightly, but soon, he smiled and shook his head. You're not well, keep it for yourself. The king of Qin didn't say anything else, smiled and rubbed Fusu's head, turned around and walked towards the harem, the general's house. Shinfeng kept looking toward Wang Jian's direction, but the old man was as deaf as if he had heard Shinfeng's shouts, but pretended as if he hadn't heard them. The whole person was just like demented, just sitting at the stone table staring blankly at the sky. Wang Ben doesn't care about this. Since Wang Jian didn't say anything, it means he doesn't intend to care about it. In that case, Wang Ben picked up 2 wooden long swords from the weapon rack next to him, one of which he threw to Shinfeng and said, "Come, practice." Shinfeng helplessly picked up the wooden sword on the ground as he looked at Wang Jian one last time. Wang Jian still looked unmoved, and Wang Ben, who stood on the opposite side, also saw Shinfeng's appearance and sneered. Don't look at it. No matter how much you look at it, father won't be able to do it. Before the words were finished, Shinfeng suddenly moved. Wang Ben's face changed and he hastily backed up, then raised his longsword in preparation to block. According to normal thinking, whether it was a soldier, or those martial artists in the Jianghu, the first attack would be with a tentative move, and such tentative moves were nothing more than chops, slashes, or maybe sweeps. But what Wang Ben did not expect was that his stance had been set up, and the way Shinfeng attacked was completely unexpected. His offense is so ordinary that you could say it's unbelievably ordinary. There was no set pattern, nor was there any stance. The wooden longsword directly rushed towards his throat area. Even though it was wooden, just stabbing it in a vital area would cause the same kind of serious injury. Not to mention the fact that the throat was supposed to be the most vulnerable part of the human body. Wang Ben frowned. He had fought with Shinfeng before, only that he was a bit gullible at that time and was hit by him in the temple. Now, with the long sword stabbing straight to his throat, he couldn't help but begin to wonder if Shinfeng had done it on purpose. This unorganized attack was like treating him like a hater. Although there were some surprises, if Wang Ben was serious, it would still be somewhat difficult for Shinfeng to injure him. Thus, his long sword was slightly raised upwards, and he directly picked up the tip of the sword. Shinfeng obviously didn't stop attacking because of this. One strike didn't work. There was still the next move. The moment the tip of the sword was picked up, Shinfeng quickly turned around, and while turning around, his hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and leaned towards his chest. When he turned around and faced Wang Ben once more, the long sword stabbed out violently, this time straight into his eyes. Wang Ben was a bit anxious. Shinfeng's offense were all very simple, but the moves were deadly, either stabbing his throat, stabbing his eyes, and even stabbing towards his mouth. He wanted to fight back, but Shinfeng's speed was so fast that he didn't give him a chance to react or dodge. The timing of each attack was very precise, and for a while it made his mind feel a little annoyed. As a general of the army, not to mention Wang Jian is watching from the side, if he is beaten by a child without the power to fight back, spread the word. I'm afraid that his name as a general will be said to be a name that is not real. But I can't. Wang Jian is really staring at him with such a deadly stare. That aura of being a father, of being a superior general, froze him in his face. Chapter 44, Sacrifice to Heaven. What exactly is sacrificed? This offense, naturally, was also learned in the military. It's simple, it's effective, and it can kill you quickly. It might not be appropriate to use it for this occasion, but other than that, he wouldn't know any other moves. He didn't have much blood on his hands, but that didn't mean there wasn't any. He didn't like the feeling of blood staining his body and sticking his clothes to his skin. It made him feel uncomfortable. But if you have to do it, then it's best to do it in one move. The veteran had said that the blow should be hard, precise, and quick, and by ending his life earlier, he would not let the other party get back up, and he would not let the enemy suffer too much torture and pain. Wang Ben's heart was suffocating at the moment. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Shinfeng. It was mainly because he felt that there had been a pair of eyes behind him that had stared him to death. Whenever he tried to fight back, those eyes would be filled with a murderous aura, leaving him with no choice but to resist for a while. The cutting continues. With every attack, Shinfeng could find his shortcomings. The sword was still not quick enough, and the next move that connected after the wooden sword was swung away was still a bit sluggish. What's more, every time he stabbed out, Wang Ben seemed to be able to accurately predict where he would attack, and although he didn't return the favor, he could easily avoid it. Although there was some annoyance in Xin Feng's heart, gradually, that annoyance faded away with the refinement of his swordsmanship. Compared to Wang Ben's physical strength, Xin Feng's torso was slightly still inferior, but as the aura gradually dispersed throughout the body, the fatigue was instantly swept away. The force was also getting progressively greater with each attack, while the speed was also getting faster. So much so that in the end, Wang Ben was even a bit unable to fight. Although he could still avoid it, the armor on his body began to clank and rattle. Obviously, if he hadn't had the armor to protect him, he would have been full of holes. The damage that the wooden sword was able to inflict was not great, but if it reached a certain speed and a certain force, it could equally pierce his body. Finally, Wang Ben couldn't stand it any longer and took a violent step backward, his face grim. Alright, that's it for today. Pack up, eat something and get ready for bed. Hearing these words, Xin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Eating. He'd been looking forward to it ever since he'd found out at Reese's house that there were potions to be had at mealtimes, even while washing up. Inside his mind, he was even fantasizing whether the next meal would have any great tonic. Even if there was no great tonic, it would be good to increase his aura. Unfortunately, to his dismay, the meal was simple and not at all what was expected of those things. A table full of dishes, none of which came with words. There was no choice but to sit silently on the sidelines, eating like chewing wax, tasteless. Even the little golden finch in his arms looked at these meals, and all of them only slightly ate so many grains of rice, and stopped eating. During the meal, Wang Jian suddenly put down the chopsticks in his hands, pondered for a moment, and said softly, "Just now, the Duke came back with you. Did he say anything?" Xin Feng froze and thought for a moment and replied, "He said that he planned to travel to his teacher's home to seek advice on how to rule the country." Wang Jian nodded slightly and said, "Duke Fusu is indeed very different from the other dukes. Much like the great king when he was young. It's just a pity that he doesn't have the same kind of vigor that the great king had when he was young. If the great king is alive, he may be able to inherit the throne, but if the great king is gone, I'm afraid the duke's life will hang in the balance." When Wang Ben, who was on the side, heard these words, he hurriedly put down the chopsticks in his hands, looked around, and said softly, "Father, it's better not to talk nonsense about this. Beware that the walls have ears." Wang Jian smiled faintly and said, "No harm done. Even if these words reach the ears of the great king, it's no big deal." After saying that, he slowly stood up and came to the door. Looking at the flowers and plants in the courtyard, he snorted and said, "In Great Qin, if the great king wants to know something, there is no such thing as not getting the news. This mansion looks airtight, but no one can guarantee that there will be people arranged by the great king in it." Wang Ben froze, his hand stopped eating, and looked at Wang Jian with a complicated gaze and said, "In that case, wouldn't that afternoon's events have already reached the ears of the great king?" Wang Jian didn't bother with him. It's not surprising that this kind of thing, not to mention the king, even if the whole Zyanyang city knows about it tomorrow. In this city of Zyanyang, whether it is the hidden spies of the remnants of the Six Kingdoms, the intelligence network under Linzi, or the subordinates of one of the princes in the palace, these people seem to be doing nothing in Zyanyang city all day long, but in reality, they are there to collect all kinds of valid intelligence. As for what happened in the general's residence, it was simply not enough to mention, and at most it would be treated as a joke after the meal. At the moment, Wang Jian's only worry is when he can exit this muddy water. He had a feeling that the longer he waited like this, the less hope he had of ever wanting to return to his home. There was a long silence. Wang Jian's fists clenched slightly, and after a long time he let out a long breath and said, "Prepare the horses, change your clothes, I'm going to meet the king." Hearing this, Wang Ben stood up in a hurry. Of course he knew what Wang Jian was doing at this time when he went to meet the king, but the great king had rejected his request only a few days ago, and if he brought it up again at this time, he was afraid that he would offend the great king. Anyone would know that once the king of Qin's temper got angry, that anger simply could not be extinguished casually. "Father, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. In my opinion, the king may not be trying to lock you up in Zyanyang. Why don't we wait a little longer?" Wang Jian gave him a deep look and said softly, "The hearts of people are hard to guess, and the heart of the king is even harder to guess. Now that the Six Kingdoms are united, the great king no longer has the goal he had at the beginning. If you don't mention it at this time, it will be difficult in the future." As the upper general, he had to look a bit further ahead than Wang Ben. Now that the Six Kingdoms were gone, then the next target might be whoever. The day will come when the great king will be old. He cannot be so wise forever. Wang Jian didn't want to just somehow carry the name of a sinner. The horses were ready and the clothes had been changed. Wang Ben and Shin Feng stood at the doorway and watched Wang Jian just speeding towards the location of the royal palace. No one can predict what the outcome of Wang Jian's trip to the Zyang palace will be, and no one knows whether the king of Qin will agree to Wang Jian's retirement or not. Wang Ben sat in the courtyard, following Wang Jian's example, looking at the military book. Although he was holding the brief in his hand, his eyes kept drifting around, obviously a little distracted. Shin Feng also fell into silence at this moment. In his opinion, Wang Jian was a little too anxious, only that he didn't know exactly where this anxiety of Wang Jian came from. It seemed that ever since the last heaven sacrifice ceremony, Wang Jian's frown never seemed to stretch. Shin Feng stood up and slowly came to Wang Ben's front, and after a long period of silence, he softly inquired, "Sacrifice to heaven, is it really just an ordinary ceremony?" Chapter 45, Sword Through the Throat. Wang Ben glanced at him and didn't reply. Instead he got up and headed towards the house. This, on the contrary, made Shin Feng even more curious about what had happened during the heaven sacrifice ceremony. Is it really just a simple ceremony? If that was the case, why would the king of Qin say something about looking for an immortality pill during the heavenly sacrifice ceremony? Unless, of course, he saw something or heard something during the ceremony. Suddenly, the figure of the founder that he had encountered before appeared in Shin Feng's mind. These days, Shin Feng had sort of wandered around Zyang City, and he had almost seen all the people in the city. What kind of people wear what kind of clothes, and what class of people dress up in completely different ways. He had also seen the Taoist clothing passed down on ordinary fengshi, but it was completely different from the one he had met before. He said that he was a square in the palace, but his appearance was just too scruffy. According to the rules of the royal palace, if you go to meet His Majesty in such a disheveled manner, without the slightest bit of organization in your appearance, I'm afraid I'll be thrown out before I even enter the palace gates. But Shin Feng believed that the other party could definitely enter the royal palace easily. Not only was he able to get in, but perhaps he secretly met with the king of Qin. Thinking of this, Shin Feng stood up and intended to meet Li Si, as the red man beside the king of Qin. What others didn't know, he definitely knew best. In this Zyang city, nothing can be hidden from him. It was thoroughly dark, and the streets were lit by the light of starry candles, but they were insignificant. Walking down the road, a cold wind blew through, sending a shiver down your spine. Li Si's small courtyard was in front of him, and from this position, he could already faintly see the guards at the entrance of the small courtyard in front of him. Just as Shin Feng was about to run over, a sudden movement came from the little goldfinch in his arms. At first, Shin Feng hadn't cared too much about it, but when the little goldfinch directly began to frantically scratch Shin Feng's chest with its claws, the sharp pain instantly made him stop in his tracks. Is he? Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came from the darkness. It was followed by a familiar voice. Yes, that's him. Oh, to have detected our presence so quickly is a bit different. It looks like it's about the same cultivation level as you. As the voice reached his ears, a man walked out with a small child about the same age as Shin Feng. The man curiously sized up Shin Feng, and after a moment, stroked his beard, put his hands behind his back, and inquired with a light smile, "Where does little friend's teacher come from? Is it from the depths of that Kunlun, or is it from some spiritual mountain and immortal island? Looking at your outfit, you don't look like a person of cultivation. Could it be that you have obtained some strange book and comprehended something from it?" The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Shin Feng. Shin Feng didn't say anything. The light was dim, but it didn't affect his vision. Nowadays, he could see everything clearly even in the darkness. He saw the face of the other party. The middle-aged man didn't recognize it, but the little child beside him, he had seen it before. Seeing the other party, Shin Feng smiled and said, "So it's you, stopping me at this late hour. You don't want to plot against me, do you?" While speaking, the aura in Shin Feng's body had begun to run wildly. It was clear to him that these two men were coming for him. Though puzzled as to how they knew he would be traveling to Risa's home, at the moment he had to be 10,000% cautious. Plotting for money? Little friend is joking. Money is something outside the body. For me and other cultivators, money is like dirt. The only thing we're interested in is the way to longevity. I observe that although little friend's cultivation is not high, the aura in his body is very pure, which makes me feel a bit surprised. Nowadays, this era is different from the ancient times. There simply does not exist any cultivation techniques on Earth. But it so happens that you neither belong to the overseas immortal islands nor to the Kunlun mountains. After saying that, the middle-aged man took a fierce step forward, and the hands that were originally behind his back were now brought out. He only saw him draw the long sword on his back and violently stabbed at Shin Feng's chest, while laughing under his breath. Unless you have an exotic treasure on your body, or a cultivation method that you don't know where you stole from, hand it over quickly, and I'll spare your life. The moment the long sword was drawn, a cold wind hit his face, and all the lights around him instantly went out. The guards at the entrance of Linzi's small courtyard had obviously also noticed the strange movements over here, but in their eyes, they were unable to see anything that was happening in the darkness. The speed of the long sword stabbing at Shinfeng was not fast, and compared to the speed of Wang Ban's spanking with his stick, it was slightly still inferior. It was not difficult for Shinfeng to avoid this sword, but what about after avoiding it? Just as when I practiced against Wang Ben before dinner. If he changed his position and Shinfeng became Wang Ben, if Wang Ben stabbed at Shinfeng with his long sword, Shinfeng would similarly choose to avoid it. But this avoidance isn't about dodging, it's simply about not breaking the phase. As long as it doesn't hurt the vitals, then there is every time to fight back. The opponent's sword was not aimed at his vitals. When the long sword stabbed into his chest, all the aura around his body instantly condensed into his fingertips. While the other party was still surprised why Shinfeng did not avoid it, his hand had already moved, only to see his left hand violently grabbing the opponent's arm that was gripping the hilt of the sword, his body violently moving forward, the long sword instantly piercing through his body, followed by his right hand instantly stabbing out. This move was what he realized when he practiced against Wang Ben before dinner, concentrating all his strength in one point and stabbing the other party's vitals ruthlessly. Either you die or I die. The man obviously did not expect Shinfeng to counterattack in such a desperate manner. In his opinion, a little guy who had just stepped into the path of cultivation, even if he knew some Dao techniques, it was impossible for him to have enough aura to perform them. But what he didn't expect was that Shinfeng didn't use any Taoist techniques, and simply condensed all of his aura into his fingertips and stabbed straight towards his throat. This finger was extremely fast, and even though it hadn't touched his throat yet, it had already caused his skin to start tingling, to the point where he felt that his neck was going to be pierced through in the next second. The man's face changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but his arm was grabbed by Shinfeng to death. Seeing that the fingertip was about to pierce the throat, the little square scholar on the side also reacted at this time and hurriedly drew his sword and stabbed towards Shinfeng. However, when Shinfeng's icy gaze swept over him, his hands and feet suddenly stopped. The next second a warm liquid spilled directly on top of his face. Being in the darkness, he could only vaguely see the approximation, unable to see the whole scene, and he subconsciously licked the liquid at the corner of his mouth with his tongue. It's a little salty and a little astringent. When Shinfeng's finger was withdrawn from the man's throat, the longsword fell to the ground with a wobbly sound. The crisp, ringing sound carried through the silent streets. The guards not far away also heard the commotion, and one of them held a torch and came in the direction they were in. What have you done? Do you know who he is? Do you know where he came from and do you know how scary that place is? The little square priest paralyzed helplessly on his knees, looking at the man whose eyes were gradually lax, his face filled with fear. He is dead. Shinfeng is equally dead. Chapter 46. What do you know? You don't know anything. After the blow, the aura was lost, and the long sword was still hanging in front of his chest, and although it penetrated his body, it did not injure his internal organs. Obviously, the other party did not intend to kill him at the beginning, and was probably thinking of torturing Shinfeng first, and then killing him to silence him after the things arrived. But what he did not expect was that Shinfeng's ruthlessness had completely exceeded his expectations. Even at the risk of being killed, he would exchange his death for the other party's life. This kind of ferocious fighting style was something he had never seen before. Even the Fengshi on the side were scared by this ferocity of Shinfeng and did not dare to move. The man collapsed on the ground, his consciousness gradually lapsing, and he couldn't understand to his death why on earth he had died at the hands of such a weak cultivator. His cultivation was clearly less than half of his own. His has even a stronger backhand yet to be used. Though the young Fengshi's face was filled with fear, his gaze went to the small cloth bag hanging from the man's waist. Not far away, the guard's voice had come, and he knew that if he didn't leave this place now, he was afraid that it would be difficult to leave again. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the small cloth bag on the man's waist, and immediately turned his head to look at Shinfeng, picking up the long sword at the moment. A hint of hesitation arose in his heart. He could see that at this moment, Shinfeng was already at the end of his strength. As long as he stabbed this sword over, Shinfeng would definitely die. But could such a desperate person, who did not make the slightest sound even after being stabbed through the chest by a long sword, not have any backhand? After thinking for a moment, he no longer hesitated. The man was already dead anyway. Once the people in that place learned of this news, they would never let this person off easily. After contemplating it, he turned and left, waiting for the founder to leave. Shinfeng strongly supported his body and slowly sat on the ground, breathing in the air with a big mouthful. At that moment, his brain was completely occupied by anger, and even when he was pierced through the chest by the long sword, he did not feel much pain, and there was only one thought in his mind, which was to put the other party to death. Originally, he thought that Fengshi would take the opportunity to kill him, But Feng Shi's reaction was out of his expectation. It was obvious that these two were not of one mind. The guards came out holding torches. When the firelight reflected the body lying on the ground, the guards violently drew their long swords. And when they saw Shinfeng sitting in the corner, one of the guards recognized his face. "What's going on? How are you? Quickly, someone, hurry up and get the courtier." After seeing the person he was familiar with, Shinfeng couldn't hold out any longer. His eyes rolled over, and he directly fainted. When he woke up again, he was in bed. It was already dawn outside the window, and by his bedside, Li Si, Mrs. Li, and Wang Ben all surrounded him. Seeing Shinfeng wake up, the crowd couldn't help but let out a breath. Mrs. Li sat aside with red eyes and said softly, "Silly child, when you encounter assassins, why don't you cry out? The distance is so close. The guards are bound to hear it, and won't let those assassins succeed?" Shinfeng laughed innocently, perhaps because of the drumming in his chest, causing the wound to tear a little. Halfway through the laugh, his face instantly paled, and his face became a little hideous. Behind Lady Li, Li Si and Wang Ben looked at each other. Then Li Si patted Lady Li's shoulder and said softly, "He has been unconscious for such a long time. I think he is also hungry. Go and make some porridge and water for him to pat his stomach first." The healer said that the food needs to be lighter. Mrs. Li wiped the corners of her eyes with her cuffs and nodded slightly, then turned around and headed towards the kitchen. When Mrs. Li left, Li Si and Wang Ben's faces instantly became serious. "Did you kill that man?" Hearing these words, Shinfeng subconsciously rubbed his fingers. The blood on top of his right index finger and middle finger had already dried up, and with a gentle rub, the lumps congealed from the blood all fell off. Yes, Shinfeng didn't hide anything. In his opinion, in front of these two, he didn't need to have any concealment at all. Li Si was silent for a moment and continued to ask, "Late that night, what did you come to me for?" Shinfeng pondered for a moment and said softly, "I want to ask there is about the heavenly sacrifice ceremony." Before the words were finished, Reese's eyes instantly became incomparably cold, and his tone was very low as he said, "No, you came to me to seek education." Shinfeng was stunned and just wanted to explain, but he heard Li Si added, "You have been in the army for many years and have never read a book. General Wang Ben saw you as pitiful, so he delivered you to me. Nay, you are too clumsy to know anything about it, but you possess an enterprising mind, and so you come to me, day and night, to learn to read. Do you hear me?" Shinfeng was confused. What's this about? A confession? But this confession is full of holes. When Wang Ben saw that Shinfeng was still frothing, he was anxious to go up and give him a big ear. "Says you, hear me." Shinfeng was silent for a moment and softly inquired, "This matter, will it bring trouble for the general's residence and teacher?" Shinfeng's question caused both of them to freeze. The two of them glanced at each other and let out a light laugh. Li Si continued, "You came here to study, and halfway you met that founder, and when you saw that he and the boy beside him got into an argument, you went up to persuade him, and unexpectedly, the other party lost his hand and seriously injured you, and you don't know anything about what happened after that, remember?" Shinfeng nodded. He had already heard what Li Si meant. He meant to pick Shinfeng clean, and as for how the man actually died, no one knew, except for that little boy. Seeing Shinfeng nodding his head, Wang Ben did not say anything more, and after explaining a few words to Li Si, he went back to the general's residence. He needed to report his safety to Wang Jian. When Wang Ben left, Shinfeng propped up his body and sat up, asking softly, "Teacher, I won't be decapitated, right? The Qin law says that if you kill someone without a reason, you will die." Li Si smiled faintly and said, "Killing people? When did you kill someone?" Shinfeng let out a bitter smile and shook his head. If that little boy had come forward and said that he didn't kill anyone, wouldn't this lie have been demolished? With his hands behind his back, Reese looked out the window and said with a smile, "Do you know what the other side is about?" Seeing Shinfeng's confused face, Li Si laughed. "Since you don't know the other party's origin and have no grudge against him, why did you kill him? And since you didn't kill him, then apart from you, there is only that little child left. The origins of these two are indeed extraordinary. The man comes from an overseas immortal island and is a chi refiner. He was the one who presided over the heaven sacrifice ceremony before, and that little boy beside him is probably also a child he brought from the immortal island. As for why he would set his eyes on you, I think it's because of the exposure of something on your body, which caused them to become greedy." Suddenly, Li Si's words changed. "In that case, I am quite curious as to why they stopped you. Could it be that you are also a chi refiner? But why are you in the Great Qin's military camp?" Chapter 47, It's All in the Wine. Li Si slowly turned around, sat on the edge of his bed, and continued, "As I said, I don't want to know anything about you, but you are my disciple after all. and sheltering a disciple is what a teacher should do. That Fangzhe and the little boy came from the immortal island. This grand ceremony harvested a lot. The two of them divided the wealth unevenly, and clashed, which made the little boy ruthless and murderous, and you have nothing to do with it. If someone mentions it, just answer it that way. As for the guards, I have also questioned them, and because of the dim light, they did not see the whole process. All they know is that when they found out, you were already in a semi-conscious state, and that the little child had fled. Shinfeng nodded absent-mindedly. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on the immortal island that Linzi had mentioned. The man also seemed to have heard the words Fairy Island that night. Besides the island of immortality, there is another place, which seems to be Kunlun. It was obvious that these people came from these places, and it was likely that the same cultivators as Shinfeng existed in these places. Linzi noticed that Shinfeng was silent and thought that he was worried about something, so he smiled and persuaded. If you are worried about people coming from the immortal island, you don't have to. What should be given in this sacrifice? Great Qin has already given. Even if one person dies, they can't blame us, but when the time comes, they will definitely send someone to come and ask questions, and when that time comes, you just follow what I say. And even if they see any cracks, as long as they can't find any substantial evidence, they won't have a reason to take you away. After all, the world is no longer the seven kingdoms that fought for supremacy back then, and now only Great Qin remains. Shinfeng looked at Linzi and opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything for half a day. There were countless questions in his mind. As early as when he was in the military camp, he had asked the veterans in the army, but the answer he got from their mouths was that they had never seen this kind of existence before. Now it seems that it's not non-existent at all. It's just that they've never seen it before. Come to think of it, after all, with the power of gods and devils, how could an ordinary person possibly want to see it? Even if they did, then the monarchs to whom they belonged would find ways to conceal them and rewrite everything into myths and legends. For a monarch, any existence that could surpass the emperor and surpass power must be erased, and once it appeared the only thing that would be threatened would be the majesty and power of the monarch. Thinking of this, a question could not help but arise in Shinfeng's mind. Since monks do exist, are there really fairies in the sky? Seemingly thinking of the lotus root that he had eaten in the capital of Qi some time ago, Shinfeng could not help but shiver. The room was dead silent. Reese had risen, his gaze still fixed on the broken stone table that had been piled up in the corner of the courtyard. Shinfeng leaned on the bed, and in his mind, he was similarly pondering all the things about the overseas immortal islands, and Kunlun, and so on. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened. Mrs. Li walked in with a bowl of porridge, saw Shinfeng sitting up from the bed, and hurriedly went forward. Why are you up? Quickly lie down. The healer specially explained that in these few days you should just rest and recuperate. It's best not to move if you can. Looking at Mrs. Li picking up the bowl and walking straight over, Shinfeng subconsciously wanted to reach out and take it, but just as soon as he moved, the wound began to transmit a hot stinging sensation. Careful, don't tear the wound. Although the wound was in severe pain, the pain slowly dissipated a lot after the spiritual qi was running. Shinfeng reached out and took the bowl, smiled and said, "It's hard to take care of seeing your mother." Mrs. Li laughed softly, then turned her head to look at Reese. "You see what the child has learned from you, how sweet and lively he was, and now he is taught to be so bored by you." Reese was a bit dumbfounded. Really, he hadn't taught him much, just had him read for a few days and copied a few essays. Shinfeng took the bowl, first glanced at the porridge in the bowl, and as expected, the master's wife would inevitably take the words with her. Monkey wine. Legend has it that during the ancient times, Emperor Daiyu opened the mountain to drive away the floods, and on the way, he encountered a devil monkey named Wu Zhiqi, and in the course of the battle, Wu Zhiqi's waist cord fell down, and the wine spilled down to the earth. Monkey's wine, diluted, perennial erosion by seawater, long ago diluted, in which the aura of 10 does not exist. After taking it can break through the second level of qi cultivation. The moment he saw the words, the rhythm of Shinfeng's breathing was suddenly disorganized. Although he had now obtained the techniques for the first 3 layers of qi cultivation, he had so far been suffering from a lack of aura, and thus had been stuck at the peak of the first layer. If he had made a breakthrough earlier, he probably wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow that night. That night, although he could not see through the strength of the other party, but the sense of oppression that he brought to Shinfeng was not very great. Compared to Wang Jian, it was far from it. It was because of this, coupled with the opponent's lightheartedness, which allowed Shinfeng to succeed in his sneak attack. If not, it's not certain who the deer will be. Shinfeng picked up the bowl and turned to look at Mrs. Li. The gratitude in his eyes was beyond words. After a long time of excitement, his heart gradually calmed down. What should be said and what shouldn't be said is in the wine. Mistress. This statement could have confused both Mrs. Li and Li Si. Whine. I didn't say anything about a head injury. Why are you talking nonsense? Mrs. Li just wanted to go up and touch his forehead, but she saw Shinfeng pick up the hot porridge and drink it all in one go, not even frowning. She was in a hurry and hastily snatched the bowl, but the bowl of porridge had already been consumed, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but Mrs. Li vaguely seemed to smell a smell of alcohol. However, she didn't think much about it, and put the bowl aside, and hurriedly said, You child, did you bump your brain? Such hot porridge, why did you give it in one mouthful? Shinfeng blinked and said, Hot, quite cool, Shifu I would like another bowl. Mrs. Li raised her hand and touched Shinfeng's forehead. Her forehead was not hot, and there was no bag on her head, so how did she suddenly become so crazy? On the side, Reese obviously guessed something, patted her shoulder and said with a smile, Let's go out first. Let him rest and rest again. The healer said to let him recuperate. But, Mrs. Li still wanted to say something. Li Si gently shook his head and whispered in her ear, There is no harm in it. Let's go out first. Maybe he didn't wake up from sleep. His brain is still muddled. After all, he has been injured so severely. If it were another person, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to carry it off long ago. Mrs. Li looked at Shinfeng with worried eyes, and after a long period of silence finally got up and left. The door was gently closed, and just the moment it was closed, the little goldfinch directly came out from inside the quilt. The porridge water that fell from the bowl just now had also tasted it, and at this moment it was flying in mid-air, looking a little giddy, with a drunken look. Shinfeng, on the other hand, directly crossed his legs and started to utilize his spiritual qi. After he drank that bowl of monkey wine, the surrounding auras had begun to continuously converge towards his body. If he didn't run his gong method now, I'm afraid that this opportunity to break through the second level of qi cultivation would be missed. Chapter 48, Night Talks. This breakthrough was completely different from the kind of feeling one gets at the very beginning of stepping into qi practice. When one layer was broken through, the feeling was like a warm current instantly opening up the veins of the entire body, allowing the aura to travel around the body. And this time, it was more like forcing another vein on top of the original sinews. The moment this vein appeared, his body suddenly began to generate a massive suction force. For a moment, all the aura in this area where Li Si's small courtyard was located was madly surging towards his body. At this time, there wasn't much movement inside the house, but the outside of the house was still in complete disarray. Almost everyone clearly saw a strong wind suddenly kicking up with Reese's small courtyard as the center, and as long as everything within this range was blown around by this strange wind, but the gust came and went quickly, and in just a moment's time, the strange wind disappeared. The people who passed by this area took a heartfelt glance at the courtyard, and immediately afterward, they all left in a hurry as well. Everyone knew that although this courtyard was not big, the people living inside were not that easy to mess with, coupled with the fact that the guards outside the door were all armed with long swords. Even if they were curious, they wouldn't joke with their own little lives. In the courtyard, Mrs. Li tightly hugged Li Si, cold sweat continuously flowing down, waiting until the wind stopped before she deeply exhaled and said, What's going on? Why is there such a strange wind all of a sudden? Li Si didn't say anything, glanced at the room where Shinfeng was and said with a smile, Maybe it's going to be a change of weather. Help me heat up a pot of wine in the evening. I want to have a small drink. Mrs. Li glared at him slightly and said, Your disciple was almost killed, and you're still in the mood to drink? We have guests for the evening, so a little drink might not hurt. Mrs. Li gave him a puzzled look and softly inquired, Could it be from the palace? Reese gave her a look and said no more. This lady of his was good at everything, but she read his mind too easily. Inside the house, Shinfeng got up and got out of bed, slightly moving his muscles. Once that huge aura entered his body, the injuries on his body had begun to slowly heal. Coupled with the fact that the monkey wine itself possessed the effect of healing injuries, it could be said that the wounds had been completely recovered, and a little bit of scarring could barely be seen. According to his thoughts, since he had recovered from all his injuries, he shouldn't continue to stay here. But when he walked out of the room, he was directly pressed back by Mrs. Li. Even when he unwrapped the bandages and stated that his injuries had healed, Mrs. Li still did not give her consent for him to leave. Not only Mrs. Li, but even Li Si said that he should rest for a night before leaving. After finally persuading Shinfeng back to bed, Li Si took advantage of Mrs. Li's departure. He said softly to Shinfeng, Tonight there is an honored guest coming to the house. If I don't call you, you are not allowed to come out or make any noise. Just listen. Seeing that Li Si looked serious, Shinfeng could not help but feel a little curious. In his opinion, there was only one person who could make Li Si show such an expression, and that was the king of Great Qin. As for the others, I'm afraid that none of them could be placed in his eyes yet. There was just something he didn't understand about what it was that made him stay. The king of Qin was bound to have something very important to discuss with Linzi when he came here. So if Xin Feng was allowed to hide in the dark and eavesdrop, wouldn't something happen if he was discovered? However, Linzi seemed to have already guessed what was in Xin Feng's mind, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, it will be fine. Remember, as long as I don't call you, not allowed to come out." Xin Feng nodded. When Linzi left, Xin Feng directly lay down on the bed, resting his hands on his head. He looked at the overhanging beam and frowned. Linzi's words made him feel a little strange. By all accounts, the king of Qin came here at night and naturally did so to avoid the sight of others. However, Linzi did not intend to let him leave, which could only mean that what they had to say was most likely related to Xin Feng. Come to think of it, he had only met the king of Qin once between himself and the king, and never again after that, and there was no way he could have known that he had stayed at Linzi's house. Then the thing they were going to talk about was bound to be something to do with the Fonzie that he had killed. Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but become a little complicated as he looked at Linzi's back. Obviously this teacher of his had guessed some of it, and the reason why he had left him here was that he wanted him to listen to it and see if he could get any useful information. In fact, all along, in Xin Feng's impression, Linzi was just a very weak scholar. Putting aside this identity of the scholar, there seemed to be nothing else but the courtier of Great Qin. Of course there was one more thing. He could provide Xin Feng with gongfu, although they were all mutilated. But what he didn't realize was that Linzi had already seen through him at some point. All along Linzi had emphasized that he was not interested in what happened to Xin Feng, saying that he was not interested, but in fact, it was only so that Xin Feng could feel at ease. For the rest of the day, Xin Feng had been meditating and practicing inside his room. Since having the broken gongfu, the operation of the aura had become much smoother. At lunchtime, Mrs. Li did send a pastry, and seeing Xin Feng sitting on his knees with his eyes closed, she didn't make a sound to disturb him. And after placing the plate on the table, she closed the door and walked out. A day's meditation time had allowed him to stabilize his cultivation at the second level of qi cultivation, and when he opened his eyes, he only felt a pang of hunger in his abdomen, and seeing the plate on the table, he got up and walked over. Inferior quality qi nourishing pills can quickly restore aura after consumption. Lower quality, more impurities, not recommended. Average flavor. Seeing the poor quality qi nourishing dan on the table, Xin Feng's eyes instantly lit up, picking up a piece and preparing to stuff it inside his mouth. But just as he was about to stuff it in his mouth, he heard a familiar voice from outside the door. Linzi, in your opinion, how exactly should Great Qin go on? Whether to carry out the division according to what Wang Oai said or, Your Majesty, if we follow what the Prime Minister has said, I think that Great Qin is bound to repeat the mistakes of the Zhou dynasty. Hearing this voice, Xin Feng subconsciously put back the inferior qi nourishing pill in his hand, and then gently walked to the door, quietly listening to the conversation outside the door. Also at the moment he turned around, under the belly of the bed, a yellow shadow sneaked out, wobbled and flew to the table, and began to frantically peck at the pastries on the table. What did the great king unite the 6 kingdoms for? The king of Qin pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Naturally, it is for the sake of unifying the world, so that the people will not be displaced, and so that the world will not be in strife all around. Since your majesty knows that the unification of the world is for the sake of keeping the world free from the chaos of strife, if Great Qin divides the world in accordance with the Zhou dynasty, then in the future will Great Qin not be the next Zhou dynasty? Unification is not a simple word, but is to be deeply embedded in the hearts and minds of the people, so that future generations, and even all generations, will understand that unification is for the sake of the world's people. I know what is in the heart of the Great King, and the Great King also knows what is in my heart. If I want the word unification to be engraved in everyone's heart, I must strengthen the people's sense of belonging to my Chinese land. Only then can everyone feel that unification is the truth. Linzi's words made the king of Qin fall into deep thought. As a matter of fact, the king of Qin was quite moved by the words of the Prime Minister Wang Au, but what Linzi said did not seem to be unreasonable, but he still had to think hard about how to choose. Let's not talk about that for now. The widow has actually come to you this time for another matter. Is your majesty trying to talk about the slain Fengshi? Linzi smiled and got up to pour wine for the king of Qin. Chapter 49. When the immortals are angry, they throw bones to the ground. To the king of Qin, a death was just a trivial matter, but what mattered was who died. If he had not encountered the overseas immortals before, the Qin king thought that the world was the only place for the Qin iron cavalry. But when he saw the immortals' ability to swallow mountains and overturn clouds and rain, the Qin iron cavalry seemed to have become so insignificant. This sacrifice was not only to the heavens, but also to the immortals of the overseas immortal islands. He had the honor of meeting an immortal once when the late king sacrificed to the heavens. That immortal appearance was still unforgettable to him, and the words that came out of his mouth were even left in his mind to this day. Heaven? What's there to worship in heaven? Worship me if you will. I am the heaven on this earth. The king of Qin glanced at Linzi and didn't say anything more, but took out a jade piece from his bosom and handed it to Linzi. Linzi looked at the jade piece handed over by the king of Qin, holding it in his hands and carefully turning it over and over, but did not see anything unusual. It didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary jade piece. The only difference was that this coloration seemed to be a bit better looking. Place it on your brow and you will know everything. Linzi half-heartedly placed the jade piece on his brow, and when he first put it on, he didn't notice anything wrong. But suddenly, an old voice came from his mind. Panglai Immortal Island congratulates the king of Qin. The king of Qin should greet my immortal island servants with the rite of heavenly sacrifice. Hearing these words, Linzi's entire body was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He stood up violently, and his gaze subconsciously looked towards the room where Shinfeng was. But soon, he reacted and asked with a pale face, "Servant? Yes, it is the servant." Linzi breathing became a bit anxious. The ceremony of the heavenly sacrifice, he is the whole ceremony. That the means of the square priest can be said to be unpredictable. Just lifting his hand can stir up the wind and clouds change, but his identity is just a servant of the island of immortality. He had also seen Shinfeng's power, as evidenced by the broken stone table in the courtyard, as well as Wang Ben's praise for him, even when Shinfeng killed him at the cost of serious injuries, but there was no getting away from it. He was just a servant of the immortal island, a slave who didn't even deserve a name. After the shock, a sense of powerlessness set in. Before that, when he learned that Shinfeng had killed that founder, he thought that even if it was the immortal island, it wasn't a big deal. You should know that Shinfeng couldn't even beat Wang Ben, let alone Wang Jian. There were many talented people in the Great Qin military camp, and there were countless powerful martial artists, so it would not be impossible to form a large army to conquer the overseas immortal islands. But now it seems that this idea is simply a fool's errand. A servant can stir up the heavens. What if it is the servant's master? What if it's the lord of the immortal island? When the army goes overseas, not to mention whether or not the provisions can keep up, whether or not the supplies can be replenished in time, the personnel, and everything else, the mere fact that it is separated by the sea is enough to discourage the Great Qin. Even if they made it to the island, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to take it down, and perhaps the end result would only be the total destruction of the army, and Great Qin would never be the same again. Reese tried to lift his glass, but several times in a row, it slipped out of his hand. His palms were covered in cold sweat, and his slightly trembling arms completely exposed the fear in his heart. The king of Qin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I have come here not to grow others' ambition and destroy my own, but to tell you that seeking an immortality pill is just an excuse. The widow intends to have people with countless amounts of gold and silver, and hundreds of boxes of other exotic treasures, go to the overseas immortal islands as a means of resolving the feud, and if that doesn't work, to send them again." Hearing these words, Linzi's brow immediately furrowed. "Your Majesty, if we send these things, won't it be a no-brainer? And how can I, Great Qin, afford such a large sum of wealth?" The king of Qin slowly rose and snorted. "How long does the courtier think it will take for 400,000 people to be buried alive? Burying 400,000 people alive? Isn't this what Bai Qi, the ruler of Wuhan, did back then?" At the very beginning, Linzi also had some doubts in his mind. After all, 400,000 people is not a small number. Even if the heads are piled up can be stacked into a small mountain. If a pit could be dug to fill it with all 400,000 people, how big a pit would have to be dug? And how much time and manpower would have to be spent on it? Does the courtier think that the 400,000 people are really just digging a big pit and burying them alive? The courtier still underestimates the kind of anger that people feel before they die. Not to mention the 400,000 able-bodied descended soldiers, if one of them had led the charge. Do you think that Jun Wuan would have been able to return to Xianyang in one piece to meet the late king? What does the king mean? Linzi looked at the wine in the cup, and for a while, he also felt a little unscented, and after putting it down, he took a deep breath. He had prepared himself mentally and waited for the king of Qin to give him answers and the truth. When the son of heaven is angry, 1,000,000 corpses will be laid. When an immortal is angry, his bones are thrown to the ground. I certainly know that this move is equivalent to not fighting, but the immortals may not listen to our explanations. People died in Qin, then the widows to Qin will certainly not be able to get out of it. That escaped child immortal island will be sent to apprehend, but the Qin side will likewise need to pay some price. The king of Qin is gone. He didn't say anything more. The reason why he came here to talk to Reese about this was in fact not to ask for Reese's opinion, but just to know with him, as to how this gold and silver wonders should be found. Naturally it was left to Linzi. The king of Qin can take the blame, but things must be done by you. After the king of Qin left, Linzi sat at the wine table with a dull gaze. Looking at the table of dishes, he only felt tasteless. It was the first time he had ever felt that a drink entering his mouth could be so difficult to swallow. It was also the first time he felt the true meaning of having no hands. Shinfeng also walked out from inside the room and sat across from Linzi, first eating a mouthful of food, followed by a sip of wine. These wines and dishes were all made by Shifu's mother herself, and naturally came with words, but they were just to increase their physique and aura. Other than that, they didn't have much of an effect. Shinfeng naturally wouldn't just let it go. Unlike Linzi, his heart was bigger, and even after hearing these secrets, he still didn't think it was a big deal. It's just the island of immortality. When he got stronger, he could just find a place to be an immortal island too. Then he became the lord of the immortal island. Then, thinking of this, Shinfeng couldn't help but giggle. The otherwise dead silence of the room, coupled with Reese's serious look, was broken. Linzi looked helplessly at Shinfeng. You are big-hearted. After hearing so much, don't you feel scared? Shinfeng looked up at Linzi and asked with a puzzled face. I didn't kill the person, so why should I be afraid? Linzi's corner of the eye slightly twitching. Reading is not good. Pretending to be crazy is quite fast to learn. Chapter 50, taught by Wang Ben. Shinfeng noticed Linzi's facial changes and said with a cheeky smile, it's also because the teacher taught him well. Reese froze and said with a stern face, I didn't teach you anything. You learned it all on your own. Shinfeng didn't say anything either. As a big fan of his teacher's wife's cooking, he would never waste any time to eat, especially these meals that contained aura. Since Linzi didn't move his chopsticks, it meant he wasn't hungry. Since he wasn't hungry, Shinfeng was not polite. Linzi's eyes were still looking out of the window, his mind constantly pondering on what to do with what the king of Qin had explained. In his opinion, if he could delay for a while, perhaps Immortal Island would suddenly stop coming. Then Great Qin might not need to prepare a gift of reparation. If even then, the king of Qin still asked to go to the Immortal Island, then Linzi had to wonder what his real intentions were. After thinking about all this, Linzi drank the wine in his cup, but the moment he looked down, he realized that the wine and food on the table had almost been eaten up. Looking at Shinfeng again, the whole person sat paralyzed on the ground, stroking his slightly bulging belly, his face filled with a happy smile. Even the little goldfinch was lying on the table with a well-fed look. Looking at this man and bird, a nameless fire inexplicably rose in Linzi's heart. Doesn't this kid have anything to worry about? Who are you working so hard for? It's still not about this lousy apprentice? He's fine. He's fed and watered himself, and all the falls on his head. This damned sinful disciple. Sooner or later I will kick him out of the division. At this moment, Shinfeng was lying on the ground, and his brain could no longer be stuffed with other things. For him, eating and drinking was already a most happy thing, and nothing was bigger than an eating. Thinking of this, Shinfeng got up and grabbed the little goldfinch to take a closer look. Golden sparrow, low-level demonic beast, about to build foundation, with a hint of golden-winged rock bloodline, burned with samadhi fire, can condense the rock's essence blood, can reach the peak of foundation after consuming it. Below foundation can't withstand the power of this pair of sharp claws. Cook it on the 80-64th day with the mortal fire to make pickled pepper phoenix claws. Looking at the words displayed on the goldfinch's head, Shinfeng's face couldn't help but pull down. As his pet, as his pickled phoenix claw, it had even improved faster than himself. What kind of reasoning was that? Inverted Big Dipper? You're not allowed to eat. The sudden comment made both Reese and Mrs. Li, who had just entered the living room, freeze for a moment. This kid is afraid he's not really crazy to be talking to a bird? The little goldfinch apparently understood Shinfeng's words and chirped twice at Shinfeng. But where did Shinfeng understand? How dare you talk back when I say something to you? The little goldfinch was confused. Did he talk back? It didn't say anything at all. As for the chirping, it's a completely natural reaction. Whose bird doesn't know how to chirp? Shinfeng didn't listen to its explanation. Even if he did, he couldn't understand it. Grabbed the little goldfinch and stuffed it into his arms, then got up and came to Mrs. Li's front. From the moment Mrs. Li came in, his eyes had seen, on the plate, the plum cake. It's a good thing to know. An inferior bone tempering pill could not only increase the strength of the physical body, but it could also make a person die and float in the air. Shinfeng came in front of Mrs. Li, took the plate and said with a smile, Shifu maiden, why don't you let me take this plate of plum blossom cake back to my room to savor it? Speaking of which, ever since the last time I ate Shifu maiden's plum blossom cake, it has made it hard for me to get over it to this day, and I really do miss it a little bit. As it happens, this bird of mine also enjoys the pastries made by the master's wife, so I'll return to the room with him to savor them together. After saying that, without waiting for Mrs. Li's reaction. She took the plum blossom cake and ran directly towards the room. After returning to the room, Shinfeng then loosened the little goldfinch and immediately placed the plum blossom cake on the table and said to him with a smile, "Do you want to taste it?" With regard to the plum blossom cake, not only did Shinfeng cast a shadow, the little goldfinch likewise cast a shadow. All along, the little goldfinch had been following Shinfeng's side, and almost whatever he ate, the little goldfinch followed. Anyway, in the memory of the goldfinch, as long as it follows Shinfeng, it is guaranteed to eat fragrant and drink spicy food, even if it is no longer good. Eating grass is with aura, but the only thing it is extremely resistant to is plum cake. After Shinfeng ate it last time, he almost didn't die in this room, and right after that, the goldfinch would wait for Shinfeng to try the poison first, and if it was fine, it would follow along. Seeing that the little goldfinch shook his head repeatedly and kept gesturing with his wings between his necks, it looked like it was saying that it wouldn't eat this even if it died. Shinfeng glanced at the doorway and after confirming that there was no one eavesdropping at the doorway, his expression suddenly became serious. "Do you know why I made you eat this?" The little goldfinch was a little lost in thought. This was the first time Shinfeng had been so serious and the first time he had spoken to it so seriously. It seems like it never has since it was born. As a low-level demonic beast, it could already understand human speech and could roughly comprehend its meaning. Seeing Shinfeng's gloomy expression, the little goldfinch no longer continued to gesticulate, but came to Shinfeng's hand with a hop and a jump and shook his head slightly. "Nowadays, you are no longer an ordinary bird, and I think you should know that yourself. Normal birds don't eat these things, but rather the worms on the trees. In my opinion, you are now already considered a low-level demonic beast, although the bloodline you possess inside your body is very special, but if you don't develop it, I'm afraid you'll never be able to return to your ancestors." The little goldfinch cocked its head as it listened to Shinfeng's words. "What the hell are you talking about? It's too complicated to really understand." Shinfeng smiled faintly. "Cannot understand it is right? If you understand, how can I coax you to eat this thing? In the ancient times, Pangu opened, far away. Anyway, you just need to know that the most powerful thing about being a demonic beast isn't aura or cultivation, but the physical body. This pair of claws of yours can break through iron and stone, and can kill all chi refiners below the foundation establishment level. So if you just leave them unattended, they will surely go to waste in the future. Listen to me, eat these plum cakes, and your fleshly body will surely be taken to the next level." Now, the little goldfinch sort of understood that after all was said and done, all the bull ***** was to make it eat poison. Although it is a bird, it is not stupid, and the matter of testing poison has never been Shinfeng's job. It does not do it. Thinking of this, the little goldfinch's head tilted, its claws carved and drew on the table, and a line of crooked and twisted words slowly wrote out. "Sins." The writing is ugly, but not so distorted that it's unreadable. At first he was quite pleased when he saw the little goldfinch inscribing on the table. After all, his bird could write, which meant that it had become a man of honor through his indoctrination. But when he recognized what the words were written, his face instantly grimaced. Invisibly, a huge aura instantly filled the entire room. Although Shinfeng's cultivation level was only at the second level of chi cultivation, the spiritual chi contained in his body had long exceeded the range of ordinary chi cultivation. The moment he felt this pressure, little goldfinch hurriedly continued to inscribe on the table. Wang Ben taught it. Chapter 51, Teacher, I want to read. Request for catch-up reading. Request for votes. Is Shinfeng stupid? Certainly not stupid. He brought his head to the little goldfinch's face and asked, poking his face with his hand repeatedly, "Do you see any words on my face?" The little goldfinch froze, and looked intently along where his finger kept poking. The air was cold and the room was dead silent. The gaze of the little goldfinch was innocent, and Shinfeng's eyes wanted to eat it alive. I thought it had become a genius, but I didn't realize it was still retarded. Surprisingly, he really got down on Shinfeng's face and looked at it carefully. During this period, it seemed that because Shinfeng's finger was blocking half of his face, it even purposely used its wings to beat it, signaling him to give way to his finger. It was fine if he didn't shoot, but this shot could instantly shoot out the fire Shinfeng had suppressed in his heart. Eat. Shinfeng didn't spoil it either. Pointing at the plate of plum blossom cakes, his face grim as he growled lowly at it, the little goldfinch raised its wings, covered its head, shivered, and from time to time secretly looked at Shinfeng through the slits in its wings. In its view, this behavior of Shinfeng was similar to Wang Ben. Yes, it's simply another version of Wang Ben. In its impression, Wang Ben always liked to bully Shinfeng, and it was obvious that Shinfeng had completely inherited this evil behavior. The little goldfinch came to the plate of plum blossom cake in a warlike manner, and before placing its mouth, it glanced at Shinfeng with a face full of grievances. As it turned out, its cute selling was of no bird's eye use to Shinfeng at all. Can I not eat? The little goldfinch wrote crookedly on the table with his paw. Shinfeng didn't say anything, and his eyes already answered all the questions. Watching the little goldfinch eat the plum cake bit by bit, Shinfeng sighed deeply, then gently stroked his fingers on its head. You don't understand, and as the dad who hatched you out, I'm heartbroken about how you're going to feel next. But if a young eagle wants to spread its wings and fly, it has to jump from a cliff, and only when it has eaten the bitterness of bitterness can it become a bird on a bird. Do you want to spend the rest of your life competing for food with the early birds that eat the worms? I'm doing it all for your own good. Shinfeng's tone was filled with emotion, but there was a gloating look in his eyes. However, the truth was exactly the same. As a demon race, if one did not have a powerful physical body, even if one possessed even more powerful mana, it would be of no use. Ever since the little goldfinch came out of its shell, it had almost never been beaten by the world, and because of that, it didn't even dare to show its head during the battle that night. For Shinfeng, this is not a good thing. If it doesn't even dare to show up for the battle, then what is the point of keeping it? Might as well make it into pickled pineapple claws. Nowadays, not only Shinfeng needs to become stronger, the little goldfinch cannot be left behind as well, as a demonic beast that is about to build the foundation, when facing the enemy, but still hides in the arms of a master of the second level of chi cultivation. To say it, I am afraid of being laughed at to death. This plate of plum blossom cakes had all been touched by Shinfeng, and as long as it was eaten, its flesh would inevitably become stronger, and it might even be able to stimulate some of the power of its bloodline. This is a test for the little goldfinch and a first step towards courage. Shinfeng believed that it could definitely take this step. The facts proved that Shinfeng's belief was right. As he tasted the first bite, the little goldfinch vaguely realized that these plum cakes were no longer ordinary food at all. Although after eating it, every cell and bone in its body would transmit a gust of pain, but this kind of pain, it was still able to withstand. More importantly, it felt that along with the pain, its body was undergoing some sort of change. The feathers seemed to have become harder, and a pair of bird claws seemed as if they could smash this table in one go. The most important point, it vaguely felt that its power had become greater, and even when it looked at Shinfeng, it would carry a kind of contempt in its eyes if anything. The two small eyes squinted at Shinfeng, as if saying, "You can no longer hold me." Shinfeng had been paying attention to the changes in the little goldfinch, and even the sheep's dung egg in his arms was ready to be stuffed into it at any time. But after he saw the little goldfinch's eyes, he was instantly confused. What's that supposed to mean? Let you step into the path of courage and you step into the path of rebellion? Is this a rebellion? Shinfeng wanted to reach out and grab it, but he stopped halfway through his hand. Contemplating for a moment, he walked out of the room and to the door of Reese's room. Teacher. The night was actually quite late, and Linzi and Mrs. Li had entered the quilt early. Hearing Shinfeng's voice, Linzi looked at Mrs. Li, who had fallen asleep long ago, and carefully got up to open the door of the room. It's late and you want to go up to your room? Shinfeng gently shook his head and said with a serious face, Teacher, I want to study. Reese froze, then shot him a head-to-tail glance for a moment. Then, stop it and go back to bed. Reading? Ha, who are you kidding? Seeing that Linzi was about to close the door, Shinfeng hurriedly said, Teacher, let's say for example, you have a pet, and now the pet grows bigger and bigger, even so big that even you are about to be unable to defeat it, and even it wants to turn around and become your master. What would you do? Reese's eyebrow rose slightly. He always found the analogy a bit inappropriate. Kill it before it grows. Shinfeng froze and continued, but this pet of yours is unique in the world, and can even be said to be unique? Offer it to the king. The pipsqueak. Hearing these words, Shinfeng's smile instantly froze. You are really selfless. Linzi obviously also saw that Shinfeng was not joking, smiled and shook his head. Say it, what is it? Looking at Linzi, Shinfeng's expression became serious, and after a long period of silence, he said softly, Teacher, I want to read. That was a whole lot of confusion for Reese. He had thought about Shinfeng asking him to transfer his troops, and he had also thought about asking himself to get the archers to directly finish off the little goldfinch, but the only thing he hadn't thought about was that he had said so much, but it was really just for the sake of reading. Linzi fell into silence, wondering whether he had heard wrongly or Shinfeng had said wrongly, or maybe it was all a dream. Looking at Shinfeng's incomparably serious expression, Linzi suddenly had the idea of smacking himself in the face. Teacher, please also give me a book. Smoking himself like that was something Reese certainly couldn't do, and he put his hands behind his back and secretly pinched his thighs. Pain. For sure, he wasn't dreaming, but at the same time, the air began to rush to his heart. Reese looked toward the bookshelves in the living room, a throbbing pain in his brain. So many books, you can't read them yourself? In the middle of the night, you still have to knock on my door and ask me to give you a book. Can I give you a cup of poison wine? Seeing that Linzi did not have the slightest reaction, Shenfeng made a deep bow to Linzi and said respectfully, please also give the book. Teacher. Chapter 52, please baby turn. Turn again, catch up reading and tickets. Parlor. Reese stood in front of the bookshelf draped in his clothes, chilling his face, occasionally shivering, and asked in a cold voice, what do you want to read? Hearing Linzi's answer, Shenfeng's eyes lit up and said with a smile, I'll watch whatever teacher gives. Shenfeng's answer made Linzi take a deep breath of the cold air of the night. He needed this cold breath to lower the fire in his heart. He was afraid that he couldn't help but come out with a dirty mouth. As the court captain of Great Qin, and even more so under the tutelage of Xuanzi, he needed to pay attention to his words, but he really can't help it a bit. In order to get rid of Shenfeng as early as possible, Linzi then picked up a volume of books and threw it directly to Shenfeng without even reading what the content was. Shenfeng, who had received the book, had been completely absorbed in it, and he didn't even pay attention to when Linzi left. Chopping Immortal Flying Dagger Production Diagram, Simplified Version. It is rumored that during the ancient times, a certain big brother had nothing to do and wrote down this production script, although it is a simplified version. But after it is successfully made, it can become stronger as the owner's strength grows, and it will consume a huge amount of aura every time it is cast. Production method, looking for a gourd, looking for a piece of indestructible things, both put into the production of the map. Natural refining, daily when the aura to feed. The mnemonic, please baby turn around. Seeing this, Shenfeng's heart almost didn't jump out of his mouth directly. If it was anything else, he might not have been so excited. But this book, it was simply an exotic treasure. Not to mention how powerful the chopper flying dagger really was. It could be easily crafted by simply placing the materials on the crafting chart. This was equivalent to allowing Shenfeng to dispense with all the production procedures and only need to find the materials. And the crafting chart doesn't say what kind of materials you need. The only one that's a bit of a pain in the ass is the indestructible item. Thinking of this, Shenfeng could not help but take out the piece of dragon scale in his arms. It was a pity that this dragon scale had become 2 cuts. If it was still intact, it might have become the first choice for refining materials. As for the gourd, Shenfeng slightly raised his head, and his gaze was directly placed on the dark yellow wine gourd that was hanging on the wall and had already begun to shed some dust. He remembered that his master's wife had told him that this was the gourd that Linzi had always carried with him when he was young and walking the rivers and lakes, and that it could be used to hold wine and water. Shenfeng smiled. Gourds have it as far as this indestructible thing goes. Shenfeng finally placed his eyes on the dragon scale that had turned into 2 halves. During this period of time, he had sort of strolled all over the entire Zyang city, and every high wall. He had looked at it carefully, but he had never seen another dragon scale again. If you want to keep looking, you either have to enter the palace or leave the city. At least for the moment, he would not leave the city again. Instead of looking around for immortal herbs and elixirs, it would be better to stay in the city. After all, there was still Linzi and his master's wife. These 2 alone were enough for him to glean for a period of time. He was especially overwhelmed by a book that Reese had casually thrown at him tonight. Shenfeng had already thought about it. These bookshelves, these books, they were all his. Although the dragon scale had turned into 2 halves, its hardness was still not comparable to anything else. As for the gourd, that's a no-brainer. It doesn't even say what's involved in making the chart. So what's there to worry about? Shenfeng sat in the living room, holding the gourd in one hand and the broken dragon scale in the other. The excitement in his heart was beyond words. After a long time, he finally calmed down his mood, and then directly placed everything in his hand on the crafting chart. The moment the gourd and dragon scale were placed on it, the crafting diagram suddenly released a white light, followed by wrapping all the items on this drawing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when the things were all put up, Shenfeng vaguely felt that something was staring at him. However, after looking around, there was nothing unusual that appeared in the house. He shook his head and his gaze remained on the production diagram. The light released from the drawings was extremely dazzling. At this moment, if Shenfeng stood outside the door, he would have realized that the entire sky was as white as day. Almost every household in Zyang City, both inside and outside, woke up from their sleep, and everyone was confused as they watched the white light scatter in all directions. Some people even thought that the gods had manifested themselves and directly kneeled down to worship. Pompeii. In the middle of the great hall, a voice came out quietly. There is a foreign treasure descending from the city of Zyang. Go and bring it back. Just ask me about the murder of the servant of Panglai. If you can find the boy, bring him back. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Yes, the white light appeared so suddenly. In fact, no one realized exactly where the light came out from. Even the few guards outside Linzi's courtyard didn't realize that the light was coming from inside Linzi's house. Everyone thought that this was just a miracle of an immortal descending into the world. And for a while, Many people's hearts began to stir. Even those remaining members of the Six Kingdoms seemed to be as if they had seen hope. Inside the house, the white light had completely disappeared, and Shinfeng put down the arm that blocked the light and looked at the gourd that appeared in front of him. Zanxian gourd. Simple production diagram refining. Although it is refined from the production diagram, but in the process of production alarmed the owner of the drawings. The big brother specially re-refined it for it. Chopping immortal gourd. Refined from an ordinary gourd in 2 broken dragon scales. When used, 2 flying daggers crafted from dragon scales can fly from it. This magic treasure consumes a great deal of energy, and will consume a great deal of spiritual energy after use. Mnemonic, please turn around baby, and turn around again. The moment Shinfeng picked up the gourd, he felt that the gourd was constantly drawing spiritual chi from his own body, but at the same time, his connection to the connection with the gourd became deeper and deeper. The gourd was a good thing, but it was drawing too much aura. In just a moment's work, the aura in his body had already been depleted by 1/10. If the aura was sucked dry, how could he contain it? Shinfeng glanced at the room where Linzi was and hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he still didn't intend to call up his master's wife. Coming to the courtyard with the help of the dim firelight, he began to search the grass for spirit plants with words. The gourd is a must to contain. This thing is simply a big kill. Not only can you be surprised, but also can instantly send too. I guess this is the effect of that legendary big brother refining it himself. Although he was grateful for the big brother's help, but gratitude was gratitude. If he didn't find some spirit grass, he would really be sucked dry by the gourd. It was a good thing that there were a lot of weeds in the courtyard, and among them, there were inevitably some spiritual herbs that hadn't been noticed before. Picking these spirit grasses and putting them into his arms, Shinfeng could not help but smile on his face. The laughter traveled so far that even those guards outside the door felt creeped out when they heard it. Is the boy afraid he's really crazy? Chapter 53 Master's wife's cooking skills have grown. Requesting for catch-up reading and votes. This night, a strange sound would always come out of Shinfeng's room, or a seeping laugh came out, or a mournful bird call. Linzi's sleep was already shallow, and after being woken up by Shinfeng, it was difficult for him to continue sleeping, and this night, he almost spent it under the covers. Not to mention the guards outside the door, who were already cold in the winter night, became even colder in the company of these voices. Finally it was hard to wait until dawn. Looking at the distant brethren who came over to take over the post, the two looked at each other and pulled out their legs to run. They really can't stand it some more. Winter is cold, but for birds, as long as the globe is not frozen, then anytime, anywhere, they will fly out in search of food. On the windowsill, the little goldfinch was full of pride, now and then arranging the handful of dull golden hairs on his head with his claws, now and then combing the feathers on his wings with his beak. A night of pain and suffering had completely refreshed it, both in temperament and in the luster of its feathers. At first glance, looking further out the window at the birds that were flitting around, constantly fighting for food, the little goldfinch couldn't help but see a flicker of contempt in his eyes. As a demonic beast, it very much looked down on these birds that hadn't yet opened their spiritual wisdom. As a pet, it subconsciously looked back at Shinfeng, who was holding a broken gourd in his arms and was still in his sleep. Afterward, it flew directly to Shinfeng and gently touched his head with its wings. Obviously, Shinfeng slept very deeply and barely reacted in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the little goldfinch was overjoyed in his heart and flew directly to his head in the next second. The sunlight slowly shone in along the window, and at this moment, the little golden finch that stepped on Shinfeng's head had its wings stretched out, and under the sunlight's irradiation, its posture was like a rock spreading its wings, as if it was about to go straight up to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a large hand violently it grabbed. The little goldfinch, heart chilled, just wanted to spread its wings and fly away, but realized that he had already been unable to move. Even though nowadays it had reached the most basic physical body of a low-level demonic beast and was about to build its foundation. For some reason, in Shinfeng's hands, it was like a weak chicken. Shinfeng's strength was great, and even though the little goldfinch struggled desperately, it still couldn't break free from his palm. Drifted? Dare to step on my head? Shinfeng slowly opened his eyes, grasping the gourd with one hand and cupping the little golden sparrow with the other. Although he was looking like he had just woken up, when he saw the gourd in his hand, he couldn't help but show the smile on his face. The moment he saw the gourd, Shinfeng's mood naturally changed for the better. And as for the matter of the little goldfinch stepping on his head, of course, he forgot all about it. For someone in a good mood, looking at anything was good. Even when he saw the bird poop that the little goldfinch had pooped on the table, he didn't think it was too much of a problem. The little goldfinch was also subjected to one of Shinfeng's heavy blows as a result, but at the very least, Shinfeng's face was still brilliant when he punched it. Walking out of the room, he saw that Mrs. Li had prepared breakfast early in the morning. but did not see Li see. Shenfeng came to Mrs. Li's side, took the breakfast, smiled, and asked, "Teacher's wife, where is the teacher? Last night, I don't know what kind of wind I had, but I tossed and turned in bed all night and didn't fall asleep, and early in the morning I went to the pharmacy, saying that I wanted to grab some medicine to calm my nerves." Shenfeng froze, his eyes suddenly became serious. "Taking medicine? That's not good. It's medicine. Next time, let me prescribe medicine for the teacher. As long as the things that have been recognized by myself may not be good for powerful cultivators, but for mortals, they are all elixirs." Instead of choosing to seek out a healer, he could have just eaten the breakfast made by his master's wife. For example, this rice cake made by the master's wife this morning is quite good. Medium Qi refining Dan. After consuming it, it can replenish spiritual Qi and can be used to break through the third level of Qi cultivation. If you forcefully consume it, it may cause your body to explode due to your realm being too low. Explode and die? This was not a matter for Shenfeng at all. Nowadays he had a dog gourd that ate spiritual Qi in his body. Shenfeng even suspected that if the dog gourd hadn't been restraining itself, it might have sucked him dry. But I have to say, the master's wife's cooking skills have obviously grown tremendously. Looking at Yang still busy inside the kitchen, Shenfeng's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of anticipation. He believed that maybe one day, Yang could produce food at the level of immortal Dan. Thinking of this, Shenfeng grabbed a piece of rice cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Just after putting it into his mouth, the rice cake instantly melted. And the moment this breath entered his body after melting, his body instantly began to expand. Even his mouth and nose began to gush out aura continuously. It wasn't that his body couldn't absorb it, but his gongfu was too low level, and before he could run and absorb it, the medicinal effect had already begun to take effect. The gourd on his waist obviously also sensed the movement within Shenfeng's body, and at the first moment began to frantically absorb the excess spiritual Qi. The little goldfinch in his arms obviously also sensed that something was wrong with Shenfeng, although it was still resentful of Shenfeng for forcing it to eat those things last night, but as its own future pet, it resolutely did not allow Shenfeng to just hang on. The little golden finch flew to Shenfeng's front, first staring at him with a look of contempt for a while, then directly lying on Shenfeng's head, began to help him absorb this huge spiritual Qi. In fact, the medium Qi refining Dan's spiritual Qi content wasn't very large, but the only drawback was that the gongfu that Shenfeng possessed was just too low grade. Finally, the huge aura gradually calmed down under the frantic absorption of one person, one bird, and one gourd. Looking at the rice cakes on the table, Shenfeng couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. The flavor is indeed better and the quality has been improved, but the danger has likewise been greatly enhanced. If it wasn't for the gourd and the little goldfinch, Shenfeng was afraid that he would really be propped up by this aura. But likewise, all the tendons and veins in his body were once again expanded due to the sudden burst of aura. Feeling the changes in his body, Shenfeng once again placed his gaze on the rice cake. He had a premonition that this plate of rice cakes might make him directly break through the third level of Qi cultivation. Although there was a certain amount of danger, but faced with the temptation of a breakthrough, he finally decided to take a chance and try it out. Also at the same time when he had this thought, Shenfeng grabbed a piece of rice cake and directly stuffed it into his mouth. It was the same as before, but without the feeling that it was going to burst. The little goldfinch and the gourd also simultaneously sensed that Shenfeng's body was once again generating a huge spiritual Qi. The two can suck it up, followed by a third piece, a fourth, until the last piece went down. A man, a bird, and a gourd all went straight to the ground. Couldn't eat anymore, really couldn't eat anymore. If they had another piece, all three of them would have exploded. Oops, eat so fast. Come on, here's more. See what you're craving. Chapter 54, Are You Really Shenfeng? Seeking catch-up readings and tickets. Can't eat, can't really eat. One more piece, and it's all going to be completely accounted for today. Shenfeng climbed up from the ground with great difficulty, grabbed the little goldfinch and stuffed it into his arms, and tied the gourd to the waistband of his pants. Immediately afterward, he let out a big burp, then shook his head and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, disciple. I really can't eat anymore." After saying that, Shenfeng turned around and was ready to leave. Having come out for some time, it was time to go back to the general's residence to have a look. Although yesterday he was still lying on the bed with bandages, today he could walk around freely, which did seem to make people feel a bit outrageous. But Shenfeng was not an ordinary person, who could still be alive and kicking after eating poisonous herbs. Could he still be outrageous to describe? Seemingly remembering something, Shenfeng turned back to his teacher mother and pulled out a spirit-nourishing grass from his pocket and said, "Teacher mother, if you want to stew soup at night, chop this grass and put it into it, and you and your teacher will drink some of it, and you will be in better spirits." Although Mrs. Li was only a woman, She was not very interested in flowers and plants and these things, but since it was given by Shenfeng, I think it won't be too bad. Took the god-nourishing herb, she thought about it, and signaled Shenfeng to wait for a moment, and then when she came out again, the rice cakes that had just been made, had all been wrapped up. After all, the general's house is full of men. Men are always careless. Take good care of yourself in the general's house. Don't starve or freeze. Don't cause trouble for the general. And if there is anything that doesn't go your way, then come and find the master's wife. Got it? As she spoke, Mrs. Li gently stuffed the wrapped rice cake into Shenfeng's arms. It seemed that she was worried about squeezing the little goldfinch, and she made a point of adjusting her position for him. Mrs. Li's looks are not really outstanding, but in Shenfeng's eyes, she is the most beautiful. Walking on the street, touching the rice cake in his arms, Shenfeng felt a burst of warmth in his heart, and when he thought about it, after coming to Dechin for so many years, it seemed to be the first time that he felt the warmth of home. If he could, he would really like to keep this current scene forever. Returning to the general's residence, before he even entered the door, he heard Wang Ban's angry roar from inside. Standing outside the door, Shenfeng subconsciously stopped. The subordinate standing at the door looked at the sounds coming from the courtyard and kept shaking his head. Seeing his appearance, Shenfeng came forward and asked curiously, "What's going on? Who made General Wang Ban look like this? Could it be that the upper general did this? The upper general now is not ask the world. The whole day out of planting flowers and grass, is to read a book, other what do not care. I only heard that yesterday. General Wang Ban went to the palace, and after he came back, he's been in this furious state, so I think he must have been aggrieved in the palace, otherwise he wouldn't still be furious until now." Hearing the subordinate's explanation, Shenfeng subconsciously touched his chin. Yesterday? He remembered that Wang Ban was at Li Si's house yesterday morning, and went to the palace in the afternoon. Could it be because of his own business? But on second thought and think it is unlikely. After all, Shenfeng killed the immortal island servant thing. Do not know a few people, and Wang Ban is not likely to be stupid enough to say this kind of thing in front of so many palace maiden temple people. If word got out, not to mention what would happen if the people of Immortal Island knew about it, it was expected that the king of Qin wouldn't let him just walk out of the palace unharmed. But other than that, what else could have made him so angry? Coming to the courtyard, Shenfeng saw Wang Jian, who was fiddling with the flowers and plants at a glance, while Wang Ben was standing next to him yelling something angrily. Seemingly sensing Shenfeng's arrival, Wang Ben directly closed his mouth, turned around to look at Shenfeng. A trace of consternation slightly flashed under his eyes, and immediately afterward walked towards the inner room. Shenfeng was a bit puzzled and confused. Wasn't this quite a fierce quarrel? Why did he suddenly not say anything? Is there anything in this General Wang's house that he can't listen to? Although Shenfeng was curious in his heart, he didn't think much about it and came to Wang Jian's side, picked up one of the pots of flowers and plants, first took a deep breath through his nose, then asked in confusion, "What's wrong with General Wang Ben? So much fire early in the morning. Could it be that you drank too much last night?" When he asked this, while Wang Jian was not paying attention, Shenfeng plucked one of the petals from the flower and secretly stuffed it into his mouth. Thousands of years of yellow essence leaves, edible. The effect is not as good as yellow essence, but it is not bad either. It can replenish the qi and strengthen the body. Long-term consumption. It can draw the essence of heaven and earth. It can be used to enhance the cultivation. Wang Jian glanced at Wang Ben's departing back and said with a light frank, "The great king is obsessed with sending people to the immortal island to seek the immortality pill, and is said to be ready to order troops and generals. And the world knows that there is no immortality pill in the world at all, but the great king can't be persuaded at all." Hearing these words, Shenfeng couldn't help but think of last night's conversation between Li Si and the king of Qin. In fact, only the three of them know about this matter, and it's normal that Wang Ben and Wang Jian don't know the reason for it. He just didn't understand that even if he couldn't be persuaded, Wang Ben shouldn't have gotten so angry. It wasn't his business. Thinking of this, Shenfeng secretly picked one of the petals again and stuffed it into his mouth. The flavor of the leaf was slightly bitter, and after eating it, it didn't bring too much aura, but made him feel that the orifices of his entire body became more permeable. When naturally absorbing the aura between heaven and earth, that original sense of blockage was much less. Seeing that Wang Jian was contemplating, Shenfeng did not hesitate for a second. Quickly removing all the remaining petals, he quickly stuffed them into his arms, then put down the flower pot and sighed softly. "I think there must be a reason for this. I'd better go and ask myself. Maybe I can help him untie his heart." Wang Jian nodded slightly. The reason why he was reluctant to say it was actually not without reason, especially in front of Shenfeng, only that he would be even angrier than Wang Ben. When Shenfeng left, Wang Jian turned around with the intention of continuing to build flowers and plants, But when he saw that his favorite plate of daffodils suddenly turned bald, his face instantly grimaced, the kettle in his hand instantly deformed, and the stone tiles under his feet directly cracked. Sins! Wang Jian's roar. Shenfeng naturally heard it but ate faster. Even the little goldfinch was constantly pecking at one of the petals. In just a blink of an eye, a few petals had all entered the abdomen, and at once Shenfeng only felt that the whole person was refreshed, and his whole body was permeable. After feeling the breath of nature for a while, Shenfeng came to Wang Ben's room and knocked on the door. Who? Didn't I say? Don't bother me today, or I'll shove each and every one of you inside the barracks for training. General, it's me, Shenfeng. Hearing Shenfeng's voice, Wang Ben hurriedly opened the door and first looked up and down, then stared at his wounds for a while. Aren't you recuperating at the Tingwei's home? How come you're back? Shenfeng ripped off his clothes, followed by the bandage, and said with a smile, alright, it's already fine. This one is loaded. Looking at Shenfeng's wound that had recovered as good as new, without even leaving a scar, this filled Wang Ben's heart with shock. He even began to doubt whether this person in front of him was really Shenfeng or not. But when he heard Wang Jian angrily scolding Shenfeng in the yard for eating his daffodils, Wang Ben was finally sure in his heart that he dared to eat anything, and there was no one but him. Chapter 55, Veterans at Risk, Catch Up Reading in Votes. Enter the house. Wang Ben slowly sat down and beckoned to Shenfeng, signaling him to sit down together. Seeing Wang Ben so calm, Shenfeng could not help but feel a little strange. In his impression, this general, almost all the time, was in a state of imminent explosion, especially when facing Shenfeng. He couldn't wait to teach him a good lesson in the next second. Today, suddenly being so calm, it made Shenfeng feel that something was wrong. General is not going to practice with me today? After sitting down, Shenfeng asked tentatively. Wang Ben did not answer, and after pondering for a moment, asked in a deep voice, in your opinion, how is Great Qin? Shenfeng's eyebrows rose slightly. Was this to debate with himself about the state policy of Great Qin? He wouldn't really have any trepidation about saying this. After all, his brain was here. The general's sudden question has caused me some trepidation, but since you've asked, I'll be merciful and tell you. Hearing Shenfeng's reply, Wang Ben's palms subconsciously clenched, but soon, they loosened again, forcing a smile on his face. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but punch over. The boy is at it again. Nowadays, Great Qin is like a ship that keeps moving forward in the middle of a big river, and neither heaven's time nor earth's favorable conditions are on Great Qin's side. The immediate priority right now, the most important thing is to stabilize Great Qin internally first, and then think of ways to deal with Great Qin outside afterwards. Although the 6 kingdoms have all been destroyed, the king was too kind and did not clear up these remnants, which, in my opinion, may be a kind of hidden danger, and if one day these remnants resurface, I'm afraid that Qin will surely be overthrown. Although the words were not much, and there were not too many esoteric words, but the sentences were in place, and every word was deeply rooted in Wang Ben's heart. In fact, it wasn't just Shenfeng. Everyone thought so. Of course, there were some who felt that the great king's move was a sign of heaven's goodness, so he spared their lives, but this was not child's play after all. Though a mayfly cannot shake a tree, what if there are more? The world hates Qin, and there are not a few who resent Qin. Coupled with the ignorance of the people, all will listen to the wind before they get the real situation, and even if they know the truth after the fact, they no longer care. Wang Ben opened his mouth, but in the end, he suppressed what was bothering him in his mind. The time Shenfeng had entered the general's residence was actually not very long. He could count it on his fingers, and the changes that had occurred in him during this time were enough to shock the entire Great Qin. His strength was getting stronger day by day, and even sometimes the kind of aura that Shenfeng displayed made Wang Ben feel somewhat unable to see through it. He was becoming more and more like the Fonzies, but yet very different from them. Without saying anything more, Wang Ben waved his hand at him, signaling that he could leave. Looking at Wang Ben's frowning appearance, Shenfeng felt strange in his heart, obviously a look of wanting to say something but just refused to say. Do you have to be a riddler? Retreating to the door, Shenfeng finally couldn't hold back a bit. Sick. Hearing these words, Wang Ben got up violently and grabbed the water bottle beside him with the intention of throwing it at Shenfeng. But fortunately, Shenfeng's speed was fast enough, and after cursing these words, he directly slipped away. Also not long after Shenfeng left, Wang Jian walked in with a kettle. Looking at Wang Ben who was full of sorrow, Wang Jian couldn't help but say, "What? You didn't tell him that the king is preparing to send people to the overseas immortal islands, including those veterans?" Wang Ben bowed his head. He didn't know how to tell Shenfeng about this matter. In his opinion, Shenfeng was very different from them in both his demeanor and his thoughts and ideas. The reason why I brought him back was that I knew that it would be hard to control such a person, and that if he stayed in the military, there would be only one thing that could happen. violating the military law and ultimately being put to death. He saw that Shinfeng was an orphan, plus the fact that Great Qin was about to unify the world at that time, so with a good thought in his heart, he brought him back. But now he couldn't help but begin to have doubts in his mind about the choice he had made in the first place. He didn't know what kind of situation he would bring to Great Qin, and to the general's house, if he did this. Once Shinfeng knew that those old brothers of his were about to be dispatched overseas to the Immortal Island by the Great King, how would he act? Whether to help them escape from the barracks, or to directly kill the palace and hold the Great King hostage. And either of these two choices, either one of them, would put him and the entire general's house, even the courtier Li Si, and so on and so forth, in jeopardy. After a few days of getting along, both Wang Ben and Wang Jian, as well as Li Si, have a certain understanding of Shinfeng's character. This son's nature was completely uncontrollable, and it was impossible to even predict his next move. Everything he did was by virtue of his own preferences. All in all, a ruthless man and a madman. Do you think that if you don't tell him now, he won't know later? If you tell him at this moment, while you can still suppress him, maybe there is still room for maneuver. If you wait for him to grow up, you and I can't suppress it when he learns the truth. Great Qin can really even be destroyed in your hands and mine. Wang Jian's words made Wang Ben instantly react. He could be said to know more about Shinfeng than the others, especially in terms of his strength, which could be said to be better one day at a time. If he waited until he had grown up and he found out about it on his own, he would be in big trouble then. Wang Ben just wanted to chase out, but Wang Jian reached out and stopped again. You can't say anything about this matter, and I can't say anything about it either, but you can let the court captain do something on your behalf. After all, he is Shinfeng's teacher. Shinfeng is an orphan and has never felt affection. So I think he should have enjoyed these past few days at the Ting lieutenant's home, and if the Ting lieutenant is willing to help him enlighten him, it might be more effective than if we went. After saying that, Wang Jian stood up with his water bottle, looked at Wang Ben, and then at the flowers and plants in the yard, and snorted. In the eyes of the onlookers, you and I, father and son, are all just a bunch of martial artists, a bunch of roughnecks, and even the old man himself has never imagined that he would be so attached to a little crazy person, and even feel more important than I am to return to my hometown. After Wang Jian left, Wang Ben subconsciously rolled his eyes. That being said, if Shinfeng really goes crazy in the future, in the end, the ones who really suffer are still those of us who have the deepest relationship with him, aren't they? However, thinking carefully, if at that time, Shinfeng became even more powerful than now, even as an immortal, how could he not protect them? Looking at Wang Jian's back, Wang Ben sighed deeply. In the end, everything is for Great Qin. Chapter 56, this kid is surprisingly still alive, requesting for catch-up readings and tickets. After Wang Jian and Wang Ben left the room one after another, Shinfeng slowly walked out from the corner. He had heard all the conversations between the two, and at this moment, his face was ugly, and killing intent kept surfacing under his eyes. He stood in place for a long time, thinking inside his head. He was trying to find a way to kill two birds with one stone and wanted to use it to get the veterans out of this big hole. In his opinion, traveling to the Immortal Island was a pitfall. Even a servant of Immortal Island who came to Great Qin dared to be so arrogant and domineering, let alone those chi refiners in Immortal Island. Odds are these people don't think of themselves as people at all anymore, and they probably think they're the real immortals. Once the veterans were on the island, all the rules of Great Qin could not play any role in that place, and once all was not right, there was a high probability that they would fall into a place of no return. He decided that he was going to report it. Wang Ben had just gone out in front of him, and Shinfeng followed along and left the general's residence. The gates of Zyang City were open these days, and the inspection of comings and goings was not particularly strict. Plus, his dress was not bad, and the guards at the city gates would not easily stop him. The army has long since left Zyang for the Lantian camp, and the distance from Zyang City is not too far, and it will only take half a day on horseback, and along the way, it was just as well to look around for any spiritual herbs and immortal medicines with words. I have to say, this gourd around the waist is really too much to eat. The medium chi refining elixir eaten in the morning, when one person, one bird, and one gourd were all propped up, and at this time, the little goldfinch was still refining the spiritual chi in his arms, and Shinfeng's stomach was still slightly bulging, while the gourd had long ago absorbed all the spiritual chi, and now it was starting to draw on the spiritual chi in Shinfeng's body again. It was good that he still had the rice cake gifted by his master's wife in his arms, or else he was afraid that he would have to die of aura depletion before he could search for spiritual herbs and immortal medicines. This packet of rice cake, at the very least, could support a round trip, and of course along the way, Shinfeng had found quite a few grasses with spiritual chi, but because of the cold weather and the winter months, it was more or less difficult to find more. Reese's little house. Lord Courtier, this matter you must persuade Shinfeng. You also know that this kid and I have always been able to move our hands and definitely not our mouths. He doesn't always listen to anyone else, but he will take your words to heart. Linzi sipped his tea, and the teacup was steeped with the god-nourishing herb given by Shinfeng. Don't say. It's really a pity that this kid doesn't go to be a healer. If he does, I'm afraid that the medical family will have to round up this small courtyard of his and scold him. General, don't be in a hurry. This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. After all, the great king also said that going out to the sea to search for the immortals will also have to wait until after the beginning of spring, and there is still some time left until the beginning of spring now. Linzi's whole body and mind have been immersed in this cup of tea at this moment. What tonic chi prescription, what rejuvenation formula, are not as comfortable as this cup of tea soaked with god-nourishing grass. As for what Wang Ben said, he didn't pay any attention to it at all. The Qin King did say that he had already planned to travel overseas in search of immortal medicines, but all of this would have to wait until the beginning of the coming spring, and now that the year-end rituals hadn't even begun yet, it was still slightly too early to talk about all of this, and there can be no mention of it in the meantime. A few days ago, Shinfeng had just been assassinated and had killed a servant of the immortal island. Mentioning this matter at this time would only make him even angrier, and if this kid lost his mind and suddenly committed a crime, he was afraid that no one would be able to stop him. Reese was sipping his tea when suddenly there was a loud noise from outside the door. Within a short time, the guards walked in and cupped their fists at Linzi and Wang Ben and said, "Your Excellency, the upper general sent someone to deliver a message saying that Shinfeng has left the city." Out of town? Wang Ben froze. What was he doing out of the city at this hour? Didn't he go back to his room? Why are you suddenly out of town? Crap. Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Ben hurriedly got up. This kid must have overheard my conversation with father, and now he must be running towards the Lantian camp. Breaking into the barracks, that's a big crime. If you know each other, maybe it's better. If you don't know each other, it's very likely that you'll be taken down directly as a spy. Once he heard this, Linzi could no longer sit still. Although this kid was no good, but after all, he was also his only disciple. Go go go. Let's hurry to Lantian camp. Linzi hurriedly put down his teacup and pulled Wang Ben with the intention of going out. Wang Ben was a little confused by his pull. Just now was not still a light-hearted look. How so a moment on the rush? Linzi was really anxious. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry just now was entirely because he thought that Shinfeng didn't know about this at all. Since he didn't know, he was naturally in no hurry. But now I heard that he had left the city, so he must have gone in the direction of the Lantian camp. And with his current strength, even those guards at Linzi's doorway were no match for him. Not to mention the camp's guards. Once a conflict arose, both Shinfeng and their group would have to suffer along with them. Men, prepare the horses. Shinfeng's riding speed was not fast. It was not that he did not know how to ride, but mainly because he had ridden less. Before riding a horse was when he was training inside the barracks. Usually where he was riding a horse, he was following the horse's ass and eating dust. At that time, neither his stature, nor his stripes had even reached the height of a horse, so naturally he couldn't be a cavalryman. But now it's good. Since the fight against Qi, followed Wang Ben to the general's house. A bar also up, the body is also strong. The whole look over, just like a big boy almost. Even at first glance, there was a slight sense of immortality. Finally, at midday, Shinfeng finally arrived at the entrance of the barracks of the Lantian camp. Coming to the door, he jumped from his horse and led it toward the front. He was naturally most familiar with the rules and regulations inside the barracks. Within the first 100 paces of entering the barracks, one must dismount, and no one is to approach easily unless it is an emergency. Standing at the gate of the camp, he raised his head to look at the soldiers on the sentry post and shouted, "Brothers, do me a favor, I'm looking for Lao San of the former army." An old soldier. The soldier at the sentry post glanced down at him with a frown on his face and said, "Important place for military affairs. No one is allowed to approach. Get out of the way." Shinfeng was a bit helpless, waving his hands and said, "Brother, I was in here before, and then I was taken away by General Wang Ben, and today I came back to see these old brothers, so please do me a favor and let me go in to have a look. If you can't, you can ask them to come out and see me. I just want to talk to them." The sentry remained unmoved. What was a sentry? It was in charge of people like Shinfeng who wanted to get close to the barracks for a messy reason. He naturally will not easily leave. Not only that, the crossbow in his hand, but also has long been aimed at Shinfeng. As long as Shinfeng steps forward again, will certainly open the bow. Seeing that the sentry did not enter with oil and salt, Shinfeng was a bit anxious and was thinking about trying to yell at the inside with his aura enhancement, but he happened to see the centurion who had led them to rush into the capital city of Qi before. That centurion had obviously seen Shinfeng as well, and at the very beginning, he just felt that there was some familiarity. One more look and his eyes lit up. He thought that this kid was carrying poisonous herbs in his arms to eat every day, and had long since been dragged by General Wang Ben inside that nook and cranny to be buried. I didn't realize this kid was still alive. Chapter 57, seemingly scenic, but actually helpless, requesting for catch-up reading, requesting for tickets. Seeing an acquaintance and then wanting to enter the barracks naturally saved a lot of trouble. The centurion came to the gate of the camp, crossed his arms, and shouted to the brethren on sentry duty, "Brothers, this is one of the soldiers under my hand before. Be accommodating." The position of the guard post was more important, but after all, centurions were not vegetarians. When the sentry saw the visitor and heard what he said, he naturally stopped stopping him. The centurion smiled and came to Shen Feng's front, first looked up and down, then patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Not bad. It's only been a few days since I've seen you. It's like you've changed into a different person. Your size seems to have grown up, and this little body is also much stronger. Could it be that he stole some good food in the general's residence and was whisked back by the general?" The centurion looked around and came to Shen Feng's ear to ask softly. Shen Feng laughed and shook his head. "Your honor is joking. What can there be to eat in the general's residence? It's either fists or knives, and if you get him in a bad mood, you don't even get to eat." The centurion smiled and didn't say anything. How could he be treated like that when he was able to get the general's attention and had brought him back home? But listening to the tone of this kid's speech right now, he seems to have a good relationship with General Wang Ben. "Come on, I'll take you in. You don't know. Ever since you were taken away by the general, those old soldiers have been talking about you in their mouths every day. It's just as well that there's nothing to do today, so you can go and see them too, and I'll go and get you some wine, and on the thousand husbandman's side, I'll go and talk to him." Returning to the barracks, Shen Feng was like returning to his home, but walking around the barracks in such a dress would always attract a group of strange gazes. All the time when he arrived in front of that tent, Shen Feng was just about to lift the curtain and walk in when he heard a familiar voice coming from the tent. "Old 3, didn't you say you were planning to get out of the army and go home to bring up your children? I think you'd better go and say so before it's too late. If you wait until spring, you won't be able to leave if you want to." It didn't take long for Lao San's voice to come through. "Originally, I was planning to get discharged and go home to bring up my children, but in the first 2 days, news came from above that if I joined that flotilla, I'd get a large reward. This money is enough for my large family to rebuild their house and live a good life." Lao San's tone was agitated, a hint of helplessness in his agitation, and a hint of reluctance at the same time. After coming back from Linzi, he hadn't been back home yet, and hadn't let his daughter, who could already speak, call her father. Ugh, if only I could have been chosen too. But the centurion said it had to be a good swimmer. "It's just a shame I'm a dry duck. Lao San, don't say I didn't warn you. Such a large sum of money may seem like a reward, but it could also be a settling fee, with no return." Inside the army tent, the talking gradually stopped. In the military for so many years, the big and small things these veterans have experienced. What kind of mission? What kind of action? They only need to listen to the people above them to say a word. They know the next is life or death. If it was just a waste of life, Lao San would have said nothing about getting involved, and might have returned home before he was named. But with such a reward, he had to be moved. After so many years in the army, it is hoped that one day to be able to get ahead. Even if you cannot be a general, at least mix a centurion as. But after being in the army for a long time, he realized the truth that it was only when he was a pawn that this little life was the easiest to save. At the same time, this idea, too, completely cut off his hopes of promotion. After so many years of being a pawn, some of his colleagues have already been promoted, and some have even become 1,000 captains, while he is still just a pawn. But none of those who got promoted outlived him. Originally, he was planning to return home from the army, bring up his children at home, take care of his parents, and then spend time with his wife. But when he got the news, his heart to quit the army disappeared in an instant. He needed this reward, and he needed to use it to bring good times to his family. Even if his wife remarried and his children changed their surnames, at least he had done what a man should do, and he would not regret it. Outside the account, Shen Feng slowly lowered his hand that was ready to pull open the curtain. Having spent a lot of time with these veterans, he naturally understood their personalities, especially Lao San. Except on the battlefield. Off the battlefield he is a very ordinary and honest man. Unlike Shen Feng's thoughts, their thoughts were fixed. In their view, either killing people on the battlefield or making achievements. Other than that, any windfall was a burden. In fact, Shen Feng had come here in order to try to secretly take away those veterans who had been added to the list. But now it seems that the only one who has been added to the list is the oldest. Because of the people he knew well, only Lao San had the best water skills. As for the others, Even if they wanted to join the list, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to be selected because none of them can water. If it was just one man, he could probably easily escape the barracks with him. But what about the consequences? Leaving the camp privately without reporting would be dealt with as desertion. Not to mention that Lao San had been added to the list, and it was thought that the family had already received this reward. If he were to flee the barracks again under these circumstances, then his family, all of them, would be implicated as a result. If, after learning that it was Shin Feng who left with Lao San, Li Si, Wang Ben and Wang Jian, all will be implicated. Even though they are all in official positions, they are still subject to disciplinary action. Sitting outside the tent, Shin Feng looked slightly dumbfounded. Or this is the meaning of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Within a short time, the centurion had already trotted all the way over holding the wine jar, and seeing Shin Feng sitting outside the army tent, he slightly froze, then shouted inside the tent, "How come there's no one to come out and give a hand?" The people in the tent also rushed out when they heard the centurion's voice. Seeing the wine altar held in the centurion's hand, the crowd burst into laughter. But when they saw Shin Feng sitting in front of the tent, they all stopped laughing again. This back, they were too familiar with it, but the clothes it was wearing made them a little hesitant to act rashly. Lao San, as a veteran soldier in the barracks, naturally had more guts than the others, and he first sized up Shin Feng behind him. After having a general confirmation in his mind, he quickly walked to the front again, and at the first glance of his face, he burst out laughing, and then greeted the crowd. Seeing Lao San's action, the crowd also became excited, and all of them directly rushed towards Shin Feng, lifting him up high with one hand. "Little, I thought you followed the general, then disowned us. Do you still remember when you just entered the barracks? Your uniform our old son a needle and thread sewed for you?" Chapter 58, Every Man Has His Own Destiny, Request for Catch-Up Reading, Request for Tickets. And me, you guapi, when you had a fever, it was I who went and boiled hot water for you. Do you remember the groundnuts I stole for you when you didn't have enough to eat? Little one who has grown up now and doesn't recognize us as godfathers. The veterans' mouths were more damaged than one another, but to Shin Feng's ears, they sounded so kind. It was different from following Li Si, and when he was in the general's residence, it was here that Shin Feng felt the most at ease. The wine altar had been opened, and the aroma of the wine spread throughout the military tent. On the side of the thousand master, the centurion has already greeted, and now the army is resting. Even if it is a couple of sips, it will not say anything more, and even if it is seen, it is also turning a blind eye. What kind of industry is it? Only those who have been in that line of work can understand how much heartache there is in it. Coupled with the fact that Shin Feng's identity nowadays was already very different, the chief of thousands naturally would not make a fool of himself. All the military tents were almost silent. Those who rested rested. Those who napped napped. Only the place where Shin Feng was the most lively. The veterans said one thing from the east and one thing from the west about the embarrassing things that Shin Feng used to do, and every time one of them finished, the other one followed closely. In their eyes, Shin Feng was not only their little brother, but more, as a relative. In the course of a noon hour, several altars full of wine were just drunk clean by their group, but for Shin Feng, these wines were just rinsing his mouth, and it was still a bit difficult to get him drunk. Coming outside the military tent, Shin Feng greatly stretched his waist, hiccuped, and sat on the ground, and inside his mind, he was still pondering how he could get Lao San off the list of those who went to sea. That was the sole purpose of his visit. Just as he was thinking, a clamor suddenly came from the entrance of the camp, and Shin Feng just wanted to get up to see what was going on, when he heard Wang Ben's voice coming from outside the camp. "Shin Feng, little, I know you're here, come out quickly." Hearing Wang Ben's roar, Shin Feng subconsciously shivered and knew without thinking that he must have gotten the news that he had left the city. Shin Feng hurriedly got up and turned around, ready to enter the military tent, intending to dissuade Lao San from following him. But before he could take 2 steps, Risa's voice came through as well. "Shin Feng, I have something to say to you." Wang Ben's arrival had actually been anticipated by Shin Feng. If he leaves the city, the officers and soldiers guarding the city will definitely report to Wang Jian, and if they inform Wang Jian, naturally they will also inform Wang Ben. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Ben would bring Li Si along. This guy is really not a martial artist. Even if he calls people, he still calls his parents. Seeing that Shin Feng had stopped, Li Si quickly stepped forward and pulled him aside, then looked around and said with a serious face, "Do you think that you have hardened your wings now?" Shin Feng froze, and before he could say anything, Li Si added, "I know what you want to do. Do you know what the consequences of doing so are? Not to mention whether or not you will involve General Wang Ben and I. Once you leave with them, who will be the ones who will suffer in the end? Is it not their families? I know that you are gifted and very different from normal people. But have you ever thought that they are all just ordinary people? This is the Lantian camp. Hundreds of thousands of troops are stationed here. Do you think that you alone will be able to escape with them? Even if you can escape, what about them? They're just ordinary people. Linzi grabbed Shin Feng's shoulders with a deadly grip. He hoped that these words of his could wake up Shin Feng, and hoped that Shin Feng could understand what he wanted to say. But in fact, Shin Feng had long since realized that the reason why he made the move to turn around and return to the army tent was actually just wanting to say goodbye to them. In the midst of all these armies, it was impossible for him to easily take away Lao San. And even if he could fly through the sky and hide in the earth right now, he would likewise be unable to quietly take away Lao San's family. Even if they did take Lao San and his family, what about the rest of these veterans? The oldest three escaped from the barracks and should be treated as deserters, while all these men should suffer guilt by association. Shin Feng did not say anything. He understood what Linzi said. Is there not a foolproof plan? Reese could see what was going on in his mind and was able to understand what he was feeling in his heart. He gently let go of Shin Feng's shoulder, turned his gaze to the military tent, and said faintly, people value self-knowledge, and a bottom person who wants to go to the highest level relies on nothing more than merit and strength. Since he doesn't have the merit or strength, he can only accept the status quo, which is nothing more than choosing to be discharged from the army and go home to plow the land, or choosing to fight, and even if he dies, he can still bring glory and prosperity to his family at home. I know you're an orphan, unattached and unsupported in this world, but he's not. He's got his own people. He's got his own family, and he'd give anything for them. Your thoughts, my child, are too childish, too simple, and not everyone is as fortunate as you are. And there's still some time before we're out to sea. After saying this, Reese winked at him. Shin Feng didn't say anything. He knew that he thought a lot of things a little too simple, but he should always help. Arriving in front of Wang Ben, Shin Feng bowed his head slightly and said softly, the general also asks you to help me pass these things to him. Seeing Shin Feng's appearance, the anger in Wang Ben's heart also instantly dissipated a large part of it. Receiving the package handed over by Shin Feng again, he was about to have someone send it in to Lao San when he heard Shin Feng say softly, the sheep dung eggs in this can replenish qi and blood, and taking it in times of crisis can save one's life. There are also some grasses in here. Although they look poisonous, they can strengthen the body. Take them once a day at the most, eat them all and make sure that his flesh can reach the level where swords and knives can't penetrate him, and all these wild fruits that can be used to save your life. With every word Shin Feng said, Wang Ben's hand trembled. When he looked at Shin Feng again, his eyes were suddenly filled with sultriness. At least he had lived in the general's residence for so long, but this kid hadn't given himself anything. It was rumored outside that Shin Feng was Wang Ben's illegitimate son, but now it seemed that this one called Lao San was his real father. What the? Is Godfather that unpopular? Shin Feng left and followed Linzi's carriage together to leave the Lantian camp. He did not go to the army tent to say goodbye to Lao San and them. As Linzi said, people have their own destinies, and forcibly reversing the destiny of others may not ultimately bring about what they want, and perhaps implicate many innocent people. And after he left, the oldest three and the others all walked out. As veterans, a mere altar of wine would not easily intoxicate them. As the person who had taken care of Shin Feng for the longest period of time, Lao San came to Wang Ben with a stiff upper lip. General, this kid is good at everything, just a bit stubborn sometimes, and his brain doesn't work very well, so please forgive me. General, Wang Ben glanced at him, and then glanced at the package in his hand, and after a long time, he sighed softly and said, this is what Shin Feng asked me to pass on to you. Keep it well. The things in here can all be able to save your life. If it wasn't for the fact that Shin Feng had asked him to pass them on, he would have really wanted to keep them for himself. Except, of course, for those sheep's balls. Chapter 59, coming for the gourd, requesting for catch-up reading and tickets. On the way back to Zyang, Shin Feng stayed silent. By all rights, he should be unattached, focusing only on immortality and caring only about himself. But he couldn't do it. Everlasting life was still too far away for the current him. Even though he had already thumbed his foot into the door of everlasting life, it was completely impossible to cut off all emotions related to himself. On the side, Linzi had also been paying attention to Shin Feng's emotional state. It could be seen that although there was some dissatisfaction, it hadn't reached that state of wanting to explode, and it was obvious that all those words he had said, Shin Feng had listened to them. As harsh as it was, what he said was reality. If Shin Feng was really bent on having his way, the ones who would end up in bad luck would only be those innocent people. With a slight sigh, Linzi patted Shin Feng's shoulder and said, didn't I say that there is still a long time to go before the sea? What's the point of you shrugging your face so much? Could it be that you don't want to take advantage of this time to make yourself a little long in the tooth, and follow along on the voyage when the time comes? As he said the words, Reese hated to smack himself in the ear. In fact, He was only trying to stabilize Shenfeng first, but after he finished speaking, his brain reacted that this kid might really be able to do it. After saying that, Linzi suddenly noticed the gourd on Shenfeng's waist. In fact, he had already seen it at the very beginning, only that he hadn't paid too much attention to it at that time, but now he was taking a closer look at it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Why does this gourd look more and more familiar? As soon as he heard Linzi's words, all of Shenfeng's emotions were immediately left behind, and in the next second, he hurriedly placed the gourd on the other side, then looked to Reese and hemmed and hawed. The corner of Linzi's mouth turned up slightly, and he was just about to say something when the horseman who was driving suddenly turned around and said, "Sir, there are people stopping the car in front." When Linzi heard this, he said lightly, "If he is a refugee, give him some coins. If he is a robber, kill him." The person who can drive for Linzi is naturally not an ordinary person, and these guards beside Linzi, almost all of them are from the palace, and each of them is also an expert. However, what Linzi didn't expect was that the coachman had just stepped out of the carriage and was about to go forward to interrogate him when he heard a loud voice coming from the front. Among the carriages, is it the great Qin Linzi? The voice was loud and powerful, and in the hearing of ordinary people, there was nothing wrong with it, and at most, they thought that the other party should be an expert with deep internal strength. However, in Shenfeng's ears, it was completely different. This voice, mixed with a trace of spiritual qi, obviously the other party is a cultivator. Thinking of this, Shenfeng subconsciously wanted to probe and take a look. Originally, he thought that the other party was the Fengshi from before, but after taking a look, Shenfeng immediately lost interest. "Sir?" The horseman turned his head to Reese. Linzi frowned. Although he didn't practice martial arts, he knew a little about it, and hearing his voice so majestic, he was obviously an expert as well. The coachman who drove for Linzi, I'm afraid, is not his opponent, and listening to the tone of the other party, I can't tell what he really means. If they were really hijackers, getting out of the car at this time would be like revealing their identity. If I had known, I would have returned to the city with Wang Ben. As a matter of fact, Linzi did not expect that someone would dare to stop him on this part of the road between the Lantian camp and Xianyang city. If this were a normal person, seeing this car driving, would have long avoided, and how would go forward to stop. Reese didn't say anything, just looked away from the man who was blocking the way ahead. The horseman was holding a long sword and had already begun to be on guard, although the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent, but he was after all holding a sharp blade and had dared to stop him halfway, so it was obvious that he was coming from a bad place. "If your excellency is de Qin Linzi, please also meet me in person. I am from overseas." Hearing this, Reese instantly realized. The other party said that they were from overseas, so naturally they were from the same overseas immortal islands as the two Fengshi from before. Except that what Linzi didn't expect was that they would send someone to come at this time. According to what the king of Qin had said, they shouldn't have come at this time, and even if they did, they shouldn't have come directly to see themselves, but rather waited for the king's edict, and then went directly to meet the king afterward. Just as Reese was still contemplating, the other party suddenly came over in the direction where the carriage was. In the eyes of the onlookers, his speed was extremely fast, and in just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the carriage, and even after reaching it, he didn't even breathe a single breath. However, in Shenfeng's eyes, he vaguely saw that a huge aura wrapped him up and then carried him directly to the crowd. This scene couldn't help but make Shenfeng grip the gourd in his hand tightly. He couldn't even resist asking Baby to turn around. "Your Excellency, what is the reason for stopping me on my way?" As the great Qin court captain, he showed an incomparable calmness in the face of this situation. Even in the face of an alchemist who was like an immortal with the arts of gods and ghosts, Linzi was still incomparably composed. "I heard that the island servant died violently in this Xianyang city, and my family master asked me to come and investigate. Of course, in addition to this matter, there is another thing. I heard that a few days ago there was a vision in Xianyang city. Obviously it was dark, but the light shone the whole Xianyang city as if it was daytime. Do you know about this matter?" "Sir, that's really kind of the wrong person to ask that question." That night, after Linzi was woken up by Shenfeng, he had been unable to sleep, and the night passed with the quilt over his head. Not to mention the white light outside. Even if there was a rainbow he could not see it. "Oh, there is such a vision in Xianyang city? How could I not know?" said Linzi, turning his head to look at Shenfeng. "You know what? If you want to say who among these few people present knows the most, then there is no one better than Shenfeng. After all, he was the one who made that vision. That night happened to be the night that the immortal beheading flying dagger was refined, and it was only normal for a vision to appear. It was just that what Shenfeng did not expect was that overseas was at least 1,000 miles away from Xianyang, and someone on Immortal Island had even noticed it. Contemplating for a moment, Shenfeng replied indifferently. Disciple has been unwell in recent days, coupled with the dizziness of reading during the day. I can't help but want to sleep at night, and I don't know much about this matter. Reese sniffed and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Reading during the day? If this was put on someone else's body, he might still believe it, but if it was put on Shenfeng's body, he wouldn't believe it even if he was cut off at the waist. The kid hadn't been properly read, let alone read his head off, since he'd arrived at his little compound. However, from these words, Linzi had guessed something, and it was obvious that this vision definitely had nothing to do with Shenfeng. But who made him his disciple? Harboring is fine. No one knows the truth of the matter anyway. Your Excellency is a person from outside the party. Why are you so interested in this vision? Could it be that there is some kind of change in it? Or some kind of exotic treasure? The visitor's eyes narrowed slightly, and the long sword in his hand subconsciously tightened its grip. But soon, he laughed. Your Excellency has misunderstood. The reason why I am probing this vision is simply because I am worried that there are demons descending into the world. Cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils is the duty of people outside the party such as us, and wishing for peace in the world is even more of an expectation for us. Chapter 60, are you sure that's a chi refining Dan in your hand? Seeking catch-up reads and tickets. Reese laughed. A clear sky. Broad daylight. Where are the demons and monsters? Even if it did, your ability to move instantly looks pretty much like it. As for Shenfeng, Reese subconsciously glanced at him. My disciple. He's just a little bit of a maniac. Comparing you to him is an insult. As the great Qin court captain, as the red man beside the Qin king, he wouldn't put anyone in his eyes, let alone a chi refiner. What is your name? Since you have come to Great Qin, I would also like to report to the king, but we can't let people say that I, Great Qin, don't know how to be courteous. Some hospitality is still necessary. Linzi stepped down from the carriage and bowed. The visitor was polite, although his behavior at the beginning did seem to be selling out and pumping up the air. In the lower Wu. After saying that, Feng Wu then turned his gaze to Shenfeng. He saw in Shenfeng's body a trace of aura operation. Although the cultivation level was low, but it also made him feel a little surprised. Compared to the previous servant, his cultivation level was much higher, and a large part of the reason why he was able to become a Penglai disciple was because his qualifications were good enough. After joining the island for just 3 years, he had already succeeded in building the foundation. As for that servant, even though he had joined the island for 10 years, he was still only able to stay at practicing chi. With such a qualification, even if he died, no one would care. The main purpose of this visit was to search for the foreign treasure. As for the servant's death, it was only incidental. Feng Wu came to Shenfeng's front, stared at him for a long time, and after a moment, said with a smile, Your Excellency's method of operating aura is somewhat different. I and other chi refiners who eat the sun and drink the dew will rarely touch the chaff in this red dust. But Your Excellency doesn't seem to have the slightest scruples and has a lot of impurities in his body. Could it be that he unintentionally obtained some innate elixir and thus stepped into the path of cultivation? Shenfeng did not say anything, just looked at him with a calm gaze. But the gourd in his hand had been pinched tighter and tighter. Linzi stood by the side, listening to Feng Wu's words. His heart was incomparably shocked, and the bottom of his eyes even flashed a trace of killing intent. The moment his eyes swept over the horseman instantly understood Linzi's meaning and walked towards the distance without saying a word. He knew Reese's temperament well, and knew better what he should and should not listen to. Even if he had heard something, he would have to pretend not to know anything, not to mention whether or not his life could be saved. His family, too, would be hard to escape the blame. Sir is joking. This son is a disciple under my door. This what cultivation of practicing chi. I've never seen him perform it. Even if there was such a possibility, he wouldn't have stayed in the army as a pawn. Perhaps you've misread it? Linzi's tone was still very calm. He knew very well that the more it came to this time, the more he needed to be calm. If he was seen to be the slightest bit broken or flustered, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. Feng Wu's brows were furrowed. Linzi's words did not have the slightest crack, but the suspicion in his heart was not able to diminish as a result. He once again placed his gaze on Shenfeng's body, and his pair of eagle-hooked eyes seemed to want to look at Shenfeng through and through. According to what Linzi said, 2 speculations arose in Feng Wu's mind. 1. Reese is lying and Shenfeng is hiding. Secondly, Shenfeng had an innate physique, and it could even be said that it was a rare immortal spirit physique since ancient times, and there was no other explanation to speak of. However, if we were to look into it in detail, according to the first guess, it was very likely that the servant was killed by Shenfeng. Although the servants of Penglai Island had not built their foundations, even if they were practicing chi, they could be said to be one of the best in this mortal world, unless it was one of those martial artists with high force, or a servant who was too careless to be attacked. Feng Wu stared at Shenfeng for a long time, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Faintly laughed, I observe this son, but there is something different. The heart cannot help but produce an idea of wanting to accept him as a disciple. Just. Fangwu turned his head to Linzi and asked with a smile. I wonder, would your excellency be willing to part with it? Not waiting for Linzi to open his mouth, Shenfeng decisively refused. I was just a pawn, and did not make an inch of success in the army, but fortunately General Wang Ben loved him and brought him back to his house for coaching. Afterward, I also worshipped the lord of the court. As the saying goes, once a teacher always a father. If I were to turn to another as a teacher, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? Your excellency's kindness is appreciated. Hearing Shenfeng's words, a trace of pity could not help but appear on Fangwu's face, but a trace of sinister cruelty flowed out of his eyes. At this moment, he could even be completely sure that the murderer was this kid in front of him. Of course, it was just that he had no proof, and if he could find the little child who had escaped, he might be able to prove it for that. Only his heart was slightly curious as to what kind of way Shenfeng had killed the servant, seeing that his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi practicing. Suddenly, his gaze directly gazed at Shenfeng's chest. A bird full of golden feathers was seen poking a head out of his arms, but soon, it burrowed back in. It was just a glance, but it was enough to make him feel an overwhelming shock in his heart. He clearly perceived that this golden finch even possessed cultivation in its body as well, and seemed to be just one step away from building a foundation. Above the East China Sea, there are countless immortal islands, but the ones that can really be explored are only a few, and the rest of those with almost low cultivation don't dare to set foot on them easily at all. And among those islands, there were similarly powerful demonic beasts. Fangwu had also thought about being able to find a demonic beast amongst these islands, and then slowly raise it to become his mount in the future. But in the end, it was all to no avail. But right now, isn't this a ready-made one? Fangwu's breathing slightly became a bit rapid. Originally he was still dissatisfied with coming to Great Qin, but now, he only felt that he had unparalleled luck. Shenfeng quietly watched Fangwu's facial expression change. Whether it was the greed in his eyes or the hint of eagerness on his face, he clearly saw it in his eyes. Fangwu obviously also realized that he was a bit too hasty, and in order to ease the atmosphere, he smiled lightly and put his long sword behind his back, and then immediately took out an elixir from his pocket and handed it to Shenfeng. This is the qi refining pill. Although I don't know where you learned the method of operating the aura from, it is of great benefit to you, and can bring your cultivation to the next level. Looking at the qi refining dan that Fangwu handed over, Shenfeng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Bone erosion dan, after consumption will gradually corrode the body's aura, and ultimately turned into a handful of yellow earth. Under the refining of qi, consumption must die. Not delicious. Seeing that Shenfeng did not take it, Fangwu smiled and stuffed this elixir into his mouth, then took out another one and said, Don't worry, this is an elixir personally refined by the island master. It is non-toxic and harmless, and it can help you break through the realm. Shenfeng remained silent, his eyes staring at the elixir in his hand, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soul-breaking pill. After consuming it, the 3 souls and 6 spirits gradually dissipate. The pain is incomparable. It's like a million ants eating your bones. It's not good to eat. Chapter 61, Teacher, I want to read again, requesting for catch-up reading in votes. Shenfeng couldn't help but have a thought in his heart as he looked at the pill in his hand. If he touched it and said no, if he ate it, wouldn't he die a violent death right where he was? In this way, wouldn't Linzi be able to prove to himself that his death had nothing to do with himself in the slightest, and that it was entirely due to something going wrong with his own elixir? But what about the consequences? Shenfeng sighed softly. I don't know when it started, but always before doing something, the voice of Reese always appeared inside my head. Although Reese had never taught him anything, there were certain things that he had said and done that had influenced him greatly. Even in some aspects, Shenfeng had begun to slowly lean towards his kind of thoughts. Linzi obviously saw that Shenfeng did not intend to take his elixir, and after thinking for a moment, he directly stood in front of Shenfeng's body, shielding Fangwu's gaze. Your Excellency's divine speed, why don't you go back to the city first, and when you arrive, find a place to settle down and rest first, and when I return to the city and things are properly handled, I'll go ahead and look for you and bring you to meet His Majesty. What do you think? Fangwu glanced at Linzi, and although he was a little annoyed in his heart, he couldn't say anything else. Before he came, his senior brothers had specifically instructed him that despite his foundation establishment cultivation, there were also capable people in Great Qin, especially those generals who had killed countless people on the battlefield could not be easily offended. These people have a lot of blood debts, but also carry uncountable evil spirits and ghosts. Although these people have hurt the peace of heaven, but they themselves will not be punished by the wrath of heaven. On the contrary, these unjust souls and evil spirits would instead become a power for them. and the power that most restrained was the aura of the chi refiner. Aura comes from between heaven and earth and belongs to the natural chi of the heavenly Tao. On the contrary, baneful chi is exactly the opposite of aura. The lower the cultivation level, the more naturally they would be restrained by the general who had killed countless people. Fangwu was not stupid, although he wanted to get the golden finch in Xin Feng's arms, but likewise he also valued his life. Cultivation is not easy. Repair to build the foundation is not easy. If because of the greed in the heart so destroyed himself, I'm afraid that in the future he will become the laughing stock of the whole Panglai. What's more, he had already heard yelling coming from the distance, and hearing such a loud voice, it was obvious that a martial arts expert had arrived. Fangwu also stopped talking nonsense, put away the elixir, clasped his fists at Li Si, turned around and walked in the direction of Xianying City. Just like when he appeared in front of the carriage, when he left, his figure would leave a large number of residual shadows on the path he traveled, so fast that it was impossible to even determine the other person's position with the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. It was the first time he had seen such a sight, but a word came to mind. Shrinking. Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Si. Teacher, I want to read. On the way back to Xianyang, Xin Feng had been secretly observing Li Si's face, but this face was as if it was set in stone, and no matter what, not the slightest change of mood could be seen. Teachers. Before the words came out of his mouth, Li Si suddenly looked at Xin Feng and said, that night when you woke me up, I found a book for you. Have you finished reading it? Hearing these words, Xin Feng's eyes immediately lit up, patted the gourd and nodded repeatedly. Teacher, don't worry, not only have I finished reading this book, but I've eaten it thoroughly. Li Si gasped and laughed. That book was indeed taken by Xin Feng, but he never saw Xin Feng read it, and he also asked Wang Ben. The boy returned to the general's house. Pressure did not read the book, did not even pick up the book. You call that done? You call that eating it up? Li Si held back the anger in his heart and forced out a hint of a smile as he asked, then why don't you tell me what the contents of the book are? Xin Feng patted the gourd again, and also picked up the gourd and waved it twice in front of Li Si, and said with a smile, Teacher, don't worry, disciple absolutely finished reading, just that you have to let me say what the content of this is, then I can only do this, said Xin Feng once again tapped the gourd. Reese is really getting a little pissed off. Why don't you just talk? What do you mean? Shoot the gourd? Are you thinking that this gourd was originally mine? Mistaking him for me, and intending to use it to knock me around? Seeing that Li Si will not be able to hold his fire, a sudden sound of hoofbeats came from the side of the frame. Lifting the curtain to see, it turned out to be that Wang Ben had already chased up. Wang Ben obviously also noticed Li Si's gloomy face, and looking at Xin Feng's awkward smile, Wang Ben couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Once a teacher, always a teacher? This master doesn't seem to be a very good one. Xin Feng, those things of yours, I've already handed them over to him. What should be accounted for is also accounted for. But you even have sheep dung eggs in there. I'm afraid that he really doesn't necessarily dare to eat them at that time. Xin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Unlike Wang Ben, Li Si and the others, Lao San is just a soldier with no real talent. But saving his life is definitely number one. Since these things were sent out to him from Xin Feng's hands, he was bound to know the subtleties of them. As for how he uses it, that's not for the onlooker to worry about. It can be eaten or applied externally. Whenever Wang Ben mentioned the parcel of sheep's dung eggs and flowers, there would always be a sly look in his eyes. It seemed as if to say that he wanted it too. It was a pity that Xin Feng's attention was not on him. At this moment, Xin Feng was filled with Fangwu. He had a hunch that the other party might have known who really killed the Panglai servant. He was a bit worried that if he waited until he returned and Li Si brought him to meet the King of Qin, what should he do if he broke the big lie that they had managed to hide in front of the King of Qin? Xin Feng's silence had made both Wang Ben and Li Si feel a little surprised, and this was the first time they had seen Xin Feng thinking so seriously. The two of them glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but both smile, and an expression of relief appeared on their faces. But next, Xin Feng's words caused their relief to instantly vanish, and their smiles directly froze. I feel that he has already guessed that it was me who killed the Panglai servant, and if he is allowed to meet with the great king, he is only afraid that he will talk through it. And then, Xin Feng did not continue. The faces of Li Si and Wang Ben also slowly changed from smiles to horror. How are you sure he knows that you killed the servant? Reese grabbed his arm as soon as he could, and a dense cold sweat had even begun to seep from his forehead. The king didn't know exactly who had killed the servant, and he didn't care, but what he did care about was the relationship between Great Qin and Immortal Island. If he offended the entire Immortal Island because of Xin Feng alone, it was not a cost-effective deal for him. Not to mention that King Qin had never seen what kind of talent Xin Feng had. Once Fang Wu poked this matter in the middle of the Great Hall, then the person who suffered might not be the only one. Shen Feng. If Shen Feng took it on himself, perhaps no one else would be implicated. But what if he resisted? With Li Si and Wang Ben's understanding of him, once things got hairy, Shen Feng would really resist. If you want to break the game, it's not impossible. Li Si looked up at Wang Ben, and each saw the flash of killing intent in the other's eyes. Chapter 62, listen to what you're saying is human? He sensed the aura on me. Shen Feng eyed the gourd in his hand. Although the containment hadn't lasted long, the aura in it had already reached saturation. If you let the baby turn around, it shouldn't be too much of a drain. It was just that he needed to find a reason to be able to squarely strike down Feng Wu. Both Li Si and Wang Ben also fell into silence. The horseman who drove the car was even more pale at this time, his whole body trembling more than. He felt that he was dead. He heard a message he shouldn't have heard, and he felt there was no way he could make it back to Xianyang City alive. He even felt that behind him, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at him in death. Along the way, everyone fell into silence, and inside everyone's head was thinking about how to get through this calamity. Suddenly, Wang Ben spoke up. How about this? I'll lead my men to dispose of him tonight, lest there be any more trouble. Li Si glanced at him. To say that this kind of thing still rely on the civil officials, the military generals, although courageous and resourceful, but the brain is not active enough. If Feng Wu also died in Xianyang City, it would be like completely tearing his face off with Immortal Island, and it would really end badly. If the immortals are really like what the Great King said, and the overseas immortals descend on Great Qin, the entire Xianyang City may be subjected to an unmitigated disaster. Li Si frowned and pondered for a long time, then gently exhaled and said, there is no harm in returning to the city. I reckon that it is already dark, and bringing a foreign guest to meet the Great King at dark is not in accordance with the etiquette and law, and it is also a kind of disrespect to that Qi alchemist, so it's only until after dawn that you can enter the palace. Find a way to lure him out of the city this night, then kill him not far from Xianyang City, and as for the murderer, let that little boy carry him. He's already got one life on his back anyway, he doesn't care about another, only the strength of the other party. It seems that it is not below General Wang Ben, perhaps it is also necessary for the upper general to make a move. You see, Li Si frowned and looked at Wang Ben. Wang Ben slightly hesitated. It is not that he does not want to go to invite Wang Jian, but Wang Jian has recently been raising flowers and planting grass, and he is also old. If he does it, I am afraid that it will hurt his fundamentals. Once something goes wrong, Li Si sighed slightly. He naturally knew what Wang Ben was worried about, but the situation was urgent. Other than that, he couldn't think of a better way. General, Li Si stared at Wang Ben and growled lowly. Wang Ben clenched his fists and finally gritted his teeth and said, good. I will leave first and inform my father to get ready. When Wang Ben left, Li Si let out a deep breath, and when he looked at Shen Feng again, he found that the boy was still looking down and touching his gourd. Seeing his appearance, Li Si could not help but feel a burst of annoyance in his heart. But when he saw the seriousness of Shen Feng's face and the kind of viciousness that flowed under his eyes, he could not help but furrow his brows again. What does this kid want? On this journey, Shen Feng did not even continue to clamor for books to read. If it was usual, Li Si would still be happy that his book was not chewed by the dog. But today, it made him vaguely uneasy. But on second thought, with Feng Wu's kind of strength and cultivation, if he wanted to cut him down without a sound, it would require the Wang family father and son to join forces. So how could Shen Feng do it? What's more, Shen Feng wasn't even a match for Wang Ben. Entering the city, Li Si then sent Shen Feng back to the general's residence at the first time, and after having a secret talk with the Wang family's father and son for a while in the secret room of the residence, he left directly. When he left, Li Si also deliberately glanced at Shen Feng's room, and he saw that the light was on inside the house, and under the illumination of the light, Shen Feng was holding a book and walking back and forth in front of the door. Seeing this scene, Li Si's heart, which was hanging in the air, slowly relaxed. As long as he doesn't move, tonight's plan should go smoothly. Except Reese was a little confused. Was the kid really that well behaved? Inside the house, a straw man bound by a thin thread was dangling in front of a candle flame, and as for the house, it was simply empty, and Shen Feng had already arrived on the street at this moment, and on his head, the little goldfinch gently beat his head with its wings from time to time. The little goldfinch's cultivation level was a little higher than Shen Feng's. Plus it was inherently more sensitive to aura than Shen Feng. It wasn't difficult to find Feng Wu's stagecoach station with this. It's just hard to trick him out of town. On the way back, Shen Feng had thought carefully about Li Si's plan, not to mention the loopholes in how Wang Ben and the others got out of the city, and how they were able to conceal themselves from the eyes of the guards, as well as how they were able to take Feng Wu out of the city with them. The only way was for him and Feng Wu to leave the city alone. With Feng Wu's strength, if he were to take him directly over the city wall, onlookers would not be able to detect it, and Feng touched the little goldfinch on top of his head. He could tell early on that this guy had not only guessed that he was the murderer of the servant, but he must have also had his eye on the little goldfinch. As for why the elixir was given away, I'm afraid it was also to pull the strings first. After all, there was only one elixir, and it wasn't enough to make him wary. Finally, in front of the door of a post station, the little golden finch softly called out to Feng. The moment Feng raised his head to look upstairs, he happened to see that the second-floor window door was open, and Feng Wu was standing in front of the window, staring at him with a calm gaze. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and Feng suddenly smiled and waved at him. Feng Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was different from the servants. Being able to become the island master's disciple in the middle of the immortal island required more than just qualifications. From the first moment he saw Feng, he had already seen through him. A small third level of qi cultivation, not even as good as a servant. He really couldn't figure it out somewhat. No matter how much of a waste the servants of Immortal Island were, they shouldn't have died at the hands of such a weak cultivator. But it's just the way he died. This couldn't help but make him raise his vigilance. And he even prepared the protective spiritual treasure given by the island master. Jumping down from the windowsill and coming in front of Feng Wu purposely kept himself at a certain distance from Feng, but his face was full of smiles. I haven't yet asked your excellency's name. My name is Feng. I don't know what your excellency's business is in coming to me so late at night. Could it be that you have figured it out and intend to sell this bird to me? Feng Wu stared at the little goldfinch for a while, unable to suppress the joy in his eyes. I observe that this bird is somewhat divine, very different from the spirit beasts I've seen in the past. Can your excellency clear up the confusion for me? Feng also didn't care about him pulling away from himself. On the contrary, it was just what he wanted. If he could pull away a little further, it would be better. Brother Feng is joking. This bird is a bird's egg I picked up in the territory of Qi back in the day. I originally intended to use it to satiate my stomach, but remembering that heaven has the virtue of good life, I hatched it. Listening to Feng's words, the little goldfinch was confused. Back then? I wasn't even a month old when I was born. How is that the year? And heaven has good virtue. You are really talking nonsense with your eyes closed. Chapter 63. This gourd of mine can still hold treasures. In order to make the other party lower their guard against him, Feng took the initiative to show a smiling face. From time to time, the little goldfinch was held in his hand as a way to get his attention. Feng Wu certainly didn't let his guard down that easily. Between the strength of this little golden finch and him, there was only a step away. Although it was only a step away, but spirit beasts were always a bit tougher than cultivators, especially those spirit beasts that specialized in physical body and cultivation. If they were in the same realm, they would not be a match for them at all. He did have the intention to take a good look at the goldfinch, but Feng had been holding it in his hand and would occasionally shake it around, so there was no way to carefully survey it. Feng Wu was slightly anxious in his heart, but it was not good to directly go up and grab it. After all, there was still a big difference between what was in his mind and the servant's mind. Even if he wanted to make a move to seize it, it was unlikely that he would choose this kind of place. Not to mention that Feng was still Li Si's disciple. But if it's outside the city, then all bets are off. Feng led him along while laughing, walking the streets, and occasionally there would be one or two people who traveled at night. Seeing the two chatting so happily only made it seem like these two were close friends, and although keeping two people away from each other was a bit strange, it didn't affect the fact that their relationship was friendly in the eyes of others. The two chatted painfully. From the beginning, Feng said that he was in the army, and then later, how he worshipped under Li Si's door. Feng Wu was similarly not private, and without the slightest bit of concealment, he spoke of how he had become a cultivator of Immortal Island and a disciple of the island master. In fact, Feng Wu was not interested in Feng's story in the slightest, but when he talks about his experience, he can be extremely proud. Of course, when it came to speaking, there were some details about qi refiners he would always cover up, as if he didn't intend to tell everything. Feng didn't really care. He cared about what it would take to get him killed. The two of them walked and chatted all the way, and as they chatted and chatted, they unknowingly came to the edge of the city wall. Looking at this high wall, Feng suddenly spoke. This afternoon, I saw you move as if you were moving in an instant. Dare I ask, Brother Feng, what kind of divine ability spell was that? Feng Wu's eyebrows slightly upward. A faint smile said, in fact, it is not too big a skill. Only the island has rules. Any magic spells, cultivation method, are not allowed to spread out. Once discovered, Feng froze, smiled, waved his hand and said, Brother misunderstood. I just want to say, with such a high wall, do you have a way to fly over it? Hearing these words, a light flashed faintly under Feng Wu's eyes. As a matter of fact, he had long been a bit impatient, especially with this kind of loose cultivator who didn't have any foundation. He could be said to be contemptuous from the bottom of his heart, but in the way of being in zyang. The other party was Linzi's disciple, and there was also the means by which Shenfeng was able to kill the servant, all reminding him to stay calm at all times. But now, wouldn't it be a good opportunity? If he was able to take Shenfeng out of the city, then if he moved, naturally, he would not alert the guards in the city, and even if Linzi and the others found out later, it was unlikely that they would find his head. Even if there were suspicions, there is no substantial evidence. Shenfeng looked at him and didn't say anything. His eyebrows rose slightly. Brothers shouldn't be unable to do it. Look at me. After saying that, the spiritual chi began to condense, and in the next second Shenfeng leaped and directly jumped over that city wall. This jump, compared to the previous jump of the general's residence fence, is even higher, and even during the period did not make the slightest ringing. Even the guards on the city wall also did not have the slightest notice. After Shenfeng landed outside the city wall, the first thing he did was to start surveying the surroundings. Outside the city, it could be said that not even a ghost could be seen. There was a small forest not far away, and with the darkness of the moon and wind tonight, it could be a good time to kill someone. After Shenfeng had locked the feng shui treasure land, he was about to turn around to see if Fengwu had followed him up yet, and the moment he looked up, he happened to see Fengwu with his feet on the longsword, slowly landing in front of him. This scene could make Shenfeng envious. Looking at the sword he stepped on under his feet, his expression almost didn't reveal what was in his heart. Perhaps sensing the thoughts in Shenfeng's heart, the gourd on his waist suddenly began to absorb a large amount of spiritual chi from Shenfeng's body. If it wasn't for Shenfeng reacting in time, he might have just slumped to the ground and not moved. In order to maintain sufficient spiritual chi in his body, Shenfeng hurriedly took out a piece of rice cake from his bosom, then put it into his mouth and slowly savored it. Seeing that Fengwu flew down, he also purposely took out another piece from his arms and said, "This is the rice cake made by my master's wife. It can be considered as the best delicacy on earth. Do you want to taste it?" As a chi refiner, he never ate these messy things. In his opinion, all these chaff would only affect his cultivation speed, not to mention the fact that there were grain-preventing pills on the island, as well as spirit fruits, and although the spiritual chi contained in them was not much, they could completely replace mundane grains. Right now, the two hadn't completely flipped out, and they were both maintaining friendly exchanges. So as a senior, a few words of admonishment would be in order. As a cultivator, you still need to eat less of the grains of the mortal world. It is often said that people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you want to achieve immortality, you must abandon these. These things will only be a hindrance to the cultivator's achievement of immortality. Shenfeng smiled and put away the rice cake in his hand. To be honest, he was just being polite and courteous. Even if Fengwu really reached out, he would not necessarily give it. Wouldn't it be a waste if we gave it to him? A dying man doesn't deserve something so good. From the time they left Zyanyang City, the distance between the two of them became more and more distant, and the topics of conversation between them became less and less. It seemed like they knew what each other wanted to do, but yet, they walked together towards that grove of trees very silently. Outside the darkened city, the two people's pace seemed to be very consistent, and with each step, they would pause slightly for each other, their eyes constantly looking towards each other. In fact, in Fengwu's opinion, he was completely sure that he could kill him with one blow, but a sense of uneasiness always arose in his heart when this thought arose. Before leaving the city, Fengwu had carefully sized up Shenfeng, and even the gourd on his waist, he had stared at it several times. From his point of view, this person could be described as unthreatening. Not only did he not carry any weapons, he also could not see any traces of him having practiced spells. The only threat was the goldfinch on him. Although that goldfinch didn't seem to have a good relationship with Shenfeng, it was ultimately a force that couldn't be ignored. Finally, both of them stopped and stood face to face with each other, separated by a distance of only 10 paces. Although the smiles on each other's faces were still very gentle, both Fengwu and Shenfeng had already tightened their grip on the sword hilt and gourd. Suddenly, Shenfeng smiled and picked up the gourd and said, "Brother Feng, look at this gourd of mine. Don't look inconspicuous. This is a good thing that my teacher carried with him when he walked the world. Holds wine, water, and the occasional treasure." Chapter 64, Linzi teaches well. Fengwu snorted when he heard that. Such a treasure. It does have some commemorative value. Why don't I bury him by your side when you die? Or burn him for you? And when you meet my island servant in hell, drink a cup with him, or turn a war into a peace? What do you think? Hearing that, Fengwu stopped pretending. Shenfeng was too lazy to show that pleasing expression. What he should know, he already knew pretty much. As for the situation on the island, he had also pried out some information from Fengwu's mouth. Then the next step was the time for him to get a good look at what the treasure he had been longing for really looked like. Fengwu didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him. In his opinion, the best situation was to have a quick battle. As for the reason to kill him, that was too much. It was not only for the servant's revenge, but also for Peng Lai's shame. And likewise he was thinking of Goldfinch. Although he was a disciple of Peng Lai, in the eyes of outsiders, he did not lack anything at all. But this was not the case. His cultivation level was not the highest on the island, and his qualifications were not considered the best. And the more this was the case, the more his cultivation resources were lacking. If you want to grow, you must go out of your way to seize all cultivation resources as far as the cost is concerned. As the saying goes, if you can die at the end of the day, how can you care about that? Fong Wu instantly raised his hand, and the moment he raised his hand, the long sword was sheathed, and then flew towards Xin Feng's neck at an extremely fast speed. A man and a bird, obviously had not yet reacted, and in fact they did not imagine that a long sword could even be used in such a way. Xin Feng knew something about this scene when he was faced with it, but no matter what, it was the first time he had seen it, and even when the long sword flew towards him, his mind flashed through the scene of himself being able to fly with a sword one day in the future. But soon, only after the little goldfinches continued to beat his head with its wings did he raise the gourd in his hand and softly recite under his breath, "Please turn around, baby." As soon as the mantra was uttered, the spiritual chi in the body was instantly absorbed by the gourd. But fortunately, Xin Feng still had the remaining rice cakes in his arms. After his aura was heavily depleted, he quickly stuffed a piece into his mouth. With the aura restored before being consumed again, the gourd finally moved, only to see the gourd quickly fly out of his hand, followed by turning around and aiming the mouth of the gourd at the longsword flying towards him. A mouthful of white light was spat out. Only a clanking sound could be heard, and the longsword suddenly turned into two pieces, falling directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fong Wu froze. This longsword was personally refined by the island master, and the materials used to refine it were considered top quality, but it was just chopped off? He hadn't even gotten a good look at what that white light actually was. Just when Fong Wu was still in a daze, Xin Feng's gaze was wide with cold light, and his mouth continued, "Turn around again." The moment the gourd turned around once more and aimed its mouth at Fong Wu, Fong Wu's gaze was stunned as he watched the white light go straight through his chest. An image suddenly came back to his mind. While walking all the way with Xin Feng, one of Xin Feng's hands had been resting on the gourd at his waist. At first he didn't care about the move. He only thought he was a bit nervous. And as for the broken gourd, he never gave it a second thought. What can an old-looking gourd do? Fill the bottle? Fill it with water? Pretending to be a baby? It's kinda ing used for his babies. Blood slowly oozed out along the busted open chest, and as he watched Xin Feng slowly come to his front, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Is this the treasure?" Xin Feng didn't answer. He crouched down and said softly, "I've been in the army for many years. I'm not really good at charging into battle, but I'm very good at cutting off people's heads. Normally, it's hard to cut a person's head right off without a sharp weapon, but I have my ways. Why don't you answer me a question, and I might leave your body intact." Fong Wu's eyes had begun to be lax. His gaze crossed over Xin Feng to the sky and he muttered under his breath, "What's the problem? Rice Krispies want some?" Hearing Xin Feng's question, Fong Wu was slightly stunned and was just about to say something when Xin Feng suddenly stood up and said with a hefty smile, "No." Fong Wu died, and Xin Feng just stood next to him and watched him completely lose his breath. As for the body, he had no intention of disposing of it, leaving it here just in time for others to find it. As for the surrounding traces about himself, Xin Feng had almost all been dealt with cleanly, and throughout the entire venue, only the broken sword was left behind, leaving nothing else. Back in the general's residence, Xin Feng first cleaned his whole body, then picked up a book and put it in his hand. Finally, he just picked up the gourd and examined it carefully. He was very satisfied with this fight. If it wasn't for this dog gourd that sucked his aura, he might not have been able to do it so easily. If it had been a little more careful when it sucked in aura, he would have been willing to change its name. But this dog gourd sucks aura too hard. Outside the house, Wang Ben had returned. That night, he took Wang Jian and Li Si and searched all the post houses almost door to door in Xianyang City, but there was no sign of Fong Wu. After the two of them returned to the mansion, the first thing they looked at was the room where Xin Feng was. Seeing that the light in Xin Feng's room had not yet been extinguished, Wang Ben's brows could not help but tighten. This kid can be so serious? He always felt something fishy. After pondering for a moment, he directly rushed into Xin Feng's room, but when he opened the door, Xin Feng was indeed seriously reading a book. "It's so late? General has something to do?" Xin Feng had obviously anticipated all of this, and he had already picked up the book when Wang Ben and the others entered the door of the residence. Seeing Wang Ben rush in, his face was filled with questions. Wang Ben walked up to him with disbelief written all over his face. "Are you reading?" Xin Feng nodded with a serious face. "Teacher said, Books have their own golden houses. Books have their own Yanruyu. Only if you read well, you will be able to go up every day. Wang Ben remained unconvinced. You didn't go out at night? Shenfeng froze, his brows furrowed as he got up and asked, what is the general suspecting? Although I am boarding here, I have never done anything to apologize to the general's residence. If the general has any doubts about me, why don't you arrest me now, so that the general doesn't have to look upset? Wang Ben's frown tightened. He always felt something was wrong, but he just couldn't tell what it was. After a long silence, he turned around and prepared to leave, seeing that Wang Ben was about to close the door, and Xinfeng's lifted heart was about to fall to the ground. Wang Ben suddenly asked, I don't think I said I had any suspicions about you, did I? Are you hiding something from me? Did you kill him? Seeing Wang Ben violently push open the door and walk towards him, Shenfeng subconsciously took a step backward, but soon, he reacted. Then following Linzi's example, he asked in a flat tone, the general should know that words should not kill? How could I do such a thing? Not to mention that my teacher said that there are only golden houses and faces in the book, and did not say that there are knives. Shenfeng is not stupid. Anyway, Linzi said that as long as he dies without admitting it, as long as there is no evidence, no one can find an excuse to dispose of him. Anyway, it's all well taught by Reese. Chapter 65, These two people are not right, requesting for catch-up readings and tickets. Readers don't kill people? I'm afraid this is the funniest joke Wang Ben has ever heard. If you want to say who has the sharpest sword in this great chain, I am afraid it is Linzi. Wang Ben did not continue to ask. Nice try at pretending. If he didn't know the kid's virtues, he might have actually believed it. But to be conservative, he decided to ask again. Has the body been disposed of? Shenfeng's brows were furrowed, and his tone appeared a bit impatient. Does the general know what he's talking about? I've said that I didn't kill anyone in the city, so how would I know where the body is? Wang Ben's eyes lit up slightly, then he turned around and left. In the courtyard, Wang Jian took the teacup handed over by the subordinate, put it to his mouth and gently blew on it, and then slightly inhaled it, followed by a mouthful of hot air exhaled from his mouth. Did Shenfeng ever tell you where he did it? Has the body been disposed of? Wang Ben sat on his butt in front of Wang Jian and said with a slightly gloomy face, this kid doesn't know what method he used to lure people outside the city, and I guess the body is now lying in a certain grove outside the city. Do you want me to have someone go and dispose of the body now? As soon as Wang Jian heard this, his eyebrows rose slightly, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, that's some growth. Knowing that making a move in the city would allow people to find traces of it, so he chose to do it outside the city. After saying that, Wang Jian looked up to the sky. Look at the color of the night. Tomorrow I am afraid that rain will fall, but it is very good at choosing the time. This night, and then a rain. All the traces will disappear without a trace, so the time and place he grasped is very accurate. Hearing Wang Jian's praise, Wang Ben bristled. It is estimated that only your old man is thinking this way. As for Shenfeng, it is a blind cat that touches a dead mouse, and it is estimated that even he himself does not think that much. Wang Jian slowly got up, holding the tea towards the house. While walking, said, the body does not need to care about him. Tomorrow you go to find a trip to Linzi. Will inform him of this matter. I think that the Lord Tingwei will have a wonderful plan. It's late at night. A cold wind was already blowing outside the window, and as it blew through, a dripping sound came from the raindrops falling on the roof tiles. Shenfeng was sitting inside the house, wrapped in a quilt, and was staring wide-eyed at the little goldfinch. What do you think you're good for? Every time you get into a fight you nestle in my arms. Nestle in my arms and you're safe? So if I get him, can you still get away with it? The little goldfinch blinked and chirped twice before jumping on the ground and writing with his paw. He said he wants to take me as a pet, so I can surrender. Seeing this, Shenfeng couldn't bear it anymore and picked up the dog gourd and prepared to recite the mantra. I don't know if this gourd is not self-conscious. The moment I picked it up, the white light had already gathered in the mouth of the gourd before the mantra was recited. It seemed that as long as a word came out from inside Shenfeng's mouth, he would chop the little goldfinch in half in the next second. This broken bird, the dog gourd has endured for a long time. Since it hangs on Shenfeng's waist, this broken bird will always take some messy stuff and stuff it into the gourd mouth. What kind of pine nuts? What kind of tree seeds? All these it tolerates, but it is even bird in the gourd. This mouthful of flying daggers, say what you will, can't be endured. The little goldfinch obviously also didn't expect Shenfeng to actually hold the gourd against it. As a demonic beast, it would be inherently sensitive to treasures with spiritual intelligence. As for this gourd, although it was usually not very eye-catching, it already contained a hint of spiritual intelligence in it. As for why they always like to stuff all sorts of things into their gourds, it's definitely nature. It's winter. Shouldn't birds hide something to eat? But why would it on a gourd? It was pure curiosity. It just wanted to see how deep the gourd was. Seeing that one person and one gourd are starting to get real, the little goldfinch hurriedly carved on the ground and wrote, "Don't get excited. Have something to say. We are readers. Readers never kill people indiscriminately." Shinfeng gasped and laughed. He is indeed a reader. But the little goldfinch is not. It is a reading bird and not a human being. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. It won't happen again next time. Seeing this line of words, Shinfeng then put the gourd back. But the white light of the gourd mouth is still flashing. Obviously it is very dissatisfied with the end. The knives are ready. The bird is in sight. And you say you're not going to fight? The dog gourd is angry. When Shinfeng put away the gourd, before he could let go of his hand, a huge suction force instantly sucked the spiritual qi in his body clean. The whole world was shrouded in darkness. Early the next morning, there were dark clouds outside the window, and the streets throughout Zyang City were dotted with soldiers running back and forth. No one knew exactly what was going on in the city, but what was certain was that it was definitely a big deal, and that the situation was very serious. At the entrance of the general's mansion, Wang Ben, wearing armor and holding a long sword in his hand, had a serious face as he looked at these soldiers in front of him and said in a deep voice, "In the early hours of the morning, someone was patrolling outside of the city, and a body was found in a grove of trees not too far from Zyang City. It is reported that the corpse is a messenger from the overseas immortal islands, and the murderer is a founder who has been wanted before. This is the suspect's portrait, which also clearly states his age characteristics. Now post this wanted notice all over all city gates, including the city. If there is anyone who knows about it, the king has a heavy reward. If anyone dares to inform with false information, kill." Soldier after soldier dispersed, and almost the entire Zyang city had been occupied by soldiers. But even so, Wang Ben still had no intention of stopping. Beside him, Linzi and a temple man from the palace were also quietly watching Wang Ben marshal his troops. It could be said that this time, the formation was very huge, even more terrifying than the last time the immortal island servants died. But the truth is, it was all just for show for the temple man from the palace. As for Wang Ben and Linzi, the two of them just don't know each other by heart. Order of the Middle Chevalier. Do you think it's a good idea to send some men to search outside of this city as well? Zhao Gao glanced at Wang Ben, then at Linzi, slightly owed his body, and said softly, "General can just make the decision. The slave girl is just a messenger. General doesn't have to make things difficult for me." Wang Ben gave him a deep look and sighed slightly. "Speaking of which, this matter is also my fault. If I had known of the immortal envoy's arrival earlier, I should have sent some people to protect it earlier, or else this mess wouldn't have happened. This damned assassin is truly detestable, completely disregarding the great king and great Qin. If I were to catch him, I would have to beat him to death." Zhao Gao still bowed his head and did not say anything. Now he, in front of these two, or there is no position to speak, although it is the order of the central caravan, but if it is slightly more than ruthless is still tender. However, he always felt that Wang Ben's words seemed to contain another layer of meaning. But what exactly was it? He could not guess. Looking at Linzi again, he had a bland look on his face, but he couldn't hide the laughter under his eyes. "The great king's edict has been conveyed by me, and it's time for me to return to the palace. The two lords have worked hard." Zhao Gao laughed. He always felt that something was wrong, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. He had to hurry back to report to the king. Chapter 66, Have you brought food? Catch up reading and votes please. Pompeii. In the middle of the great hall, a figure suddenly disappeared from above the high platform, and when it reappeared, it was already standing outside Zyang City. Around him were full of great Qin's generals, but in the face of the visitor, they acted as if they didn't see anything, letting the other party walk straight towards the grove. At the same time, a huge black shadow in the sky spanned across the entire great Qin territory, and a pair of huge eyes stared at that figure dead on in the black pressurized clouds. The island master raised his head slightly, and the moment he locked eyes with those eyes, he sighed deeply and said, "I did not intend to enter Zyang, but only to bring back my disciple's corpse, so please do not be impulsive." The black shadow was silent, but his gaze did not slacken in the slightest, and as a black dragon's claw probed out of the clouds, the sky suddenly became even more gloomy. The island master frowned slightly. He had heard about the great Qin's black dragon of Qi. This dragon was gathering the entire great Qin's Qi. Once he moved, he would surely bear the oppression from the entire great Qin. Without the slightest hesitation, the islander grabbed the corpse on the ground and in the next second, directly disappeared in place. At the same time, in the Zyang palace, the king of Qin's heart moved slightly, and at the same time, Zhao Gao had already summoned back. "Your Majesty, the edict has been conveyed." Only, seeing Zhao Gao's desire to speak, the king of Qin frowned slightly and said, "Speak." "I always felt that General Wang Ben and Lord Tingwei seemed to know something. but there was only a suspicion in my mind. And the slave girl didn't dare to ask more. The king of Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. Hearing Zhao Gao say this, he remembered. During this period of time, it seemed that the courtier and the Wang family's father and son were getting quite close, as if the source of everything was because of that kid called Shinfeng. Ever since the last time he had seen him once, the effect that the aphrodisiac herbs had brought about had been unforgettable to this day. Even after such a long time had passed, the effect of the drug was still there, which made him whenever he was late at night. What he thought about inside his head was no longer the harem beauties, but Shinfeng. Thinking of this, King Qin couldn't help but shiver. Contemplating for a moment, he said faintly, "Where is Fusu? Has he not been out of the palace these past few days? Let him go out for a walk. Don't spend the whole day idling in the palace. His body is already poor. Going out for a walk might even make him stronger." Zhao Gao nodded his head in response and was just about to leave, but then he heard the king of Qin's voice once again. Let him have nothing to do but to ask for more advice from Linzi. What's the use of just knowing how to read, and you don't know how to cherish having a ready-made master teacher in front of you? Here, the general's house. This night, for Shinfeng, should be the most difficult night to sleep ever. With his aura emptied and his entire body weak, he woke up and found it difficult to even get up from the bed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had the rice cake given by his master's wife inside his clothes, he was afraid that he would have to lie in bed all day today. After eating the rice cake, Shinfeng picked up the gourd with a gloomy gaze. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the name of this dog gourd was called the Chopper Flying Dagger, he might have actually smashed it. This thing was too ruthless, without the slightest sign, absorbing aura crazily completely at its own liking. But when Shinfeng thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to have offended it last night. Is it because it didn't let it take a stab at the little goldfinch? Shinfeng stared at the gourd for a long time, and finally shook his head gently, and after stuffing the little goldfinch that was shrinking inside the quilt into his arms, after washing up, he went out directly. Just as soon as he went out, he happened to see Wang Ben and Linzi standing in the doorway, and he didn't know why, but he always felt that the eyes of these two people looking at him carried a kind of helplessness, and a kind of anger was hidden in the helplessness. However, Shinfeng didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, anger was normal. After all, he had sort of caused them trouble. Arriving in front of the two men, Shinfeng bowed and worshipped. Greetings to the teacher. Greetings to the general. May I ask what the two of you are busy with? Hearing these words, the anger in Wang Ben's heart could not be suppressed at once. If not for the Linzi on the side stopping him, he would have gone up to give him a big slap on the face. Shinfeng hemmed and hawed and directly hid behind Linzi. It wasn't that he deliberately provoked, but mainly because since last night, he had begun to float a bit. The first time he used the flying dagger of Immortal Chopper, he could not help but have an inexplicable bottom line in his heart. Although he would not make a move against Wang Ben, but he still had the guts to clamor for it. Wang Ben took a deep breath. As a general, he still knew what not to do on what occasion, especially now. If he were to do something that didn't fit his status in front of a large crowd, he was afraid that someone with a heart of gold would see something. At this moment, even if his heart wanted to whip Shinfeng even more, it had to be held back. Today they have been linked together. To put it nicely, it is called the same boat. To put it badly, it is a grasshopper on a rope. To die together, to live together. As a matter of fact, Wang Ben had begun to feel some remorse for bringing Shinfeng back at the beginning. If he hadn't brought him back at the beginning, perhaps this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. But if he really didn't bring it back, Wang Jian probably wouldn't have gotten his old wounds healed as a result. Looking at Shinfeng who was hiding behind Linzi, all the anger in Wang Ben's heart eventually turned into a sigh. He only hoped that the next time Shinfeng would inform him before he made any shocking moves, so that he would at least be mentally prepared. With Rize gone and the arrangements for the next thing out of his hands, it was natural to go home. Shinfeng also went away, followed behind Linzi's but together. He is a scholar. Do not follow Linzi, do not follow Wang Ben to learn to deploy troops together. On this journey, Shinfeng had been chanting about reading, and as the deepest courtier of Great Qin City, he almost didn't hold back from yelling at him twice on the street. Finally, after returning to the small courtyard, Linzi quickly entered the house with a black face, picked a book at random, and directly threw it to Shinfeng. Shinfeng was not polite, and hurriedly went forward to pick up the book, and before he had time to read the words, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Shinfeng hurriedly put the booklet in his hand into his bosom, then opened the gate and probed to take a look. The moment he saw Gengzi Fusu, Shinfeng's first reaction was to first look him up and down, then spoke up and asked, "Did you bring food?" Fusu was confused. "I'm afraid this person is not really sick." The first time they met they ate a piece of their jade pendant, and the second time they ate an orange peel. This time, coming up and asking if you have any food. Just how greedy are you? But as a male, Dirty words naturally don't come out casually. After a moment of silence, Fusu shook his head and said, "Did not carry any food." Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, the door closed instantly. At once everyone was confused. Fusu looked at the closed door. His handsome face suffocated in red. "I'm not even in there yet." Chapter 67, Lord Tingy. "You've changed," seeking catch-up readings and monthly tickets. Inside the house, Reese's voice came through. "Who knocks?" Shinfeng covered the booklet in his arms with one hand and walked into the room, intending to go to the master's wife to get something to eat first. After all, he still had to contain the gourd, and the aura could not be broken. Hearing Li Si's question, Shinfeng replied without thinking, "Oh, it seems to be Fusu." Inside the house, Reese's voice came once again. "Oh, Fusu." There was a dead silence in the small courtyard, and I don't know how long it took before Li Si's angry roar suddenly came from inside the house. "Fusu?" In the next second, Li Si rushed out from the house in panic, quickly came to the door, opened the door, saw Fusu's face gloomy. Li Si did not give him a chance to speak at all. "The first time to bow down and worship. I pay my respects to your excellency. I do not know that your excellency has arrived. What is the reason for?" Seeing Li Si's attitude, the fire in Fusu's heart was slightly lowered. As a matter of fact, he was originally a person who didn't really like to get angry, and he would always bring a great sense of tolerance to anything. But today, he did get a little angry. But angry as he wasn't going to play any tricks. After all, he still needed to follow behind Reese to continue learning. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Si and greeting the subordinates, he followed Li Si into the small courtyard. This courtyard of Lord Tingwei is quite unique. In the future, if I break away from this Xianyang city, I would also like to have a courtyard that looks like this one of Lord Tingwei. This sentence, in the ears of an onlooker, may only think that Fusu is to lament this loose atmosphere of life. But in entering the ears of Li Si, that flavor has completely changed. Although Li Si was walking ahead, inside his head he had already started to constantly think about what kind of meaning and message Fusu's words were hiding. He always felt that Fusu was pointing at him. For a while, the entire small courtyard's atmosphere turned somewhat oppressive. Li Si was silent, and Fusu was similarly silent. There was a dead silence inside the courtyard, only the sound of Shinfeng constantly coming from inside the house while eating the pastries made by Mrs. Li and praising the deliciousness. Mrs. Li obviously also noticed the kind of depressing atmosphere in the courtyard. As Li Si's wife, although she didn't understand what was going on in the courtroom, but this eyesight was still there. Through the window, Li Si and Fusu were seen coming towards the house one after the other, but with different looks on their faces. Mrs. Li's heart was slightly moved, and seeing Shinfeng who was still eating the pastries on the side, she smiled and said, "Fenger, go and send some to your master and Gongzi." Although Shinfeng had been eating the pastries, his eyes had also been watching these two people outside the window, and he heard every word they said. "Fusu, this time to come, this tone and attitude seems to be a little bit not the same. Always feel as if where to change." Although his eyes still looked innocent, the words that came out unintentionally would always remind people of things they shouldn't think. Contemplating for a moment, Shinfeng walked towards the door with the pastries in his hands. This plate of pastries was again very different from the ones made in the past. The vast majority of the ones made before by Senior Maiden were based on practicing qi and body cultivation, with the occasional new twist. But the words shown on this disc today are very different. Lu Wei Di Huang Pill nourishes yin and tonifies the kidneys, fills in the marrow and generates blood. Do you often feel empty and weak? Do you feel unhappy? Please use Lu Wei Di Huang Pill. To be honest, when Yang handed this plate of pastries to Shinfeng, he almost laughed out loud. Although the flavor is okay, but Shinfeng thought that he could not use these for the time being, so he directly carried the plate towards the outside. Coming in front of the two men, Shinfeng's eyes changed as he looked at Li Si, and he almost looked at Li Si furtively when he saw the end. After handing the plate in his hand to Li Si, he said softly, "Master, this plate of pastries, you must enjoy it, to ensure that you are full of energy and will never have any worries." Hearing Shinfeng's words, Li Si's eyes lit up slightly. The plant of grass that Shinfeng had left for him when he left before did have great effectiveness, and even now, he had kept a bit of it in the most secret location. Now that he heard Shinfeng say this, he couldn't help but look at the plate of pastries in his hand. But after all, Fusu was right behind him, and he couldn't possibly take the initiative to ask Shinfeng in front of outsiders what exactly is so marvelous about this pastry. But Fusu was right behind him. If he didn't give him a piece, he would also arouse Fusu's suspicion after all. It was just a small plate of pastries. Li Si held his plate and stood in place for a long time, until Fusu opened his mouth to inquire. Then he came back to his senses. "Lord Courtier?" Fusu stepped forward and looked at Li Si in confusion. Looking again at the plate of pastries he held in his hand, he felt something strange. From the moment Shin Feng brought this plate of pastries to him, it was as if he had lost his soul. Could it be that this was because there was something different about this plate of pastries? He was aware of Shin Feng's special features, and it seemed that anything that passed through his hands would become different. The jade pendant in the first time, the orange in the second. Although there were only two faces, Fusu had already developed a great curiosity about Shin Feng. Now that he saw this plate of pastries in Linzi's hands, he couldn't help but want to take a piece and taste it. But what he didn't expect was for Reese to dodge it. As a duke, as the eldest son of the king of Qin, to eat a piece of your pastry, and you just avoided my hand? But soon enough, Linzi realized that his reaction just now was really a bit unwarranted, and he barely even resisted slapping Fusu's hand. But this plate of pastries, he was definitely not going to give it to Fusu. So the moment he turned around, he started to quickly eat all the pastries on the plate. Even though he almost all choked to death several times, he had no intention of stopping. He had to keep the secret of Shin Feng's divinity from being known by outsiders, and the only people in the world who knew about it were the Wang family's father and son and the two of them as a couple. Fusu was confused. In his memory, Linzi was always the meticulous and disciplined person. How had he ever appeared to have this appearance of wolfing down his food? Not long, this plate of pastries has been completely eaten. After swallowing all in his mouth, Linzi took a deep breath and said with a long burp, "Your Excellency is amused. The pastries made within the loli are really a bit difficult to swallow. I am also worried about the fear of contaminating Your Excellency's mouth, and I have no choice but to come up with this plan. How about this? I'll invite Your Excellency to a wine shop for a drink, and it's also a good time to hear what Your Excellency wants to talk about. I'll definitely know everything and say everything." Fusu looked at Linzi with a stupefied face. At this moment, the only thing inside his mind was Linzi's wolfish appearance just now. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but he subconsciously looked at Shin Feng, who was cowering in the corner and was laughing epileptically, and a bizarre thought could not help but appear in his mind. Could it be that madness is really contagious? He remembered that Reese hadn't used to be like this. Chapter 68 Demon Locking Tower Simple Version Production Chart. Once Linzi and Fusu left, Shin Feng completely started to let himself go. Hiding in a corner, he carefully took the booklet out of his arms. Locked Demon Tower Simple Version of the Production Map. The Legend of Shu Mountain Above has a locked demon tower. Can lock all people, gods, ghosts, fairy, demon. Production materials. First you need a huge building. Will be placed on the production map on the building. Can be automatically produced. Looking at the production diagram in his hand, Shin Feng froze. The demon tower? What do I need this for? This world didn't see any monsters or anything like that. Could it be that he wanted to go and capture all those chi refiners in Panglai and lock them into this? Thinking of this, Shin Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. It seems that is not out of the question. It was just that in his memory, the demon locking tower was huge in size and had its own heaven and earth inside. So if it just appeared in front of the world, would it cause panic? But the production chart was in his hand, and if he didn't get it made, he might suffocate. After saying a quick hello to his master's wife, he took the production map and started wandering around in Xianyang City. As a matter of fact, in his opinion, such a large demon locking pagoda, it would be best to place it inside the royal palace. After all, that place was the royal palace, and people in general seldom went in, even if the demon locking tower broke. At the very least, those who were affected would not be innocent people. As for the king of Qin, he was at least the king of Qin who was able to unify the world. How could he be afraid of this? Liquor store. Fusu was pouring wine for Linzi, and while he was pouring the wine, he softly inquired, "What does Lord Courtier think of Shin Feng as a person?" Linzi was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted, all kinds of thoughts running wild in his mind, and soon, he opened his mouth and said, "This son is not bad, and I have thought of letting him enter the court for the use of great Qin, but it's just a pity that this son's temperament is really overly stubborn, and it can be said that he is too wild to be tamed." Fusu let out a light laugh. In his opinion, these words of Linzi seemed to be undermining Shin Feng, but they were actually a kind of protection. Obviously he did not want Shin Feng to enter the courtroom. In fact, everything is also what he said. Shin Feng's nature cannot be changed. People's nature is innate. The latter is even more if you want to change it, unless there is a major change. But obviously, for someone like Shin Feng, I am afraid that anything will be difficult to make him change his heart. If he did not grasp the degree well, it would instead cause Shin Feng to hate great Qin. Judging from Linzi's attitude towards Shin Feng, Fusu probably already had some understanding, and he obviously knew about Shin Feng's divine difference, but he had never mentioned it. This also means that, putting aside the identity of Shin Feng as his disciple, even he himself cannot say what kind of person Shin Feng is. He cannot get Shin Feng's nature, and naturally he does not dare to easily substitute into the court. Or perhaps, he also wanted Shinfeng to just live this life quietly. Thinking about this, Fusu lifted his wineglass and gazed at the sky outside the window. Why wouldn't he himself want to get away from this place and travel to the part of the world he aspired to? Is that Shinfeng? Fusu's words caused Linzi to snap back to his senses. Following Fusu's gaze, Linzi hurriedly looked over, only to see Shinfeng holding a book brief in his hand, walking slowly and leisurely through the crowd, the appearance as if he was really reading a book. Even when he knocked someone to the ground, he didn't even notice. Looking at Shinfeng's appearance, Linzi couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. Before he had always felt that the reason why Shinfeng said he wanted to study was purely to fool him, but now it seems that he really likes to read. Some of his own previous suspicions and accusations against him were simply wrong. Thinking of this, Linzi couldn't help but touch his beard, and his face became slightly smug. Asshole, walking without knowing how to grow eyes, knocking people down without realizing it, deserved to be beaten. Fusu lightly laughed, but did not say anything, but his eyes still stared at Shinfeng. He always felt that Shinfeng's appearance did not look like reading a book, it was more like a demon. Looking at the direction he was traveling, he seemed to be heading towards the royal palace. Although there was some suspicion in his heart, Fusu didn't say it directly. After all, the other teacher was sitting across the room. If you upset Linzi, will he still be able to teach himself how to rule the country? For a time, the elegant room became extremely quiet, and the eyes of the two people just fell on Shinfeng's body. At first, they were out of curiosity, so they wanted to see what Shinfeng wanted to do. But when they saw that the direction Shinfeng was advancing was the royal palace, both Linzi and Fusu's faces changed. What's this kid up to? It's okay to be mad at home during the day, but now are you going to wreak havoc on the palace? Damn it! He'd found an unoccupied corner and jumped over it when the guards weren't looking. How can he jump so high? Are the guards blind? A big, living man like that jumped over your heads and you didn't even notice. Both Linzi and Fusu couldn't sit still, and the two of them couldn't even be bothered to put on their shoes before running in the direction of the royal palace. Behind them the guards carried their shoes and shouted as they chased after them. But where did Fusu and Linzi care about this at the moment? They only begged for their legs to be longer, and it would be best if they could rush to stop Shinfeng before he had a seizure. No one knew what kind of tendon this kid had, but he jumped over the palace wall and ran towards the royal palace. If no one sees it, it's fine. If someone sees it, it's bound to turn into a hedgehog. Inside the royal palace, Shinfeng's pace was fast, which he imitated through the way Feng Wu moved before, gathering aura above his legs. Each step was as if a normal person walked 10 steps. In the eyes of ordinary people, his speed was extremely fast and it was difficult to spot him at all. After avoiding wave after wave of guards, Shinfeng finally stopped in a pavilion. The pavilion stood above the water, with a great deal of space around it, and it seemed that very few people would come close to it or something like that. Looking around, there wasn't anyone around, and after a moment's thought, he planned to make his move. In his opinion, building the demon locking tower in this place was the most suitable. The king's palace, outsiders cannot enter at all. As for the people inside the palace, he has also long thought, insert a sign is not enough. Just as he wanted to make a move, Shinfeng began to hesitate again. Looking at the sky, it was still bright. At this time, if a tower appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't it attract everyone's attention? And then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. The good thing is that there is no one in this place. Surrounded by trees, randomly find a tree, jump up and wait until dark. Everything will fall into place, and no one will find out that everything is done by him. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Linzi and Fusu were looking for Shinfeng's whereabouts everywhere as if they had gone crazy. Behind them, the guards were still chasing with their shoes. The general's house. General, it's bad. A letter from the court captain saying that the little army master has run away to the palace. Now the court captain and Prince Fusu are searching for the little army master everywhere in the palace, almost turning the royal palace over. Hearing this, Wang Ben was instantly confused. Crazy, just crazy. Weekdays in the house to make trouble even if, now wings hard, even to the king's palace to go. This is to feel that the general's house to his funeral is not enough, but also want to pull on Linzi and Fusu? Chapter 69, did you find it? No. Wang Ben was a bit anxious. According to his understanding of Shinfeng, if he was just curious and wandered around inside the royal palace, he should not cause any trouble. But if there is more to it than just curiosity, Wang Ben did not dare to continue to think about it, and he quickly came to Wang Jian's room, just in time to see Wang Jian holding a book and brief in his hand, and he did not know whether he was really reading or fake reading. Father, Shinfeng went to the royal palace. Wang Jian glanced at him and said faintly, did you kill anyone? No, but, Wang Ben froze. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jian continued, Is there news from the palace that an assassin has assassinated the great king? Wang Ben was a bit puzzled and froze for a moment and continued to answer. Neither. But, apart from Li Si and Gongzi, has there ever been anyone else's who knew that Shin Feng had entered the palace? Wang Ben was just about to say no, when his mind suddenly recalled the subordinate who had tipped him off, and then a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. I'll go kill him now. Look, another rush. Since there is no word from the palace that there are assassins, and both Li Si and the Duke are among them, what is your hurry? And what is the use of killing? Besides, even if you go, what can you do? Also, well, at least this kid and we are also considered to have some relationship. If we do not go to find a search, really be taken as an assassin, it will be troublesome. The old man personally go. You wait at home. After saying that, Wang Jian put down the book in his hand and went directly into the palace. Wang Ben stood in place, his brows furrowed. This time his father had been reading at home, feeling more and more like a reader. But on second thought, what's wrong with being a reader? It's just a little bit of bad heart, but nothing else seems to be wrong with it. Inside the palace, it was a mess at the moment, and almost everyone knew that Li Si and the Duke were looking for something, but when they wanted to go up and help, both of them kept their mouths shut and even seemed to want to kill each other with their eyes. Xianyang Palace. The King of Qin is deliberating with several ministers at the moment. Now that the 6 kingdoms have all been destroyed, he still has a lot of things to deal with, especially after the beginning of spring. There is about the state number of Great Qin, sitting on top of the Great Hall, listening to several ministers arguing. The King of Qin couldn't help but feel a headache. These matters had been argued for a long time, but there still isn't an accurate result. Suddenly hearing the noise outside the hall, the King of Qin slowly walked to the entrance of the hall, just in time to see Li Si and Fusu looking around for something. What are they doing? Aren't they cold running barefoot on the ground in this winter? Zhao Gao, who was at the side, said softly, Your Majesty, from the moment Lord Tingwei and the Duke entered the royal palace, they have been searching everywhere, and no one knows what they are looking for. Call them here. If anything is lost, the widow can still ask someone to find it for them. Zhao Gao was a bit hesitant, and after a moment of silence, he said softly, Your Majesty, the slave girl has already gone to ask just now, and both of them didn't say anything, so they just looked around. Oh, could it be that there's something good inside this royal palace that the two of them want to take for themselves? Go and take a look. Listening to the ministers' deliberations in the Great Hall, King Qin's brain had long been on the verge of exploding, and seeing something so interesting, he naturally thought to check it out. In any case, the King of Qin was a human being, and with Li Si in the mix, curiosity was naturally aroused. Seeing the King of Qin, Li Si's heart trembled violently, and in his heart, he was almost on the verge of cursing Shin Feng's 18 generations. I thought I could find him quickly and take him out of the palace, but after this kid came in, it was as if he disappeared and couldn't be found at all. Almost the entire royal palace he and Fusu had been on the verge of searching, just short of digging up the ground. Greetings to the great king. Long live the great king. Long live Great Qin. Spare me. Say it, what are you looking for? Searching so vigorously, could it be that there is something good in this king's palace? As the King of Qin, he knew anything that happened in Xianyang City like the back of his hand, and even when Shin Feng studied under Li Si's door, he likewise knew about it, coupled with the fact that during this period of time, he had purposely asked people to inquire about some things about Shin Feng, and in his heart, he was extremely interested in the grass that Shin Feng had casually given that day. The kind of grass that looked like that. He had also had people look for it, but the ones that came back were not as effective as the kind that Shin Feng had given. There were even some grasses that were almost exactly the same as the ones given by Shin Feng, but they carried great toxicity. This made the King of Qin wonder what Shin Feng's true identity was. Now both Li Si and Fusu are looking for something everywhere in the palace, and it seems to him that it's either an immortal elixir or some kind of exotic treasure. Just looking at this expression on Risa's face seems a bit off. Li Si, the King of Qin suddenly droned. Do you know the sin? Hearing the King of Qin's angry roar, he directly knelt down on the ground, and Fusu in the distance obviously heard it as well. The King of Qin's voice. He was already anxious and about to go crazy. Your Majesty, I don't know what crime I am guilty of. Although he was shocked, after all, he was Li Si, and after calming down, his mind gradually calmed down. If you are not guilty, why are you so careful? Even when the widow asks you something, you are not willing to tell the truth. Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Your Majesty, the king looked to his left and right, and after repelling the crowd, he stepped forward and softly inquired, could it be that there is aphrodisiac grass in this royal palace? Li Si looked up at the King of Qin, his entire body confused. Aphrodisiacs? Why does that name sound so familiar? But how did the great king know about this spirit herb? Could it be from Shin Feng? Li Si's mouth was very strict, and Fusu likewise did not say anything. As things stood now, they could not, in any case, say anything about Xin Feng's entry into the palace. Once he said it, not to mention whether or not he would be implicated by Xin Feng, maybe the king of Qin would also be furious because of it. After all, no one would dare to offend the heavenly authority in front of the king of Qin. That would really kill people. As the sky grew dark, Fusu had returned to his palace, and even though he wanted to keep looking, after a day of searching without finding him, no one dared to say if he had jumped out again from somewhere. If that's true, maybe it's better. Li Si stood at the entrance to the palace, pacing back and forth, and beside him was Wang Jian, the upper general. These two have already gone back for a trip. Xin Feng is not at home, nor is he in Li Si's small courtyard, and what the two of them can be sure of is that Xin Feng has not come out after entering the palace. No news has come from the palace so far, so I guess nothing has happened yet. However, the hearts of Wang Jian and Li Si are burning like fire. Wang Jian's face was no longer as calm and collected as it had been at the beginning, and his forehead was already covered in a dense cold sweat. He was waiting for Xin Feng to come out, and when he did, he promised not to break one of his legs. Chapter 70, Go, enter the tower and you're the king, begging for readers, begging for votes. It was completely dark. Outside the Zyang palace, all the homes were lit up, but in the Zyang palace, it was still dim, and under the shroud of the night, people could not help but feel a kind of fear that did not dare to approach easily. On the tree, Xin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He had been sleeping on the tree for a long time. This sleep was extremely sweet, except for a little while in the middle of a relatively noisy. There was almost no other sound that ever came into the ears. Jumping down from the tree, he first scanned the surroundings before coming to the center of the pavilion. He was about to cover the crafting diagram in his hand on top of the pavilion when suddenly a voice came over. What man? What are you doing? The moment he heard the voice, Xin Feng's heart moved slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of coldness. But the moment he turned around he saw a small child who was dressed very gorgeously but had an extremely childish appearance. The boy was not followed by anyone else, apparently sneaking out of his own chambers. Seeing the flash of ferocious light in Xin Feng's eyes, he was obviously frightened. Xin Feng put away the booklet in his hand, stood up, came to the boy's front, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you see?" The boy froze. As a well-bred male, in this royal palace, how had he ever seen anyone dare to look at him with such eyes? In the past, even if someone dared to roll their eyes at him, it was a capital offense. But now, the boy looked around. Very few people would come over in this area, and even if they did, it would all be during the day. Who would be fine wandering around here in the dark in the middle of the night? He wanted to call for someone, but Xin Feng had already arrived in front of him at the moment, and the boy held back the fear in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "I am the Duke of Qin, the son of the great king. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, you will surely die." Xin Feng's eyebrows rose slightly. "The great king's prince? Don't say that you are the son of the great king. If you interrupt me from building the demon locking tower, you will not be able to let go even if you are the oldest son of the great king. But on second thought, if the demon locking pagoda just suddenly appeared in this place, it was bound to be destroyed. If it was the original demon locking tower, it might have been better, but this was a simplified version after all." Contemplating for a moment, Xin Feng squatted down to reveal a trace of a kind smile and asked, "What's your name?" "I am the son of Hu Hei. You had better let me leave. I can pretend that I have not seen anything." If not, hearing Hu Hei declare his name, Xin Feng immediately became interested. He wondered if he should wait for the construction of the demon locking tower to be completed and stuff this kid in it at the first opportunity. In that case, it might even be possible for Great Qin to survive for a few more years. Reese probably wouldn't have been waist deep in it. Thinking of this, Xin Feng grabbed Hu Hei's collar and after picking him up, stared into his eyes and said, "Let you see what is called a miracle." After saying that, Xin Feng threw the booklet directly into the middle of the pavilion. As the production diagram landed in the pavilion, the sky suddenly cracked open, followed by a huge tower flying out of it. The huge tower was instantly about to cover the small pond directly. On both sides of the tower, countless chains locked it down, and a plaque at the tower's door shimmered with golden light. "Lock the demon tower. Can lock all the people, gods, ghosts, fairy, demon." Note, because the locked demon tower manufacturing completed by a big brother noticed, he felt that this tower is too monotonous, which did not imprison any demon spirit is really a loss of the name of the locked demon tower. So he decided to add some of them. The words flashed by, and the moment they disappeared, the entire atmosphere of the Zyang palace changed. In the royal palace, demonic chi was all over the place, and almost everyone felt a chilling chill all over their body, as if their blood was about to coagulate. Thunder exploded in the sky. Countless heavenly thunderbolts emerged from the void. looking up into the sky. Vaguely, it seemed to see a pair of eyes that were calmly looking at this heaven and earth. Although it was just a flash, Shenfeng clearly saw those eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of expectation and laughter. Although Shenfeng was puzzled in his heart, he didn't think much about it. Looking at this high tower in front of him, he suddenly felt that his imagination was really bad. The pitch-black locked demon tower and the night color almost completely blended together. If he wasn't standing right in front of the locked demon tower, I'm afraid that it would be hard to notice at all from a distance. Perhaps because of the Big Brother's strike, a burst of strange noises suddenly began to emanate from the originally dead silent tower, and just listening to this sound alone was enough to make one's bones creepy. Hu Hai on the side had been completely stunned. The tower that descended out of thin air, the strange changes that appeared in the night sky. Looking at all of this in front of him, he directly sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes full of fear and panic. What the hell are you, founder? Could you be the Su Fu who made pills for father? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I once heard Zhao Gao say that even a Fengsher couldn't do this kind of ability to pass through the sky, let alone create such a huge building out of thin air. Hu Hai's body was trembling, and for some reason, a wave of urination went straight to his head. It was a good thing that his retreating body had finally found a place to lean on, his back pressed against the tree, and he looked up at this tower, and for a moment, he wouldn't even know what to say. Shenfeng came to him, pondered for a moment, and asked softly, "Tell me, what is your dream?" Hu Hai didn't reply. Obviously he hadn't recovered from the shock. Snap! Shenfeng didn't spoil him and went up to him with a big mouth, then continued to ask, "What is your dream?" Dreams. After being slapped by Shenfeng, his eyes cleared up a lot, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes when he looked at Shenfeng. "I want to be the king of Great Qin." Become the king of Qin? With me around, you still want to be the king of Great Qin? In Shenfeng's opinion, this kind of thinking of Hu Hei was wrong, and he needed to fundamentally and completely dispel this idea of Hu Hei's becoming a king. Shenfeng slowly stood up and put his hands behind his back. Under the flash of the thunder light, in Hu Hai's eyes, his figure was so tall that even almost, Hu Hai shouted out the word immortal. The heavens and the earth are so big that if your eyes are not open enough, you will eventually not be able to see the very top of this heaven and earth. The king of mortals, or the king between heaven and earth, which do you want to choose? Hu Hai was confused, but soon, the fervor in his eyes could no longer be concealed. I want to become the king between heaven and earth. Shenfeng slowly turned around, smiled and stroked his head, then with a wave of his big hand, the door of the demon locking tower instantly opened. Go, this tower is a world of its own, and from the moment you enter it, you will be the king of this world. Hu Hai was young, but not stupid. He always felt as if Shenfeng's words were fooling him. Looking at the blackened entrance again, with all sorts of eerie and terrifying sounds constantly coming from it, coupled with the various rays of light shining out from the demonic spirits, he subconsciously took a step back. Chapter 71, Trespasser. Death. Huey ran away, even rolled and ran. It was a night that was destined to be a shadow for him for the rest of his life, but all the same, it was a night that would become a shocking scene that he would never forget. Looking at Hu Hai's back, Shenfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't that he felt pity, it was mainly because he felt that he had been a bit soft-hearted. He should have just thrown him right in when he wasn't paying attention. Turning, he set his eyes on the tower. The demon locking tower was made by him, so naturally the control and operation was in his hands. With a slight movement of his mind, his consciousness had entered the tower. The situation inside the tower was still slightly so different from what he had imagined. The tower was indeed a world of its own, but the scene inside the tower could be described as desolate. From the outside, the tower was 9 stories high, but in reality, there were 10 stories inside. Demon spirits of varying strengths existed on almost every level, and of course the higher up you went, the more powerful you naturally became. By the same token, the higher up you go, the more comfortable the view in it becomes. As for these demon spirits, without Shenfeng's permission, they simply could not take half a step out, and even if there were demon spirits that wanted to force their way out, in the end, there was only one word for death. Of course, if someone tried to rush in from outside the tower, there was a high chance that they would be devoured by the demonic spirits. Returning to his senses, Shenfeng pondered for a moment and took out the little golden finch from his bosom. Then under the little golden finch's grudging gaze, he borrowed its claws and carved a line of large characters on the tree. Trespassers, die. Looking at the words he had carved on the tree, Shenfeng couldn't help but have a trace of a satisfied smile on his face. It's a bit ugly, but it's an improvement. If the teacher is here, he will praise it. The sky and the earth changed color, and thunder flashed. The scene was noticed by anyone who hadn't slept. More people, however, choose to nestle into their homes. But again, those who didn't sleep, like Li Si and Wang Jian, the two of them stood at the entrance of the royal palace, and with the help of the lightning, they witnessed the entire process of the appearance of the demon-locking pagoda, and all of a sudden, their entire body felt bad. In their opinion, there was almost no one else who could do such a thing, except for Shinfeng. Even the great king's royal founder could not manage to be able to build such an eerie building out of thin air. Wang Jian looked at the tower and was silent for a long time, and finally he spoke. Lord Tingwei, I suddenly don't want to live anymore. What should I do? Linzi glanced at him with a complicated expression and said, if the upper general has thought about how to die, why don't you let me know? I'm a little short of life as well. If Shinfeng hadn't been discovered until now, they might still be able to pretend that they didn't know anything, but once the faces were seen, or if they caused chaos in the palace, then the two of them could be said to have died 100 deaths to atone for their sins. Most importantly, they clearly saw the countless demon spirits being stuffed into that tower by a force when it appeared. If all of these demonic spirits rushed out from the tower, both the royal palace and the world would definitely be in chaos, and even the entire human race might be implicated as a result. The point is, how the hell did this thing get made? Shinfeng came out. When he jumped out, he happened to see Wang Jian and Linzi just staring straight at him. He just wanted to pull his legs out and run, only to see Wang Jian quickly rushing forward and grabbing the back of his neck, followed by his left hand violently lifting up and rushing at his heavenly cap and trying to slap it over. This scene happened almost in an instant. Even Linzi had not reacted yet, and Shinfeng did not want to avoid it. Nowadays, although he was only at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, his physical body had already broken through the shackles long ago, and this palm going down, for him, at most, it would be some dizziness, and would not have too much of an impact at all. But in the end, Wang Jian's palm still didn't slap down, and looking at Shinfeng's face, all the doubts and annoyance finally turned into a sigh. Wang Jian grabbed Shinfeng's ear and took advantage of the night to quickly walk away from the palace wall, yelling lowly as he went, "What the hell do you want, little?" Shinfeng froze. He also did not expect that these two would have been waiting outside the door, and even more so, he did not expect that the appearance of the demon-locking pagoda would attract their attention. After thinking for a moment, Shinfeng said softly, "General Shang misunderstood. I am just leaving some reserves for Great Qin. You don't look at this tower's demonic qi. In the future, if people from the Immortal Islands come to attack Great Qin, this is one of the means." Linzi gasped and laughed, and those demonic spirits fell trembling even when Wang Jian looked at them, let alone Shinfeng. He couldn't even defeat Wang Jian in Wang Ben, so how could he control the demonic spirits in the tower and fight back against Immortal Island? Linzi even wondered if there was really something wrong with Shinfeng's brain. Shinfeng could see the doubts in Linzi's heart, and did not make much of an explanation for his doubts and dissatisfaction. Teacher is thinking that I can't control the demonic spirits in the tower? But I wasn't trying to control them since the beginning. I meant to let them live in such a big tower. It would be a pity if it wasn't stuffed. In the future, if there's a chance to stuff all the Immortal Island's immortals in there, I can guarantee that by then, it will never be a gloomy and scary look again. Maybe even hang red lanterns every holiday season. In response to Shinfeng's words, Linzi and Wang Jian were completely at a loss as to how to answer. Completely out of the channel. Nowadays, the only thing they were worried about was how the Great King's side should be explained. But soon, the two figured it out. Does this tower have anything to do with them? Naturally, it doesn't matter. As long as he died without admitting it, the Great King would naturally not place the blame on his head. On the way back, Linzi inadvertently asked, when this demon-locking tower was formed, no one saw it, right? Shinfeng played with the gourd in his hand and casually replied, there is one. Hearing these words, both Linzi and Wang Jian stopped in their tracks and their gazes became much colder. May he be killed? Shinfeng said to himself. I was going to trick him into going in to see how effective the demon-locking tower was, but I didn't expect to be almost scared to the point of pissing his pants and running away. Shinfeng's answer made Wang Jian and Linzi instantly like ants on a hot pan. But soon Linzi calmed down. And you say his appearance, and say again what characteristics he has. Tomorrow I will go to the palace, and find a reason to get him killed. If he did not pass this matter out, perhaps it is still better. If it is passed out, we are all likely to be implicated. Shinfeng touched his chin and hesitated for a moment, saying, he said his name is Hu He. Quiet. Apart from the sound of the wind blowing through the street, there was only the sound of Linzi and Wang Jian breathing heavily. I don't know how long it took, but Reese suddenly spoke up. Why don't you just throw him in? Alas, the goodness of the heart was so great that it was a bit merciful for a while. Shinfeng shook his head helplessly. Although Hu Hai is not a good thing when he grows up, but after all, he is still small now. This kind of thing that affects the heart of the Tao, he is still a little bit unable to do it. But this tower does need a tower guardian. The only choice, and only Hu Hai, really cannot find an opportunity, and then fool him. Linzi was silent. It is true that the king's son cannot be moved, but it is a matter of their own safety. If he does not die, then the death of Linzi and the Wang family father and son is very likely. Tomorrow, I'll go and interview the king and find an excuse to get him killed. Wang Jian looked at Linzi and said in a deep voice, "Why don't I find a few capable men to ambush him when he leaves the palace and hack him to death on the street?" Chapter 72 Your Majesty. Prince Hu Hai seeks an appearance, request for follow-up readings. The streets were dark, and now and then out of the darkness would come the sound of two discussions. No, it's too obvious to do so. How about this? I'll find a few poisoning experts and have them add some ingredients to Hu Hei's meals. Or should I go find a few dead soldiers and kill them directly into the palace to shut Hu Hei up completely? The sound of the two men's discussion grew louder and louder, to the point that in the end, Wang Jian almost didn't charge straight into the palace with his sword. Finally, under Xin Feng's kind words, the two returned to the general's residence together. The kind of anxiety in the hearts of Linzi and Wang Jian was understandable to Xin Feng, but in his mind, it wasn't really that big of a deal. At this time, Hu Hei is young. Coupled with such a scare last night, even if he knows something, I am afraid that he will not dare to say it easily. Moreover, after dawn the next day, everyone would discover the existence of the demon locking tower, and even if they did kill Hu Hei, it wouldn't do much good. It's just a kid. Even if Hu Hai did tell all the things he saw, so what? Who would believe the words of an 8 or 9-year-old? But it's just theater. Xin Feng's words had finally calmed these two down. As Xin Feng said, the appearance of the demon locking pagoda would eventually be discovered after dawn. As long as Hu Hei did not talk nonsense, then everyone would be fine with each other. After a long silence, Reese frowned and said, "Can you guarantee he won't talk nonsense?" Xin Feng did not answer. This point, he really could not easily make a guarantee. But what he could be sure of was that when Hu Hai talked about becoming the king of Great Qin, his eyes revealed a full of ambition. Since he wants to be king, let's give it to him. Anyway, he was also a king on earth, and he was also a king in the tower. And in the future, maybe one day, Xin Feng was in a good mood and directly gave him the control of the tower, so he could just as well walk horizontally on this earth. Xin Feng's answer. Linzi was not very satisfied. In his opinion, this matter is still very easy to slip up. If Hu Hei accidentally let his mouth slip, even if Xin Feng escaped, what about them? Reese left with a furrowed brow, his eyes still flashing with a sinister color before he left. He decided that even if Huey wasn't going to talk nonsense, then he needed a good hammering. It just so happened that Xin Feng had said that there was a lack of a steward inside the tower, and if he could be allowed to enter it on his own initiative, perhaps there wouldn't be so much trouble. It was just that how to make him enter the demon locking tower on his own accord. This still needed to be properly calculated. After Linzi left, Wang Jian sat across from Xin Feng, his eyebrows still not spreading. He was not worried that Hu Hai would talk nonsense, but he was mainly worried that Xin Feng would be noticed by the great king because of this. Then from now on, unless Xin Feng's power could reach the level of fighting against the entire Great Qin, then he would definitely have to stay in the royal palace for the rest of his life. He would even be squeezed to the last drop of blood by the king of Qin before he could gain his freedom. He didn't want Xin Feng to be like himself, spending his whole life either fighting for Great Qin or having to be careful of being suspected by the great king. Seemingly boundless, but behind the scenes, it is all kinds of bitterness and heartache. Although I don't know what kind of divine and demonic tricks you will come up with next. What I can be sure of is that once your ability exceeds what is acceptable in people's minds, then you will surely become the next Shang ruler. Xin Feng was slightly stunned. He somewhat did not quite understand what Wang Jian meant by this sentence. In fact, he didn't even think too much about all that he had done. Everything was as he wished. If he wanted to, he could even build the demon locking tower on the head of the Zyang palace. The reason why I didn't is simply that I didn't want to do it at all. As for what kind of impact the appearance of the demon locking tower would actually bring, he didn't care, and he also thought about it. If in the future Hu Hei went in, he had to find him some living people as companions. Those immortals on the overseas immortal islands were a great choice, and if there was a chance, perhaps the tower could even become a realm of its own. At that time, Hu Hei, not to mention being the king, even if he became the demon emperor, it would still be a matter of course, but all of this depends on whether or not Huey will put it all together tomorrow. The night is late. Wang Jian has returned to his room. Originally, Wang Ben wanted to take the opportunity to teach Xin Feng a good lesson, but in the end, he was stopped by Wang Jian. This time, Wang Jian can honestly say that he did not have the slightest favoritism towards Xin Feng, purely because he did not want Wang Ben to seek his own death. Perhaps Xin Feng's own strength was not as strong as imagined, but putting aside his strength, all of his behaviors were so unexpected. Since he dared to place such a tower full of demonic spirits inside the royal palace, he even thought of letting his son, Hu Hai, become the tower keeper. Then he will dare to run to the king tomorrow and say that he wants to be the king. Not to mention, Wang Jian really wouldn't be surprised if this kid could do such a thing. After all, no one could guess what was going on inside his head. This night, throughout Xianyang, there were just too many people losing sleep inside and outside the palace. Whether it's Hu Hai, or Li Si, or Wang Jian, almost every one of them lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It seemed that as soon as they closed their eyes, the pitch-black demon-locking tower would appear before their eyes. Especially the moment the demon-locking tower appeared and countless demon spirits were stuffed into it. I'm afraid this scene will forever be a nightmare in their hearts. At the slightest dawn, the streets had already exploded, and almost the entire Xianyang city had seen the tower that stood in the middle of the royal palace. The blackened tower, above the spire, coalesced with a blackened cloud, and occasionally one could even hear mournful screams coming from the tower. Inside the palace, it had been in turmoil since the dawn of time, almost the moment the demon-locking tower was discovered. The area around the tower was already heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to take half a step closer. Although everyone still didn't know exactly how the tower had appeared, the kind of fear that came from deep within definitely didn't lie. This tower, it's dangerous, as inscribed on the tree in front of the tower. Trespassers, death. Xianyang Palace. The king gently pressed his temples. It's just for one night, but just a short night. How could he have imagined that the palace would happen in such a thing? How could a tower somehow appear? It couldn't help but remind him of the scene yesterday when Linzi and Fusu were looking around the palace. Could it be that the two of them had already known about the sudden appearance of this tower? But on second thought, I feel that something is not quite right. If they know, why not report to me? Have to wait until today to give me a big surprise? It's not a ing surprise. As he was thinking, Zhao Gao's voice suddenly came to his ears. Your Majesty, Prince Hu Hai seeks an audience. The Qin King's brows were furrowed and his heart was getting annoyed. And as soon as he heard Hu Hai asking for an audience, his heart got more and more annoyed. What's he doing here? If he doesn't study properly in his own chambers, he knows how to play around. Your Majesty, the Duke says that he knows something about that tower. And last night, he saw it with his own eyes. Chapter 73 Father, my son will become the king of all demons. Beyond the palace gates, the ministers had been waiting for a long time and were always waiting for the morning court to begin. In the corner, a small figure was curled up with his arms wrapped around him. The cold wind blew through, causing him to sneeze coldly, and snot instantly ran down his nose. He reached out his sleeve and wiped the residue from his nose, a look of determination in his eyes. He's going to be king, even if it's just the king of the tower. That person said, even if it's just the king of the tower. One day you can walk sideways. Not far away, Li Si's eyes had been dead on Hu Hai. According to the past situation, it was impossible for Hu Hai to come to the Xianyang palace so early to deliberate. Not to mention that he was still so small. Even when it came, that childishness was there for all to see. But today, he seemed to have become a little less so. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he had decided on something. Reese frowned as he decided what? Is it a decision to tell what happened last night? After a moment of silence, Li Si came in front of Hu Hai, bowed slightly, and said with a faint smile, why did the prince come here if he didn't stay in his chambers? Hu Hai glanced at him, put his hands behind his back, and said faintly, what do you care about me? A hint of coldness flashed under Li Si's eyes, but his face remained smiling as he said, could it be that your excellency is planning to come and talk to his majesty about this tower? Could it be that your excellency saw the whole thing last night? Hearing Li Si's words, Hu Hei's heart jumped violently. He recalled what Zhao Gao had said to him, that in the entire Great Qin, the most insidious one was Li Si, and that if he became king in the future, the first person he would kill would be Li Si. This person is not only sinister, but also vicious, the only way to kill. But when he thought that he would soon enter the tower to become the king of all demons, and by then Li Si would still be just a mortal, it didn't seem like a big deal. Lord Courtier, this is not true. This prince came, naturally has important things to report with father. As for this what tower not tower, and this prince has no relationship at all. You also do not need to pry anything from my mouth. I know nothing. Hu Hai's words, on the contrary, made Li Si couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In his impression, this son was only 8 or 9 years old, and his talents were far inferior to Prince Fusu, but today it is like a different person. Not only that, even this mind has become much firmer. In the past, when Hu Hai saw Li Si, he would subconsciously walk with his head down, as if he was afraid of being thought of by Li Si. Today, he seems to be fearless. But what is it that gives him such a great bottom line? Li Si was about to say something else when Zhao Gao suddenly walked out. He first glanced at Li Si, then said to Hu Hai, my lord, the king wants you to go in. Seemingly thinking of something, Zhao Gao suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Your Excellency, could it be that Lord Tingwei is making things difficult for you?" Hu Hai wiped the snot that flowed out again, walked toward the palace with his head held high, and said in a flat tone, "Difficult? A mere mortal. What is the difficulty with me?" Reese was confused. This tone, this breath, and this demeanor, how do you look at it? It's like a shrunken version of Shinfeng. He even began to wonder if Shinfeng had scared his brain last night, or maybe it's infecting Huey with madness? Enter the great hall. Hu Hai had the decency to make a kneeling bow towards the king of Qin. This scene, on the contrary, made the Qin king's originally irritated mood, but could not help but feel much more comfortable. However, when he saw that Hu Hai still continued to bow and kneel, his brows couldn't help but tighten. What do you mean by this? The Qin king was a bit puzzled, his gaze looking straight at Hu Hai, his eyes full of questions. I have read from books that if I want to be far away from my parents, I should perform the rite of 3 obeisances and 9 kowtows, and as the sons of the gods have said, when parents are present, they do not go far away, but I have already made up my mind, and I would like to ask for my father's approval. The king froze. If it was in a normal home, the adults in the house would only find it funny to hear their children say such a thing, but this is, after all, the imperial family, and it is not comparable to ordinary people's homes. The king of Qin frowned and said with a gloomy face, "But what did Fusu say to you?" Hu Hai lowered his head and replied softly, "Father has misunderstood. Big brother is very good. He treats all of us younger siblings very well. I have also thought about competing with Big Brother for the throne, and even had wicked thoughts, but now, I have looked away. The king of the mortal world is ultimately just an empty game, and after 100 years, it will eventually turn into a pile of dust. But what I want is to become the king of all the demons between this heaven and earth. I also ask for your father's approval. One day when my son returns with 1,000,000 demon soldiers, it will be the time when my great Qin stomps on the entire Panga continent." The king of Qin was stunned. He slowly turned his head toward Zhao Gao, his face turning blue, and after a long time he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "What book did you show him?" The widow asked what book you showed him. How did the boy become like this? Zhao Gao's brain has completely turned into a puddle of thin mud at this moment, and almost all of Hu Hei's things are handled by him personally, and every book he reads and every person around him is carefully selected by him. But, how did it come to this? I think it must be because of the sudden appearance of that tower. The male son has been frightened. Why don't you let the slave girl send him back first to have a good rest and rest? Maybe he'll be fine in a few days. Zhao Gao lowered her head and said softly. The Qin king nodded slightly. It was the only thing that could be done at this point in time. But Huey wouldn't do it. As soon as he heard Zhao Gao and the king of Qin say that he was crazy, he directly stood up and shouted, "Father, I'm not crazy. I'm in my right mind. I want to enter this tower. I want to become the king of 10,000 demons. Men, send the prince back to the palace. Father, I'm really not crazy. I saw the immortal last night. He said to me that as long as I walk in, I will become the king inside this tower. I don't want to fight with Big Brother for the throne. I want to become the king of all demons. The king of all demons." Zhao Gao looked at Hu Hai, who was about to be dragged out by the guards, and his heart went cold. He did have the intention of supporting Hu Hai to succeed the throne, but now it seems that he was afraid of betting on the wrong person, and the boy has lost his mind. The prince is the son of the king. How can you be so rude? Rack out. Outside the palace, the ministers looked at Hu Hai, who was racked out by the guards, and each face could not help but show a trace of oddity. Every word that Hu Hai said in the middle of the hall, they all heard clearly, and many of them even began to shake their heads and sigh. The king hasn't even returned to heaven yet, and he's already going crazy. If this really goes to heaven, won't Great Qin be in chaos? In the crowd, Reese looked at the scene in front of him and looked down in slight contemplation. After today's incident, he planned to talk to Shinfeng when he returned. Since he wanted to go in, it would be better to let him go in. Even though he hadn't given Shinfeng up, it was better to let him enter the demon locking tower and become the king of all demons in his mouth just to be on the safe side. Chapter 74. What do you think about the demon locking tower? Li Si? Seeking for catch-up reading. Seeking for votes. The courtroom proceedings have begun. 100 officials enter the hall. Entering the hall, almost everyone had already arrived, except Wang Jian, who was not among them. The king of Qin was feeling dizzy at this time because of Hui, so naturally he didn't notice this. He pressed his temples and said in a deep voice, "Speak up. What do you guys think about this inexplicably appearing demon locking tower?" The ministers looked at me and I looked at you, and for a while they didn't know what to say. To them, the appearance of the demon locking tower was simply an omen of disaster to come, not to mention the fact that there really seemed to be the presence of demonic spirits in this tower. The king of Qin slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. and after a long period of silence, he finally locked his eyes on Linzi, who had his head bowed. Tinker, tell us about it. I thought that this kind of thing, or need to find a professional to say, after all, observe the heavenly signs, insight into the reasoning of the heavenly way such things, is the duty of the imperial historian? The king of Qin glanced at Linzi with some suspicion. He always felt that Linzi seemed to be a bit out of shape today. His eyes kept fluttering, and it seemed that his heart was no longer in this courtroom. Could it be that he had caused even him to develop the urge to return to the countryside because of his frequent dealings with the Wang family's father and son? If that's true, it needs a good hammering. Taisho, tell us. In the crowd, Tai Shiling slowly and leisurely stood out, looked at the king of Qin, and said with a serious face, Your Majesty, I watched the stars at night yesterday, and found that the fluorescent confusion guards the heart, which is a great evil omen. Hearing this, Reese couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your Majesty, last night, I did not think twice. I also took a look at the sky. Last night can be said to be dark clouds. Even the moon is not seen. I dare to ask how the Tai Shiling see the stars. Could it be that you have a pair of 1,000 miles of eyes? The Tai Shiling froze. The reason why he said that was in fact to slightly muddle through. After all, in the entire courtroom, other than him, there were not many people who were able to read and understand this. When the time comes to push the boat with the water, the source of everything will all be pushed to that tower that suddenly appeared. Maybe the great king will be happy, and therefore he will reward him with something. After all, when standing outside the temple, Hu Hai shouts, everyone can hear clearly. Since the great king is very troubled by this, it is better to just destroy the tower. In this way, all troubles will be calmed as a result. But what I didn't expect was that Linzi suddenly came up with such a sentence, which froze the Taisho order directly froze in place. Not just the Taisho, but almost everyone froze. Last night, it did seem like it was so dark and cloudy that you couldn't even see the moon. Yes. Last night I saw a flash of thunder, and if it were not for the thunder duke covering the sky, there would be no thunder. Could it be that the Taishan has drifted? This is not talking nonsense with his eyes open. With Linzi's words, above the courtroom, everyone began to whisper. Above the great hall, King Qin could only feel his brain hurting more and more, and although a hint of anger had already ignited in his heart, he was still forcing it down. After taking a deep look at Tai Shiling, he waved his hand. Then he looked at Linzi and said, What does the courtier think should be done about this tower? Reese frowned slightly. The reason he said this was purely out of a protective mentality. After all, the real owner of this tower was Shin Feng, and Shin Feng was his disciple, so it was only natural to speak out. I just didn't realize that the burden would eventually be thrown back on him. Your Majesty, do you think that this tower has ever been a threat to the Zyang Palace? The Qin king frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he gently shook his head and said, This tower should have suddenly appeared last night, and because the light was too dim, not many people noticed it, and even if they did see it, with such a sight, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to say anything about it. But this night has passed without finding anything amiss. The widow has sent for a heavy guard, and it seems that as long as it does not come near, it will not be affected by it. Linzi nodded slightly and said with a smile, Since there is no threat, Your Majesty might as well leave it alone. Such a building doesn't look like a mortal thing. Furthermore, I never heard of any demonic spirits or anything like that in my early years of being uprooted and traveling around the world. And although this object is dark and oozing in appearance, at first glance, it carries a sense of majesty and solemnity, and I feel that it would be better to leave it there, unattended, and it might not have too much of an impact on my great Qin. The king of Qin frowned. In fact, he was thinking the same thing. Making a fuss over a tower was not a good thing for great Qin, especially now that great Qin is still in a precarious time. Once the people who have the heart to use this to make an article, it will be plunged into chaos instead. It's just ho-ho. He was worried that Hu Hai would really sneak in one day, and by then, this son of his would really be finished. The courtroom proceedings are over. The ministers left, but the king of Qin only kept Linzi. You heard it just now. What do you think about Hu Hai wanting to enter this tower? Could it be that he has been possessed? Or perhaps he was tempted by this tower? Linzi's brow was furrowed. He did have the intention of trying to shoehorn Hu Hai in, but during this time of contemplation in the courtroom, he felt that something wasn't quite right. If Shin Feng lost control of this tower in the future, and Hui really became the king of this tower, but if he didn't throw him in, an inexplicable pity would always arise in Reese's mind. Your Majesty, truth be told, when this tower was formed, I was outside the city with my superior general, Wang Jian, and also happened to see the scene. I thought that this tower was a heavenly gift, and since it was a heavenly gift, there must be a reason for his appearance. As for Prince Hu Hai's comment about entering it, I thought that this matter would require some careful deliberation. After all, in this tower, there really is a demonic spirit. The reason why he didn't say anything just now was that he was worried that someone would spread rumors. After all, rumors would be greatly detrimental to Great Qin. The Qin king nodded slightly. He felt the same way. As for Linzi and Wang Jian being outside the palace walls, he also knew about it, only that he heard from the secret guards that when they left the palace walls, they weren't 2 people, but 3. This in turn made him curious as to who the other one really was. Could it be Shenfeng? But think carefully, and think it is unlikely. After all, from the mouth of the bystanders heard the description of that kid, but just a seizure of a small crazy just. If a madman can manage to create such a majestic building out of thin air, then what need does Great Qin have to provide any offerings to Immortal Island? Wouldn't it be over if they just killed them? Hearing Linzi's words, the king of Qin's brain couldn't help but soothe a lot. He slowly got up and exhaled deeply, then walked down the hall and came to Linzi's side, his eyes looking towards the demon-locking pagoda not too far away, and inquired softly, I have heard that you have been very close to the general's house in the past few days. Have you ever advised the upper general on behalf of the widow? Chapter 75 Master suspects that there is something wrong with his book, requesting for catch-up reading. The king of Qin's question made Linzi's heart tighten. In fact, the king would not disallow private exchanges between officials, but now that Wang Jian was in the midst of his retirement, he feared that Linzi would also be affected by this and thus entertain such thoughts. Although Great Qin had unified the 6 kingdoms, it hadn't been completely stabilized after all, and there was still a lot of things that the king of Qin needed to ask for advice regarding their group. Linzi, do you think that the widow is too heartless and has so far refused to accede to General Shan's request to return to his hometown? Linzi bowed his head slightly and said softly, the great king must have his own thoughts on this move, and I dare not speak out of turn. Great Qin unified the world. Such a heavenly feat, not the widow's one person's credit, but the successive generations of Great Qin's ancestors, and many subjects, many generals and soldiers to pay the blood and sweat. Great Qin's situation today can be said to be more than countless forefathers, and even exceeded the ancient period of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. I have heard that since ancient times, the Son of Heaven has traveled to Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to heaven. I have also thought about it, but all along, it has been subject to the Immortal Island. Although Great Qin is not afraid of foreign enemies, but nowadays, Great Qin has not yet been completely stabilized, and I have not been able to completely tear my face off with the Immortal Island. Linzi, what do you think the widow should do? Linzi did not say anything. He is a smart man. A smart man should know what kind of words can be picked up, what kind of words should not be picked up. Such questions, as far as he was concerned, should not be answered. The more silent he was at such times, the safer it was for him. Today's king of Qin was different from the past, and the kind of aura that emanated from him would always give Linzi a shuddering feeling. The more times like this, Linzi's mind would always keep reminding himself that the more careful he should be. Reese, this tower, did it really fall from the sky? The king of Qin slowly turned around and looked at Linzi with a calm face. Although his face didn't show the slightest fluctuation of emotions, those eyes seemed to look through Reese. Cold sweat had spread all over his body, and despite the cold weather, the lining remained tight against his skin. Your Majesty, I did watch that tower with my own eyes fall from the sky. Linzi lowered his head and said firmly through clenched teeth. The Qin king's eyebrows rose slightly. He thought that he had swindled him so much that Linzi would surely be unable to resist telling the truth of the matter, but what he didn't expect was that Linzi had carried it off. In that case, it does seem to underestimate Reese. However, it is also true that, when you think about it, he dared to scold himself in a roundabout way on the admonition to expel the guests. And then look at this hardcore appearance now. It is not surprising. The king of Qin smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, I don't care where exactly this tower came from, but there is one thing that I just hope it won't suddenly turn into a scourge for my Great Qin. Hearing these words, Reese couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. But soon, a thought popped up inside his head. I've heard that Duke Hua wants to enter it and become the king of this tower, so why don't you let him give it a try? The king of Qin gave him a deep look. What thou sayest, do men say? You'd be happy to send your son in? Linzi was out of the palace, having been beaten out by the king of Qin with the scabbard of the king of Qin's sword. Walking out of the palace, Linzi rubbed his ass. Although it hurt a little, he could clearly feel that the king did have some intentions, but for some reason, he couldn't seem to be ruthless about it, and Reese thought that maybe he could try again next time. However, today's words were considered to have touched the psychology of the king of Qin, and at the very least, when he uttered these words, the king of Qin only used his scabbard to whip his buttocks, but did not move to kill. That's kind of a good enough answer. Returning to the small courtyard, Linzi saw, at a glance, Shenfeng, who was fiddling with the stone table and stools inside the courtyard. What brings you here? Seeing Reese return, Shenfeng's eyes lit up. Walking forward, his hands went up to assist Li Si, bringing him to the stone table. He said with a hefty smile, "Teacher, please look. This is a pair of stone tables and benches that my disciple has personally built, and it's even stronger than the ones you had before." Seeing that there was no one else around either, he came forward and said softly, "This is something I built with a whole block of spirit stone, unique under the heavens. It can prolong life and strengthen the body." Reese's eyes lit up slightly. From the moment he sat on this stone bench he did have a different feeling. The old stone benches used to be a little hard when you sat on them, and your butt still hurt after sitting for a long time. But today sitting on it is not only extremely comfortable, but there is also a stream of warmth along the caudal vertebrae constantly surging into the whole body, and even the pain in the buttocks has completely dissipated. Li Si stood up with some amazement, his eyes constantly measuring Shinfeng's creation of this table and chairs, and his heart was in awe. This set of stone tables and benches, although on the surface, there is no difference from ordinary stone tables and benches, but as long as you touch them with your hands, you can completely feel the difference. Although Reese was happy in his heart, he was soon worried. Such an absolute treasure. If he were to keep it private, it would really make him feel uneasy in his heart. As the saying goes, the horseman is not guilty, but if he just gave it to the king of Qin, he was a little less willing. After all, this thing was built by Shinfeng for him as a teacher. Silence for a long time. Li Si slowly sat down. Rather than being found out the end, it is better to turn in more than one thing. Shinfeng saw Li Si shaking his head and sighing, so he continued, "Teacher, don't worry. In addition to this stone table and stone stool, the bed for you and your master's wife, I've also rebuilt it, and I've purposely used spirit stones to help you with the bottom of the bed." Reese was confused. "What's this kid up to? Is it a plan to remodel your whole little piece of yard? Do you want me to give all the courtyards to the king before you give up?" Seeing that Shinfeng was still ready to speak, Li Si hurriedly waved his hand to stop. "Stop it. I don't want to know. And you don't tell me. Just tell me, why did you come here today?" Shinfeng swept his eyes over the bookshelves in the room, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said with a smile, "Teacher forgot? I'm here to read." Hearing that Shinfeng wanted to read, Li Si's brain couldn't help but throb. He always felt that every time this kid asked him to read, it couldn't be good. After the last reading, the island of immortality was visited, and it was said that there was a spectacle that night. After the previous reading, before the dawn, a demon-locked tower appeared in the palace, and it happened to be Shinfeng who did it. Li Si was worried that if he was given another book, he might be able to abolish the whole of Great Qin. He was beginning to wonder if there was a problem with the books he had given Shinfeng, but every one of them Reese had carefully flipped through them, and there was no problem. "And I don't like to read that kind of strange, weird, messy and miscellaneous books." But how did it feel different when it came into his hands? After a long silence Reese stood up and came into the room. This time he intended to pick a book carefully. This Taoist book would be great, just right for Shinfeng. Shinfeng followed behind Li Si, and after receiving the books, his mouth burst into a crooked smile. Chapter 76, This Sun Must Not Be Kept. Lao Tzu's Huangting Sutra. As the ancients say, quietly reciting the Huangting, tending to good fortune and avoiding misfortune, drawing gas into the body, one can achieve the way of longevity. This volume is written by the Big Brother himself. Read it once, and then you can memorize it in your heart. Looking at the Huangting Sutra in his hand, Shinfeng was almost on the verge of falling into a state of madness. After such a long time, he was still stuck at the third level of Qi practicing so far. It's the third level of Qi training. God knows, these days, how did he come through? If this were someone else, he would have become an immortal long ago, while he was only at the third level of Qi practice. And there was also the daily risk of being sucked dry by a dog gourd. And on top of that there was a little goldfinch following him around grabbing food. Come to think of it, what master can do this step of their own? If it is not a good person, it would have been eaten alive to it. Taking the booklet and thanking Li Si, Shinfeng's eyes had completely rested on the booklet. Standing in the corner of the small courtyard with his head pressed against the wall, staring at the booklet with his eyes glued to it, he opened his mouth wide and recited aloud every word recorded in the book. Li Si looked at Shinfeng suspiciously. Obviously his mouth was wide open, and it could also be seen that he was reading very seriously, and his chest was also rising and falling because of his reading breath. But he couldn't hear the slightest sound. Li Si subconsciously took a step forward. He clearly saw that Shinfeng's face was already red from shouting from reading aloud, but it was as if his ears had lost their hearing. If it weren't for the snapping sound that came from his foot on the branch, he would have even thought that he had actually become deaf. Shinfeng did not notice Li Si on the side, and at this moment, his whole body and mind had been focused on this scroll. All the outside influences could not disturb his reading pleasure. As if he heard not only the sound of his own reading in his ears, there seemed to be many different voices. ringing in his ears. The louder his voice was, the higher those voices would raise along with it, and every time those voices resounded in his mind, his understanding of this piece of the Yellow Court Sutra would grow deeper and deeper. Vaguely, he felt that his realm that had been stuck at the third level of chi cultivation seemed to have loosened up, and the surrounding aura was rapidly integrating into his body. Unconsciously, he had begun to sit cross-legged, his mouth still chanting Huang Ting. Shenfeng didn't know that his voice traveled out far, and it seemed that his voice resounded over the entire world. In the mountains and forests, the branches swayed, the animals listened with sideways ears, and all the spirits and all the creatures seemed to hear his reading. But strangely enough, among the human race, there was a vast majority of people who couldn't hear it, and even if they did hear something, they all quickly forgot about it. Those seekers who had been longing for immortality and longevity also began to fall into a frenzy, but as the scriptures gradually came to an end, all was calm again. All of the living beings, all of them came back to their senses. Each of their faces were blank. They seemed to have gotten something, yet they seemed to have gotten nothing, as if it were a dream. The book was already finished, and when Shenfeng finished reading the last paragraph, the booklet in his hand completely turned into flying ash and directly disappeared into this heaven and earth. Although the booklet had disappeared, the scriptures were still deeply engraved in the mind. Shenfeng subconsciously touched the place of his dantian. A few moments of reading in the party, without realizing it, he had already reached the peak of chi cultivation. It was even just one step away from becoming a foundation builder. As a matter of fact, he was not very anxious about the pursuit of realm and cultivation. In his opinion, the desire for speed was like a gourd around his waist. This thing is a stub made for speed, although it works quite well, but it's a stub. Perhaps sensing that Shenfeng's eyes carried a disdain and contempt, the dog gourd was a little angry, and in the next second, the gourd's mouth opened violently, and although it did not spit out the immortal cutting flying dagger, the aura in Shenfeng's body instantly lost half of it. Good thing that he has now reached the peak of chi practice. If it is still the previous realm, I'm afraid that really want to be sucked to death by this gourd. The gourd was obviously a bit surprised as well. According to the last experience, this dog owner almost died a direct violent death after being sucked so slightly by himself. But today, he carried it off. The dog gourd has the intention to continue to suck, but today really a little sucking cannot. And then look at Shenfeng like a nothing. And even look at it in the eyes of the sneer of the color is more prevalent. Suddenly, it seemed to be somewhat able to understand why the little goldfinch always had such a bird phrase hanging around its lips. 10 lifetimes of vengeance can still be avenged. It figured that the next time it was asked to turn around, it was going to lay flat and not turn around. Tired, Linzi had already returned to the house long ago, and for everything that had happened to Shenfeng, he still maintained his usual attitude of not listening. In his view, individuals have their own individual paths, and it was impossible for him to ask Shenfeng to walk the path he had walked, or to follow Shenfeng's path. He has his own dignity and ideas. Seeing Shenfeng walk in, Linzi stroked his beard and said indifferently, "How is this book?" Shenfeng stepped forward without saying a word and immediately fell to the ground. "Teacher's great kindness, my disciple will never forget it." Seeing Shenfeng suddenly so serious, Linzi could not help but froze for a moment, and then hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Why do you need to perform such a big ritual? I am the teacher. When I solve your puzzles, although I have never taught you anything, but if there are any questions, you can also directly ask me, even if you cannot answer, but also will surely think of every way to find the answer for you." Shenfeng's face was grave, and he looked up at Linzi with a hint of thirst for books in his eyes. "Teacher, I still want to read." Shenfeng was kicked out, and before he left, he also took a plate of rice cake made by the master's wife's hands. These rice cakes had allowed him to recover the aura absorbed by the dog gourd, but he would have preferred that the master's maiden could come up with some new tricks. Back to the general's house. Wang Ben was not in the mansion while Wang Jian was sitting in the courtyard with a frown on his face, holding his sword in one hand and a cloth in the other that he kept wiping. "General Shang, is this a move to kill?" Shenfeng came to Wang Jian's side and asked softly. Hearing Shenfeng's voice, Wang Jian slowly put down the sword in his hand, then glanced at the subordinates around him to the left and right. The underlings understood, turned and all left. After everyone had left, Wang Jian said in a deep voice, "Today, above the courtroom, I heard someone say something. It is said that Du Kuhei took the initiative to bow 3 times towards the great king and asked to enter the demon locking tower, saying that he wanted to become the king of all demons of the demon locking tower. Let me ask you, is there really a demon inside this tower? And if he goes in, will he really become the king of all demons? If one day in the future, he comes out of the tower, will he really lead 1,000,000 demon soldiers and set his feet on the Pango continent?" Chapter 77, Don't Let a Single Bird Out. Shenfeng was shocked. He was truly surprised by Wang Jian's question. The king of all demons? Feet on the Pango continent? Is this kid's brain kicked in by a donkey? At that time, the situation was special. In order to trick Hu Hei into it, he deliberately said so, but I didn't expect him to take it seriously, and he really wanted to enter it to be the king. Those demonic spirits weren't just two words, they were existences that really dare to eat people. The living beings that are locked in the demon locking tower. None of them are good things. People who go in and don't turn into white bones in a split second would already be considered very lucky. Seeing Shen Feng's expression, Wang Jian probably understood in his heart. This tower, not ordinary people can enter. Hu Hei into it will die. Shen Feng sat across from Wang Jian, his eyes locked with Wang Jian's. What the general means is that he wants to go in? Wang Jian nodded his head slightly. News came from the court today that Duke Hu Hai met with the Great King and asked to enter the tower, but was prevented from doing so by the Great King, and is now confined to his chambers. So the upper general means he wants him to go into the tower, preferably never to come out? Wang Jian sighed deeply and said, "This is a matter of great importance, and the only people in this world who know that you are different are my father and son and Li Si. You have to realize that not everyone is like us, and the higher up they stand, the more paranoid they become. Once the Great King learns of your skill, he will most likely let you participate in the trip to the fairy island in the beginning of spring." Wang Jian slowly got up, his brows furrowed. During the time he had entered Xianyang City, Shen Feng had killed a total of 2 people, and both of them were from the Immortal Island. Although it was all insignificant, once the people of the Immortal Dao pursued the matter and traced it to Shen Feng's head, then he was bound to die on this trip. In fact, for the Wang family's father and son, whether Shen Feng died or not didn't have much to do with them. However, after many days of getting along, there are always feelings in his heart, not to mention that he and Shen Feng have also called themselves brothers and said brother. If he was to let him just watch Shen Feng go to his death, as a brother, there would always be some bad feelings in his heart. Wang Jian patted Shen Feng's shoulder and said, "If you have thought about it, let me know, and I will immediately send someone to sneak into Xianyang Palace, so that he will never be able to turn around." Big brother, it would be a lie to say I wasn't moved, but such an exaggerated touch is a little too much for Wang Jian to bear. Wang Jian just wanted to wave his hand to signal him not to be so pretentious. But his eyes happened to see Wang Ben standing in the doorway with an iron face. He hadn't punched Shen Feng for several days. Speaking of which, during this period of time, he had been in a busy state, and today things were handled relatively quickly, and he had thought that after coming back, he would first look at his father, and if there was still free time, he would pull Shen Feng together for a drink. But what he didn't expect was to hear Shen Feng's cry of big brother as soon as he entered the door. Wang Ben subconsciously glanced around. There was no wine jar. And these two in the yard were not drunk. In the middle of the day, without drinking, and you're already spilling your guts? Or is it that he hasn't punched him in a while and his skin is starting to itch again? This time, in order to prevent Shen Feng from jumping out from the fence again, Wang Ben did not directly rush up to beat him. Although he had been noticed by Wang Jian, Shen Feng apparently did not see him. Wang Ben lightly retreated to the door and beckoned to the generals who were patrolling outside. "Go, call a team of people for me, and encircle the general's mansion for me. And don't allow a single bird to fly out." He thought, well, this time he couldn't let Shen Feng run away just like that even if he said anything. When he thought that Wang Jian had asked him to call Shen Feng uncle in front of so many subordinates before, he was angry. Today, well, he is ready for everything. Shen Feng this beating, it is a certainty. The royal city guards were quickly assembled, and at the head of them was Wang Ben's old acquaintance, Meng Tian. Seeing Wang Ben's gloomy face, Meng Tian was puzzled and jumped off his horse to come in front of him and asked, "What's the matter? There's a thief in the house." His face looks so ugly. Could it be that something has been stolen? The hot air between Wang Ben's nostrils continued to gush out as he slowly took off his body armor, followed by squeezing out a hard sentence from between his teeth. "Seniority has been stolen." After saying that, he also didn't care about the stagnant Meng Tian who was standing in place, picked up a stick from the ground and walked towards the courtyard. As a martial general, his strength was powerful in itself, and with the addition of a body of internal energy, a deep depression appeared on the ground with every step. Shen Feng obviously also noticed the movement coming from behind him, and just when he wanted to turn back, he felt a coldness in his buttocks, and before the stick hit him, his body had already left its original position. When Wang Ben reacted, a flash of shock could not help but flash through his eyes. Even Wang Jian, who had been sitting opposite Shen Feng, felt a little surprised. As the upper general, his strength was much beyond Wang Ben, and Shen Feng's every move was very clear in his eyes. But if he were to grow an eye behind his back and anticipate Wang Ben's sneak attack in advance, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to do so. Most importantly, Shen Feng seemed to have become stronger. Nowadays, if he knew a move and a half, he might be able to tie with Wang Ben. or even surpass him. When Wang Ben saw that his sneak attack did not work, and he even dodged him instead, he became even more furious in his heart. For a while, the entire courtyard was filled with the sound of crackling, various altars being broken. Wang Jian's heart was dripping blood at the moment. These flowers and plants were all planted by his own hands, and each one, contained his endless efforts. But now, almost all of them were wiped out, either by Wang Ben's cluttering with his stick or by the two of them stepping on their feet and going up in smoke. He even noticed that Wang Ben intentionally stepped on the flowers and grasses twice more, even as he deliberately rubbed the soles of his feet on the ground. Outside the house, Meng Tian rode his horse around the general's residence, not understanding what Wang Ben meant by having his seniority stolen. Originally, he had planned to go in and check on the upper general, but just as he was about to enter, he heard a shattering sound coming from inside. This stopped him in his tracks. He had heard that in recent times, the upper general's hobby had shifted from leading soldiers into battle to the aspect of planting flowers and herbs. For a moment, a bad feeling arose in his heart, and he had a premonition that if he walked in at this moment, he would only be in a desperate situation. Suddenly, a roar of Wang Jian's anger came from inside the mansion. Adverse son, today, you will die. An explosive shout was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and even those generals and soldiers gathered around the general's residence were frightened by Wang Jian's roar and took several steps backward. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and for a moment they didn't know what was going on in there. It wasn't long before a figure was seen jumping out of the fence. The crowd rose up in a group and tackled him straight to the ground. Got him, General Meng. I got the little thief. Chapter 78, let's go. I'll take you to Huhei. The silhouette was crushed by the crowd, with only half of its head showing outside. Meng Tian felt a wave of gratitude. Fortunately he stopped, otherwise at this moment, it would not be just Wang Ben who was crushed on the ground. Looking at Wang Ben, who had been beaten up, Meng Tian almost laughed out loud. After Meng Tian waved his hand and told the generals to leave on their own, he helped Wang Ben up from the ground and the two of them sat by the door of the mansion. Meng Tian held back his laughter and asked, "What's going on here? Why did the upper general suddenly violently beat up brother Wang? Could it be that you knocked over those treasures of the upper general?" Wang Ben gave him a look. Knocked over? Knocking over is nothing. Not only did he knock over, he stomped on it hard and twice more. But what made him feel puzzled was that it was obvious that Shin Feng had also stepped on it, but it was Wang Jian who stared at him and punched him. If not for the fact that Wang Ben was older than him and knew the family's business, otherwise he would really have known that his father had a younger brother outside the family. But after all, the family scandal cannot be spread outside, as long as he does not say it. All the speculation in the outside world, that is just nonsense. Thinking of this, Wang Ben sighed deeply and said, "General Meng, still don't think nonsense. Although my father has the intention to go back to his hometown, but as long as he is in Dechin for one day, then he will inevitably bow and scrape for Dechin." Monty shook his head slightly. It wasn't that he was imagining things, but the things themselves were. It's no longer a secret that Wang Jian wants to go back to his hometown. In the courtroom, although the king did not mention this matter, he could see that he really did not want to let Wang Jian leave just like that. Although none of the ministers knew exactly what the great king wanted to do, but according to the style of previous kings, no one could guarantee whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Monty gave him a look, and after getting up and patting him on the shoulder, he turned to leave. What should be said, he has said, should not be said. He naturally will not just talk nonsense. As a military general, he knows that some words say more, will only invite people to be annoyed, not to mention that the Wang family father and son are not yet out of the courtroom. If Wang Jian were to come to court, the head of the military generals would still be Wang Jian, not him, Meng Tian. For the rest of the afternoon, Wang Ben just leaned against the door. People coming and going also dare not look towards him, deeply afraid of looking too much and getting themselves into trouble. Who would have thought that such a grown man, or a general, would get his ass kicked by Wang Jian? The reason for this is that no one dares to speculate on it easily. It was until the evening hours when Shin Feng stretched his lazy waist and walked out from the mansion. Tonight was also considered a nice weather. The night was dark and windy. He planned to take advantage of this time to make a trip to the demon locking tower. After hastily crafting it earlier, coupled with Hu Hei's sudden arrival, it left him no extra time to explore the interior of the demon locking tower. Couldn't be a better night to go. Just as he reached the door, he saw Wang Ben cowering in the corner of the gate with a pitiful look on his face. Shin Feng sighed slightly and stepped forward. "General, why don't you just go inside? It's windy outside. If you catch a cold, it won't be good." Wang Ben slowly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, grabbed Shin Feng's arm, and then violently stood up. Immediately afterward, his other hand poked out from behind his back, the half-broken stick still grasped in his hand. but I've finally caught you. Kid, I'd like to see where you can run now. I tell you, not to mention the old man is here. Even if the king is here, he can't protect you. Shenfeng did not avoid it. Seeing that the stick was about to fall on his body, he smiled faintly and said, "Doesn't the general want to take a look and see what's in that tower?" Wang Ben was slightly stunned, and the stick also hovered over Shenfeng's head. It would be impossible to say you're not curious. Not to mention him, there wasn't a single person in the entire Xianyang city who wasn't curious. Almost everyone held an inexplicable desire to explore the interior of this demon-locking tower. If this tower wasn't in the middle of the royal palace, I'm sure it would have been filled with corpses and bones a long time ago. It had to be said that the location Shenfeng had chosen was indeed good. By building the demon-locking pagoda in the middle of the royal palace, not only would no one dare to enter it casually, but it would also gain the attention of the great king. In that case, the king is bound to send a heavy guard. Just listening to this tone of Shenfeng's, he seemed to want to bring Wang Ben into it. But the demon-locking tower was being guarded, so how could one get in? After a moment of silence, Wang Ben put down the stick in his hand, thought for a moment, and asked tentatively, "You can fly?" Shenfeng ran his aura in his body for a while. Even though he had enough aura, it was still a bit difficult to take off if he wanted to, not to mention carrying such a big strong, not to mention taking off. Even if it did fly, I guess it would have to fall down before flying out a few steps. So you can vanish? Or maybe invisibility? Wang Ben kept moving towards Shenfeng. He was incredibly looking forward to what Shenfeng would say next at this moment. The scene of Shenfeng's feet treading on the auspicious clouds and traveling in the sky had even appeared in his mind. However, Shenfeng's next reply made him slightly disappointed. Not even for a while. On the street, Wang Ben walked beside Shenfeng, still unable to hold back that curiosity in his heart. "You don't know anything, how are we going to get in? That tower is now heavily guarded by the great king, and those generals all belong to the royal palace guards, so even if I were to step in, it's unlikely that they'd follow my orders." Shenfeng stroked his chin. He already knew about the matter of the demon-locking tower being heavily guarded, but this was not able to stop him from entering the demon-locking tower. Didn't the upper general say that Hu Hei wanted to go in? And if Hu Hei intervened, he thought that he should be able to transfer these people. Maybe then, they'll all be able to get into it, too. As for how to move these people out, that would depend on how strong Hu Hai's determination to enter this tower really was. Because of the appearance of the demon-locking pagoda, the guards in the royal palace were obviously even tighter than before. However, for Shenfeng, wanting to slip past their eyes, it is still very simple. Nowadays his realm is different from the past. The peak of qi cultivation, that is also considered to be the top first-class strength. As for Wang Ben, after all, he is the son of the upper general Wang Jian, plus he has fought for so many years. His strength is not that bad. Came under the palace wall, looked at the generals patrolling back and forth. After waiting a little while, the two leaped directly over the palace wall, followed by quickly hiding into the flowers. On this journey, Wang Ben had been observing Shenfeng from the very beginning when he chased and beat him in the mansion. He realized that this kid's movements were getting more and more flexible, and his footsteps were getting lighter and lighter. As a matter of fact, martial artists who were generally inclined towards strength would only become heavier and heavier on their feet. The lighter and lighter footsteps generally belong to the deep internal strength, or have reached the return to the true martial artist can easily do this state. But in Wang Ben's memory, a few days ago, he was able to easily catch him, even with a single catch. How long has it been? How could Wang Ben not be surprised that he had already reached such a state? After thinking for a moment, Wang Ben threw away those mixed thoughts inside his head. Wang Ben pulled out a black face scarf from his arms, then wrapped his head tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes. "Go, I'll take you to the Gengzi. No, I'll take you to Hu Hei." Chapter 79, I'm about to become the king of all demons. Hu Hai's chambers were not really that far away from the demon-locking tower. It was because of this that he had unintentionally intruded into the area where Shenfeng was that night. Ever since he was placed under house arrest by the king of Qin in his chambers, Hu Hai's entire person began to become a bit depressed. It had almost reached the level of not thinking about food, and only wanting to become the king of all demons. For a day and a night, Hu Hai just lay down in front of the window, quietly looking at the tower. The attendants around him saw Hu Hai withering away day by day, and the hearts of those attendants also felt worried about this. As the personal attendant of the Duke, once something happens to Hu Hai, they are all going to be martyred. One of the most worried is Zhao Gao. He has put his own life completely on the body of Hu He. Hu He is gone. It is the same as everything he has paid, all for nothing. The entrance to the bedchamber, guarded, though the window was open. After all, he was still young, plus the deterrent of the king of Qin. Even if there was no one to guard him, I'm afraid that Hu Hai wouldn't dare to leave his chambers privately. Shen Feng and Wang Ben came outside the bedchamber, and after looking at each other, Wang Ben decided to keep a lookout outside while Shen Feng entered it. At first when Huey saw someone jump in through the window, his face was so full of horror that he was even planning to call someone, but when he looked at Shen Feng's face clearly, a smile and joy instantly appeared on his face. Immortals! Immortals! I finally see you again. I told father. I said I saw the immortal, but he didn't believe me. Immortal, take me away. I want to enter the tower. I want to be the king of all demons. I want to set my feet on the Pango continent. I want to stand proudly between heaven and earth. Saying that, Hu Hei swung both sleeves violently, hands behind his back, eyes calmly looking out the window, and continued in a childish voice. I want to let the mortals of this world open their eyes and take a good look at what it means to be the king of all demons. At some point in the future, I will lead 1,000,000 demon soldiers and rampage across the earth. What immortal island? What Kunlun? They are all scum. Looking at the seemingly domineering Hu Hei in front of him, Shen Feng could not help but feel a pain in his brain. He's just saying it. That's not what he meant. Why is this kid so serious? However, seeing that he had such a strong urge to become the king of 10,000 demons, Shen Feng intended to take him along to enter and take a look. Let him look at the situation inside first. As for how he chose, it was none of Shen Feng's business. I intend to enter the tower, and since you're so eager to want to enter with me, how about first helping me dispatch those generals guarding the outside of the tower? Hu Hai's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. This is a small matter. Just as Hu Hai was about to walk out of the house, he suddenly stopped, then looked at Shen Feng in puzzlement and asked, Immortal, don't you know how to cast a spell to make them fall asleep? I remember from the book that immortals can move mountains and seas with just a wave of their hand. If you can't do that, then waving your hand and letting them go up in smoke should be possible. For this idea of Hu Hei, Shen Feng was shocked. At a young age, he so gently said such words as letting people fly to ashes, which can be said to be unique in the world. If he really entered this demon-locking tower and survived, maybe he could really become the king of all demons. But if you enter this tower with the identity of a mortal and without the slightest ability, not to mention whether you can go up to the second floor, I'm afraid that the first floor is very difficult to survive. To say that Hu Hai's arrogance and domineering is not something that was developed later in life, but that he was born that way. After following Shen Feng and jumping out of the window, he came to the front of the tower and began to strut around the demon-locking tower with the two masked guys behind him. The surrounding generals also discovered Hu Hei's figure, and although they wondered in their hearts how he came out, they did not say much. After all, they were the son of the great king, and they were loyal to the great king. If they just went up and drove the people away, once Hu Hai had a misunderstanding or dissatisfaction with them, then this life would be at an end. My lord, please also return to the palace. The king has ordered that no one is allowed to approach this place. The captain at the head still had more guts. On seeing the arrival of Hu Hai, he went straight forward to advise. Hu Hai looked at him faintly, sneered and said, What do you know? This tower is an immortal tower cast by the immortals, and I am the king of 10,000 demons hand-picked by the immortals. The demonic spirits in this tower don't dare to hurt me at all. Get out of the way. This male wants to get closer to take a look. For the immortal that Hu Hai said in his mouth, the junior captain expressed some helplessness. He had long heard from the bystanders that since the descent of this tower, Prince Hu Hei's brain was a little less than stellar. If we just let him through and he suddenly ran in, everyone there would be dead. My lord, if you want to watch, please just stand here and watch from a distance. If you want to come closer, don't blame us for being merciless. Hu Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. He had known that this would come up. In the past, Zhao Gao had taught him that there was a good solution to face this kind of situation. That's a death wish. I only saw Hu Hai pulling out a dagger from nowhere, then aimed it at his neck and roared loudly, Get out of the way. I am the Prince of Qin. My name is Hu Hai. I am the king of all demons. If you dare to block my way, believe it or not, I'll die for you to see. If I die, none of you will live. And your families, do you think father will let you go so easily? The captain's face was blue. In his opinion, even if he let Hu Hai pass, and he just broke in, they likewise had no reason to live, let alone their families. But if they don't let it, there's a good chance that Hui will actually hurt himself, and then they'll die just the same. In desperation, the captain could only wave his hand for the men to back out of the way. Finally, under Hu Hei's leadership and blackmail, the three of them finally arrived at the gate of the demon locking tower. As Shen Feng's mind moved, the gate slowly opened. Perhaps sensing Shen Feng's arrival, all the demonic spirits in the tower had become very quiet, and even those demonic chi that kept surging out had also been restrained. Looking at today's scene, those small soldiers behind them couldn't help but freeze. From the time they started guarding this tower, the tower had never stopped for a moment. and as long as they took a slight step closer, the demonic aura in the tower seemed to be about to tear them apart. For such a long time, it was the first time they had seen someone dare to come so close to the demon locking tower, and it was even the first time they had seen the gate open so easily. Intangibly, they even felt that Lord Hua might not have lied, and that he might really be the king of all demons. At the same time, Hu Hei's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. He saw the majestic look of himself standing between heaven and earth. He even saw the scene of demonic clouds clumping behind him, with countless demon soldiers suspended above the firmament. Before he could finish his thought, he only felt a strong force coming from his shoulder, a pain in his wrist, and a clanking sound coming from the dagger falling to the ground. Then, he saw that the gate of the demon locking tower had closed, and the immortal and the black-clothed man beside him had entered the tower. Chapter 80, Who's the Real Boss? Hu Hai sat on the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the door of the demon locking tower that had been completely closed. In that moment just now, he didn't react at all to what exactly happened, and only felt a strong force coming from behind him, directly grabbing him back. When he looked back again, the door had closed completely, and the immortal and the one beside him hadn't looked back at him since. He snapped his head back to the captain who had pulled him back, and endless grievances continued to well up from his heart, and he couldn't help the tears that flowed down his face. Do you realize what you've done? The captain's face was calm. He didn't feel he had done anything wrong. As far as he was concerned, the mail was just upside down. That's all. Stopping him was what he should have done as a subordinate, and even if he was killed, at the very least, the great king wouldn't implicate his family for it. As for Hu Hai's previous threat, he was indeed shocked at first, but soon he reacted to the fact that the master of this world was not yet him. Hu Hai's gaze was dull. He stood up, raised his feet and prepared to continue walking forward, but soon, several generals directly set him up and left the area. When he had sent Hu Hai away, the young captain's gaze was cloudy as he looked towards the door of the demon locking tower. He didn't pay too much attention to the two men who followed around Lord Hua at the very beginning. It was only thought to be the prince's personal guard, but now that I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems on the surface. Judging from the way the two of them treated the Duke, it seemed that they hadn't put Hu Hai in their eyes since the beginning, or perhaps they were not Hu Hai's guards at all, but rather more like a threat to Hu Hai in order to enter this tower. After thinking for a moment, the young captain also no longer hesitated, turned around and ran towards the royal palace. He had to report this matter to the great king, and quickly. The demon locking tower. Entering the tower was a completely different sight than what you saw outside. After Shinfeng and Wang Ben entered, the position they were in was the first floor, and the tower was a world of its own. But this world was not as good as expected. Looking around, what met his eyes was full of yellow sand, which could almost be described as not being able to see the edge at a glance. Perhaps because he knew of Shinfeng's arrival. After walking in the yellow sand world for about that much time, he could hardly see any demonic spirit. Obviously, when they were outside the tower, those demonic spirits could be seen almost everywhere in the tower. But after they came in, not a single one of them could be seen. This could not help but make Shinfeng feel that this tower was really too well. This feeling was like the warden coming to inspect, and the guards on the lower level had already prepared everything. It's close to having a seat in the middle of a world littered with yellow sand, and a little wine and food to entertain. To be honest, Shinfeng was very unhappy. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to know what was really going on inside this tower. He needed to know what kind of demonic spirits were actually in the tower, and there were those demonic spirits available to him. After all, it was the demon locking tower, and even though the tower spirit could not appear in front of Shinfeng in a humanoid form, it was still able to detect the owner's mind at the first time. Unlike the dog gourd around his waist, it didn't need to absorb any of Shinfeng's aura to be used to suppress the demonic spirit. It could absorb the free aura between heaven and earth on its own. Coupled with the fact that this area itself belonged to the king's city, it could be said to occupy the right place at the right time, and there was no need for Shinfeng to have any worries about it. After sensing the change in Shinfeng's state of mind, several streams of light suddenly flew in the distance, and with them landed in front of Shinfeng and Wang Ben. Several women with revealing clothes, beautiful bodies, and extremely demonic looks walked towards Shinfeng with a smile. Looking at the appearance of a few people, Shinfeng's face couldn't help but turn red, and Wang Ben on the side even more so. His eyes almost bulged out. Greetings, my lord, but my lord is tired. Let my slave relax you properly. If you don't mind, my lord, please move. My slave has already prepared everything for you, just waiting for your arrival. My lord, come as you are. What gifts are you bringing? Although this mortal is average looking, this body is strong. My lady will suck him dry. A few demonesses came closer. From the very beginning of their bewitching postures, speaking the most gentle words, to the greed and viciousness unleashed in their eyes when they saw Wang Ben, then the change in tone, and the kind of appearance that directly changed into a prototype, for a time, made Wang Ben retreat in fear, and his face was incomparably pale. This was the first time he had ever seen a real demonic spirit, and even more so, it was the first time he had ever seen a demonic spirit transform from its human form into the appearance of a demon. He felt that this time, he seemed to have come to the right place. At the very least, his eyes had opened up, and he had a great knowledge of the demon spirits. The good-looking ones, the ones who wear revealing clothes, are demonic spirits. As a matter of fact, the reason why a few demonesses would scare Wang Ben so much was actually to see the change in Xin Feng's expression. They were resistant to the tower spirit's demands, but they themselves were trapped in the tower, and were likewise subject to the spirit. You know, all things in heaven and earth. Who doesn't yearn for freedom? Even if they are demons, they are just as eager for the vast world outside the tower. In the eyes of the demonic spirits, there was no time for them to regain their freedom, and they might just have to survive in this tower for the rest of their lives. Looking at Xin Feng, the so-called tower master, he was only at the peak of qi practicing, not even half of them. What's the point of scaring him? Can you still eat them? Would Xin Feng eat demon spirits? That naturally wouldn't be the case, but just because he wouldn't, doesn't mean something else wouldn't either. For example, the dog gourd on his waist, as Xin Feng's first magic treasure, as the big brother who appeared in this world so many days earlier than the tower spirit. It felt that there was a need to show its majesty and attitude in front of the demon locking tower. Without waiting for Xin Feng to summon, the gourd had already detached from the binding belt around his waist, and in the next second, it flew directly to Xin Feng's hand. Then he turned around violently, and the white light from the mouth of the gourd just enveloped several demonic spirits, without any screams, and without seeing any resistance from the demonic spirits. In just the moment when the white light appeared, several demonic spirits instantly disappeared without a trace. When a few demon spirits completely disappeared, the gourd flew directly to Xin Feng's head, and white light surged out crazily, as if it was swearing sovereignty. This scene could dumbfound Wang Ben. He knew that Xin Feng was divine, but he had never thought that Xin Feng was so divine. The key was that he himself was divine, and even a broken gourd was so different. And what is the meaning of this gourd sitting on Xin Feng's head? In a trance, Wang Ben saw a golden light fly out of Xin Feng's arms, and a sharp chirping sound resounded throughout the yellow sand world. In that voice, there was a sense of uninhibitedness, loneliness, and even a hint of air swallowing the mountains. Chapter 81, The General's House is finished. The dog gourd's actions created a twinge of resentment in the little goldfinch. Xin Feng's head. Is that something you can sit on? That's clearly my territory. Without a trace of hesitation, the little goldfinch made a reaction completely out of instinct. The golden bird claws, aiming at the gourd mouth, fiercely grabbed. The sharp claws seemed to want to crush the gourd's mouth completely, and it had already looked at the gourd in a bad light for a long time. The dog gourd instantly understood the goldfinch's intentions, and a white light gushed out of the gourd's mouth. But before it had time to release the dragon scales, it was blocked by a pile of bird poop that fell from the sky. Not to be outdone, the gourd got up and flew out. At the same time, the demon locking tower apparently also reacted, and immediately yellow sands suddenly rose. The originally clear sky, instantly dense with demonic clouds. Countless demonic spirits descended from the sky, and directly surrounded a bird and a gourd tightly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xin Feng's head couldn't help but be big. He had a premonition that this scene would definitely not be the last. Wang Ben on the side looked directly dumbfounded. As a mortal, I have seen nothing more outrageous than the founder's magic tricks, but I have never seen this kind of scene. The sky was full of demons, and in the very center of the demonic spirits, a bird that looked to be the size of the palm of a hand, and a broken gourd were doing battle. This kind of image, he had never dreamt of it before. For a moment, he felt like his worldview was about to collapse. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Snap! A crisp slap sounded behind Xin Feng. Xin Feng then realized that the ones who had entered this tower, besides himself, there was also Wang Ben. Turning around, he saw Wang Ben staring blankly at the sky, with a look as if his soul had gone out of his body. Xin Feng walked forward, slowly helped him up, and said tentatively, "General, why don't you just leave first?" Xin Feng meant well. He really means well. Although the eyes looked a little off, he really didn't mean any harm. However, in Wang Ben's opinion, this kind of look from Xin Feng was full of sarcasm and contempt. Is he laughing at me? No, he was taunting me. I'm being taunted by a little waif? The breath said nothing, but as soon as he looked up to the eerie sight of the swarm of demons in the sky, Wang Ben eventually resisted the urge to curse. From the time he entered this tower, he knew that this tower belonged to Xin Feng, and that gourd likewise belonged to Xin Feng. including the golden finch that dared to fly around among the countless demon spirits. But as a general of great sheen, he had his own pride and backbone. Even though his legs were starting to weaken now, he still had to act like he was fearless. This general thinks you're right. It's better for us to leave first. It's just that there's a heavy guard outside this door. Plus when we came in just now, we almost brought Hu Hei in with us. So if we go out now, won't we be surrounded by them? Shinfeng smiled and said, General, don't worry. Although this tower stands in the middle of the royal palace, the fact is that the entire Xianyang city is within its shroud. As long as the gates are open, we can get to any part of Xianyang city. Wang Ben nodded. He no longer wanted to raise his head to look at the scene in the sky. He had a premonition that if he looked at it one more time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next few days and nights. The number of demonic spirits flying in the air continued to increase, and even several holes were cracked in the sky, from which demonic spirits continued to fly out. That kind of pressure and aura made the cold hairs on his entire body tremble, and staying one more second, he felt that he would die here. Seeing that Wang Ben couldn't wait to hurry up and leave, Shinfeng shook his head somewhat helplessly, but this time he came and he also already had a general understanding of the inside. The demonic spirits in here had different cultivation levels and strengths for each layer, and the higher up they went, the more powerful they were. Again, these demonic spirits do not appear to be stringing up layers. Everything is under control. When Shinfeng had the idea of leaving the demon locking tower, all the demonic spirits instantly disappeared, as if there was a big invisible hand that grabbed all these demonic spirits back to where they belonged, one after another. And Randog Gourd and Little Goldfinch no longer continued to play around. One returned to Shinfeng's waist, one returned to his arms. The yellow sand in the sky had completely restored calm, and the entire world had completely regained its initial calm. The gate had opened, and stepping out of the demon locking tower, Wang Ben realized that they were already standing at the entrance of the general's residence. Looking back in the direction he came out, the door to the demon locking tower had disappeared into thin air. Standing in front of the gate of the mansion, Wang Ben silently sat down against the wall. Shinfeng looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Doesn't the general go in for a couple of drinks?" Wang Ben did not say anything. Not that he did not want to go in, but he did not dare to. Wang Jian's anger had not yet subsided. Plus he saw so many images that he had never seen before. It was difficult for him to digest for a while. Even if he went back to the house, those scenes would keep him awake, so he might as well sit here and blow off some cold air. He felt fine just the way it was. Shinfeng came to his side somewhat helplessly, put one hand on his shoulder, shook his head inside. "General, I told you a long time ago that you can't go to that place, but you don't believe me and have to follow along." Wang Ben didn't say anything and turned his head away. "Did you say that?" "You didn't say. If you had said this was the case, he wouldn't have gone even if it killed him." Now well, the invincible heart that had been accumulated from so many years of marching and fighting broke down the defense in an instant. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and he thought it might be a good idea to follow Wang Jian into seclusion. Shinfeng gently shook his head. Looking at his appearance, the stimulation he received tonight did seem to be quite large, but this might not be a bad thing. After all, who knows what the future will turn out to be? Maybe one day the things inside the demon locking tower will really be released by him? It's always good to get a feel for it ahead of time. So maybe the next time you're in this situation, you might not be so alarmed. Enter the mansion and come to the small courtyard. Wang Jian was still tidying up his flower-strewn field when he heard a commotion behind him, and he almost didn't take up the sword at his waist. The good thing was that the moment he turned around and saw that the person coming was Shinfeng, his face looked much better. "Where is he? Where did you go?" Shinfeng didn't hide anything and directly told what happened before. At first, when he heard Shinfeng say that he took Wang Ben to the demon locking tower, he slightly nodded with your head. But when he heard that the two men held Hu Hei hostage and broke into the demon locking tower, his face instantly paled. "You've taken Huey hostage? And let Hu Hei force you to enter the demon locking tower by death? Do you have to stab my general's house over before you'll give up?" Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Jian quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shinfeng's shoulder, and asked with a heavy face, "Does the king know about this matter?" Shinfeng smiled awkwardly and said, "The great king shouldn't have known when we went in, but he should have known by now. Don't worry, upper general, we are all masked. General Wang Ben is even wrapped tightly all over. No one will recognize us." Wang Jian, his heart ashen, sat down on a stone bench and asked breathlessly, "Others don't know your identities, but what about Hu He?" Chapter 82, King Qin's Speculation. The Palace of Zhongtai. The Qin king's eyes were slightly dazed. Apparently he had just woken up not long ago, but after hearing the words spoken by the guards below, the sleepiness in his eyes was all of a sudden gone. "Your Majesty, someone has broken into the demon locking tower and has taken Du Koha hostage." Hearing these words, The king of Qin stood up violently and came nearer with quick steps, asking with a gloomy face, "Who is so bold? Where is Hu Hei? How is he?" My little man was quick on his feet and stopped him before Gongzi entered the demon locking tower. But Gongzi doesn't seem to be in a good state of mind right now. The Qin king's brows were tightly locked. This matter of Hu Hei wanting to enter the demon locking tower was no longer a secret in the entire Zyang palace. For those who didn't understand what this tower was all about, they went in. But for those who knew the truth about this tower, as long as they went in, they were stepping into the abyss of death. The Qin king's face turned blue, and after a long time, he exhaled a deep breath. He sort of understood that if there wasn't an outcome to this matter, then Hu Hai would still try to enter the demon locking tower by all means. As for the two black-robed men that the general was talking about, the Qin king was slightly puzzled. Ever since the appearance of the demon locking tower, the Qin king had tried to send someone to enter this tower, but the end result ended in failure. The gate of the demon locking tower is very hard. No matter whether it is chopped by a knife or axe, there will not be any traces of breakage. Even if you want to get close, you will be compelled by the demonic spirit inside the tower. But those two had entered it so easily. In that case, there was only one answer. So one of the people who had entered this tower was the owner of this tower. And the owner of this tower, he had probably guessed who it was. But who is the other person? The king of Qin had mobilized his secret guards to privately investigate all information about Shinfeng. But from the beginning to the end, he had never found him to have any connections within Xianyang City. Apart from the fact that this kid likes to wander around on the streets a little bit when he is not doing anything. The rest of the time he either reads books in Linzi's small courtyard or plants flowers and grasses in the general's mansion with Wang Jian. Then the other man in black must be in the middle of Linzi's small courtyard and the general's house. Linzi's son was not in the city. Likewise the son of Wang Ben. Leaving aside Linzi, then only Wang Jian and Wang Ben remain. Wang Jian spent his days and nights thinking about getting out of the court and spending his days at home growing flowers and plants in order to show the king of Qin that he was no longer interested in anything else. After so much thought, it seemed that the most suspicious person was Wang Ben. Thinking for a moment, the king of Qin slightly waved his hand, and everyone in the hall walked towards the door, and it didn't take long for the secret guards to walk out from the corner. Has anything happened in the general's house in the past few days? Your Majesty, there has not been any abnormality, but in the evening, General Wang Ben had had the general's residence surrounded, but he was soon himself thrown from the enclosure by the upper general, seemingly for breaking the upper general's flowers. Then, Shinfeng walked out from the general's residence, and the two left together, and after that the subordinate did not find any trace of them, and now the two have returned to the general's residence. Hearing the secret guard's reply, the Qin king's eyebrows rose slightly. Clearly his guesses were all correct. But what he didn't expect was that a hallowed general of Great Qin would follow a little madman to act recklessly, and even dared to do such things as kidnapping his son, just by virtue of a crime. It was enough to make the entire general's residence turn into nothing overnight. Doesn't he have any concerns about that? But soon, the king of Qin laughed in exasperation. Wang Ben is long heart, wrapped himself tightly this, in addition to a pair of eyes, almost cannot see who he is in the end, and even from the beginning to the end of even a word has not said. The king of Qin sat on top of his throne, one hand propped up on his chin, his eyes looking out of the great hall, while his other hand rhythmically tapped on the tabletop. Inside and outside the temple, no one knew exactly what he was thinking. The general's house, Shinfeng sat across from Wang Jian, and the two of them drank a little wine around the small stove. Wang Jian's brow was still tightly locked, and he drank mulled wine to himself. Obviously he hadn't slowed down from these things that Shinfeng had said. He knew that Shinfeng was playful and active. But how could he not expect that this temperament of his would still be contagious, and that even his son, this general who had always been a strict disciplinarian on the sands, would become like this? His gaze slowly turned to Shinfeng, not knowing since when. Shinfeng's arrival seemed to have added some different colors to this mansion. From the monochromatic tone at the beginning, it gradually became colorful, then colorful, but now Wang Jian's eyes were only gray. He looked at Shinfeng, opened his mouth and froze for half a day. But he didn't even know what to say to make it better. Eventually all the words were reduced to a sigh. After drinking the wine in the cup, he turned around and rushed towards the house. He had nothing more to say. Everything could only depend on the fate of heaven. Shinfeng looked at Wang Jian's appearance and was a bit puzzled for a while. This is not all right. Why are you so downcast? As if this general's house will be raided tomorrow. As for Hu Hei, he definitely won't talk nonsense. Although this child seems to be young, but he is extremely ambitious. The 4 words king of all demons have already deeply rooted seeds in his heart. Unless when he entered the demon locking tower and saw a scene that wasn't what he wanted, he wouldn't rest for a day. As for the king of Qin, there was even less to worry about. In the absence of any evidence, Even if he knew that everything was done by Wang Ben and Shinfeng, he would not easily do anything excessive. Even if they really did something, at most they will find Wang Ben to go and talk alone. As for what they will talk about, it depends on whether Wang Ben's mouth is tight or not. Returning to his room, Shinfeng first took off the dog gourd from his waist and then placed it on his bed to observe it carefully. When he was in the demon locking tower today, he noticed a strange thing. At that time, when those few demon spirits transformed into human form, they held a kind of disdain and hostility towards Shinfeng, and it was obvious that it was all because he belonged to the master of the demon locking tower. But this gourd had directly struck out without Shinfeng urging it, which indicated one thing: this gourd possessed self-awareness. Of course, this was not a thing that surprised him. The strength of those demon spirits at that time was above Shinfeng, and they all seemed to have reached foundation establishment, or even stronger than foundation establishment. But it was in this case that they were still killed violently by a single blow from the gourd. So the question arises, where exactly is the dog gourd ceiling? Building a foundation? Jin Dan? Or is it the firstborn? Chapter 83, General Wang Ben. The king is calling. Unfortunately, gourd can't talk either, and even if he could, I'm afraid the first thing he'd say would be to spray it against goldfinch. As for the little goldfinch, it seemed to have grown quite well in the past few days. The only pity was that this body was still skinny. Instead, this pair of pickled chicken feet. Geez, the drool is coming down. The golden claws, if soaked in white vinegar and simmered for another 981 days, would certainly be even more delicious. Unfortunately, it was still a bit difficult to get the divine ability technique of Samadhi True Fire. After all, Shinfeng was not so lucky every time. Shinfeng threw the little goldfinch aside and threw the gourd to hang on the wall. Then he began to meditate. He had already thought about it. From now on, uninterrupted meditation and cultivation, which was the first step to longevity and to becoming immortal. Only through constant perseverance would he be able to make it to the end, to stand proudly between heaven and earth, and to wield his sword to the heavens in the future. An owl hooted outside the window. The cold moon had hung high on the branches long ago. The lights in the house had long been extinguished, and through the window, one could see that Shinfeng was still in a meditating position. Just as the moonlight shone into the room, you could clearly see the hint of crystal at the corner of his mouth. Listen carefully and you can hear light snoring. The next day dawned slightly and the rooster crowed. Taking advantage of the fact that the upper general was still asleep, Wang Ben sneaked into the mansion, and the night not only calmed his brain, but also lowered his body temperature. The wind was chilly and it was really cold. At the moment, all he wanted to do was go back inside and get under the covers and get a good night's sleep. But just as his front foot stepped through the door, he heard Zhao Gao's voice from behind him. General, the king's edict asks you to enter the palace quickly. The king has important matters to discuss. Hearing these words, Wang Ben's brows tightened. He had indeed accompanied Shinfeng to do quite a few confusing things in these few days, and even in the eyes of the onlookers, some of his behaviors could indeed be linked to madness. But now a shrewdness as a general instantly regained the high ground. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's shout, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and even all the situations and conversations that would happen next when he met the great king. A moment later, Wang Ben turned slightly and cupped his fists at Zhao Gao and said, Zhong Che Fu, order stay for a moment. This general will go change his clothes first. Before he could leave, Zhao Gao's voice came back. The king said that there is no rush to change clothes. It's just a small talk for a few moments. You can change just as well when you come back later. Wang Ben was slightly stunned. He knew that the king's eyes were all over Xianyang City, but what he didn't expect was that the general's residence would always be watched by someone. And even he knew so clearly when he hadn't even entered the residence door for the night. Wang Ben's face did not have too many emotional changes. This Zhong Che Fu Ling in front of him was not an ordinary person. He was a chamberlain beside the great king. To be able to become the great king's chamberlain, there was bound to be something about him. And once he saw something, I'm afraid that if it got into the great king's ears, it wouldn't be that simple. Just as Wang Ben left in front of him, Shinfeng walked out from the house. When he came to the door, he also happened to see Wang Ben following a carriage in the direction where the royal palace was located. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he did not think much about it. In his opinion, as long as he had to die without admitting it, absolutely nothing would happen, and all he needs now is to keep reading. Last night's meditation was a failure, but that didn't stop the continued reading, and he had to glean all the books in Risa's house before he would give up. When he came to Li Si's small courtyard, he happened to see Li Si sitting in the courtyard reading a book. Shinfeng stepped forward and worshipped with a smile. Teacher, disciple has come to read. Li Si gently nodded his head, and just as Shinfeng was about to enter the house to pay his respects to his master's wife, Li Si suddenly opened his mouth and inquired, I heard that you went into the demon locking tower with Wang Ben yesterday? Hearing these words, Shinfeng froze in place. Not many people knew about this matter. excluding the Wang family's father and son. Only Hu Hei knew about it. But Hu Hai didn't know that the person who followed him at that time was Wang Ben. And how did Reese learn all this? Linzi slowly got up, his hands behind his back, and said with a flat face, "My master has his own eyes in this Zyang city, and likewise so does the Great King. With the Great King's intelligence, those two black-robed men who broke into the demon locking tower last night must have been able to guess exactly who they were. I've already gotten word that Wang Ben was summoned to the palace by the Great King just now, and I think the Great King wants to talk to him about this very thing." Hearing these words, Xin Feng's face changed immediately. Last night he had heard Wang Jian say that even if Hu Hai was not the crown prince, he was still the son of the king of Qin, and that anyone who had thoughts about the heir of the Great King was tantamount to touching the dragon scales. This is a sin that can be described as unpardonable. Even a superior general, even a man of great merit, can just as easily be destroyed in one night. Xin Feng subconsciously gripped the gourd, and his other hand was even more clenched in his fist, and his eyes changed. A thought arose in his mind to kill the king's palace and rescue Wang Ben. As Xin Feng's teacher, how could Linzi not see Xin Feng's mindset at this moment? But in his opinion, Xin Feng was still a little too tender. This was also the most important reason why he had always felt that Xin Feng could not enter the court. He is too emotional. Once he enters the courtroom, then he will surely become a sharp blade in the hands of the Great King. A little favor is likely to make him do things that others dare not imagine, and the sharp edge will likewise hurt itself. Once Xin Feng knows that he is being used, then the final consequences will definitely be unacceptable to everyone. Linzi stood in front of Xin Feng and said faintly, "The courtroom is not like the battlefield. It is not only about fighting and killing, and the reason why Wang Ben became a general is not because of the upper general. Above this court, if he can't be a fish out of water, even if he has the upper general's shelter, he would have been dead already. Don't think that you have some skills and underestimate others. I think General Wang Ben will inevitably have his own way of getting out in one piece, and the best way, of course, is to tell the truth about what happened. These past few days, I've been wondering why the Great King hasn't summoned you since he had noticed your existence long ago. Today, I finally figured out that it's not that he doesn't want to summon you, but that he wants you to feel the customs of Great Qin on your own, and he wants you to leave more ties behind in Zyang City. Immortal Island is bound to not let up after 2 deaths in a row. But the generals of Great Qin are only mortals after all, and even if they are strong in force, they are always powerless in the face of those gods and ghosts means, and you are the best weapon that can break the invisible fear that Immortal Island has placed on Great Qin." Listening to what Linzi said, Xin Feng's brain instantly cleared, and he seemed to understand. The reason why Wang Ben was summoned over was actually not to have any punishment or deterrence against him. In fact, the king of Qin wanted to use this to tell Xin Feng that everything in Great Qin was under his control. It may seem like a despicable practice, but there is nothing that can be done about it, and the island of immortality is not humanly possible to resist. If Xin Feng really had divine powers, then all the difficulties could be solved, but if not, then only some people could be sacrificed for the survival of more people. Thinking of this, Xin Feng's hand slowly released, looked up at Linzi with a firm gaze and said, "Teacher, please give the book." Chapter 84. Thanks to Brother Crow, requesting for catch-up reading and tickets. Seeing that Xin Feng had calmed down, the heart that Linzi was carrying finally relaxed. He knew Xin Feng too well, so much so that when he said these words, he would subconsciously move in the direction of the small courtyard gate in order to be able to stop this impulse of his in time. It is good that this period of time has not been in vain. Xin Feng is also considered to have grown a brain, and Linzi is deeply gratified, but at the same time as he was relieved, his gaze happened to sweep a glint of essence that flashed under Xin Feng's eyes. At that moment, the heart that had just been put down was once again carried up, and he felt that something was not too good. "What are you thinking?" Xin Feng blinked his eyes and said, "I don't think about anything, I just want to read now, and I also asked teacher to give me a book." Reese's brow furrowed. Something wasn't right. This was very wrong. This kid definitely wasn't holding his farts in his heart. However, when he placed his eyes on Xin Feng's face again, his eyes did not change in any way. Linzi pondered for a moment and finally nodded his head and said, "Just as well. I'll go and fetch the book for you first." Xin Feng looked at Linzi's back and couldn't help but flash the scene of the last conversation with Wang Jian inside his head. He remembered well that Wang Jian had said that the king was heaven, but Xin Feng had also said that this sky, it was still very easy to break open. At the very least, it seemed to be a breeze at the moment. It didn't take long for Reese to enter and come out, but this time the selected booklet didn't belong to any of them. After all this time, Reese has developed some minor doubts about his book. He remembered that every time he gave Xin Feng a book brief, something inexplicable would happen. So this time he purposely chose a miscellaneous book that had almost no nutrition at all. Of course, in Linzi's eyes, this is a miscellaneous book, but in Xin Feng's view, as long as it is given by Linzi, It is not a book at all. It is a treasure. Nailhead 7 Arrows Book Simplified Version. Legend has it that in ancient times, a big man used this magic weapon to curse people to death, which can be regarded as a sharp weapon that kills people in an invisible way. When Big Brother sensed that you had gotten a simplified version of his Nailhead Book of 7 Arrows, Big Brother felt that you were destined to be with him, and specially refined it for you. No need for any material. If you want to curse each other, just tie a straw man, paste the name of the other party, with a sharp instrument to zap a few times, you wanting below the violent death on the spot. This thing has hurt the heaven and the use of too much damage to their own merit. The Big Brother friendly advice, but also need to be more good deeds and virtues. Looking at the booklet handed over by Linzi, Xin Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. The same words were whispered over and over again under his breath. Thank you, Brother Crow. Thank you, Brother Crow. Looking at Xin Feng mold, Linzi could not help but frown. Could it be that he gave the wrong again? Then he looked at the book in his hand, which he had carefully selected, and which plainly belonged to no one, and of which almost all were nothing more than miscellaneous notes without nourishment. But Xin Feng's expression didn't look like he was doing it on purpose, and Linzi even saw light bubbling inside Xin Feng's eyes. As strange as it was, the book had already been given out, and it seemed a bit uncharacteristic to take it back. After a moment of silence, Linzi slightly waved his hand and said, "Today, you go back first. Later, I'm going to enter the palace, and it's also just the right time to see Wang Ben." Hearing Linzi's words, Xin Feng did not have the slightest hesitation, took the booklet, thanked Linzi, and walked towards the door, leaving Linzi's small courtyard. He was about to go back to the general's residence to try out his newly acquired magic treasure when he was suddenly greeted by a big man. The big man looked strong, but his eyes did not carry any malice in them. Arriving in front of Xin Feng, the other party first gave a slight salute, then said softly, "Sir, my master has an invitation." Looking at the other party's appearance, Xin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He hardly had any acquaintances in Xianyang City, even if there were, apart from the Wang family's father and son, and Mr. and Mrs. Linzi, there would only be Fusu left. But seeing the other party's dress, it didn't look like he was from the palace, but rather like an ordinary citizen. Thinking for a moment, Xin Feng put the booklet in his hand into his bosom, then one hand rested on the gourd, and the other hand was extended to make a gesture of invitation. "Please also lead the way." Upon arriving at the liquor store, before the big man continued to lead the way, Xin Feng's gaze had already locked onto the other party. In the corner of the second floor of the liquor store, a young man who looked to be about the same age as Xin Feng was leaning against the door and window, with a glass of wine in his hand and his eyes looking into the distance. The reason why he was able to detect the other party in the first place was actually very simple. There were traces of aura flow on his body, and this aura fluctuation was familiar. Xin Feng had seen it before, only then he got away with it. Seeing Xin Feng's arrival, he smiled faintly, then poured the wine cup for Xin Feng, and immediately lowered his voice and said, "I didn't expect that your excellency would be able to see through it with a single glance after I changed my face so much, but it makes me feel a little surprised. But what surprises me even more is that your excellency's cultivation has improved so rapidly. Could it be that you have really obtained the inheritance from the ancient times?" Xin Feng did not speak, but looked at the wine in the cup in front of him and fell into silence. Desperate water. After consuming it, you will immediately die a violent death, and no god can save you. Xin Feng didn't say anything, and the founder's boy obviously realized that his question was a bit inappropriate. But think about it, after all, there had been some conflicts before, and it was still the kind where you die. So how could Xin Feng take care of him so easily? In his opinion, Xin Feng's willingness to come was already considered giving face. The young boy added a cup for himself and said with a smile, "What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Now that I am wanted by Great Qin and even removed from Immortal Island, the grudge between you and I should be put down. Today, you and I have a common enemy, and that enemy." Before the words were finished, the little boy's voice came to an abrupt end as he saw Xin Feng stretch out a finger and stirred it in the cup. He even put his finger to his mouth with the intention of shivering, but then he stopped abruptly, with a hint of celebration on his face. And then, he poured his own glass back into the wine honors. The series of movements made the boy's entire body freeze in place. What's that supposed to mean? The little boy looked up at Xin Feng, who was wearing a smile, only that smile seemed to be a bit. The little boy cursed in his heart, and although his heart was full of dislike, he couldn't say it to his face. But nowadays, the money on his body is not much. In order to feast Xin Feng, he has spent a lot of money, including this wine, but also ordered the best kind. If it was on a normal day, the little boy would definitely not drink. But now, he no longer had much money on him, and if he really wanted to lift the table, he was really a little reluctant to do so. After finishing the wine in his glass, the young boy continued to refill it for himself, but just as he put the glass to his mouth, he felt an intense gaze staring him dead in the face. Looking up at Shinfeng, he happened to see his fiery eyes. He seemed to be looking forward to drinking the drink himself. Drink? Or not? That's a problem. If you drink it, will there be anything wrong with the wine? He had heard people talk about it in the Immortal Island that there were poison masters on Earth who could put poison into the wine and food with a snap of their fingers. But if you don't drink it, won't you make him look bad? He was a cheat-practicing cultivator, and although he had not yet built his foundation, the poisons of the mortal world were almost useless to him. But what if the poison placed in this wine is not mortal? Chapter 85. I just want to go in for a stroll. That's all. The boy slowly put down his glass. He felt that his little life was a bit more important compared to his appetite. It was also at the moment he put down his wine glass that the boy clearly saw a flash of disappointment in Shinfeng's eyes. As a matter of fact, Shinfeng was indeed a bit disappointed. He originally wanted to see how toxic the wine was after being recognized, but now it seemed that it was impossible. But this altar of wine can no longer be drunk if it is left unattended or poured into the river ditch. I am afraid that the next day the entire city of Zyang, including the fish in the estuary, will be 4 out of 4. You're not drinking? Shinfeng stood up. The boy looked at the wine altar. His face was slightly gloomy. He could sort of see that Shinfeng had indeed poisoned the wine, and he hadn't covered it up in the slightest, just waiting to see him die a violent death. Even though things had come to this point, Kid still had no intention of giving up on finding him to work with. In the little boy's opinion, if there was anyone in this world who hated Immortal Island the most, other than himself, it was only Shinfeng. That day he had witnessed the descent of the island master outside the city, and he had also clearly seen the corpse of the island master's disciple lying so straight on the ground. Looking at the entire Zyang city, other than Shinfeng who had done it, it was estimated that no one else could kill the island master's disciple. Cooperate. If we cooperate, we can overthrow the entire Penglai. The little boy stood up and looked at Shinfeng with a firm gaze. Shinfeng gave him a puzzled look and snorted. Overthrow Penglai? You don't believe me? The boy was in a hurry. Now he has been removed from Penglai. On Earth is even more wanted by the Great Qin. Heaven and Earth. He has nowhere to go. Once found, will die without a body. The only way was to look for Shinfeng to cooperate with him to overthrow Penglai. And even if he ultimately failed, he had at least resisted. I can provide the location of Penglai. I can also lead the way for you, and I know all the information about Penglai, including the secret of becoming an immortal. Shinfeng's eyebrows rose slightly, and to be honest, he didn't believe every word that came out of the little boy's mouth, for no other reason than that they had been enemies before, although it was often said that the enemy of the enemy was a friend. Unfortunately, Shinfeng didn't need a friend at all. It was fine if the people from Immortal Island didn't come, but if they did, they could add some color to the demon locking tower. After all, almost the end of the year. If the whole Zyang city in the end of the year when the end of the festival are hung with colorful lights, the only locked demon tower stands alone in the dark. As its owner, the heart is always a little bad. Thinking of this, Shinfeng suddenly turned to look at the little boy and said, if you feel that you have nowhere to go, I do have a good place. I just don't know if you're willing. The boy gave him a deep look, said nothing, turned and left. On his way out, he took the jar of poison wine with him. It seemed to him like he was talking to a madman, completely off channel. But soon, he felt as if he had come to his senses. There was no shortage of geniuses on top of the Immortal Island. And again, these geniuses all had different brain circuits. For example, in his eyes, what was floating in the sky was a cloud. But in the eyes of the geniuses on the island, what was floating wasn't a cloud at all, but a trace left behind by the heavenly Tao. Could it be that you have to be a little crazy yourself to be on par with them? The Fonzie kid is missing. I don't know when it started, but there was one more madman on the boundaries of Great Qin. No one knows where he came from or where he is going. Those who had seen him knew that he would always carry a wine altar in his arms, and the rich aroma of wine would always emanate from inside the altar. But others have heard that his wine altar contains not wine, but poison. Whenever people passed him, they would always hear him muttering, "Fellow Daoist, please stay and have a drink first." On this day, Shinfeng strolled around the street for a long time. He was looking for materials that could tie the straw man, but after the straw man was tied, he didn't know whose name to write. When he returned to the general's house, he kept himself locked up in his room. On his desk were a dozen strips of cloth, each with various names written on them, but the vast majority of it is made up by him. Looking at these strips of cloth in his hand, Shinfeng couldn't help but feel a headache. He should have asked the island owner's name when the boy left. Maybe once and for all, just curse each other to death? But now I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to go find him again. In desperation, Shinfeng had no choice but to put away the straw man and the book of 7 arrows of the nailhead. I had thought that I had gotten a sharp weapon that killed people invisibly, but now it seemed that it was simply a chicken rib. Without getting the name of the other party, it was simply impossible to use this magic treasure. Shinfeng took a deep breath as he felt very unhappy. Whenever he was unhappy, he couldn't help but find something to do. Walking out of the room, he glanced at the courtyard where Wang Jian was. Wang Ben seemed to have come back a long time ago, but after he came back, he did not look for Shinfeng, but went directly to the upper general. Father and son had been inside the house all afternoon, and hadn't shown their heads until now, and they didn't know what they were plotting. If he was plotting a rebellion and still didn't take Shinfeng with him, it would really be insufficient. Walking out of the door of the mansion, Shinfeng walked towards the royal palace. The first time he entered the royal palace, he realized that there were quite a few good things within the palace, but he was in a hurry at that time, plus he was unfamiliar with it, so he didn't dare to mess around with it. The second time he entered the royal palace was purely to take a closer look at the interior of the demon locking tower. With these two experiences, he was quite familiar with the royal palace. Just as he was about to tumble through an unoccupied corner, a familiar voice came through the darkness. If you want to go in, just have someone call out to me. Why are you being so sneaky? In the darkness, Fusu slowly walked out. This time, he did not ride in any carriage, nor did he carry his personal guards with him. But what made Shinfeng feel puzzled was how he was here. And how did he know that he would be over the palace wall and into the palace at this time? For the doubts revealed in Shinfeng's eyes, Fusu did not make any answer, but pulled out an orange from his bosom and laughed. Today, I did bring something to eat. Peach. Legend has it that in the ancient times, when the Queen Mother held the Peach Festival, one of the peach cores fell into the earth, and has been rooted in the earth ever since, blossoming in 10 years, bearing fruit in 10 years, and ripening in another 10 years, with a sweet and delicious taste, which can consolidate cultivation after consumption. As before, the orange peel goes to Shinfeng, and the orange meat goes to Fusu. The two crouched under a corner, quietly enjoying the recognized peaches. Eventually Fusu couldn't help himself first. Aren't you curious as to how I knew you'd be here? Shinfeng stuffed the last bit of orange peel into his mouth, got up and clapped his palms. Not curious? Then why don't you ask me a question? I'm not asking. Fusu thought that he had read the books of sages, and he would have an extremely powerful heart of tolerance in the face of anyone, but for some reason, in front of Shinfeng this heart of tolerance suddenly became smaller. Seeing Shinfeng raise his head, apparently still intending to jump over the wall, Fusu hurriedly stepped forward to stop. Since last night, Father has had the patrols strengthened. From the outside, the wall looks more or less the same as it did before, but in reality, the guards have been multiplied by several times. Why don't you start by telling me where you want to go and I'll take you there? Shinfeng's eyebrows rose slightly. So good? He was a little less convinced. But since I've come all this way, I can't go back empty-handed. After thinking for a moment, Shinfeng asked with a smile, is there a book? Any grass? Bricks are fine. I just want to go in and wander around. Nothing else. Chapter 86, he really regrets it, requesting catch-up readings and tickets. Fusu regretted it. Seeing Fusu's excited look, he always felt that something was wrong. But for the life of me, I can't figure out what went wrong. After entering the royal palace, Shinfeng's eyes had begun to dart around, and unlike the previous 2 times, this time he had come in swinging. Whenever he passed by a flower bed, or a grass bush, Shinfeng would always drill into it, and then pull up 1 or 2 plants from it, and secretly stuff them into his arms behind Fusu's back. These grasses were not very potent, but each one of them carried a distinct word on it. All of them are one of the ingredients of the foundation building pill. All along, Shinfeng had thought that he could gather the ingredients for any kind of elixir, but every time he found one, it was a separate plant. Wanting to gather all of them was almost unfeasible, coupled with the low cultivation level at that time, without any ability to protect himself. As long as he found a spirit herb, he would swallow it at the first opportunity. But it's different now. Things have changed. In the king's palace, there was his demon-locking pagoda, the immortal beheading gourd on his body, and the book of 7 arrows of the nail's head, and these alone were enough to travel throughout the entire Great Qin territory. As for the little goldfinch, it's negligible. Fusu watched Shinfeng's every move with some curiosity. Looking at it, Fusu's face gradually went from curious to somewhat gloomy. Earlier in the day, he had heard from Wang Ben that this son liked to collect all kinds of grasses, especially those with poison, which he liked the most. However, this time, these grasses that he had collected were extremely common, and it could be said that they were all over the place within the entire royal palace. But no matter what, you can't just catch a place like this and pull the wool over your eyes. Seeing this piece of ground, which was about to be cleared by Shinfeng, Fusu hurriedly went forward and pulled him out from inside the grass. Almost okay, don't disgrace yourself here. These grasses, there are plenty of them inside the palace. Let's change to a place where no one is around and you can slowly collect them. Shame on you? He didn't feel any shame. Besides, it was just collecting some flowers and plants. Could it be that there was a punishment for destroying vegetation in the Great Qin Law? Even if there is, it doesn't matter. Isn't Fusu here? But as soon as he heard Fusu say that there were many inside the palace, Shinfeng also stopped continuing to pick, stood up, followed behind Fusu, and then continued to walk towards the front. In order to facilitate the collection, Shinfeng purposely carried a basket on his back, and as for where this basket came from, he didn't remember it very well, vaguely remembering that it was smuggled along from the side of a little courtesan. On this journey, Shinfeng had hardly stopped for a moment, either collecting the materials for the foundation establishment pill or searching for various heavenly materials. Unfortunately, the heavenly treasures, almost none of them were seen, but it was good that the materials for the foundation establishment pill had been searched for almost all of them. The whole count. These materials possessed more than 10 copies, which meant that Shinfeng could refine more than 10 copies of the foundation establishment dan. This of course does not include whether it will fail or not. Right now the materials were already there. So what was most lacking? Naturally, was the dan furnace. For Shinfeng, who had never refined pills before, refining pills was indeed an extremely difficult thing. In his memory, alchemy required fire in addition to the furnace, and ordinary fire to reach the required fire level would increase the cost in time. Of course not having a good dan furnace is just as much of a headache. Following behind Fusu, Shinfeng had almost walked nearly 1/10 of the entire Xianyang city. Of course, these are the areas that are open to the public. As for those that are not open, even Fusu needs to get the consent to be able to go in. After thinking for a moment, Shinfeng came to Fusu's side. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Your Excellency, is there an alchemy furnace in the palace?" Fusu slightly froze, contemplated for a moment, slightly nodded and said, "Father King prefers the art of extra-formal arts, especially for the immortality medicine. It is obsessed to a certain extent. There are founder in the palace who can make pills. This alchemy furnace is naturally also there. I've heard that there's a square priest named Su Fu in the palace. Does he make pills? That is naturally refined. Father especially likes the pills he refined. Sometimes the pills he refined will carry a strange aroma. If the refined pills are good enough, even the entire Xianyang palace can smell this flavor." Fusu squinted his eyes slightly, and his mind seemed to be recalling that scent. He remembered that as a child he had tried to steal one, but was eventually stopped, saying it was too tonic for a small child to handle. But now that he's grown up, he still can't eat. Perhaps in the future, when he became a king, he would be able to have the qualifications to eat the elixir. Shinfeng skimmed his mouth. In his opinion, the pills made by the Fengshi were even more poisonous than poisonous herbs. Occasionally eating one or two of them might not be too much of a problem, but if he ate too many of them, he would surely die. Follow Fusu to the place where Su Fu usually makes pills. Somewhat less than expected. The premises of the alchemy room was not very large, and if it wasn't because of Fusu's arrival, the guards at the entrance might not have even agreed to let them in. Entering the alchemy room, Shinfeng first looked around for a while, and then began to seriously look at this alchemy furnace placed in the very center. The dan furnace was a very ordinary dan furnace. There was nothing strange about it, and the dan furnace was also in a state of flame out within it. Underneath the dan furnace, it was full of coke, and it was obvious that on weekdays Su Fu used various trees to heat and refine the dan furnace. Sitting in front of the dan furnace, Shinfeng couldn't help but frown. He did want to use this to refine pills, but without a formula. The only way was to keep fumbling, but if we were to feel our way around bit by bit, it would take a bit of time anyhow. If he were to refine it right here in this place, he wouldn't necessarily be able to finish it by the time Su Fu returned, so the only way would be to pack it away. Thinking of this, Shinfeng moved. When Fusu on the side saw Shinfeng get up, he thought that he was planning to go out and was about to leave with him, but he saw Shinfeng come to the dan furnace and picked it up. After picking up the dan furnace, Shinfeng heatedly smiled towards Fusu, and then, holding the furnace high, he rushed towards the door. The gate was instantly smashed to pieces, and the two guards outside the gate were even more smashed, lying on the ground directly unconscious. Fusu was confused. He knew that Shinfeng was sick, but how could he not expect that Shinfeng was not only sick, but also so sick? 1,000 to 800 pound dan furnace, and he just carried it and ran away? After returning to his senses, Fusu chased towards Shinfeng with a face full of panic. He regrets it. He was truly sorry. He should never have brought Fusu in or agreed to him coming to the alchemy room. How could Fusu not expect that Shinfeng would do such a thing? And what he didn't expect was how a guy who looked even thinner than him could hold up an alchemy furnace and run so fast. Chapter 87, You Deserve to Eat My Bird. Knock knock. A heavy footstep resounded throughout the Zyang Palace. Almost at the same time, everyone's gazes looked in the direction the voice came from. Throughout the entire Zyang Palace, as long as they were standing outside, everyone's eyes were frozen. Some were even already squeezing their thighs hard. Is this a dream? I seem to see the alchemy furnace growing legs. No, it's not long legs. It's someone running with an alchemy furnace on their shoulders. In the distance, inside the Zhangtai Palace, the king of Qin was discussing with Linzi about the many matters related to the offerings to the Immortal Island in the spring of the coming year. In addition to Linzi, there were also Meng Tian and Su Fu. The crowd could not dispute the tribute. To the uninformed, such a large amount of heavy treasures was tantamount to emptying the treasury. Now the Great Qin has just overthrown the 6 countries. The treasury is still in a state of deficit, has not been completely replenished, and now have to prepare so many belongings to go to the Immortal Island. How to look at it is an extremely uneconomical thing, but for those in the know, as long as they could keep Immortal Island from making a move against Great Qin, it was all worth it. In the face of this, Reese kept his mouth shut. It's not that I don't want to say a few words, but I'm really afraid to say too much. He was really afraid that he would get excited and accidentally slip up. In the Great Hall, the people were still arguing, and even when they heard the dull sound coming from outside, they still had not put it in their minds. But suddenly, the guards rushed in. My lord, it's no good, the stove has run away by itself. Above the hall, the king of Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, he had heard enough to be annoyed. Hearing the guards cry, his heart was secretly happy, but his face did not have any change. Nonsense, how can a stove grow legs? The guards hurriedly knelt down and bowed to the ground. Great king, the furnace has really run away. Upon hearing the guard's words, the crowd's arguments gradually subsided, and all eyes looked towards the guard, followed by unanimous laughter as well. Again, Reese blended in, ridiculously laughing. Linzi could no longer laugh. His smile instantly solidified, and in the next second he hurriedly ran towards the outside of the hall. Standing on top of the high platform, looking out over a short distance, there was no difference from what the guards had said. The furnace had indeed grown a pair of legs. But why, behind that long-legged stove, was an extremely familiar-looking figure chasing after it? While the others were still guessing who the man was, Reese's heart had sunk to the bottom. He didn't have to look to know who it was. Shouldn't this kid be studying in the general's house? How did he end up inside the palace? Why is Lord Fusu still chasing after him? And what about that stove he was carrying? Also unable to stop laughing was Su Fu. When he first saw the stove, he was genuinely and heartily amused. To him, it must have been the furnace of some fellow Fonzie, but the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. Su Fu couldn't stand up at once, put on his shoes, lifted up his skirt, and started to follow Fusu together to chase after Shinfeng. My furnace, my alchemy furnace. As more and more people chased after him, Shinfeng's pace began to accelerate. The palace guards are also starting to surround and intercept, but it's a good thing that Fusu has been behind him with a gesture to indicate not to move the sword. Otherwise no one would dare to imagine what would happen if this 1,000 or 800 pounds of alchemy furnace were to smash on a person's body. On top of the high platform, the king of Qin looked at Linzi with an odd expression on his face, and he had already recognized who the man holding the alchemy furnace up and running around was. While it was true that it was a bit less than elegant, it was not a threat to his safety, so there was no point in ordering a seizure. The king of Qin walked over to Linzi, put his hands behind his back, and asked with a smile, "Courtier, what do you think of this son?" Linzi hurriedly arched his hand and replied, "The strength is boundless, rather like a reckless man." Reckless? Linzi, you are a scholar. What scholar have you seen who would take one as a mangaka disciple? Reese was silent, and anyway, he killed himself not to admit it to his face. The king of Qin laughed softly and continued, "I am lacking one such guard by my side. Why don't you let him come to my side? What do you think?" Hearing this, Reese's brow furrowed. In fact, he already had a great degree of understanding of Shinfeng. This son is not afraid of the king's power, and he will not be bound by any rules. If he stays by the Qin king's side, he can even imagine the scene of the Zyang palace being demolished by Shinfeng. After hesitating for a long time, Linzi took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, it's not that I won't, but I'm worried about your safety. If this son is not by your side, you are the safest. If he really becomes your personal guard, I am afraid." Reese didn't go on. He felt he'd said enough to make it clear, and the meaning of it is stated plainly enough. The Qin king sighed slightly in his heart. He was really intent on getting Shinfeng to his side, but since Linzi had said so, he couldn't afford to be stubborn. After all, Reese had spent the most time with him and possessed enough knowledge about him. As a matter of fact, from this period of time, When the Qin king had his people secretly observing, he had already detected a hint of something strange. That, coupled with today's move, made him even more sure of one thing: the 2 murders in Xianyang City. I'm afraid that Xinfeng has nothing to do with them, and perhaps it's very likely that he did it. If that was the case, it also meant that Xinfeng was even still on top of the Immortal Island. Or rather, as long as he was there, the worry of the Immortal Island might not be so frightening. After a long period of silence, the king of Qin didn't say anything else, turned around and walked towards the palace. As he left, he waved his hand at the crowd, signaling that today's deliberations were over. As for Xinfeng, who was still holding the alchemy furnace and running around, he obviously didn't want to care about it. How to solve it? Naturally someone would deal with it. No! Fusu was still running after him. Fusu was going crazy, especially when he was passing by the Zhangtai Palace. He barely managed to keep his face out of the way. But when he thought about how easily recognizable the clothes he was wearing were, what was the point of even blocking his face? Plus, Su Fu also ran down from Zhangtai Palace to follow him to chase Xinfeng, so he didn't want this face. Coming to the edge of the palace wall, Xinfeng looked back at Fusu and was about to say something when he saw the old man who was following Fusu, shouting something at him. Xinfeng was first stunned, then listened carefully. "Sinner, give me back my stove." Hearing these words, Xinfeng's eyes suddenly changed. "Sinner? Who are you cursing?" Thinking carefully, Xinfeng propped up the alchemy furnace with one hand, then took the little goldfinch out of his arms and said, "Someone scolded you. See that old man? He said that you are a sinful animal. You go and teach him a lesson. Don't give it to death. And later when we go home, I'll make you an elixir to eat." The little goldfinch had obviously just woken up from a nap, and there was still a trace of confusion in its eyes, but when Xinfeng said that he would give it pills, its eyes instantly cleared up. "I want 10. The little goldfinch stood on the ground and inscribed with his paw. At the same time, the dog gourd at his waist began to stir. Seemingly sensing the fluctuations from the dog gourd, the little goldfinch glanced at it and continued to carve on the ground. "You are only worthy of eating my bird." Chapter 88, The stove is yours, but not for free. With regard to this nonsense of Xinfeng's, the king of Qin chose to ignore it. It wasn't that he didn't want to care, but he was really a bit out of control. What kind of person could easily lift a 1,000 to 800 pound alchemy furnace? Those who were able to lift this kind of thing up and still manage to do so without changing their faces and running around, in the Qin king's opinion, could no longer be described by the words ordinary people. Facing such an existence, there was only one way to stabilize his heart to stay in Great Qin, that is to be treated with kindness. As for how to treat them well, that is to ignore them and let them go as long as they do not rebel. The matter of Xinfeng holding the alchemy furnace and running around inside Xianyang Palace had almost spread throughout the royal palace. But soon, all the voices discussing Xinfeng were all silenced. After leaving the royal palace, Xinfeng returned to the general's mansion at the first opportunity. Wang Jian and Wang Ben obviously did not know that Xinfeng had entered the Xianyang Palace, and heard the subordinates say that these two had not come out since they went in at noon. For the rest of the afternoon, there was no telling what the two were actually talking about. But Xinfeng wasn't very interested in this either, although he still yearned for the outside world. At least for now, Xinfeng did not want to leave for the time being. With so many materials within the royal palace, it would be too much of a shame if they weren't collected clean. And today was only a tenth of the stroll through the Xianyang Palace, so maybe the remaining 9/10 of that 10/10 would have better materials. On this journey, Xinfeng was almost holding up the alchemy furnace all the way, and the turnaround rate could be said to be 100%. But when everyone saw him enter the general's residence, they also consciously dispersed. Anyone who knows that this is the residence of the general Wang Jian, gathered at the door of the second greatest killing god of Qin, no less than Wuanjuan, is afraid to be scared half to death without waiting for Wang Jian to come out. Holding the alchemy furnace, he came to Wang Jian's small courtyard, placing the alchemy furnace on the ground. He then began to prepare the various materials. The first step is to preheat the Dan furnace. As for what to preheat it with, naturally it's still wood. It seems a little less than plausible, but otherwise there's no other way to look at it. The subordinates in the mansion looked at Xinfeng holding up such a large furnace, and they were all incredibly curious. But the curiosity didn't last long, and inside the house Wang Ben and Wang Jian both came out. For this Dan furnace from nowhere, Wang Ben did not show too much surprise. In his opinion, if Xinfeng did not make a mess in the mansion, that would be a real surprise. But Wang Jian on the side recognized the provenance of this furnace at a glance. And there are hardly a few people who can own this kind of furnace in the entire territory of Great Qin, putting aside the other 6 kingdoms that had already been destroyed, and those qi refiners that were hidden in the deep mountains and forests. Then there was only the Xianyang Palace left. Wang Jian's face was slightly ugly as he walked up and asked with a furrowed brow, "Where did this stove come from?" Shenfeng smiled sarcastically, and his gaze turned to Wang Ben. Wang Ben tilted his head back and looked at the sky, not saying a word as if he hadn't seen anything. Seeing Shenfeng's appearance, Wang Jian's face became even more gloomy. Seeing that Wang Jian was about to get angry, Shenfeng hurriedly said, "You can't say steal. After all, so many people have seen it. It's not really a robbery. Fusu has said that I can take whatever I want from the palace. I should say borrowed. I borrowed it from the palace's alchemy room, but on the way back, there was a founder chasing me the whole time, but he was also dispatched by the goldfinch, and I made a point of asking the goldfinch to be merciful, and did not injure his life." Hearing Shenfeng's reply, Wang Jian only felt a wave of dizziness in his brain and almost fell down on his back. Fortunately, Wang Ben had been behind him and hastily assisted him. "You!" Wang Jian's face turned pale. When Shenfeng said that he had gotten it back inside the palace, he knew that something bad had happened, but he couldn't have imagined that this kid's guts were now bold to such an extent. Before, he was still only making trouble inside Zyang City, but now he has already dared to run directly to the royal palace to find trouble. If this takes a little longer, won't it be going to heaven? Wang Jian sat on the steps, slowly adjusted his breathing, pointed at Shenfeng, and said to Wang Ben, "You said to me before that this son has grown a lot lately, and now I'm seriously doubting what aspect of growth you're talking about." Wang Ben smiled awkwardly. In fact, in his opinion, no matter which aspect, it did grow a lot anyway. Whether it's in terms of force or getting into trouble, almost none of them are left behind. Just as Wang Jian got up, intending to head to the palace to find His Majesty to atone for his sins, the voices of the underlings of the house suddenly came from outside the door. "Duke Fusu's carriage has arrived." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Jian and Wang Ben exchanged glances before rushing to greet them outside the gate of the residence. In the past, when Fusu came, he would not be so loud and formal at all, and this time he must have come with the edict of the great king. As for why he had come at this time of the day, it was obviously because of Shenfeng. Although Wang Jian has some anger in his heart, he has suppressed it in the face of Fusu's arrival. When he came to the door, he only saw that after Fusu got down from the frame, he first tiptoed to look inside, and then said to Wang Jian with a smile, "General Shang, is Shenfeng in the residence?" A question made Wang Jian's heart lift right up. Is this a question? But didn't Shenfeng say that Fusu had agreed, and also brought the stove back in full view of everyone? If so, the great king must have known all about it. Why would he still send Fusu here on purpose? Is it possible that you want to condemn both father and son together? Wang Jian face slightly pulled down. If only relegated to civilians may be better. After all, he has long wanted to return to his hometown. But if he were to press other charges on his head, then Wang Jian wouldn't necessarily be able to take it. Fusu obviously saw what was going on in Wang Jian's mind, and he had known for a long time that Wang Jian wanted to go back to his hometown. But unfortunately this time he brought an edict that might be out of the way of what this upper general was thinking. The great king's edict. Shenfeng listens to the edict. Hearing this, Wang Jian was slightly stunned. Not reading out the charges? Although he was slightly relieved in his heart, he was still a little lost in his heart. As for Wang Ben, when he heard Fusu say that he wanted to find Shenfeng, he ran inside the courtyard at the first time and pulled Shenfeng out. After all, he had also been in the court for such a long time, and he still had the ability to detect words and colors. From the very beginning when he saw Fusu with a smile on his face, he already knew that what the great king was conveying was definitely not a bad thing. Only what he didn't expect was that Shenfeng had committed such a big mistake and could still be forgiven. It was really a bit unbelievable, seeing that all the people are all together. Fusu was also not in the nonsense. Directly in the hands of the edict handed Shenfeng, and then said with a smile, "Father said, this Zyang city, you can go and stay as you like. This stove will be sent to you, no matter what you had done before. Father cannot mention it, but only hope that in the future, you can look at this stove for the sake of Great Qin. For Great Qin's people a little consideration." Chapter 89, The Shocking Sound of the Sky. Fusu looked at Wang Jian and Wang Ben and slightly arched his hand, then pulled Shenfeng to one side and said softly, "That. Father also said that he had heard from the side that you have a kind of divine spiritual grass in your hand, and he asked if you still have it?" Shenfeng was stunned. Divine spirit herb? He's got a lot on his hands. Which one is the key? Seeing Shenfeng's somewhat puzzled expression, Fusu's face flushed slightly. As a son of Great Qin, it was a bit less than nice to let him say something so shameful, but the king of Qin had already explained it in 1,000 instructions. No matter what, he had to get his hands on it, and if Shenfeng didn't give it, he wouldn't go back. The words had already been said to such an extent, if he acted like he was embarrassed, then he might not really be able to return tonight. "It's the aphrodisiac grass." Fusu finally blurted out these words with a red face. Shenfeng smiled. He knew that the king of Qin would one day look for him again. Only that after such a long time had passed, he thought that the king of Qin was no longer needed. Now, he finally realized that it wasn't that he didn't need it, he just couldn't find an excuse. This time, running to the royal palace to move the stove with great fanfare. In fact, it was also Shenfeng's intention, in order to want to see what kind of attitude the king of Qin had towards him. Now it seemed that everything was going in a good direction. At the very least it would not make him feel that staying in this Xianyang city would be too distracting. Shenfeng is not too stingy, but it is just a strain of aphrodisiac grass. It is not just a matter of passing. Looking around, Shenfeng casually pulled up a plant of grass from the ground. Perhaps because he felt that one plant was not enough, he pulled up a few more plants, then put it in Fusu's hand and said, "This plant is for you. This plant is for your father. If you finish it, you can still come back to me, but you have to add money." Fusu received the aphrodisiac grass with a dull gaze, and his entire body felt a little bad. Although he hadn't carefully studied the medical texts, he at least recognized some of them. This grass, which can be found everywhere in the streets, is also the inedible kind. If Father King liked to eat this kind of grass, he could totally have someone pick some. Not to mention one plant, 1,000 or 800 plants would not be a problem. After hesitating for a moment, Fusu finally carefully placed these two grasses into his arms. Although it is a bit outrageous, but after all, it is the Qin king personally accounted for the matter. If not, would not let him personally run a trip, can completely hand over this matter to Zhao Gao to deal with. Thinking so, father still had the utmost faith in him. Just like that, under Fusu's self-hypnosis, he was satisfied and got into the carriage, happily heading towards the royal palace. In the courtyard, Wang Jin and Wang Ben just sat on the steps and watched Shenfeng tinkering with his Dan furnace. An hour passed. Dan furnace or Dan furnace, without the slightest change, even if the firewood under the Dan furnace added more, still do not see the Dan furnace has the slightest transformation. Wang Ben obviously some cannot sit down. The night is already very late, although there is also wine and meat, but no matter who. Just so stupid to look at an undercooked Dan furnace. How to think a little bit of brain is not quite normal. It would be fine if Shenfeng alone was abnormal. But on the contrary, they, father and son, did not know when they started to become so abnormal. Even the subordinates in the mansion, although they didn't have much contact with Shenfeng, were likewise infected with this epilepsy. There were even a few underlings just standing at a distance, staring blankly at the stove. Sometimes when he saw that Shenfeng didn't have enough firewood, he would also take the initiative to help him carry it. Crazy, all crazy. The whole general's house is almost on the verge of becoming a madhouse. During the whole night, Shenfeng almost didn't sleep all night, but the interest in alchemy didn't diminish at all, and the furnace had already begun to heat up a long time ago. An internal fire also began to appear within the furnace, and although it wasn't large, it was already fully usable for refining pills. As early as before dawn, Shenfeng had already stuffed all the materials. As for the order, he hadn't even thought about it that much. Just stuff it all in anyway, as far as he's concerned. In the sky, the sun had just risen. The first rays of sunlight that fell into the general's residence also shone right on top of the Dan furnace. Due to staring at it all night, Shenfeng's eyes could be said to be red. But suddenly, when the sunlight shone on the Dan furnace, a line of words appeared in front of his eyes. The essence of the sun. This is the light of the essence released from the remaining shell of the three-legged golden crow. After absorbing it, you can obtain a ray of the true fire of the sun. The moment he saw the words, Shenfeng first froze, and then subconsciously reached out his hand to try to grab that ray of light in his hand. Yet the light flickered, and even though it had shone on his hand, he had not been able to catch it. But the sunlight that had been touched by Shenfeng would not easily disappear. The moment he touched the sun's rays, a minuscule spark fell directly into the alchemy furnace. Although it was just a little spark, it was after all the true fire of the sun, and after entering the alchemy furnace, the furnace was instantly burned red. For a time, all the subordinates who hadn't slept all night and had watched Shenfeng's alchemy, their faces instantly changed. Of course some of these people didn't understand this situation very well, and thought that Shenfeng was about to be refined, and was about to clap his hands, but was pulled by the person beside him and ran in the opposite direction. Run for what? Are you stupid? Can't you see it's about to blow up? Usual meals cooked for nothing? The entire mansion was directly in chaos, while the alchemy furnace was still continuing to expand. Inside the house, Wang Ben also heard the clamor outside, and after getting up from the bed, he first stretched his waist greatly. The moment he opened the door, what met his eyes happened to be a red-hot alchemy furnace. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Ben subconsciously closed the door again. I'm in a sleep daze? Wang Ben's mind was filled with questions, but it was only one night. How did this alchemy furnace become like this? He ran off to bed late last night, and before he went to bed he made a point of looking at it more. and even ran his hand over it, and it hadn't even felt too hot yet. But when he woke up early in the morning, this alchemy furnace was red, clearly a sign that it was going to blow up. Must have gotten lost in sleep, Wang Ben said with his mouth, but his heart had already started to beat wildly. He quickly put on his clothes, opened the door and rushed straight to the house where Wang Jian was. Not caring whether Wang Jian was awake or not, he yanked him out from under the covers and pulled him towards the outside of the mansion. It didn't take long for the entire general's residence to be emptied, and the only one left was Shinfeng, who was still next to the Dan furnace. During this period, Wang Ben had also called out to him a few times, but Shinfeng turned a deaf ear, and his eyes continued to stare at the alchemy furnace. He had a premonition that this furnace of pills would inevitably be successful. Boom! Without any surprises, the alchemy furnace ended up blowing up. Luckily, all the personnel in the mansion ran out at the first opportunity and did not injure anyone. The sound of the explosion resounded through almost the entire Xianyang, and almost everyone focused their eyes on the direction where the general's mansion was at the first moment. Even Reese was forcibly ripped out of his sleep by the explosion. Looking at the rolling black smoke rising in the distance, Reese stood in front of the window with a frown on his face. What is this little pouring out again? Chapter 90 Rituals in the Fire. The general's mansion has been surrounded by the crowd at the moment, and everyone is sticking their heads out to be wanting to know what's going on inside. But after all, it was the residence of the upper general's residence, and even if the people were curious, they did not dare to intrude privately. Luckily, Meng Tan came here in time with his men and surrounded the place, and when the crowd saw the city defense guards coming, they naturally understood that there was no more fun to be had. Although martial artists are physically tough enough, but after all, they are still flesh and blood, in the face of nature's gentle caress. Even if their bodies are strong, they have to sneeze once or twice. Outside the gate of the mansion, Wang Ben and Wang Jian had their arms wrapped around each other, and their whole body was constantly trembling, and they didn't know whether they were infuriated or frozen. The guards had already started to look around for buckets of water intending to put out the fire at this moment, when suddenly, among the subordinates in the mansion, someone suddenly asked a question. Where's Master Junior? Is he still in there? As these words came out, both Wang Ben and Wang Jian froze. Then he began to look for Xin Feng's figure in the surrounding area with his eyes. However, after scanning around, he did not find Xin Feng. Wang Jian's face suddenly changed, and his eyes anxiously looked at Wang Ben and said, "You didn't bring him out with you just now? Take him? He still needs me to bring him up?" Wang Ben couldn't help but flash the kind of figure Xin Feng had when he was in the demon locking tower inside his head, and after hesitating for a moment, he snapped, "This fire shouldn't be able to burn him." Hearing this, everyone around them froze. Is that a human word? Before he could react, Wang Jian had already kicked him in the ass. Can't burn him? Then go in and try. You'll see if it burns you to death. Wang Jian was really a bit angry. It was not because Xin Feng had burned down the general's residence, but because Wang Ben had almost ignored Xin Feng. Was it just because Xin Feng was his uncle? Sinner, do you want to get a reputation for killing your uncle? Could it be that you still want me to go in and save him? To be buried in the fire with Xin Feng? With that said, Wang Jian rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge in himself. Wang Ben was just about to stop them when suddenly, a figure rushed past them, vaguely seen only in Confucian robes. Wang Ben looked suspiciously at Meng Tian, who was on the side. However, Meng Tian's brain had been completely occupied by Wang Jian's sentence about killing his uncle. Kill uncle? He seemed to have heard an unmitigated message. When he looked at Wang Ben, his gaze was filled with dissimulation. He remembered that it was Wang Ben who brought Xin Feng back in the first place. How long had passed? And how did he become Wang Ben's uncle? The point was that Wang Ben did not retort and seemed to have acquiesced. For Wang Ben's puzzled gaze, Meng Tian did not put it in his heart at all. At this moment, his mind was full of thoughts that one day when he had the opportunity, he must let Xin Feng call himself a big brother. In that case, wouldn't he be Wang Ben's great uncle? At the same time, both Wang Ben and Wang Jian couldn't help but shiver as they vaguely sensed that someone seemed to be harboring ill intentions towards their father and son. The place where the sun's true flame passed within the mansion could almost be said to not leave an inch of grass behind. Although the body was only a tiny little spark, but a star's fire could start a prairie fire. Without the constraints of the alchemy furnace, the little spark of the sun was like a sun monkey that ran out of the Bagua furnace, just short of making a big fuss in Xianyang City. As for the figure that rushed in earlier, after entering the general's mansion, he was almost burned to ashes in the face of the sun's true fire that pounced on him. Fortunately, Xin Feng noticed his presence in time and pulled him to his side at the first time, then carefully avoided those blazing flames. After seeing Xin Feng, the other party grabbed his arm and frowned. Quickly follow me out. If the fire gets any bigger, you and I may both die here. Xin Feng looked him up and down. The other party should be a scholar. Looking at the dress, more like a Confucian disciple. As for his age, he was not much different from himself. It was this face that made people look at him and couldn't help but want to give him a punch. It's just so good looking. Compared to myself, Shin Feng had heard Li Si say that Confucianism had always valued etiquette the most, and that if he met in the future, he must not be rude, or the other party would likely push for an end. Thinking of this, Shin Feng's expression instantly became serious, first taking a step backward, then tilting his head to avoid the tongues of fire rushing from behind, followed by an arching hand and saluting. I am Shin Feng, dare I ask your honor's name? Seeing this scene, Zhang Liang was completely confused. Originally, he was just watching the fun. After all, Great Qin's upper general's residence was burned by fire. As a matter of fact, he had already planned to leave when Meng Tian brought his men to surround this place, but then he heard the people around him say that there was another person in the mansion who had not come out. Although he was a Confucian disciple, he was not one of those corrupt Confucians who were full of benevolence and morality. As a hallowed gentleman, when encountering such a thing, it was natural to rush in and save the day. But after he came in, he sensed that something was wrong. The flames of the general's residence were very different from the flames that he felt on a normal day. The temperature in here seemed to be a bit higher, and the flames burned faster. It could almost be said that as long as the flames passed through, almost anything would turn into flying ash. Even if it was a stone, it would be difficult to be spared. However, Shin Feng was able to walk with faith in the midst of such terrifying flames, and all those flames around him seemed to be consciously attacking him, but none of them were able to get half a step closer to him. It was as if he had another eye in the back of his head, and all the attacks from the tongues of fire would be easily avoided by him. On top of that, this lunatic was even talking to him about manners at this time, and by the looks of it, if Zhang Liang didn't return the favor, it seemed that Shin Feng wasn't going to get up. As a Confucian disciple, the most important thing to pay attention to is propriety, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom and faith. If this is placed in the usual, he returned a gift is just. But now, is this the time to preach about these things? Zhang Liang couldn't care less about this and quickly stepped forward, grabbing Shin Feng's arm with the intention of leading him to leave first. But how could an ordinary person drag Shin Feng? What's more, Shin Feng could hardly feel any internal force in his body, but it was indeed admirable for an ordinary person to dare to rush into the fire. After thinking for a moment, Shin Feng backhanded him and grabbed him, then he led him towards the location where the flames were the fiercest. For a while, Zhang Liang only felt that my life was over. The place where the Dan furnace exploded was the place where the fire originated. As long as Shin Feng could absorb the sun true flame and take it for himself, he could completely extinguish the fire. If it can't be absorbed, then the fire, inevitably, will continue for a long time, until the sparks go out of their own accord. But who knows exactly how long it will burn? Maybe a year, maybe 100 years, or maybe longer. As early as when the flames erupted, Shin Feng had sensed that these flames seemed to choose to avoid himself intentionally or unintentionally. There was the occasional sneak attack, but they were just something harmless. In the face of this kind of sneak attack, Shin Feng had been completely able to evade it by virtue of his fluctuation of the surrounding aura, especially since this kind of flame was precisely burning with the aura of nature as fuel. As for why he would avoid himself, then it was obviously because there was something about him that made the sun true flame feel scornful. Shin Feng looked down at the goldfinch that was shivering, and after a moment of silence, Shin Feng said that he could just ignore it. But if it wasn't the goldfinch, then it was only the gourd at his waist. Shin Feng glanced back at Zhang Liang and said with a grave expression, Your Excellency, please wait here for a moment. Zhang Liang looked at Shin Feng with a black face. He wanted to curse. In this situation, you're asking me to wait a moment? Chapter 91, This man must die. Zhang Liang didn't want to stay any longer. The fire here is getting bigger and bigger. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we really won't be able to get out. But just as he turned around and prepared to leave, the flames suddenly began to surge up, directly forcing him into a dead end. Although the flames looked extremely ferocious, they did not have the intention of directly burning him to death, but only surrounded him in this place, leaving him with no way to retreat for a while. Although he was wrapped in flames, it did not prevent him from looking at Shin Feng, who was walking towards the depths of the flames. In his opinion, this man was a madman. A normal person faced with this kind of fire would have either run away a long time ago, but he was looking around for something. Found it. I knew I was going to make it. As Zhang Shanglian was cursing that he shouldn't have meddled in his own business, Shin Feng's voice suddenly came from the front, and he looked up, only to see Shin Feng holding something in his hand, which he then directly stuffed into his mouth. As that thing entered into Shin Feng's abdomen, the surrounding flames began to rapidly weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, Zhang Liang also felt a wind blowing around him. Just this kind of wind. Bring him the feeling is not that imagined so gloomy and cold. but instead let him feel that his body by the flame burning pain are reduced a lot. After all the flames were completely extinguished, Zhang Liang's face gradually changed from helplessness and giving up at the very beginning to horror. He could be pretty sure that all the changes came from the man in front of him, and although Shen Feng was standing right in front of him, the feeling he brought to him was as if it did not exist. It seems that he is beyond the realm of what a human being is supposed to be. The aura madly surged into his body, and the entire general's mansion, and even the entire Xianyang city's aura had been absorbed by him. The original aura of the Dantian was being compressed into true essence as much as possible at this moment. He slowly opened his hands, quietly feeling the aura between heaven and earth, feeling the sense of greatness and invincibility that the true essence in his body gave him. Is this the foundation building? He had a feeling that he seemed to be able to use his true essence to control all the items around him, and he could even pull up the entire general's residence if he wanted to. In fact, he did. The moment the entire general's mansion rose from the ground, the entire Xianyang city was confused. Almost everyone, their mouths were wide open. It was as if they had seen a miracle. Outside the mansion, the crowd's eyes froze, just watching the general's house take off from before their eyes and then flying off into the sky. When the general's residence disappeared, Wang Ben was the first to come back to his senses, raised his hand and pointed at Shen Feng, and was so angry that he didn't say a word in half a day. If the general's residence burned, then it burned, and he could have rebuilt it on the original foundation, but now the general's residence was not burned, but flew right out. In the eyes of the onlookers, all of this was a miracle, but Wang Ben knew very well in his heart that it was Shen Feng who did this. Realizing that he had done something wrong, Shen Feng took out his gourd and inhaled the sun true flame into it, then grabbed Zhang Liang and ran towards Lizi's small courtyard. The group was left alone, still standing in a daze. Palace. The king of Qin listened with interest to Zhao Gao's words about what had happened to the general's residence, and when he heard that the general's residence had flown, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But when he thought of yesterday when Shen Feng ran around holding up the alchemy furnace, he wasn't so strange. A person who was able to hold up an alchemy furnace and run around, not to mention lifting the general's mansion off the ground. Even if it lifted this Zhongtai palace of his off the ground, he would not feel strange. Fly on the fly, but a general's residence only. The oligarch in helping him to rebuild a knot on the line. Pass the oligarch edict. Immediately start the construction. Do not let the upper general's heart cold. After ordering everything, the king of Qin stroked his beard. He was getting more and more interested in Shen Feng, especially the aphrodisiac herb that Fusu brought back last night. It's time to dash around for a while again. Compared to the elixirs made by those fengshi, bah, there's just no comparison. On the street of Xianyang City, Shen Feng took Zhang Liang and ran furiously towards Lizi's small courtyard without stopping for a moment. In the eyes of the passers-by, Shen Feng's speed was extremely fast, so fast that Zhang Liang was like a kite being flown, and the passers-by could even hear the miserable screams coming from Zhang Liang's mouth and the clicking sounds coming from his shoulders. At last, on coming to the door of the little courtyard of Liz, the guards, on either side, opened it at the first opportunity, and allowed him to rush in, though wondering how it was that he was still dragging a half-dead man in his hands. But after all, they were Lizi's disciples, and even if they were curious, they wouldn't ask anything more. Arriving at the small courtyard, Shen Feng saw Lizi at a glance, and he hurriedly let go of Zhang Liang's arm, then stepped forward to pay his respects. Disciple has met teacher. Lizi's brows furrowed as his gaze crossed over Shen Feng to the man who was lying motionless on the ground. Another one from Fair Isle? Shen Feng was stunned and just wanted to explain, but he heard Lizi continue. Next time, don't bring the body to me. There are many people. You should dispose of it on the spot, and find a place to bury it by hand. Wouldn't it be better? With that, Lizi went into the house, then took out a hoe and said, although my small yard is not big, it is suitable for burying corpses, but you still have to do it yourself. My old bones can't do such a job. Shen Feng scratched his head and said with a smile, teacher, he's still alive. As soon as he heard Shen Feng say that he was still alive, Lizi immediately drew his sword and prepared to stab towards Zhang Liang's heart. Teacher, there's been a misunderstanding. This isn't from Immortal Island. Reese frowned slightly. Not from the Immortal Islands? Since it is not a person of the Immortal Island, why would it become this appearance? And looking closely at the costume, it seems that it is indeed not like a chi refiner, but rather like a Confucian disciple. If it is a Confucian disciple, then it will be even more impossible to stay. If it is rumored that his Lizi's disciples dragged the Confucian disciples around like dead dogs, will it not ruin his reputation? This man must die. Shen Feng was somewhat helpless and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Teacher, you really misunderstood. The general's residence was on fire. This person entered the fire with the intention of saving me. Although the final result was a bit unexpected, but after all, it was a good intention. Plus, I have a slight breakthrough in my strength. And when I was happy, I forgot about him. And I guess I was stunned. So when he wakes up I'll just explain it to him. Listening to Xin Feng's words, Linzi also gradually calmed down. But soon he noticed the fire in the general's residence that Xin Feng said in his mouth. He had been observing the direction of the general's residence just now. And although the news from the outside had not yet come in, he guessed that the fire and Xin Feng were not unrelated. And he also vaguely saw a black shadow flying out from that direction, which he hadn't been paying attention to before. But now that he thought about it, that black shadow seemed to have been seen somewhere before. Suddenly, Linzi's eyes carried a hint of panic as he turned around violently to look at Xin Feng. He understands. It's not enough for this scoundrel to plague the general's residence. But now he's going to plague my small courtyard? Chapter 92, Brother Xin. Let's rebel. Xin Feng smiled awkwardly. He could see what was going on in Rice's mind. But it was all an accident. Originally, he just wanted to feel at ease with his alchemy. After all, everyone has a first time. But he didn't think that his first alchemy would blow up the furnace. It blew up the oven, but it wasn't without its rewards. At the very least, he had really practiced, and had tangibly reached foundation establishment, and had also obtained that little bit of the sun true flame. As long as he waited until he completely turned the sunstar flame into his own, Xin Feng could start preparing the ingredients for the pickled pepper phoenix claws. Thinking of this, Xin Feng took the gourd out from his waist, then opened the gourd mouth and looked down the mouth towards the inside. If he didn't look at it, it would piss him off. The sun true flame that was clearly prepared for himself. At this moment, it was actually stirred up with those two scales in the gourd, and the key was that he couldn't get it out. Perhaps sensing the anger in Xin Feng's heart, the dog gourd has covered the gourd mouth since, which completely annoyed Xin Feng. I was just about to throw the dog gourd on the ground and stomp on it twice as hard when a line of words suddenly appeared in front of me. Immortal Chopper Gourd. Enhanced and recast by the true fire of the sun. When using it, 2 pieces of immortal blades can be flown out from it with the true fire of the sun attached to it, and after destroying it, it can burn the other party to ashes. This magic treasure consumes a great deal of money, and will consume a great deal of aura after using it. Mnemonic, please turn around baby, turn around again. Looking at the words displayed on the gourd, Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh deeply. It's not so much a pity, it's mostly a craving. Touching the already sleeping goldfinch in his arms, Xin Feng whispered, it's a pity, and I don't know when I can eat the authentic pickled pepper phoenix claw. Xin Feng's voice was small, but it was like thunder in Goldfinch's ears. After hearing Xin Feng's words, the little goldfinch violently opened its eyes, and in the next second directly flew out of its arms and was chirping at Xin Feng for a while. Xin Feng naturally couldn't understand it, but the dog gourd understood it. It was not known when the dog gourd had learned human language. It controlled the sun true flame inside the gourd and wrote a line in front of Xin Feng. This dead sparrow is cursing you. Cursing dirty. When the little goldfinch took a look, he shivered and quickly flew to the ground, quickly writing a line. Don't listen to this dog gourd. I didn't. In the distance, Zhang Liang had already woken up, and after waking up, he only felt a sharp pain all over his body, and it was as if the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move at all. A groan of pain also interrupted the bickering of the gourd and the goldfinch, and though the two contraptions did not make any noise, one carved words into the ground with its claws, and the other spat flames to write in the void. Just looking at the scene made Reese feel a pang in his head. He vaguely realized that he seemed to have taken in an extraordinary disciple, and this disciple's greatest ability was to find nothing to do. After hearing Zhang Liang's groan, all eyes looked towards him. Other than Xin Feng, little Goldfinch and Linzi had the most sinister gazes. One was worried about damaging its reputation, and the other was because Zhang Liang had interrupted its quarrel, which it was clearly on the verge of winning. Zhang Liang, who was lying on the ground, was already in great agony due to the severe pain on his body, and coupled with the freezing weather. He, who was already feeling cold, only felt that his soul was about to freeze when he was stared at by these two gazes at this moment. Xin Feng walked forward and asked with a smile, I'm really sorry, I was a bit too excited just now, and I accidentally forgot about you, but don't worry, since these injuries on your body were caused by me, I will definitely help you recover. Here, eat this first. Zhang Liang slightly raised his head to look at Xin Feng, although he was surprised at this divine difference of Xin Feng before, but at this moment, in his eyes, it was as if Xin Feng's body carried some kind of inexplicable light. Confucius had a saying, the sun does not talk about strange things, but the gods were nothing more than that in the presence of this man. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Liang opened his mouth and allowed Xin Feng to stuff the spirit grass into his mouth, and after chewing for a moment, he directly swallowed it. Strange to say, when he swallowed the spirit herb, the pain in his entire body instantly disappeared, and even those shattered bones healed in the first place. Zhang Liang slowly climbed up from the ground, looked at his body incredulously, touched it up and down, and then looked at Shenfeng excitedly. What the hell are you? Regarding this question, Shenfeng did not respond and only reported a smile. Perhaps sensing something, Zhang Liang took a deep breath, then bowed deeply and said, My name is Zhang Liang. My character is Zifeng. I am a native of Han. My father, Zhang Ping, and my grandfather, Zhang Kai-di, were both ministers of Korea first. It is my Zhang Liang's good fortune to see Brother Shen today. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to advise you. Shenfeng froze and turned his head to look at Li Si, but he saw that Li Si's brows were furrowed and he seemed to be pondering something. What do I need your advice for? I'm not fighting a war, and now that the world is at peace, what I want may not be quite the same as what you think. Zhang Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step forward and said, I'm not talented, but I've been taught the art of war by my master, so we can find the right time to raise our troops to rebel, cut down the tyrannical Qin, kill Zheng, and make ourselves king. Shenfeng was confused. Everyone says they're crazy. Now, at last, he's met someone even crazier than himself. Can't you see Li Si, the Qin court captain, is right next to you? How can you say such a thing? Seemingly noticing Shenfeng's gaze, Zhang Liang then noticed that a pair of icy cold gazes not far away was staring at him dead on. This one is? Zhang Liang frowned. This person looked somewhat familiar, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became, as if he had seen him somewhere. However, at the moment, Zhang Liang was on a roll and had no time to care about anything else. After glancing at Li Si, he turned his head and continued, Brother Shen is the same age as me, and at this time, Qin is in its prime, so you and I can first find a secluded place to recruit troops and horses. After that, we'll send assassins to kill Zheng from time to time. Once Zheng is dead, Qin will be in chaos, and then you and I can call on the rest of the 6 kingdoms to raise an army together, and Qin will die. Brother Shen, don't hesitate. If you hesitate you will lose. Zhang Liang's voice was not loud, but inside and outside the courtyard, it could be heard. Whether it was Li Si or the guards outside the courtyard, their faces were all a bit odd at the moment. This kid is a real tiger. Don't know where this is? Don't know who this is standing in front of you? Zhang Liang had completely burned up at this moment, and every sentence he spoke, every word was so firm. It was as if destroying Qin had become the biggest obsession in his heart. Just as he was about to continue saying something, Fusu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Shenfeng, I heard that your stove blew up. Father asked me to send you a new one. This time it's guaranteed to be even better than the previous one. Chapter 93 More people from the Immortal Island. The guards outside the door were all shocked in their hearts when they saw Fusu arrive. They had heard every word spoken in the courtyard just now, and as guards, and more importantly, Lisa's guards, they knew very well that once these words got out, even if they were heard by someone with a good intention, it would cause Li Si to be impeached by the courtiers. Once the charge was established, they, the guards, would inevitably suffer along with them. Although the guards knew that Li Si would never betray Great Qin or the Great King, he could not withstand the many mouths. One of them shouted at the first opportunity after Fusu's arrival, Duke Fusu's carriage has arrived. Fusu glanced at him, and although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't say much, but walked towards the courtyard with big strides. Entering the courtyard, at a glance, he saw that Shenfeng and Zhang Liang were talking about something. Only at this time, Zhang Liang's voice was much smaller, and even had a hint of trembling. Zhang Liang lowered his head, stood behind Shenfeng, lowered his voice, and said with a slight tremor, He is Fusu. He is the son of Zheng. If he kills him, Zheng will surely be attacked by qi and blood, and die violently. Shenfeng looked back at him and frowned slightly. This person was really a bit crazy. This was his intention to kill on sight. As long as it was someone related to the Qin king, it seemed that he did not intend to let go of any of them. But didn't it occur to him that Reese was right next to him when he said those things? Shenfeng looked at Li Si with some helplessness, yet Li Si had already ignored his gaze. Li Si smiled and walked towards Fusu, arching his hand and saying, How come your excellency is free to come to my place? I'll have my inner circle prepare some food. Fusu waved his hand, then came to Shenfeng's face and said with a smile, Father heard that you blew up the general's mansion. Although it was an unintentional act, but it was not so bad that you had to send the entire general's mansion flying. After father learned that your furnace was gone, he had someone start building it again. But it may take a while. I happen to have nothing to do today and I'm going to take a walk out of the city. Do you and Lord Tingyi want to join us? Shenfeng just wanted to agree. Zhang Liang, who stood behind him, gently pulled his clothes, then said to Shenfeng in an extremely thin voice, Agree to him. I'll have people on my side prepare outside the city, and promise to chop him to death in a chaotic manner. Perhaps he heard something moving. Fusu then set his eyes on Zhang Liang. From the moment he came in, Fusu felt that there was something wrong with this person's gaze, as if his eyes wanted to eat him up. Speaking of which, it was the first time he had seen such a hateful gaze in this Zyang city. After thinking for a moment, Fusu smiled and asked, "This one behind you?" Shenfeng didn't have the intention to hide it, and stepped aside and introduced himself with a smile. "His name is Zhang Liang. He's a talented person, and intends to encourage me to rebel with him. I'm considering it." At these words, the room fell silent. Linzi had just received the tea from Mrs. Li's hand, and before he could put it to his mouth, he was almost choked to death by Shenfeng's words. Fusu even looked at Shenfeng with a stagnant face. Zhang Liang, not to mention, a face suffocated in red. His chest was even more furious, and he even felt a fishy sweetness coming from his throat. Is it really okay to just say it out loud? After Fusu froze for a moment, he let out a light laugh. He purely took Shenfeng's sentence as a joke and did not take it to heart at all. In his opinion, the name of the little madman of Zyang was not a vain one, and would always say something surprising. Even if this statement was really made by Zhang Liang, it was no big deal. There were too many people who wanted to make Great Qin fall, and at least half of the people in the Great Qin territory wanted to take its place. And it's for wanting to change these people's minds that he's been working so hard so far. What's more, there was still Shenfeng, so he didn't need to worry about these things happening at all. Nowadays, although Shenfeng and Great Qin had not yet been completely tied together, they were in fact almost there. As stated in the previous edict of the Great King, as long as he wants it, Great Qin can give it, and even if Great Qin doesn't have it, it will try every means to obtain it for him, as long as he could step in and shelter Great Qin at a critical time. Although Shenfeng did not respond clearly at that time, Fusu knew very well in his heart that he was crazy, but his brain was clear. Fusu took a deep look at Zhang Liang and did not intend to send people to arrest him, but continued to invite Shenfeng to go out of the city for a trip. Shenfeng turned to look at Zhang Liang and asked with a smile, "Want to come along?" Zhang Liang was just about to say something, but Linzi suddenly spoke up and said, "Since it is the legacy of the first Han, I should have a good chat with him. It just so happens that I am also a bit nostalgic for the days when I was in Jishi Palace. You and the male go ahead. As for him, he reminds me of an old friend whose name is Han Fei." When Fusu uttered the words Ting Lieutenant, Zhang Liang already knew who it was that had been standing by the side in silence. Cold sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. Watching Shenfeng and Fusu walking towards the outside of the courtyard with a smile and a laugh, Zhang Liang feebly raised his hand and wanted to call out Shenfeng's name, but when the courtyard gate was completely closed, he only felt a dimness in front of his eyes, as if the entire sky had collapsed. The weather today is indeed nice and sunny, and although the temperature is still very low, it is indeed a good time for a winter trip. Despite the cold winter months, you can't resist the arrival of spring. Outside of the city, in the wildlands, there were already shoots beginning to sprout, and even some trees had begun to grow new branches. Shenfeng and Fusu sat in the carriage and looked at the scenery outside the city, and Fusu couldn't help but praise it good. Shenfeng glanced at him, rolled his eyes, and continued peeling the orange. As usual, he ate the orange peel and Fusu nibbled on the flesh. It wasn't that Shenfeng couldn't afford to give him orange peels, the main thing was that Fusu didn't accept it at all, and he didn't want to really be called crazy one day, just like Shenfeng. In this Zyang city, one crazy Shen is already enough. This morning was a tour for Fusu, but for Shenfeng, it was a great torment. Excursions. Play what? Play a fart. All the way to sit in the carriage. In addition to eating oranges is to eat oranges. Occasionally Fusu poetry. Will read so many lines of poetry and scripture, but in Shenfeng's opinion, this was total torture and pain, and he would rather go back to Linzi's small courtyard to study. At noon, the car parked under a tree, and after the subordinates packed up everything, Fusu took Shenfeng and sat on the ground. Fusu could sort of see that Shenfeng was not the kind of person who liked to talk about things, and for this flavor of his own, he simply did not understand. To put it crudely, it's just a cow to a cow. Fusu was a little helpless, and his elegance was completely swept away by Shenfeng. To be honest, from the very beginning when he left the city, he had vaguely felt a hint of regret, but each time the regret seemed to come a little too late. Just as he was about to say to Shenfeng that he would eat something later and go back, a figure suddenly sped up in the distance. The other party was not on horseback, but was extremely fast. To Fusu, he looked like an immortal, flying close to the ground, but in Shenfeng's opinion, this should be sent by Immortal Island to take his life. Chapter 94. My name is Shenfeng. Do you dare to tell me your name? Haters gonna hate each other. For Shenfeng, the entire Immortal Island was his enemy. Ever since the last time he took out the servant and then killed the island master's disciple, the beam between the two had been formed since that day. Shenfeng glanced at Fusu and noticed that his gaze was still on the man's body. Shenfeng secretly removed the gourd from his waist. Taking advantage of Fusu's inattention, Shinfeng aimed the mouth of the gourd at the visitor and softly recited under his breath, "Please turn around, baby." The opponent obviously had some cultivation. The moment the first blade flew out, his body came to a violent stop, and immediately afterward, he only saw a golden bell descend from the sky, blessing him with it. Turn around again. When the first flying sword broke through the golden bell, the second sword followed closely and was mixed with the effect of the sun true flame. But what Shinfeng did not expect was that a long sword suddenly flew in the distance. Seeing that the flying dagger was about to kill him, the long sword suddenly crossed in front of the incoming person, ultimately blocking this second flying dagger at the cost of shattering. All of this happened in just a split second. Not even Fusu had noticed that in an instant, Shinfeng and he had exchanged hands. The other party, faced with the sudden attack, apparently fell into a panic, but soon calmed down as well. After stopping his footsteps, he first looked around, and his gaze also happened to sweep to where Fusu and Shinfeng were. However, he didn't directly walk forward, obviously because the sneak attack just now made his heart palpitate, and after pondering for a moment, he eventually walked towards Fusu. Now that Shinfeng had reached foundation establishment, he was confident that he possessed the power to fight against any enemy. What's more, he had quite a few magic treasures on his body, and of course on top of that, there was a killer weapon in that Zyang city behind him. Along with these means of being able to fight for his life, he had something else that no one else could have. He's crazy. This is recognized in Zyang City. The arrival of the other party was not a bad thing in Fusu's opinion. In his opinion, Great Qin's territory was vast and boundless, and it was definitely a good thing for Great Qin for capable people to come and join them. The visitor may not have come to help with Great Qin, or perhaps to overthrow Great Qin. Greetings to you all. May I ask if Zyang City is ahead? The visitor first saluted, then asked with a smile. It was just that while asking questions, his gaze had been constantly looking up and down on Shinfeng's body. He could see the aura flowing from Shinfeng's body, and in his heart, he also began to suspect that the sneak attack just now was Shinfeng's doing. Only he didn't understand why Shinfeng suddenly sneak attacked. If it wasn't for the Admiralty Dharma treasure and the islander who came to his rescue, I'm afraid that he would have turned into flying ash now. Just like that sword. Shinfeng didn't pay attention to him, still sitting on the ground and eating oranges. The sneak attack just now had caused him to consume nearly half of his true essence, and at this moment, he had to seize the time to recover. Since the other party had already arrived in front of them, they would know that the person who had sneak attacked was Shinfeng. The same trick. Shinfeng is not going to use it a second time, but other than that, does Shinfeng not have any other way to get the other party killed? Seeing that the other party's gaze had been placed on his own body, Shinfeng finally chose to put down the orange in his hand and asked with an icy gaze, "Your Excellency comes from Immortal Island?" "Precisely. May I ask why Your Excellency sneaked up on me just now?" "Sneak attack? People who cultivate the way have endless means. If I don't kill you, am I waiting for you to kill me?" Hearing Shinfeng's words, the other party laughed. This time, he had indeed come to look for the murderer of the Immortal Island disciples. As one of the island master's close disciples, he was also considered to have practiced to the Jindan Avenue. But even though he was facing a tiny cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, he didn't have the slightest bit of relaxation. It was because of this caution that he was able to make an effective block on the first flying dagger in the first place. Even though he had come to Shinfeng's face and completely saw through his foundation establishment stage cultivation, he still did not want to take the initiative. Under the lack of all preparations, he would not make a move easily, unless he could achieve the effect of a one-strike kill. However, that sneak attack just now had created a trace of vigilance in his heart, and he did not know if Shinfeng would use flying daggers again. Shinfeng slowly stepped forward and stopped Fusu behind him, then made an invitation gesture at him. Fusu obviously realized something. But in the face of that sense of oppression coming from the other party, he had a hidden worry about Shinfeng's strength. Fusu subconsciously reached out his hand to try to pull Shinfeng, but it was easily avoided by Shinfeng. The two came to a deserted place and stood facing each other, roughly 100 paces away from each other. Shinfeng raised his head to look at the other party and touched the gourd at his waist, then touched the little golden sparrow in his arms. The little goldfinch obviously also realized that this time's opponents were very different from the previous ones. The other party's cultivation was a cut above theirs. It seemed like a cut, but in reality the difference was simply comparable to ascending to the top of Mount Shushan. Shinfeng did not have the slightest panic. Facing a strong enemy, slightly arched his hand and said, "My name is Shinfeng. My family lives in the general's mansion of Zyang City, worshipped under Li Si. Toast name Lingxiao Shang Cheng Tuan Lei Yuan Yang Miao Fei Xianzhenjuan." Listening to Shinfeng report his Dao number, for a moment he felt a little dizzy in his head. To be honest, growing up, it was the first time he heard of such a long Dao number. Although he was a bit speechless, out of politeness, The other party also reported his name quite consciously. I'm Chu Haoran. Before he finished, Xin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and asked with an icy face. Which Chu? Which Hao? Which Ran? Chu Haoran froze for a moment and did not think much about it, responding lightly, the song's Chu, the Haoran of Haoran's righteousness. After that, he began to continue to introduce himself. But where Xin Feng cared what he said, one hand had already stuffed into his bosom and took the book of 7 arrows of the nail head in his hand, then slowly put it behind his back. My name is Chu Haoran. My family lives in Panglai, and my mentor is the Lord of Panglai Island. Dao number. I have not been given a Taoist name. Xin Feng had his hands behind his back, and the little golden sparrow had also long since flown into his hands. Looking at the straw man and the booklet in Xin Feng's hand, he contemplated for a moment, and without hesitation, he used his claws to cut through Xin Feng's palm, and then stained with blood and wrote Chu Haoran's name on the straw man's body. In the distance, Fusu watched Xin Feng's small action and couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart, although curious but didn't ask too many questions. After all, it was the first time to see the gods fighting, whether it was him, or those subordinates. One by one, they all stared wide-eyed, ready to see what kind of shock was going on. Xin Feng did not move. His brows furrowed. Your Excellency is a bit dishonest. I even said the name of my benefactor, but Your Excellency did not say the island master's last name. Could it be that you were looking down on me? Chu Haoran laughed softly, and honestly, it was kinda hard to look down on it, but upon careful consideration, what Xin Feng said didn't seem wrong. Since the other party had already reported their division, it would indeed be a bit unreasonable if they didn't mention it, but the name of the master, and how can you casually hang in the mouth? Think about it. Chu Haoran arched his hand and said, I'm really sorry, the name of the master, it is not easy to easily divulge, as a disciple, and even more so cannot be called out. I hope you'll forgive me. To be honest, this kind of literacy of Chu Haoran made Xin Feng a bit unable to bear to lay his hands on him. He was really too polite, so polite that Xin Feng felt a little ashamed, but ashamed to be ashamed. To lay a black hand. Xin Feng is not ambiguous at all. Chapter 95. I didn't expect that Lord Courtier would have this kind of hobby. The book of 7 arrows of the nailhead. Killing without form. Just need to write down the other party's name on the body of the straw man, then roll it up in a book, and then stab it with a sharp weapon. And under the Yuaning will definitely die. In order to make sure that there would not be any mistakes, before making his move, Xin Feng also asked, Are you a Yuaning cultivator? Chu Haoran's heart was happy. Xin Feng's this kind of delay was just what he wanted in his opinion. His strongest strike would need to accumulate a large amount of spiritual qi, and the longer it was accumulated, the more powerful it would be. The power could even destroy the entire Xianyang city. This strike, it could almost be said that it was using his jindan as a spear, thus achieving the effect of full power. I just condensed the jindan not long ago. Chu Haoran raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze calmly glancing at him. Around him, the aura had formed a huge vortex, and even the originally clear sky was instantly obscured by dark clouds at this moment. The terrifying pressure did not only make Xin Feng feel heart-stopping, but also made Fusu and the others almost faint directly from fear. After getting Chu Haoran's answer, Xin Feng finally let out a breath, and the hand behind his back gently nodded. The little gold finch instantly understood, and with its sharp claws, it viciously stabbed at the straw man in his hand. First claw. The aura vortex suddenly disappeared without a trace. Second paw. Chu Haoran's face instantly paled. His entire body was like pins and needles, and cracks even began to appear all over his body. Followed by a third claw, a fourth claw, and so on until the final claw. The jindan in his body violently shattered, and a huge force erupted from his body with a bang, and with a loud bang, his entire body shattered into pieces, leaving only a huge crater in place. In fact, under normal circumstances, his jindan wouldn't shatter, but in order to unleash his big move, he had accumulated too much aura in his body. It had even exceeded the amount that his jindan had originally stored. When cracks began to appear in the jindan, those auras naturally began to gush out, and without any warning, the jindan instantly exploded, directly leaving his corpse without bones. Pompeii. The moment Chu Haoran died, the island lord opened his eyes violently, and a red light flashed from the bottom of his eyes. Chu Haoran's nature he knows best. Among all the disciples, he is the only one who is the most stable, never takes the initiative to strike. Once he strikes, it will definitely be the strongest strike. This was one of the reasons why he chose to let Chu Haoran travel to Xianyang. But how could he not expect that Chu Haoran would die directly and violently without even having the chance to make a move, or even turn directly into flying dust? The islander's breath grew short. This was the second one. For such a long time, when had Panglai ever suffered such a loss? But by now, He didn't even know who the enemy was. He even began to wonder if it was the king of Great Qin who was meddling in this. However, after careful consideration, it is unlikely. After all, the king of Great Qin is just a mortal. If there is really a capable person behind him, he will not say that he wants to send tribute to Pine Lai. But if there really was a powerful loose cultivator hiding in Xianyang, there was no way that the king of Qin wouldn't know about it. Then there was only one reason why the king of Qin knew and didn't report it, and wanted to use it against Pine Lai. The island master slowly stood up. He felt the need to have the elder make a trip to Xianyang. If he was able to find the loose cultivator and kill him on the spot, even if he couldn't find him, it would still serve to knock the Qin king's head. This person killed 2 of my Immortal Island's disciples, plus a servant, and even if he died 10,000 deaths, it would still be hard for him to overcome his heart's hatred. Outside the city of Xianyang, Shinfeng looked at the book of 7 arrows of the nail's head that was slowly dissipating in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. Honestly, this stuff is really good, but he never expected it to be a one-time thing. If I had known that it was a disposable item, I could not have said anything to use it at this time. At the very least, it must be reserved for the islander. Even if it couldn't hurt the islander, it could still disgust him. Pity, it's really too bad. Shinfeng turned his head to look at Fusu and said nothing before walking towards Xianyang City on his own. He needs to go back immediately. When Shu Haoran's bones were pulverized, a sense of crisis arose violently in his heart. This sense of crisis was very different from what he usually felt, especially when he had cultivated the Yellow Court Sutra. He was more sensitive to good and bad fortune than the average cultivator. He had a premonition that Immortal Island might send another person, and this time the person who came might be even more difficult to deal with than Shu Haoran. The growth of cultivation was not under Shinfeng's control, and even if he practiced to death, he could not instantly reach invincibility. But other than cultivation, it didn't mean that there weren't other ways to deal with powerful cultivators. Just read a good book. There's always a way. Shinfeng's departure caused Fusu to fall into deep thought. It was true that he didn't know much about Immortal Island, but that didn't mean he didn't have his own sources. Some time ago, the king of Qin was furious just because someone was stabbed to death in the street, and the person who died was the high priest of the heavenly sacrifice ceremony at that time. I heard some old people in the palace say that this high priest had presided over the heavenly ceremonies of several generations of Qin kings, and that, except for his temples, which were slightly graying, his face had never changed. It seems to have stayed that way. At first, he just listened to it as a joke. In his opinion, birth, old age, sickness and death is the natural reason of heaven. How can anyone really live forever? But when the king of Qin became furious for the second time, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some connection. The first victim, and the second, both ended up with the same result. Both were stabbed, and the murderer was the same person, and both of them were dressed in a very similar way. Now, the one who died in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person either. In that case, it was likely that all three were from the same place, combined with everything that had happened just now, and the king of Qin's great anger on those 2 occasions. A cold sweat sprang up on Fusu's back. He vaguely felt that Shinfeng seemed to have made a big trouble, and the commotion here would surely attract the attention of many people, and once the king of Qin learned about it, he would surely blame Shinfeng for it. Thinking of this, Fusu could no longer swim in peace. He must rush back to the palace at the first time. If the king of Qin knows nothing, it's fine. If he knows, he must stop the king of Qin from committing a big mistake because of his impulsiveness. Although this son may seem crazy, he is definitely the last safeguard of my great Qin. Shinfeng had already returned to the city at this moment, and the city was peaceful. Obviously the news had not yet been sent back, but even if it had been sent back, Shinfeng did not feel that there was anything to worry about. The king of Qin asked Fusu to convey the edict twice, the meaning of which was already obvious, and it was obvious that the king of Qin already knew about his situation. The reason why he was never summoned to the palace to face the king was also just that he didn't want to achieve a negative effect by making Shinfeng feel bored because of these things. But this was good. This was at the very least a good thing in Shinfeng's opinion. Returning to the door of Linzi's small courtyard, before his palm touched the door, a mournful scream suddenly came from inside, followed by Zhang Liang shouting and cursing with a sobbing voice. Reese, you deserve to die. How dare you whip me with a whip? I curse you. I curse you to be cut off at the waist one day sooner or later. Outside the door, Shinfeng looked at the guards on both sides with an odd expression, and the guards hemmed and hawed and whispered. I really didn't think that Lord Tingyi even had this kind of hobby. Chapter 96, Brother Zifeng, do you know anything about formations? Shinfeng didn't rush in. Instead, he stood in the doorway for a few moments before he raised his hand and pushed it open. In the courtyard, Zhang Liang was topless, sitting in front of a stone table made of spirit stone, holding a volume of bamboo slips in his hand. reading with a trembling voice while gnashing his teeth and shedding tears. Shame. In Zhang Liang's view, this is simply a strange shame. If there is an opportunity, he must kill Li Si 3 clans. No, 3 clans are not enough. To kill 9 clans. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, Zhang Liang subconsciously turned back to look, but before his head could completely turn around, the whip had already landed hard on his back. Although on weekdays Li Si seems to be a weak scholar, but the hands are not ambiguous. A whip down the skin and flesh, blood flowing. However, under the blessing of the spirit stone table, even though his flesh was split open, it would quickly recover. And not only that, after the aura entered his body, it would make his flesh even stronger. But this kind of severe pain is not easily eliminated. What's more, at this moment, Zhang Liang had been completely overwhelmed by anger and pain, and his mind was filled with imagining how to abuse Li Si. Seeing that Shen Feng had returned, Li Si nodded to him and said, "It's good to be back. You're just in time to give him a demonstration of what it means to read." As soon as he heard reading, Shen Feng became interested. As for Zhang Liang, who was looking at him with tears in his eyes, Shen Feng smiled slightly and said, "Brother Zhang, the teacher said that reading should be proper. The first and foremost point is the sitting posture, and the second is that the voice should be loud." Zhang Liang fell silent, and once again, tears flowed down his face indisputably. Hearing Shen Feng's words, he remembered that this brother Shen in his mouth was Li Si's disciple. Since he was a disciple of Li Si, he was bound to be a nest of snakes and rats, and since he was a nest of snakes and rats, how could he care about his death? At this moment, Zhang Liang was completely desperate. How could he not have expected that he was just a trace of goodwill in his heart, entering the fire to save a person? But he actually got himself into it. It's just a matter of getting hitched, dead or alive. Just a matter of words. But he was made to sit here and read. Zhang Liang, the son of a former Korean prime minister. What kind of books he hadn't read? And what was this if not a humiliation? Li Si glanced at him and snatched the booklet in front of him, then handed it to Shen Feng and said, "You read it, and tell him out loud what the name of the book is." Reese was really a little angry. As the son of the former minister of Han, it was impossible that he had not heard of Han Fei, and if Zhang Liang had studied them carefully, he would have been able to see that these books were all written by Han Fei. But he was too overwhelmed by external objects at the moment to look at them. Li Si's gaze was icy cold, and he was extremely disappointed in this Zhang Liang who was shaped like an old friend. But once he turned his head and looked at Shen Feng, Li Si's hand trembled slightly, and he almost didn't hold back a whip, only to see that Shen Feng was holding the booklet handed to him by Li Si, sitting on the stone bench, clearly looking like he wanted to laugh out loud, but he kept suppressing the emotion back. The face can be extremely distorted. 10,000 Immortals Formation Simplified Version. The ancient period of the remains of the amazing spell formation. Because it is a simplified version, mortals can also form a formation. The ferocity of the formation can destroy the transformation of the gods. The formation consumes a huge amount. After using, the formation of the person will be due to the lack of blood and fall into a short coma. Please be ready to change the person at any time. Looking at the booklet in his hand, Shen Feng was already on the verge of his face had begun to twitch, and his appearance even made Zhang Liang and Li Si feel a little horrible. Li Si subconsciously took a step backward. He felt that this was the precursor of Shen Feng's seizure. Zhang Liang, needless to say, got up early and retreated to the wall, his body close to the wall, fearing that Shen Feng would suddenly rush up. At the same time, his gaze would also look at Reese with a hint of provocation from time to time. Is that what you call a good attitude? If this is true, I cannot learn it even if I am whipped to death. After the excitement had passed, Shen Feng let out a long breath and then continued to watch the booklet in his hand. This formation is a great evil formation. The main formation of the person should understand the mystery of the formation, if not to suffer from it, the duration of the formation, to the main formation of the person's physical fitness as a reference. Seeing these words, Shen Feng's smile instantly froze. Understanding the wonders of formations? If he were to be allowed to understand how to cast divine abilities, he would be willing to study it properly. But if he were to be allowed to understand the wonders of formations, honestly, it's really kind of hard. Not to mention understanding formations. Even if Shen Feng was asked to understand the art of war, he would feel a pang in his head. However, if it is just left and used in the hands, it is really a bit of a pity. But if you want to find someone who is familiar with the art of war and has a certain understanding of formations, it is really a bit difficult. Thinking about this, Shen Feng's gaze suddenly looked at Zhang Liang. He remembered that Zhang Liang had said that he had been taught the art of war by his mentor Taigong, and since that was the case, he must have been proficient in formations as well. Thinking of this, Shen Feng arrived in front of Zhang Liang with an instantaneous step and stared at him with a pair of dead eyes for half a day. After a long time, Shinfeng said with a slight hint of hoarseness in his voice, Brother Zifeng, can you understand formations? Zhang Liang was frightened by this appearance of Shinfeng, not because his face was too hideous, but mainly because he remembered the scene where he came and went as he pleased in the middle of the fire, under a little knowledge. A little knowledge? So, it just doesn't quite make sense? Not knowing much about it wouldn't do. The person who was the master of the 10,000 Immortals formation had to have a deep understanding of formations. What's more, this formation was different from mundane formations. It was a superb formation created by the legendary sect master of the Interceptor sect. Silent for a moment, Shinfeng turned his head to look at Linzi and said, Teacher, disciple thought, Brother Zhang is gifted, is indeed a good material for reading, but also ask the teacher to be strict with him, and show him more booklets of formations and the like, if he fails to learn. Halfway through his words, Shinfeng's gaze looked to the corner of the courtyard. Just bury it. Zhang Liang trembled, raised his finger to point at Shinfeng's nose, and just wanted to say something, but Shinfeng grabbed his palm. Brother Zhang, this move is all for your own good. I don't blame you for your small vision. I don't blame you for not being able to see how big the world really is, but can you not even read this scroll in my hand? Having said that, Shinfeng spread out the booklet and placed it directly in front of Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was slightly stunned, and his eyes glanced at the booklet in his hand without a second thought. With just a glance, his mind was completely drawn in by the contents of this booklet, and even though Shinfeng had already put the booklet away, his mind was still in the contents of the 10,000 Immortals formation. At this moment, what he saw in his eyes was not an ordinary booklet, but a large formation. In every position of this array, there stood a magnificent deity, and all of them raised their immortal spirit dharma treasures, facing the person who was in the main array, but in wanting to look deeper, they were sent out by a green light. Chapter 97, Heaven sent a whip to the man. Zhang Liang woke up. He was completely shocked by the booklet in Shinfeng's hand. Obviously, he remembered that the booklet was all about what he had read before, but when Shinfeng handed it to him, everything changed. He took a deep breath and looked up at Shinfeng. He wanted to take another look, even if it was just a glance, but when he turned his gaze to Shinfeng, he happened to see that he was in the process of remodeling that whip in Linzi's hand. At the same time, his conversation with Linzi also reached Zhang Liang's ears. Teacher, this whip doesn't work. It's too physically demanding. I can help you put some thorns on it. It doesn't take too much force. One whip down, guaranteed not to have a good piece of meat. This kid's physical quality is too poor. This will never work. Let him stay with you for a while longer, and first build up his body and bones to be stronger. Don't be afraid to beat him to death. If you feel he's dying, you'll feed him this sheep's dung egg. If you feel tired, let the guard outside the door do it. Don't let him be idle. Anyway, as long as you can't beat him to death. Linzi's gaze was complicated as he looked at the whip Shinfeng handed over, which he had tied a layer of sharp wooden spikes on. He thought that he was already cruel enough to Zhang Liang, but what he didn't expect was that Shinfeng was even more cruel than him. Linzi treated Zhang Liang in such a way solely because he did not face Han Fei's book with the slightest reverence and love, which made him feel extremely angry. But now it seems that Shinfeng and him are the ones who really have a grudge. The thorns on this whip alone were proof that the vendetta was not a small one. In fact, Shinfeng and Zhang Liang really didn't have any enmity. The main reason was that in his opinion the person who could use the simple version of the 10,000 Immortals formation diagram would be no one other than Zhang Liang. As for Wang Ben and Wang Jian, it's not that they're inappropriate, but their identities are there, and once they're involved, the entire general's residence will inevitably be implicated. But Zhang Liang was different. He didn't have any position in Dechin. To put it bluntly, he was just an idler. Plus, he also had a certain understanding of formations, and there was no other candidate for this formation map other than him. As for whether Zhang Liang would rebel with this formation, it would be even more unlikely. After all, the real owner of the formation diagram was originally Shinfeng, as long as he did not allow it. Even if Zhang Liang did not rely on the formation diagram to condense the 10,000 Immortals formation, it would still be just as ineffective and ineffective. Zhang Liang looked at Linzi and Shinfeng who were exchanging words and listened to what they said. It was just a formation diagram, which was not as important as a small life, but just getting up with the intention of rushing out of the small courtyard. Before running out half a step, he was stopped by the guards outside the door. The guards grabbed Zhang Liang's shoulders, followed by an over-the-shoulder slam, sending him to the ground with a heavy thud, and then pressed him back down immediately afterward. The guard looked more like he was going to say something, and his eyes fell right on that whip in Reese's hand. Seeing those barbs on the whip, the guard's body couldn't help but feel a vicious chill, and without saying anything, he twisted his head and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. He can assure you on his head that he saw nothing. What does Brother Zifeng mean by this? I've said it's all for your own good. Zhang Liang's face was full of suffocation. and his eyes couldn't help but rest on the whip in Linzi's hand. He was tempted to curse. This whip is on him, saying it's for his own good? You go talk to the ghosts and see if they believe you. Reese was slightly embarrassed and subconsciously hid his whip behind him. The whip, to be honest, does seem a bit exaggerated, but since Shinfeng had said that it was fine, then he wasn't that worried. After all, Shinfeng's means were divine, not to mention that he had killed people and then revived them, even if he had turned them into flying ashes and then regrouped them. Linzi coughed dryly, a trace of a kind smile on his face, and said, "Xian nephew, I and your father is also considered to have met a few times, and Han Fei is even the same window, but unfortunately the political ideas are different. Now, you fall into my small courtyard. For the sake of the old friends of the deceased, I will treat you well." Shinfeng also followed the laugh. "Zifang brother, this book is absolutely unique in the world. In the next is also to see your body bones thin and weak." Had no choice but to come up with this strategy, although some not too reliable. But Mencius has a cloud. The sky descends on the great task, must first suffer their minds, labor their muscles and bones, and starve their body skin. You see, we're not worried about food or drink here, so it'll have to do. Brother Zifang, don't worry. This whip is only used to whip you. It's not really meant to hit on your body. Brother Zifang, think carefully about this booklet in my hand. Don't you want to know the formation in this booklet? What exactly is it? Zhang Liang looked at Linzi and Shinfeng. In his opinion, these two people are raccoons of a hill. Not. They are jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards. Calling them jackals and tigers is a bit demeaning. They are simply working in tandem. But when his eyes placed on the scroll of bamboo slips in Shinfeng's hand, he was somewhat moved. He admitted that the contents within this booklet were indeed very appealing, but the whip in Reese's hand caught his eye, too. If this whip fell on his body, he would have to lose a piece of flesh, but with the formation close at hand, he couldn't just give it up so easily. After a long silence, Zhang Liang asked in a deep voice, "Do you really intend to give me this formation?" Shinfeng smiled and said, "No, it's lending it to you. In addition, I'll tell you one more thing. What I have in my hand is not a formation, but a formation diagram. The number of people required for this formation is extremely large. If not for the people in the army, it is simply impossible to stand in it for a moment. And if the physical quality of the person in the main formation is not good, it will not be able to last for too long. Perhaps in a single breath, you and those people will instantly die violently because of the excessive flow of qi and blood. You are familiar with the Book of War. For the formation should have an understanding of the formation. Every position in the formation of the soldiers will unconditionally listen to the command of the main formation of the person. If you are not physically fit, in the eye of the formation, to stay for a few moments on the coma. This formation there is. What is the significance of the existence of it?" Zhang Liang frowned. It was the first time he had heard that formations would absorb people's qi and blood, but when he thought that Shinfeng was able to lift the general's mansion with the lift of his hand, on second thought, there didn't seem to be anything to make him feel skeptical. He could clearly detect that Shinfeng was not an ordinary person, or perhaps he was not a mortal. He didn't have the slightest desire for mortal power or wealth. But for him to be so eager to allow himself to complete control of this formation, then there must be some other purpose. If there is a purpose, then why not make some demands? Zhang Liang snapped his head up. His eyes changed, and after figuring everything out, he was naturally less afraid of Shinfeng and Linzi. "It's not impossible that you want me to familiarize and understand this formation for you, but I have one request." Shinfeng's eyebrows rose slightly. "Request? What's the request?" Zhang Liang had his hands behind his back, his clean and white face faintly carrying a hint of reflection under the sunlight. "If I rebel in the future, you must not stop me." Shinfeng smiled. Reese smiled back. "Teacher, if the sky is falling, why don't we give him a whip first?" Chapter 98. Are you willing to become the king of hell under me? The yard was filled with screams. Inside the house, Shinfeng and Linzi were sitting in the front room drinking a small wine and eating the pastries handmade by Maiden. Whenever Yang brought in freshly baked dim sum, she would look at Zhang Liang outside the room, her eyes filled with a look of intolerance. In fact, Linzi also felt that Shinfeng's approach was a bit excessive. Killing a man is nothing but a headache, let alone the fact that he was once the son of the Prime Minister of Korea, and he was bound to harbor a grudge if he humiliated him like that. Once he was pushed to the brink, even if it was just a mortal to Shinfeng, if he tripped behind his back, Shinfeng might not be able to accept it. After a moment of silence, Linzi said softly, "Why don't we just send him to the palace and put him at the disposal of the great king? Instead of staying around and torturing him like this, isn't it like leaving a curse for his future?" Shinfeng picked up the wine goblet and took a slight sip, put down the goblet, and looked up at Linzi. "Teacher, I killed someone." Hearing Shinfeng's words, Linzi was dumbfounded. This wasn't the first time that Linzi had heard these words from Shinfeng's mouth. It was just that what he did not expect was that this time Shin Feng could say this sentence so calmly. It seemed that this matter of killing people had become a routine in Shin Feng's view. In the past, when Shin Feng said these words, a trace of unnaturalness would show in his eyes, and he would even dodge. But today, all of his emotions were very stable, and he didn't even have the slightest emotional fluctuation as a result. Another person from Immortal Island? Linzi was slightly worried in his heart. Everyone said the kid was crazy, but to Reese, crazy was just a symptom of what he was. The reason for this state of affairs was more like an attempt to hide his weakness. After all, no one would take a crazy person seriously. Yes, if every time the people they send are one after another like this, I might still have a way to deal with them, but if one day they realize that this behavior is just to send them to their deaths, what I'll have to face at that time will inevitably be a raging storm. This was one of the few times that Shin Feng had seriously engaged in a conversation with Linzi. In Linzi's opinion, Shin Feng must have felt the threat and pressure. If not, he would not have revealed this state. But as a mortal, he could do nothing against those who possessed the means of gods and demons. Even if he was an official in Great Qin, he would never be able to persuade the king of Qin to send troops to Immortal Island for the sake of Shin Feng. And this kind of thing, from any perspective, was a wrong choice. In fact, Shin Feng himself understood, and he hadn't intended to count on anyone being able to help him against Immortal Island. As long as they don't give themselves a hard time, they're good enough. Reese was silent. He suddenly thought of the time when he was in the Jishi Academy, loudly discussing the policy of ruling the country and leveling the world. The end result was to be rejected and rebuked by all the students. At that time, Xuanzi seemed to be so helpless that he was finally allowed to leave the Jishi Academy. Now he seems to have finally felt it too. After a long silence, Reese asked softly, "Is there anything I can do?" Shin Feng looked at those bookshelves behind him and said with a hefty smile, "Still the same. Teacher, please give books." At this point in time, in addition to reading, Shin Feng really didn't know how to face the next unknown situation. But reading wasn't a bad thing for him. As long as he could get what he needed from it, then he could definitely block the next crisis. Without any nonsense, Linzi finished the wine in his cup in one drink, then got up and started to look for the booklet. Colleague, the master's wife also came out from the inner room. Sitting on the opposite side of Shin Feng, he looked at him with a worried face and said, "I heard all these words you said with your master just now. Child, have you encountered any trouble? Your division, although it is only the court captain, but there are some connections in the palace. If it offends the king, it may not be impossible to solve." Shin Feng looked at Mrs. Li with a smile, then took out a piece of pastry from the plate and put it in her hand and said, "Master, mother, relax. Although disciple is not talented, I definitely won't cause you any trouble. In this matter, disciple has already found a way to break the situation, and the person who broke the situation is Zhang Liang." Shen Yang was stunned. If he was the one who had broken the game, then why was he being treated so badly? This kind of person, with a delicate mind and so intelligent, if he had an evil intent to get Shin Feng killed in the future, he would definitely have countless ways to do so. Shin Feng saw what was in Mrs. Li's mind, but did not make an explanation, just pointed with his finger to the pastry placed in her hand and said, "Master maiden, eat it, it won't be good when it gets cold." Mrs. Li was helpless. In her opinion, no matter what degree Shin Feng had grown to, he was still the same thin and mischievous little guy at the beginning. Although it was just a short half a month or so, without realizing it, he had already grown into this appearance, and when he thought about it, it was as if more than a year had passed. Mrs. Li laughed softly. Then she put the pastry into her mouth under Shin Feng's gaze. When the pastry entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a stream of warmth, and immediately afterward this warmth flowed towards every part of his body. Mrs. Li was slightly stunned. When you make your own pastries, you naturally know and understand them best. It was meant to be something that was only used to satiate the stomach, but at this point in time, it had a different effect. There seemed to be a strangeness that covered her entire body, even her internal organs, even her skin, her hair, almost as long as any cell, including hair, that existed on her body. Mrs. Li looked at Shin Feng with some surprise. Her eyes were full of surprise. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. Shin Feng smiled faintly, picked up a piece of pastry and slowly savored it. Inferior quality resident Dan. Edible, the effect is general, although cannot achieve the effect of eternal youth, but also can temporarily improve cell activity, sustainability to maintain the best state. The effective time of 1 month. Just when Mrs. Li was still surprised by the changes in her body, she didn't know when Linzi had already stood beside him, looking at the young and beautiful woman in front of him. The scene of his first encounter with her dawned on Reese's mind. After a moment of stagnation, Linzi threw the booklet in his hand to Shin Feng, and then coughed dryly twice and said, "Apprentice, it's getting late, so it's time for master to rest." Shinfeng served up all the remaining pastries on the table and said with a hefty smile, "Teacher is right, this student this will go out." After saying that, Shinfeng took the booklet and walked towards the door, and when he was leaving, he also deliberately helped Linzi close the door. When he came to the courtyard, he placed all the refreshments on the stone table, and immediately said to the attendant who was still flogging Zhang Liang, "Go and rest for a while, I'll have a good chat with him." Zhang Liang slowly raised his head to look at Shinfeng. His face was extremely pale, like a patient on the verge of death, but under the effect of the spirit stones, the wounds on his body quickly healed, while his face gradually began to regain its redness. "Don't worry, one day, I will definitely get you master and disciple killed." Shinfeng smiled. Honestly, there were too many people who wanted to get him killed. It was a pity that Zhang Liang couldn't even be ranked. After all, his enemy was an existence that Zhang Liang could never imagine. Shinfeng ignored Zhang Liang's harsh words, but shook the booklet in his hand in front of his face and said, "Have you ever felt that there are still a lot of things missing in this world?" Zhang Liang glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "If you were missing, I would feel happy." Shinfeng didn't pay attention to his foul mouth, but said to himself, "I always thought that there were no immortals in this world, but the sudden appearance of the immortal island made me very surprised. I was thinking that I could find out from the people of the immortal island if there are any channels to become immortal, but now I don't want to. From now on, I am the immortal. Will you be willing to become the king of Yanluo under me?" Chapter 99, the simple version of the Earth's Mansion production chart. Shinfeng's voice was not loud. However, it was enough to shake people's hearts due to the intermingling of auras. But Zhang Liang, after all, is not not as good as imagined. Although he was indeed somewhat shocked after Shinfeng finished speaking, it was only limited to shock, and then after that, it was to look at him with the look of a psychopath. This man, he's really sick in the head. Zhang Liang didn't bother with him, but picked up the book in his hand and continued to read. Shinfeng froze slightly and continued, "Do you know what is written in this booklet in my hand?" Zhang Liang didn't listen to anything outside the window, and was only focused on reading books about formations. This is a simple construction map of the ghostly hell, which contains the Ghost Gate Pass, the Forgotten River, the Manhwa, and even the 18 layers of hell. The suffering of the human world, the mortal soul after death has nothing to rely on, can only be dissipated between heaven and earth. For my people, this is a great loss. If there is this Yama temple, all the grievances of the spirit will be able to reincarnate. Are you not interested at all? Zhang Liang was unmoved. If he believed what the madman said, he would really go along with the madness. Shinfeng snatched the booklet from his hand, then continued seductively, "You want to subvert Great Qin and overthrow it, and there is no way to do it by human power alone. What's more, Great Qin is now at its peak. You can't overthrow it at all. Instead of letting yourself flounder on earth, why don't you join me in changing this world?" Zhang Liang turned his head and glanced at Shinfeng, the corner of his mouth showing a sneer. "Do you really think I'm as crazy as you are? What changing the world? What ghostly hell and King Yama? That's all just your imagination. Please also return the book to me. Although I am not as powerful as you, my brain is clearer than yours. The sun does not speak of strange powers. Please do not lead me into a pit." Shinfeng was confused. This guy is really a soft touch. This would have been a happy takeoff for Huey. Maybe he would follow Shinfeng's ass and shout to become the king of hell, which would be such a cold and resistant look. "Are you sure you don't want to think about it again?" Shinfeng spun around and came to Zhang Liang's front, continuing to seduce. "If you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore, and by then, even if you beg me, I won't give you this chance again." Zhang Liang didn't say anything. To say he didn't hesitate would be a lie. After all, those previous performances of Shinfeng, he had clearly seen them in his eyes, and in his opinion, those performances were by no means something that a mortal could do, but he had never heard of such a divine person. That's what puzzled him the most. After a long period of silence, Zhang Liang put his hands behind his back and his handsome face began to reflect the sunlight again. "I need to see something definitive and real. The Yama Temple, the Forgotten River, and the Neho that you speak of. I can roughly understand it as the netherworld that people often speak of, but that place is, after all, only a nebulous existence, and, in my opinion, such a place does not exist in this world at all. If you can show me with your own eyes, I might say yes." Shinfeng frowned, not knowing why. He always felt that something was not quite right. Obviously, he was the one who gave him the benefit of the doubt, but when it came to his mouth, it turned out to be something that he accepted begrudgingly. Although there was some displeasure, it didn't affect Shinfeng's arrangement of the plan. The arrangement of the 10,000 Immortals array requires a large number of people to fill the array diagram, Borrowing troops from the Qin king, that is absolutely impossible. Great Qin's generals are treasures to the Qin king. And even more so, they are the only means of guarding Great Qin's territory. Even if King Qin was willing to borrow it, Shenfeng was not willing to take it. It's easy for these people to borrow, but when it comes time to pay them back, it's hard. It would be even less worth it to get yourself hitched in time. But if this scroll in his hand could be caused, then he could certainly have an endless number of people to add to his staff. Shenfeng lifted the booklet in his hand without the slightest intention of trying to hide it and directly spread it out in front of Zhang Liang. Ghostly Hell simple version of the production of the map, which contains the 18 layers of hell. Forget the river, the bridge of Neho, the Yellow Spring Road, the Ghost Gate, and a series of netherworld buildings. If you want to create a perfect hell, but also to find the perfect place, such as the search of the place is not suitable, part of the area effect will be greatly reduced. Please also choose your build location carefully. The words are naturally invisible to Zhang Liang. What was shown in his eyes was still just a diagram. However, the scene that emerged from the diagram immediately gave him the creeps. He was able to see every area of the map, every kind of building, until he saw the last 18 layers of hell. Zhang Liang's eyes could not help but flicker with a brilliant light inside. This place, it's really perfect. It was simply the perfect burial place for Linzi and Shenfeng. If he didn't agree to Shenfeng, it would simply be a waste of the 18 punishments of this 10 layers of hell. Zhang Liang looked at the booklet. A wry smile could not help but appear on his face. Vaguely, it was as if he saw Shenfeng and Linzi being tortured from the first layer all the way to the 18th layer, and then from the first layer again so repeatedly. Shenfeng stood by his side, looking at Zhang Liang with an odd expression. He detected an extremely strong malice from Zhang Liang's body. Shenfeng had vaguely guessed what was on Zhang Xiangqing's mind. He touched his nose awkwardly as he wondered if he should tell Zhang Liang the truth of the matter. Regardless of whether in the end, Zhang Liang became the king of hell and had millions of soldiers, as long as Shenfeng didn't allow it, he couldn't do anything that went against Shenfeng. However, seeing the kind of excitement and thrill on Zhang Liang's face, Shenfeng still decided to conceal it for the time being. After all, it was a bit impolite to carry out a sudden blow when others were happiest. Well, what does Brother Zifeng think? If you decide, I will no longer let the teacher flog you. Hearing Shenfeng's words, Zhang Liang instantly withdrew all his facial expressions. It's a bit interesting, it's just that this diagram is too huge. If you want to build from it, I'm afraid that it's impossible to complete it with manpower alone. And even if it's completed, I'm afraid that we've all already died of old age. Shenfeng smiled faintly. Brother Zifeng, you underestimate me too much. And follow me. Shenfeng didn't greet Reese. After all, he was busy. When he came to the door, Shenfeng did some slight explanation with the guards, and then he took Zhang Liang and walked directly towards the outside of the city. Zyang Palace. There was silence in the great hall. Fusu knelt in the center of the hall, and above the hall, the king of Qin had his back to Fusu, his hands scrunched up in his sleeve robes. Who knows what the hell he was thinking? In the face of the king of Qin's silence, Fusu was already sweating profusely, even though he had faced this kind of scene many times. This time, he was really a little scared. Father, Fusu still wanted to defend Shenfeng some more, but the king of Qin didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Go back. I already know about this matter. How to deal with Shenfeng. That's not my business. The tribute from the Immortal Island side. You go and press for it. You cannot send it, but it must be prepared. And the ships to the Island of Immortality must be built intensively. The beginning of spring. It is not far off. Chapter 100. I want to be the king of the underworld. Great king. Shenfeng has left the city. Zhao Gao walked in and first glanced at Fusu, who was kneeling on the ground, then whispered to the king of Qin. The king of Qin raised his eyebrows slightly upwards and faintly asked, did the Wang family's father and son ever travel together? General Shang and General Wang Ben did not follow him out of the city, but he did bring someone with him. Who? Reporting back to the king, it is the son of the former Korean Prime Minister, Zhang Liang. Zhao Gao's answer made the king of Qin feel a bit surprised. He had thought that the nobles of the 6 countries would secretly carry out some treasonous acts. However, it had never occurred to them that they could actually convince Shenfeng. No, is not right. With Fusu's understanding of Shenfeng, although this son is a bit crazy, he is not a heartless person. Think about the fact that Linzi and the Wang family father and son are still in Xianyang. He will definitely not follow the rebellion and leave. But what exactly did he want to do when he left the city at this time? Knowing that Immortal Island would likely send someone to Xianyang at any time. If he's not there, won't Xianyang be in danger? Zhao Gao slightly raised his head to look at the Qin king's face, and after a moment, he softly inquired, Your Majesty, should we have someone stop him, or perhaps send someone to follow him? The king of Qin slowly closed his eyes. His gaze swept over Fusu, who was kneeling on the ground. and then glanced at Zhao Gao, and after a long time faintly said, "No need, let him go." After leaving the city, Zhang Liang's eyes were the first to look at a stagecoach station not far away. That place was the place he had agreed with some chivalrous people. As long as he was able to run to that place, he could seek rescue at the first time. In this way, even though Shen Feng was no matter how powerful he was, in the end, it was still difficult to defeat four hands with two fists. But for some reason, a trace of hesitation that shouldn't exist arose in his heart. He had even seen that in the middle of the stagecoach station, the chivalrous man had already come in this direction where he was, and all he needed was to raise his arm and the crowd would surround him. But his hand was slow to lift, and even as his eyes looked toward them, an indifference arose in his heart. It's like, they don't even feel like they're on the same page. Zhang Liang was silent, keeping his head down as he followed Shen Feng's side, brushing past them, even though the other party had given him a wink several times. Zhang Liang did not respond in any way. He wants to be in control of hell, become the king of Yama, become the commander of 1,000,000 soldiers. On this journey, Shen Feng just walked forward silently, and as for where he was heading, the truth was that he wasn't very clear. In this day and age, especially those areas of the wilderness that are empty and uninhabited, where the yin qi is strong, it is almost everywhere. However, if he really set up the Yama temple in this place, Shen Feng felt that it was a bit of a pity. It could be manufactured, but the having of the effect was just a little too much for him to take. However, if one wanted to find a place with an extremely heavy yin and fury qi, it was not as simple as one would think. Zhang Liang obviously also saw Shen Feng's distress, but did not ask much. He could memorize what the sages had said for a day, but he really didn't know anything about the gods and goddesses. But just following Shen Feng around aimlessly, Zhang Liang could not stand it all the same. Eventually he couldn't help but ask, "What the hell are you looking for? You've been gone all day." He was really a bit tired. Unlike Shen Feng, he was just a mortal. Even though he had been healed and strengthened by the spirit stones, his physical quality was still not as good as Shen Feng. Shen Feng stroked his chin and asked with a furrowed brow, "What do you think? Since ancient times, is the place that has the heaviest yin and demonic qi?" Hearing this question, Zhang Liang froze in his tracks. Yin qi? What the hell is this? Zhang Liang just wanted to reply that he didn't know, but a place suddenly came to mind. After hesitating for a moment, he frowned and said, "I don't really know what the yin fury qi is, but if I were to say the place where the most people have died, there really is one. During the time of King Zhaoxiang of the first Qin, there was a great Qin general, known as Jun Wuan, who had killed 400,000 troops of Zhao in the Battle of Chongping. As much as I doubt it, how in the world did he manage to pit all 400,000 people against each other? That's just the way it is. It is said to be a place where the wailing of those dead generals can still be heard to this day." Speaking here, Zhang Liang suddenly paused for a moment. He looked around and then leaned close to Shen Feng and said in a low voice, "I once heard that a true human sacrifice had performed a soul invocation ceremony for this purpose. But it was not to allow the dead souls of the Zhao people to return to their homelands, but to invoke the soul of that god of murder, as a means of suppressing those 400,000 wrong souls." Shen Feng was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "Does it work?" Zhang Liang gave him a blank look and said, "If it worked, wouldn't we still hear ghosts crying and wailing to this day? Naturally it's useless." Zhang Liang's words made Shen Feng slightly disappointed. In fact, he was still very interested in Bai Qi. If the 10,000 Immortals formation was given to Bai Qi, perhaps he would play a greater role than Zhang Liang, but if his soul was not in Chongping, it would only be a little difficult to find it again. Suddenly, Zhang Liang looked at Shen Feng full of shock and asked, "Are you saying that we are going to walk to Chongping?" Zhang Liang was going crazy. From Xianyang to Chongping, even on horseback, that would be a long time. But the key was that Shen Feng simply did not intend to ride a horse, and looking at the situation seemed to be ready to walk over. For such a long distance, just by relying on these legs, it would be a dead-end walk. Zhang Liang didn't care about the gentleman's style anymore, and sat on his butt on the ground, saying that he wouldn't continue to walk forward. Zhang conscientiously know very well, Shen Feng out of the city, simply did not bring coils, and even dry food is not prepared, which if halfway hungry, is still ready to let him go to fight wild game? Shen Feng had guessed what was in Zhang Liang's mind when he saw the dissatisfaction shown on his face. It was just that he didn't expect Zhang Liang's reaction to be so strong. But thinking about it, if he really walked to Chongping, he would probably die of exhaustion halfway. After thinking about it, Shen Feng took off the dog gourd from his waist. Previously, when he was on a field trip with Fusu, he had noticed that Chu Haoren had used his aura to control the sword under his feet to fly close to the ground. Although the posture wasn't very handsome, but the speed was extremely fast. If he also injected his aura into it, could he also achieve that effect? When he thought of this, Shenfeng began to slowly input his spiritual qi into the dog gourd's body. At first, the spiritual qi entered the body of the gourd. The gourd did not have any changes, but as Shenfeng increased the delivery of spiritual qi, the gourd began to gradually become larger and larger, until it became almost enough to sit 2 people. When Shenfeng finally stopped channeling his spiritual qi, if it was before foundation establishment, Shenfeng definitely did not have such a huge supply of spiritual qi, but now, he merely felt that the spiritual qi in his body had only been consumed by 1/10. Nowadays, the dog gourd was different from the past, and under Shenfeng's aura for a long time, the gourd itself had already transcended the quality of the mundane. It could be said that it had already reached the level of a spirit weapon, and it had also fully reached the realm of manflight. On the contrary, it was Zhang Liang, who looked at the scene in front of him, and his entire body had been confused. He couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. It was only after Shenfeng called out to him and pulled him onto the back of the gourd that he finally came back to his senses. Feel the weightlessness of the gourd as it rose into the air. Feel the inexplicable haze as it passed through the clouds. Zhang Liang took a deep breath. He couldn't help but want to cry out, but just as he opened his mouth, a doubt couldn't help but flash through his mind. He turned his head violently to look at Shenfeng. Do you know where Changping is? Shenfeng's mood at the moment was the same as Zhang Liang's. He also wanted to open his arms and roar, but when Zhang Liang threw the doubt in his mind into his face, all the good mood instantly disappeared. Shenfeng touched his chin, lowered his head and fell into deep thought, and after a long time, said in a deep voice, "This question is a good question.